This young man was completely stunned when he woke up in a totally unfamiliar place. Minato had no damn clue what the hell was going on around him. When he saw an unfamiliar face with black hair in the mirror, he wondered where his signature silver hair had gone. Before Minato could even process his confusion, a doctor and a nurse bustled into his hospital room. After an examination, the doctor was astonished to discover that the injuries from the car accident he'd been in had completely healed, as if cured by holy magic. Well, it was healed by holy magic. But what the hell is this about a car accident? A bewildered Minato turned and asked the doctor if his magic was depleted, but the man basically had no idea what his patient was talking about. He then claimed he'd been fighting monsters during the Great Cataclysm, which only confused the doctor and nurse even more. Has this kid been in the hospital so long he's lost his mind? Can you tell me your name and the current year? Kusanagi Minato. And it's around 1970, right? The doctor's head was spinning. This poor kid was suffering from severe side effects. Your name is Kusanagi Minato, and the year is 2022. This time, it was Minato's turn to panic. I'm Kusanagi Minato. It's the year 2022. These two don't look like they're lying. That TV is super thin and the picture is crystal clear. The calendar on the desk also says 2022, and I've never seen that little device the nurse is swiping on. It looks like this really is the future. Oh, this is just great. An old man in a new era. How am I supposed to act when I don't know a damn thing? The doctor then explained that the cataclysm he mentioned was a thing of the past, something that happened 50 years ago and is now over. Monsters still exist, but they're rare. The world has returned to its former peace. If that's the case, then no matter how hard the truth is to accept, I guess I should thank the heavens first. And now he had to accept that the Kusanagi Minato of 1970 had sacrificed himself to save the world. Then, he was reincarnated into the body of this Kusanagi Minato, though no one knew how such an impossible feat was accomplished. A few weeks later, Minato was discharged. He followed the original owner's memories back to his room. This Kusanagi Minato's parents had passed away when he was young. Since then, he'd been living off the money they left him. Minato lay on the bed, deep in thought. He didn't believe in reincarnation. His spectacular revival must have been the work of a god. Minato read through the new Kusanagi Minato's documents and learned that he was a student at the Camui Magic Academy. There was nothing like this back in Minato's time. This could be interesting. Suddenly, a noise came from his bag. He picked up the phone and saw an incoming call from someone named Tadano. For a moment, Minato had no idea what to do with it, so he tossed it aside, not giving a damn. The phone was now flooded with a barrage of spam messages from Tadano. Heard you got out of the hospital. Huh? Get to school. Quick. I'm out of cash. The next morning, Minato somehow managed to show up at the academy. Even though he was a grown man, old enough to be these students' uncle, the thought of attending school again made Minato a little thrilled. It sounded great, but Minato immediately began to judge the place. A young man shouted and flicked a pathetically weak fire spell at a wooden dummy. Minato scanned his surroundings with a discerning eye. Every single one of them had pitifully weak magical power. He clutched his head in disappointment, unable to believe that the mages who came after him could be this pathetic. Compared to when Minato was just a novice, these kids weren't even a fraction as skilled. Minato walked in with a dejected look on his face, oblivious to the many eyes watching him. Once inside the classroom, Minato's mood lifted again. Sitting at a desk, he felt like he had returned to the old days. It was exhilarating. Minato was wondering if the body's previous owner had any friends when a whole gang approached. A loud stomp and a booming voice echoed from behind him. You bastard, ignoring my texts? You're just some nobody from the Kusanagi family, and you dare do that? Minato replied calmly. Who are you? The red-haired guy glared and lunged forward, aiming a kick at Minato while screaming. You son of a bitch! You dare forget the great Tadano Jun. You useless piece of trash. Minato then remembered the name Tadano from his phone. Ah, I remember now. You're my friend, right? Jun sneered and held out his hand. Finally remembered, you loser. Do you even know what a friend is? Minato immediately gripped Jun's hand tightly. Of course, friends are supposed to help each other out. Jun flinched and violently shook Minato's hand off. He then grabbed Minato by the collar as if he wanted to eat him alive. The money. Where's your money? Cough it up. You still got plenty of that inheritance your parents left you, right? Minato sighed. He finally understood that this Kusanagi Minato didn't have friends. He was being bullied. Tadano Jun was like a pufferfish. Every word from Minato just seemed to inflate his rage, making him want to punch the guy. Just then, the classroom door opened, and a clear, sweet voice called out, "Good morning." A girl with blue hair entered, radiating a captivating aura. Her face was bright and radiant, her figure was graceful, and her thighs were flawless. That alone was enough to make Jun stare, completely mesmerized, nearly drooling all over Minato. In front of his goddess, he didn't dare do anything. He just threatened Minato a bit more before storming off. As it turned out, the day's lesson was history class. The professor was talking about how the Supreme Mage, Kusanagi Minato, had sacrificed himself to end the cataclysm. Everyone in class was nodding off during history, especially with the professor's sleep-inducing voice, when monsters swarmed the globe, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. But the pioneer of magic at the time, also known as the Supreme Mage Kusanagi Minato, thought otherwise, and a series of other events followed, as everyone knows. The professor then asked the class if anyone knew exactly who Kusanagi Minato was. The blue-haired girl, Mizuha, shot up from her seat to answer. He was the sole survivor of the first cataclysm, the very first mage, and also the reason the Camui Magic Academy was founded. As she spoke, Mizuha's eyes sparkled, showing her deep admiration for her idol, Minato. The professor confirmed that Mizuha's answer was perfectly correct. Minato was the first human to ever wield magic. This magic academy was founded with the goal of training as many mages as possible to be like Kusanagi Minato was back then. Minato is the greatest mage in human history. The professor even emphasized that this material would be on the exam. Meanwhile, Minato buried his face in his desk, silently praying for the professor to stop because every fiber of his being was cringing in embarrassment. Minato's strange behavior confused his classmates, but he was just regretting coming to school only to listen to people praise him for an entire period. However, it seemed that because the world was now at peace, the newer generations of mages had grown weak. Minato just stared blankly out the window, gazing at the clear blue sky. How long had it been since he'd felt this kind of peace? Before he knew it, the professor was ending the class, and he reminds them that there will be a comprehensive magic assessment the next day. Jun takes the opportunity to go over and taunt Minato. Heard the news? It's the comprehensive magic assessment. It'll be hilarious watching you make a fool of yourself tomorrow. Minato just looks utterly bored. This psycho. Does he ever shut his mouth? Why is he talking so much? He doesn't want to be here anymore. Seeing Minato get up to leave, Tadano Jun starts taunting him about his parents. Your old man and woman don't have any powers, do they? Oh, right. So you're just a pathetic orphan, huh? My bad, I forgot. Ha ha ha. The entire group bursts out laughing, and that's the last straw for Minato. Even though the parents they're talking about belong to Kusanagi Minato, not him. It's a matter of a man's pride. Do your parents know you're such an uneducated punk? Minato retorts calmly, but even that is enough to make the pufferfish Tadano Jun puff up his cheeks in rage. What'd you just say, you damn orphan? Don't you dare put me on the same level as you. Jun immediately summons a magic circle. Its power bathes the entire room in the red glow of fire. The other students look at each other nervously. Is he really going to use magic in the classroom? Tadano Jun launches a fireball at Minato, intending to kill him right then and there. Minato remains calm, standing his ground even as the other students scramble away in fear. Watch out! Mizuha yells, running towards Minato. A massive explosion and a wave of intense heat instantly engulf the room. Mizuha couldn't make it in time and can only curse Jun for showing off his petty magic. Ignoring the fact that other students could have been hurt, Tadano Jun gets even more pissed off when the goddess scolds him. It was his fault for starting it, not mine. A few seconds later, the fire dies down, leaving only thick, gray smoke that obscures everything. As the smoke begins to clear, a figure can be seen still standing inside. One hand in his pocket, the other holding his bag, Minato stands there completely unharmed, looking at them nonchalantly. He scratches his head, and it's unclear if he's praising or mocking Tadano Jun. Not bad. Jun is horrified, as if he's seen a ghost. How is he not even scratched after taking a direct hit from my spell? For Minato, a simple tier 1 spell like that could easily be blocked by a magic barrier. There was no need for any other magic. Minato had been holding back, thinking Tadano Jun was just an immature punk, but it seems this kid won't learn his lesson until he's staring death in the face. Seeing the look on Minato's face now, the three bullies instinctively huddle together in fear. A powerful blue flame erupts from Minato, and its light quickly envelops the entire room. Everyone present is completely paralyzed. They have no idea what kind of entity they are facing. Minato slowly advances on Tadano Jun, who is trembling uncontrollably as if he were standing in the dead of winter. Minato raises his arm towards him, his eyes devoid of any light. Tadano Jun's face contorts in terror, his mouth agape, unable to even scream. What was that noise just now? Did one of you students just use magic? A professor suddenly bursts through the door, drawn by the explosion Tadano Jun had caused. Minato pulls his arm back as the professor asks him what's going on. Minato lets out a sigh, then puts on an innocent face and replies, "Nothing happened in here, sir. Maybe someone outside accidentally misfired a spell, but the professor says there are no magic clubs practicing on the school grounds right now." Minato quickly changes tactics, suggesting that maybe someone was just testing out their magic, because you know how mages love to show off their spells. Then where did this smoke come from? The professor sniffs the burnt smell in the room, and Minato immediately claims it drifted in from outside. Unexpectedly, the professor believes Minato's words, knowing he wouldn't lie. But before leaving, the professor still warns the students, "I'll find the culprit, you'll see. All of you, get back to your seats." Minato cheerfully waves goodbye to the professor, thinking to himself that he'll probably have to fake a scene to cover this up. After the professor leaves, the room is filled with a suffocating silence. Tadano Jun turns and runs, cursing Minato under his breath. Minato, too, is left with a lot on his mind, even if they are just students. How are they supposed to fight monsters at this level? Even though the great disasters are over, there are still monsters lurking around. So, Minato decides to go and survey the area. That night, in the old, unrestored ruins of Sia, Minato uses a magic circle to fly through the sky, landing on an old building to observe. He then picks up speed but doesn't sense any monsters in the vicinity. Although everything looks desolate and ruined, it seems the police have already cleaned up the area. Suddenly, Minato senses the presence of a monster nearby and even a human. He immediately jets off in the direction of the signal. At that moment, a young woman is trembling on the ground. Before her is a terrifying two-headed beast, its mouths drooling after having starved for so many years. In that life or death moment, Minato appears just in time. The monster, which was just about to strike, suddenly roars in pain. Minato had summoned countless sharp stakes from the ground, impaling and shredding its body. Just like that, he eliminated a beast many times his own size. Minato turns to look at the woman on the ground and notices the magic police insignia on her clothes. Minato doesn't want to get involved, so he just tells her to be more careful next time. Before the woman could even thank him, Minato had already flown off, vanishing as if he'd never been there. The police officer, after composing herself, had no idea who Minato was. He looked like a Supreme Mage, but she noticed that Minato hadn't used any incantations at all. Meanwhile, Minato glides through the sky as if surfing on water. Masking my face was the right choice. Since he is a soul inhabiting the body of Kusanagi Minato, he can't stand out too much. But today, Minato was disappointed once again. A magic police officer was nearly killed by such a trash-tier monster. The skill level of the police has plummeted. Minato could confirm that humanity now couldn't even kill a single small fry monster. It's not just the students and the police. It seems that mages in this era have also become much weaker than before. But Minato isn't too sad about it. In fact, he feels happy, because it means his power is still useful. Minato decides he will use his magic to clean up the nearby monsters. He can't let them harm the clueless people living here. The next day, as expected, the students gathered to have their magical power measured. In front of them is a large, cumbersome machine. It can measure both the amount of magical power and its attribute. These are the two most important stats for those who want to become professional mages in the future. Minato is stunned. Why is magic regressing like this? It's one thing for the students, but for even the teachers, to be unable to measure a student's magic power is just pathetic. Sensing magical power is the very foundation of magic itself. Don't you people know that? Mizuha suddenly strikes up a conversation with Minato. Do you have a moment? The two of them talking causes the entire class to start whispering. Mizuha mentions that this is the first time they've had a proper conversation. She reintroduces herself as the second daughter of the Mizuha noble magic family, Mizuha Dua. For what felt like the 10th time that day, Minato is left completely speechless. What the hell is a magic noble? Dua couldn't believe Minato didn't know. Mizuha is one of the 4 great families leading all the mages. Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. None of this stuff existed back in his day, and he'd never even heard the name Mizuha before. Besides, Dua's magic power wasn't even that high. For a family so famous in the world of mages, her level of magic was honestly pathetic. Meanwhile, Dua still couldn't understand why Minato was acting this way. She had started the conversation first, yet Minato wasn't the least bit grateful. And over on the side, that guy Jun was gritting his teeth, jealous that Dua had approached Minato first. Minato scratched his head and decided to play along. So, what does a member of a powerful family like you want with me? Dua really wanted to punch Minato in the face, but as a noble, she had to maintain her elegance. This whole act was making Minato lose his patience. Mizuha Dua had sought him out because yesterday, Minato had taken Jun's full-powered attack and emerged unscathed. There had to be a reason for that. Just as Dua got 3 words out, the professor announced that they were about to begin a test. Minato was thrilled. This was the perfect excuse to get away from this annoying girl. Dua was frustrated but not angry, since the test would allow her to see Minato's true power anyway. The next person was Jun, his face completely devoid of any insecurity, looking incredibly cocky. He unleashed a torrent of magic that made the machine glow brightly. The number on the screen quickly stopped at 1,000. Tadano Jun howled like a chimpanzee. I'm so damn awesome, even stronger than before. Minato mused to himself that if that was worth 1,000, Then the evaluation standards hadn't changed at all in 50 years. Next up was Dua, looking just as confident as June. The moment she lightly touched the machine, the number soared to 2,000 with the water attribute. The professor's jaw dropped as he praised them both. Your magic power is truly at the top of this year's class. You two will definitely become excellent mages. The whole class erupted in cheers for these two new rising stars. Only Minato couldn't bring himself to smile. Dua was at the top with a mere 2,000 magic power. That was barely better than an amateur. Dua glanced over at Minato, wondering if he felt ashamed looking at her results. Minato tried to avoid Dua's challenging gaze. This girl was such a pain. Next, it was Minato's turn. The class knew he was a top academic student, but when it came to magic, he was always at the bottom. Jun still thought Minato was a nobody, even though he'd almost peed his pants in fear of him just yesterday. Dua watched Minato's every move with wide eyes. She was certain he couldn't possibly be better than her. Minato wasn't sure what to do. In his past life, he'd been so outstanding that it got a little lonely. Perhaps this time, he should hold back a bit. But then he thought of that guy and that girl looking down on him behind his back. Minato decided he didn't want to be humble after all. He placed his hand on the machine and unleashed his abundant magic power. He decided to go all out as long as this thing could handle his full power. Minato's magic even shot out of the classroom, startling students in other buildings. Dua's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what was happening. The number on the screen kept climbing nonstop, and the stone filled with so much magic that it began to release it into the air. There was a bright flash of light and a massive explosion echoed far and wide. Sharp fragments of the stone shot out, flying at a speed that could easily kill someone. Minato used his magic to stop them, ensuring no one was hurt. He'd only been serious for a few seconds, and this crappy machine already couldn't take it. Moreover, no one here could even sense his magic power. Could these kids really become mages? The professor frantically checked the area to make sure no one was injured. He even thought Minato was lucky to be standing at the epicenter of the explosion without a scratch. This is the first time I've ever seen the evaluation device explode. Perhaps it was already broken, but now we can't determine your magic power and attribute, Kusanagi. Minato wondered why that was even important. It turned out the academy divided students into groups for practical class, but now they didn't know where to put Minato. So, the professor assigned Minato to Jun's group. Jun shot a look at his two lackeys, a deceitful smile spreading across his face. Of course, that's fine, Professor. The professor, on the other hand, felt completely at ease in trusting Minato to Jun. Jun walked past Minato, putting on his most despicable villain face to try and intimidate him. I'm looking forward to it too, Professor. The location for the practical class was Old Shibuya. Because monsters still inhabited the ruins, Shibuya was currently abandoned. Mages and the police patrolled it regularly to ensure the monsters didn't wander out. That's why academy students were required to participate. More than half the monsters here had already been cleared out by mages, so they could rest assured. Minato was surprised there was even a practical class, but he went along with it. Students should be able to handle a few monsters, especially in groups. Minato had already been here last night, but he sensed something strange. He was certain he had wiped out all the monsters here, yet now he could still sense a few. There were no signs of any disaster around here, so how could they have reappeared? His classmates were even betting with each other on who could take down more today. Minato felt a sense of dread for these carefree girls. The professor announced that the practical class had begun. Immediately, Tadano Jun shoved Minato against a wall. He wore a smug, superior look. Hey, you stay right here and don't get in our way. I'm being nice here, so don't come crying to us for help. Got it? Minato brushed the dust off his sleeve. If you don't like me, you could just ignore me. Hearing Minato's logical comeback, Tadano Jun's temper flared as if a switch had been flipped. Don't you dare talk to me like we're equals, you bottom feeder. Even if you are trash, why would Mizuha be interested in you? Minato smirked. Was this idiot really picking a fight with him over a girl? Suddenly, it clicked. Oh, don't tell me you have a crush on Mizuha? Jun's eyes bulged with rage, but Minato paid him no mind. He could already sense something approaching. Tadano Jun once again prepared to use his magic. His two lackeys behind him also got ready to help. Minato told him not to do it, which Jun mistook for him begging for mercy. Minato simply told him to look behind him. Tadano Jun yelled, "You think I'd fall for such a childish trick?" A shadow suddenly loomed over him, making Jun instinctively turn around. A large, two-horned monster had appeared out of nowhere. The three punks huddled together, Tadano Jun's mouth trembling. What? Why is it here? Why is there a demon soldier here? Faced with a real monster, these three were nothing but small fry. The two lackeys begged Tadano Jun to do something. Though scared, he was still confident in his own abilities. Take this, you bastard. Tadano Jun unleashed flames, engulfing the demon soldier's entire body. Seeing it stand motionless, he thought he had succeeded. Hey, Piece of cake. But he was wrong. After the flames died down, the demon soldier's body didn't have a single scratch on it. Minato wasn't too surprised. There was no way a demon soldier could be taken down by level 1 magic. For now, he decided to just stand back and watch the show. The demon soldier advanced towards them step by step. Tadano Jun was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes welling up with tears. His teeth chattered so hard he couldn't even speak, and he completely wet himself. The demon soldier charged at Jun, but stopped dead in its tracks when it saw Minato. A flood of bloody memories of its fallen comrades flashed through its mind. The demon soldier immediately recoiled. Minato casually stepped forward. Hey, even a demon soldier could tell who was the strongest among them. That's right, it could sense the immense magical power flowing from Minato. The demon soldier's arm trembled as it roared and summoned several magic circles. In response, Minato simply raised his hand, summoning his own magic circle without needing an incantation. How are you supposed to beat that thing with level 1 magic? We're all gonna die. The lackeys behind him whined in terror. Just then, the demon soldier cast the level 2 spell, Stone Wall. Massive shards of rock hurtled towards them. Jun squeezed his eyes shut, too scared to look. A smirk played on Minato's lips as he cast the level 1 spell, Fire Arrow. A torrent of fire erupted from his hand, so immense it was obvious it would completely swallow the demon soldier's pathetic little rocks. And just as expected, the rocks were incinerated, followed immediately by the demon soldier. A massive explosion sent out a powerful shockwave, making the hem of Minato's clothes flutter in the wind. Tadano Jun's group finally opened their eyes, and he could only wonder what the hell just happened. Did Minato just take down that demon soldier and save his life? Minato walked over to the fallen demon soldier's magic stone. Why is one of these in Sibia? He'd hunted them all down just yesterday, yet here was another one. Unless this was an omen of a pre-catastrophe event. The situation appeared to be far more serious than Minato had initially thought. Recalling those tragic memories filled with death, Minato couldn't help but shudder. But no matter what, if that disaster strikes again, he is determined to save everyone. Meanwhile, Jun's two henchmen glanced at each other. Did he just kill that demon soldier? Is that really the same Kusanagi we knew? Enraged, Jun suddenly punched the wall to vent his frustration. How could he ever face Mizuha Dua as she found out about this? Little did he know, Mizuha Dua was hiding behind a rock at that very moment and had witnessed the entire humiliating, pant-wetting display. Flashing back a few minutes, in another part of the area, students were fighting magic beasts. However, they were just low-level creatures, so Dua easily took care of them with level 1 magic. The students watching from the sidelines cheered enthusiastically. She's amazing. Just what you'd expect from a Mizuha. Hearing their praise, Mizuha Dua let out a slightly exasperated sigh. They're making such a big deal out of this. These commoners, they're really only good at sucking up. Well, I guess I am a genius, so what can I do? But just then, Dua noticed Jun's group dragging Minato off to a secluded corner. Remembering how Minato was constantly bullied, Mizuha Dua's expression darkened and she frowned. Finally, she turned to the other students and said, I'm leaving the rest to you all. With that, she quickly hurried after them. I can't just let this go, can I? So, Mizuha Dua found a hiding spot and quietly watched them. But the moment she saw the demon soldier appear, her expression instantly turned to one of panic. She knew for a fact that they stood no chance against that thing. The more she thought about it, the more frantic she felt, and Mizuha Dua clenched her fists. I have to do something. I am a member of the Mizuha family, after all. Finally, Dua ran out from her hiding spot and yelled, Everyone, run. But before she could even finish her sentence, a blast of magic suddenly flew past her, leaving her completely stunned. With a deafening boom, an explosion went off right in front of her, filling the air with thick smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, the scene became visible. Mizuha Dua saw Minato standing there, looking unfazed. She frowned in utter shock. Was that Minato's magic? Mizuha Dua remembered him being extremely shy, with absolutely no talent for magic. Now, he was like a completely different person. She hadn't heard him recite an incantation either. Did he just cast that spell without chanting? On top of that, he'd effortlessly defeated that demon soldier using only level 1 magic. A demon's strength is determined by the number of magic stones it holds. This is the very principle that forms their hierarchy. Ordinary magic beasts are rank 6, and demon soldiers are rank 5, a full tier above them. Demon commanders are rank 4, demon generals are rank 3. Higher still, at rank 2, are the demon kings, and at the absolute pinnacle is the demon lord. The magic rank required to even damage these demons is set in stone. Every modern mage knows this. To defeat a demon soldier, you need at least level 3 magic. So how is it possible for Minato's level 1 magic to do the job? Mizuha Dua simply couldn't understand it, While she was reeling in confusion, Minato slowly approached the place where she was hiding. Dua jumped, her heart pounding in her chest, and she hurriedly tried to hide herself better. But she quickly caught herself. Why am I even hiding from him? Once Minato was a little ways away, Dua peeked out to look after him. Unfortunately, he had already noticed her. He smirked and called out, "Spying on people seems to be a fun little hobby of yours, doesn't it?" Mizuha Dua was stunned. She frowned, asking, "How did you know I was there?" Minato just shrugged indifferently and replied, "If you're going to call yourself a mage, it would be strange if I didn't know." His words only left Mizuha Dua even more confused. Seeing her reaction, Minato realized she didn't understand and let out a helpless sigh. "You people can't sense magic, can you?" After saying that, he turned to leave, leaving the baffled Mizuha Dua standing alone. By the time she snapped out of it, she was already running after him. "Wait a second," she yelled. "What was all that? Explain it to me." But it was too late. He had already disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The person she was searching for was now standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Watching her look for him, Minato couldn't help but let out a sigh. He scanned his surroundings for a moment, then whispered to himself, "I guess I'll do one more sweep, just to be safe." With that, Minato began using his magical power to inspect the area. There weren't any more demon soldiers, but a fair number of magic beasts were still lingering. This was a genuinely annoying situation. Even a so-called excellent student like Jun had pissed his pants in terror. The rest of the students were definitely going to have a hard time. Minato frowned, lost in thought. Maybe I should give them a hand? His barrier could cover the entire area around Shibuya Station. Wasting no time, Minato immediately began gathering magical energy in both hands. In the blink of an eye, two streams of magic materialized in mid-air. They then shot off in different directions. In just a few moments, they had completely enveloped the entire Shibuya Station area. Seeing the streams of magical energy spreading across the sky, Jun and his group stared in shock, completely confused about what was happening. Dua was no exception. She frowned and muttered, "Is that magic? A large-scale spell?" At the same time, in another location, a swarm of magic beasts had surrounded two academy students. Their sheer numbers were enough to make the students panic. Just then, one of the magic beasts lunged toward a female student with pink hair. The girl's face contorted in terror, completely frozen in fear. In an instant, in a life-or-death situation, a bolt of magical energy suddenly appeared and directly tore the attacking mana beast's body to shreds. Having just stared death in the face, the pink-haired girl was so terrified her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The male student rushed over to her, asking worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you all right?" At the same time, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Minato looked down and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Slaughtering them like this is pretty entertaining. But he quickly noticed a problem with his mana. Cold sweat beaded on Minato's forehead. Because his mana hadn't just killed the mana beasts, it had ripped them into tiny pieces. In a flash, fragments of the beasts' corpses were scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Did I go a bit overboard? I ended up wiping out most of them. How is the practical class supposed to continue now? I'll have to hold back a little next time. After a moment of silence, Minato used magic to leap down from above. He glanced around for a long moment before finally nodding, satisfied. This area should be fine. After confirming everything was okay, Minato found a hidden corner to land. Although he didn't need to hide his skills too much, standing out was just a headache. With that thought, he approached the other students. The instructor was currently examining the mana beast's corpse. After a brief inspection, he muttered in confusion, "Why are there still so many mana beasts left? The entire horde was supposed to have been wiped out. To take down this many with a single blow, the one responsible must be a professional mage. Furthermore, this unattributed magic, unleashing countless magic projectiles like this, it can only be unattributed magic." He had never seen anyone like this before. If it weren't for this person, the situation would have quickly spun out of the instructor's control. Firing multiple magic projectiles at once isn't the issue, but the remarkable thing is there were more than 6 shots. There's no way a student could have done that. While he was lost in thought, a student, unable to contain their frustration, demanded, "Why were there still so many mana beasts left? We almost died. Sir, this is your fault." The instructor didn't deny his responsibility and bowed his head in apology. He pursed his lips and explained, "I was informed that the police had already cleared the entire horde. I should have double-checked with the school. I am truly sorry for putting you all in such a dangerous situation." Hearing this, the students didn't know what to say. They all had helpless expressions. The girl who was just saved then asked hesitantly, "Someone came and saved us, right?" The instructor shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know either." The girl sighed in resignation. "Oh, I see. I just wanted to ask so I could thank them." The instructor truly had no idea who it was. It definitely couldn't have been the police or any professional mages. Could it be an unlicensed mage? But he couldn't deny the fact that this person had just saved his students. From the bottom of his heart, he was grateful to this nameless mage. Minato, the nameless mage from the instructor's thoughts, was standing in the distance, just smiling without saying a word. After escaping danger, the students finally calmed down and began to whisper amongst themselves about the magic they had just witnessed. Minato glanced around at everyone. It seemed they were all fine, which was a relief. At the same time, a hostile gaze was fixed on him. It was Jun and his cronies. These punks go through a near-death experience and still don't mature. Minato sighed helplessly. Elsewhere, Du was also secretly observing Minato. He took down a demon soldier with just level 1 magic, and that limitless magic was that him too. But fire magic and non-elemental magic. She didn't think any student was skilled enough to use 2 different types of magic at the same time, especially not Minato. At that thought, Du felt a little more at ease. She was just overthinking things. There's no way a guy like him could use 2 attributes at once. The person who used that attributed magic must have been someone else. Still, that didn't change the fact that Minato had destroyed a demon soldier. She wondered just what on earth he was. Minato felt Du's gaze on him but didn't react. Just then, the 2 guys with Jun finally snapped out of their daze, and one of them muttered in amazement. That thing that looked like a laser beam. Kusanagi did that too. The other guy immediately shook his head in denial. No way, that's impossible. But the first guy stood by his guess, saying hurriedly, "But he did take down that demon soldier." These words infuriated Tadano-jun, and his face turned black as thunder. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Hey, shut your mouth, or I'll kill you." The 2 guys wisely shut up, not daring to say another word. Tadano-jun's eyes were filled with malice as he raged. There's no way the piece of trash fly is that strong. There has to be something shady going on. Not daring to argue, the 2 quickly agreed. "You're right, it is weird. Isn't he just a coward?" John was pleased to hear this. He snorted coldly and said, "That bastard is definitely pulling some trick. He dares to make a fool out of me. I'll make sure he reveals his true colors." A while later, school finally ended. Minato was heading home as usual when a group of students blocked his path, leaving him a bit bewildered. The one in the lead was none other than that brat, Tadano-jun. He glared at him and said in a cold voice, "I've been waiting for you." Minato was truly exasperated with these punks. He sighed and said, "Are you guys deaf or something? Instead of running around causing trouble, why don't you use that time to study magic? It'd be more useful." This sent Jun into a rage. He roared aggressively, "You don't get to talk, you lying bastard." Lying? Minato was a bit confused. What's that supposed to mean? Tadano-jun suddenly scoffed and shouted indignantly, "Don't play dumb. How the hell could you use magic like that? You're definitely pulling some kind of trick behind my back." Minato stared at him, stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. He had absolutely no idea what nonsense this guy was spouting. Seeing him stay silent, Tadano-jun ordered coldly, "Come with me. I'm not letting a coward like you run away." As he spoke, the other guys moved to stand behind him. Scum really does travel in packs. Minato looked at the group of brats in front of him, shrugged indifferently, and said with contempt, "Why would I need to run?" Infuriated by his attitude, Tadano-jun roared, "Stop your damn rambling, you bastard. You can't use magic here, can you?" The moment the words left his mouth, he clenched his fist and charged. In an instant, Jun's fist was right in front of Minato's face, but he didn't react at all. The guys with him also rushed forward, throwing a barrage of punches. Jun sneered arrogantly, "Without magic, you're completely useless, aren't you? Even if you licked my boots now, I wouldn't forgive you. Just die." The more Kusanagi spoke, the more inhuman his smile became. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Minato's head. Minato stood there calmly, his eyes filled with disdain. Their pathetic little attacks couldn't even reach him. Minato's mana was automatically protecting him. They could attack him until morning and he wouldn't get a scratch. But these little pests were so annoying. Minato considered just pretending to get hit to get it over with. So he tried sitting on the ground, pretending he'd been hit by their attacks. But just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The group of bullies startled and looked back, only to see Dua standing behind them. The color instantly drained from Jun's face. The corner of Tadano-jun's mouth twitched as he stammered, "Mizuha Dua." Afraid that Dua would think badly of him, Jun quickly tried to explain. "It's nothing. We were just messing around." Dua scoffed and said coldly, "I know perfectly well you're all ganging up on Kusanagi." She asked, "You're all wearing the Magic Academy's uniform, yet you've become a bunch of bullies. Don't you have any shame? Don't you feel guilty?" Hearing this, the faces of Jun's cronies turned ugly. Jun's face, in particular, was as black as thunder. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Minato. It was all this guy's fault that Dua was now looking down on him so openly. While Jun was lost in thought, Mizuha Dua had walked over and taken Minato's hand. "Let's get out of here, Kusanagi." The sight of them holding hands was the last straw for Tadano Jun, pushing his anger to its boiling point. In his mind, he started cursing Minato and his entire bloodline for 18 generations. Seeing the look on Jun's face, his two lackeys were scared stiff, not daring to step forward to calm him down. Finally, Jun couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded on the spot. "Damn you, Kusanagi." Minato sighed helplessly. Is this guy made of superglue or something? He just won't let go. At that moment, Tadano Jun was absolutely furious, already summoning magic into his hands. He roared aggressively, "You son of a bitch, I'm going to fucking kill you." Seeing this, Dua cried out in alarm, "Tadano Jun, what are you doing?" But he had already lost his mind. He and his cronies simultaneously launched their magic attacks towards Minato. Dua grew more and more frantic, screaming a warning, "It's dangerous." At the same time, an explosion erupted in front of the two of them. The sky filled with smoke and fire, forcing Dua to cover her eyes. Believing Minato was buried in the sea of flames, Jun immediately burst into triumphant laughter. "Cheating 10 more times won't save you now, buddy." His two underlings, however, were terrified, muttering in a panic, "Oh God, this is bad. For real, is he really dead?" With a cold snort, Tadano Jun said, matter-of-factly, "You idiots, what the hell are you scared of? We just accidentally used magic outside of school and lost a little control. Kusanagi just happened to be standing in the path of our magic. That's all." But just as he was gloating, a deep voice suddenly echoed from within the smoke and dust. "You guys have gone too far." This made Tadano Jun whip his head around in shock. A figure slowly emerged from the hazy smoke. Minato stood there, completely unharmed, glaring at the punk in front of him and speaking in a cold voice. "I thought you were just a bunch of kids, so I was going to let it slide. Turns out all stupidity must be paid for with death. It's time I taught you all a lesson." Seeing this, Tadano Jun's expression turned grim. He yelled in disbelief, "You're alive? You took all that magic and you're still alive." Even Dua, standing behind him, was equally stunned, still unable to process what had happened. Minato couldn't be bothered to explain. He said flatly, "If it were just me, that'd be one thing, but you dragged Dua into this too. You're completely rotten, aren't you, kid?" Biting his lip fiercely, Tadano Jun yelled back defiantly, "You two are the ones at fault. How dare you make a fool out of me? We'll keep attacking until you're both nothing but skeletons." As soon as he finished speaking, magic appeared in his hands again. Minato wasn't flustered at all. He calmly snapped his fingers, summoning only a small amount of magic. Seeing the miniature magic circle in front of him, Tadano Jun laughed contemptuously. "Haha, what kind of pathetic magic is that? You're dead for sure this time." Immediately, they all attacked Minato at once. However, Minato remained perfectly calm, muttering, "Mana drain." The moment he spoke, magical vines suddenly appeared in front of him. They were like giant pythons, twisting endlessly in the air before shooting straight towards Tadano Jun's group of delinquents, instantly wrapping tightly around them without any delay. They cried out in panic, "What the hell is this? Let me go." But it wasn't long before they deflated like pop balloons, slumping powerlessly to the ground, completely drained of strength. Seeing this, Minato retracted his vines. Without the vines supporting them, Tadano Jun's group fell flat on their faces. Minato was a little surprised. "I only drained a tiny bit of their mana, and they all collapsed like that? I guess this should be enough to teach them a lesson." Witnessing this scene, Dua was even more shocked. What kind of magic was that? What just happened? Why did Jun and the others pass out? While she was lost in thought, Minato had already picked up his bag and was preparing to leave. Seeing this, Dua quickly shouted to stop him, "Hey, wait a minute." She barraged Minato with questions. What was that magic? What just happened? You shouldn't be able to use magic so skillfully. Dua kept peppering Minato with questions, almost like she was interrogating him, which Minato found incredibly annoying. He let out a cold huff and said, "Instead of interrogating me, shouldn't you be saying something else?" Dua knew what Minato was getting at. She stubbornly turned her head away. "I'll acknowledge that you just saved me. Thanks. All right, now answer my questions." But before she could even finish, the person in front of her had vanished without a trace. Dua shouted in frustration. Where did he disappear to again? Seriously. That evening in old Shibuya, the area was quite gloomy. A figure used magic to glide through the dark sky as fast as the wind. Then, he quickly landed on a tall building within the city. This person was none other than Minato. He was in disguise, wearing his familiar hooded sweatshirt. Minato used magic to scan his surroundings, feeling a sense of unease. Just as Minato suspected, even though he had killed all the monsters that afternoon, the place was once again teeming with them. Was this a bad omen? If it was just Shibuya, Minato could handle it on his own. but he could also sense them in other places. This was probably too much for the police to handle. Even though the magic police weren't very effective, he couldn't kill every monster in Japan by himself. Minato realized he needed to come up with a plan for this. After a moment of thought, Minato decided to eliminate the surrounding monsters first. He needed to be careful not to stand out. With that in mind, Minato used magic to leap down below and began to annihilate the demonic beasts. Frantic bolts of magic rained down from the sky, causing the beasts to drop like flies. Just then, a drunk was staggering down the street below. He failed to notice a demonic beast right behind him. Instantly, the beast lunged at the man. In a situation hanging by a thread, Minato appeared and sliced it to pieces as fast as the wind. Feeling something brush past him, the drunk man turned his head to look, but saw no one. He thought he was just imagining things, but in reality, Minato had quickly ducked to the side to hide. The drunk man continued on his way home. Once Minato confirmed the man was safe, he left the area. However, he didn't notice that someone from a distance had filmed the entire scene. That person had already posted it on social media, smirking with satisfaction. It would be a miracle if this didn't go viral. The next morning, in the principal's office at the Magic Academy, another teacher was also present. He looked at the students before him and said in a grave tone, "We've been informed that some students were seen using magic outside of school grounds. If this is true, the school will be forced to suspend those students." The students in question were Minato and Mizuha Dua. Jun's group was also summoned, so upon hearing this, Jun was the first to make an accusation. "What are you talking about, sir? We didn't use any magic. It was Kusanagi who came looking for a fight with us." Minato was truly fed up with this shamelessness. This guy could lie without even batting an eye. What a talent. It seemed he couldn't stay quiet any longer. Even though he was being dragged into this, he had to explain. But before Minato could do anything, a loud shout rang out. Lies. It shocked both him and Jun's entire group. The one who spoke was none other than Mizuha Dua. She aggressively pointed her finger at Jun and accused him. Kusanagi was being bullied by Tadano and his friends. Tadano's side was the one who used magic first. Hearing this, the teacher frowned and asked, "So that means Kusanagi also used magic?" Dua defiantly shot back. "That was self-defense. He did nothing wrong." Minato was a bit surprised. This girl was pretty righteous, not telling a single lie. But Tadano Jun had a hide thicker than concrete. Even after all that, he stubbornly denied it. "We didn't do anything wrong either." Dua grew even more furious and yelled, "Oh, just shut your damn mouth. What kind of person bullies someone and then pins all the blame on them? Do you have no shame?" Despite being yelled at like a dog, Jun puffed up his chest and argued back. "It was Kusanagi. It's because he doesn't deserve to be here. I was just taking out the trash." Dua glared at him, her face filled with disgust. "You're the one who doesn't deserve to be here," John retorted, unconvinced. "I'm at the top of our class. I'm the only one who can stand on your level, not that tattered loser, Kusanagi." Dua wasn't listening to any of this, angrily shouting, "You're spouting absolute nonsense." Jun still refused to back down, walking step by step until he stood right in front of Dua and said with conviction, "Open your eyes. Stop defending that guy and look at me. Become my woman, Mizuha Dua." His eyes were filled with sincerity, but unfortunately for him, Dua couldn't care less. She sneered contemptuously and said, "In your dreams, kid." In an instant, it was as if Tadano Jun had been shoved into a freezer, frozen completely solid. As if that wasn't enough, Mizuha Dua even gave her reason for rejecting him, that he was a bully and far too violent, which made him so angry that he fainted. Witnessing this, Minato couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Even though he knew Tadano Jun deserved it, that was still excessively cruel. Just then, the principal spoke up. It seems this was the fault of Tadano and his friends, and Kusanagi was merely acting in self-defense. We do not harbor those who use magic for personal vendettas. All of you will be expelled. Upon hearing this, Jun's two lackeys panicked and tried to explain. "No, please, don't. We were just following Jun's orders." The principal had heard enough and asked Minato and Mizuha Dua to return to class. The two immediately accepted and left the office. Dua was out of the room, but her dissatisfaction lingered. She kept muttering, "That guy. It's been a long time since someone has pissed me off this much." Minato, walking beside her, asked with curiosity, "What will happen now that they're expelled?" Dua pouted slightly and said in an indifferent tone, "They won't be able to become mages anymore. Isn't that obvious?" After saying that, Dua suddenly turned and glared at Minato, speaking aggressively, "And you need to stand up for yourself." Minato felt a bit helpless. He was about to, but she already did it for him. Seeing his silence, Dua suddenly looked bewildered. Minato frowned, thinking for a long moment, then suddenly spoke quietly, "Now that I think about it, how many times have you tried to save me?" In class, when Minato was dragged into a fight, Dua stood up to help. And now this time, she even stood up as a witness on his behalf. Thinking about this, Minato smiled at her. You're really kind, you know. Minato's words made Dua blush with embarrassment. She quickly ran off. Just be quiet, okay? I'm leaving. Minato watched her retreat, smirking softly. Cute. Just then, he remembered something. Kusanagi Minato was dead, and he, the Kusanagi Minato standing here now, was a reincarnated person. Was that kid bullied to death? Well, it was just a normal car accident, Minato thought, though he didn't know for sure. But they're definitely guilty of something. I hope this serves as payback. At the same time, 2 more students appeared in the principal's office, along with the melodious voice of a young woman. So, a student used magic outside of school, and some other students were caught in the crossfire. The principal gave a slight nod. That's correct. But no civilians were harmed. The female student heard this and asked suspiciously, Then why did you summon me here? The principal calmly replied, the student who got involved was Mizuha Dua. This made the girl freeze. A moment later, she spoke. I understand. Thank you for informing me. With that, she turned to leave. The principal didn't stop her, casually requesting, Please send my regards to your father. The girl replied calmly without turning back. Rest assured, sir, my father will continue to invest in the school. The 2 quickly walked out into the hallway. The male student beside the girl finally spoke up. If what he said is true, then this Kusanagi guy must be incredibly strong. The girl muttered in a low, thoughtful voice. Fighting multiple mages at once is nearly impossible. You can't win unless the power difference is astronomical. Do you think that guy is stronger than us? The 2 continued their conversation as they walked, and other students who saw them, passing by their classrooms, turned to watch them with admiration. The pair paid them no mind, as the girl's voice had now become serious. First, I need to confirm the abilities of the student, Kusanagi Minato. Then, I'll decide whether or not to expel my little sister. This girl is Mizuha Dua's older sister, a 3rd-year S-class student. The boy next to her is Kasaragi Ryuji, also a 3rd-year S-class student. Hearing her words, he nodded and said with a smile, Sounds good. Inside the classroom, Minato was slumped over his desk, sighing endlessly. Now that everything had settled down, he'd lost all his motivation. Just then, the surprised shouts of the students next to him caught his attention. Look, that's so cool. Is that a black sorcerer? I know him. Minato frowned slightly in confusion. A black sorcerer. Is that some kind of noble sorcerer clan? But this had nothing to do with him. He let out another frustrated sigh. While Minato was busy moping, the teacher came in from outside and called out, Hey, Kusanagi. After that, Minato and a few other students followed the instructor to the testing room. The students who hadn't been tested last time would be tested now. Dua was there as well. She narrowed her eyes at Minato. This time, she would find out his true abilities. But just then, her eyes widened in shock, because she saw that Ruka and Ryuji were also present. A look of worry crossed Dua's face. Why is my sister here? Regardless, the test began. A short while later, it was Minato's turn. Minato hesitated in front of the magic meter, frowning in thought. He blew up the machine last time, so he figured he should probably hold back a little this time. With that in mind, Minato summoned only a tiny bit of magic into his palm, then placed his hand on the testing machine. Controlling his magic at this minimal level made him break out in a sweat. The number on the magic meter quickly shot up. After a moment, Minato pulled his hand away, resting it on his knees and panting heavily. The instructor asked with concern, Hey, are you all right? He shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine. The instructor glanced at the number displayed on the testing machine and said hesitantly, Well, it looks like we have the final result. Kusanagi Minato's attribute is none. When Mizuha Dua heard this result, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji, on the other hand, didn't seem too surprised. It seemed they believed Minato wasn't all that strong, but the real shock came when Minato's magic level was revealed to be a mere 100. The students present immediately started whispering among themselves. That's gotta be the lowest in our year, right? But not having a measurable attribute is pretty rare, isn't it? Hearing the students chatter, Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but sigh. Ruka, however, was getting impatient and immediately turned to leave. Let's go. We're done here. The 2 quickly left, and sounds of ridicule immediately filled the air. A reevaluation left him that winded. If your magic is that weak, there's nothing you can do about it. The instructor, afraid Minato would be discouraged, walked over and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't think too much about it, Kusanagi. The amount of magic you have doesn't define who you are. The only person who didn't believe the results was Mizuha Dua. Something's not right. Minato was more than strong enough to take down demon soldiers. He should have been able to use both fire and null-type magic. She had never heard of anyone being able to adjust the amount of magic they released. What the hell did Minato just do? In contrast to everyone else's reactions, Minato was very pleased. The results are absolutely perfect. Just as he'd planned, Minato only needed to precisely control a certain amount of magic, but even that left him breathless. Luckily, he managed to fool everyone. A little later, in the hallway, Minato was walking alongside Dua. He asked as they walked, "So, you were at the evaluation too?" Mizuha Dua nodded slightly in response. "I was just a little curious." But before long, their path was blocked by someone. It was Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji. Minato didn't know them and mumbled in confusion, "Who are you?" Ruka immediately introduced herself. "I am the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family. This is Kasaragi Ryuji. We're both third years." Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked hesitantly, "So, what do you people want?" "I've lost all interest in you." Ruka snorted coldly, then began walking forward. Seeing this, Dua immediately grew anxious, her body instinctively trembling slightly. Soon, Ruka was standing right in front of Dua. She spoke in a cold tone. "It seems you're even worse than those rule breakers, aren't you?" Dua lowered her head slightly, not daring to face her sister. Ruka wasn't about to let it go that easily. She continued to press, "I also heard you were saved by some guy whose magic level barely scrapes 100. Is that true?" Dua hesitated for a moment before finally answering in a low voice, "Yes, that's true." Hearing this confirmation, Ruka immediately yelled, "Drop out of school, Dua." Dua, not accepting this, retorted, "Why should I have to do that?" With a soft scoff, Ruka said coldly, "Have you ever beaten me, even once?" Hearing this, Dua was stunned. Ruka was right. Whether it was academics, sports, or even magic, Dua had never surpassed her older sister. Ruka took a step closer to Dua. She said in a stern voice, "You're not suited to be a magician. I'm all this family needs." The more Dua heard, the worse her expression became. She wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. Mizuha Ruka, still unyielding, continued with her demands. "All you need to do is listen to me, leave this place, and just find some random school to attend." Dua trembled slightly, her eyes welling up with tears. She clearly wanted to protest but didn't have the courage. Seeing she didn't answer, Ruka asked again, "Do you understand?" Dua clenched her hands into fists, her mind in turmoil. After a moment, she had accepted her fate and was about to agree. But before she could finish, Minato cut in. "That's a little rude, don't you think?" Ruka glared at him and asked coldly, "What did you just say?" Minato wasn't the least bit afraid. He said calmly, "You just keep talking without bothering to listen to what the other person has to say. If that's not rude, I don't know what is." Ruka let out a cold snort and replied dismissively, "This is a private family conversation. An outsider like you has no business butting in." Minato pouted and said, "You call this a conversation? It looks more like you're just ordering your sister around." This enraged Ruka, and she shouted in frustration, "What did you say, you little brat?" Minato faced her calmly and said nonchalantly, "Forcing someone to do something against their will is the ultimate taboo. It's the same as telling someone to give up on their dreams." Ruka still didn't see anything wrong with what she was doing. She scoffed and said, "My sister doesn't have what it takes to be a magician. She has never beaten me, not even once." Dua stood to the side, her face filled with sorrow. It was just as Ruka said. She was nothing special. All this time, she had been deluding herself into believing she was a genius with real potential. To become a genius when she had never once surpassed her sister. But just as Dua was despairing, Minato spoke up with confidence. "She can beat you." His words stunned Kasaragi Ryuji, who looked at him in disbelief. Even Ruka couldn't believe it. Frowning as she muttered, "Beat me?" With a soft chuckle, Minato calmly continued, "Of course, not right now." Ruka glared at him, sneering contemptuously. "At least you know that much. Then how about a 2-on-2 practice match in 2 weeks? Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but ask back doubtfully. 2-on-2? She thought he was scared. Ruka immediately started mocking him. "Just a minute ago, you were spouting all that nonsense. Are you scared with your tail between your legs now?" Letting out a cold laugh, Minato sneered back. "Nonsense. I'm fighting too, senior. What about you?" With that, he glanced over at Dua, who was standing beside him. Dua was a bit stunned by the proposal, hesitating for a long time without giving an answer. Dua was conflicted. Should she give up on her dream, or try to stand up and fight just once? After a moment of silence, she finally had her answer. She declared fiercely, "I'll participate too." Minato smiled in satisfaction. Then it settled. He glanced at Ruka and said with a smile, "If we win, you can never bring up that issue again." Ruka casually accepted and made a counter-offer. "If we win, Dua has to leave this place. I won't go easy on you. You two should prepare to face reality." With that, she turned and left. Kasaragi Ryuji quickly followed, but before leaving, he gave the two a friendly wave goodbye. A short while later, Minato and Mizuha Dua were on the rooftop of the academy building. Dua suddenly spoke up, "Kusanagi, I want to ask you for a favor. Please, Teach me about magic. Hearing this, Minato let out a sigh of relief. And here he was, wondering why he'd suddenly been called up to the rooftop. With that thought, Minato slowly opened his mouth. I'm just a weak mage with a magic power of no more than 100. Are you sure you want someone like me to tutor you? Dua nodded. She said firmly, I know you're hiding your true power. You must be much stronger than me. Minato was a little surprised to hear this, but she continued. You must know some way to get stronger. That's why you said I could beat my sister, right? Minato sighed in resignation. These people always want things to go their way. That's why you instigated the practice match, but he couldn't just say that out loud. Seeing that he didn't answer, Dua immediately bowed her head and begged, please. Minato had no other choice but to agree. All right. In an instant, Dua cried out happily, Are you sure? Minato gave a slight nod and warned her, But you have to do everything I say, and you can't quit halfway through. Dua agreed without a hint of hesitation. Okay, of course. Looking at her reaction, Minato couldn't help but smile. Who could possibly say no when you beg like that? Besides, from now on, he needed to do a little more preparation himself. Training a mage can't be that bad, can it? With that thought, Minato slowly spoke again. All right then, we'll start today. What about a training location? Before he could finish his sentence, Dua shyly suggested, could we go to my place? And so, that afternoon, Dua led Minato to her home, which was a mansion complex. As soon as they arrived, Minato couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, this mansion is huge. Dua didn't think it was a big deal and said casually, My father is a noble mage, so this is pretty normal. Come to think of it, this was the first time she'd ever invited a boy to her house. Does Minato think it's weird being invited here? It's not like she had any strange intentions. But the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed Dua became, unable to look Minato in the eye. At that moment, Minato spoke up. Let's get started, Dua. Hearing him call her by her first name, Dua immediately panicked. Why are you calling me by my first name? Minato didn't see the issue and said nonchalantly, Well, your sister is also a Mizuha. How am I supposed to distinguish who I'm talking to? After hearing that, Dua realized she was overthinking things. Seeing her reaction, Minato asked, If you don't like it, what should I call you? Dua shook her head slightly and replied, No, it's fine. Just call me Dua. Seeing that it was settled, Minato said, All right then, let's begin. First, I want to ask you, what exactly is magic power? Hearing the question, Dua answered with great confidence, That's easy. It's the energy inside the body, the basis for forming magic. Minato didn't say if she was right or wrong and continued, What about incantations? Dua calmly replied, A type of program that helps convert magic power into magic. Minato asked once more, Then, is it possible to increase one's magic power? Mizuha Dua confidently shook her head and replied, Impossible. A mage's maximum magic power is determined at birth. After a certain age, that amount stops increasing. After answering, she said with a smug smile, Heh, how was that? I answered everything perfectly, didn't I? Minato snorted lightly and said coolly, Everything you said is completely wrong. Dua was instantly shocked, looking at him in disbelief. Minato sighed in resignation. How can a modern mage be this naive? What in the world happened in the last 50 years? Having no other choice, he patiently explained. First, magic power isn't just inside your body. It exists all around us. Incantations are simply a tool to assist your magic, and you can absolutely, actively increase your own magic power. Hearing this, Dua cried out in shock, That's impossible. If that's true, wouldn't all the magic academies be useless? Shrugging indifferently, Minato said coolly, It doesn't matter if you believe me or not right now. I'm just going to teach you about the 3 things I just mentioned. Sit down. Dua obediently sat cross-legged on the ground. Minato spoke calmly, I'm going to channel magic into you. Let me know when you feel it. Dua asked doubtfully, You can feel magic power? Minato replied nonchalantly, You can't get stronger if you can't do that. Close your eyes. Here we go. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato placed his hand on Dua's back and began to channel magic into her body. However, she still had no reaction, so Minato increased the amount of magic he was channeling. He thought Dua still couldn't feel anything. Suddenly, Dua shouted, My back is getting hot. I feel something. Hearing this, Minato withdrew his hand and said with a sigh, That was just a tiny bit of basic magic power. Dua stared at him intently, muttering in confusion, So this is what you meant by feeling magic power. Minato nodded and said calmly, Yes. You need to remember this feeling. Once you can feel it, you'll be able to recognize it and find the sources of magic in nature. Make that your goal. Dua winked and said with a laugh, Hey, I'm a daughter of the Mizuha family, you know. I'll get it done in no time. You'll see. Minato rolled his eyes in disdain. It took that much magic for you to finally notice. It seems Dua really has no talent for being a mage. A week later, at Dua's villa, just as Minato predicted, Dua was screaming in despair. I can't do it. Minato was helpless. It had been a week, and he'd explained so much, but this girl was just so slow on the uptake. Even so, the competition was fast approaching. Thinking this, he could only suggest, all right, I'll transfer some of my mana to you again. With that, Minato placed his hand on Dua's back and channeled mana into her body. A moment later, Minato spoke. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Dua obeyed and slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, her face filled with astonishment. She cried out with joy, I see it. So this is what mana looks like? Seeing the magical energy surrounding her hands, Dua was even more surprised. This is amazing. Am I really seeing mana? Wait a minute. If that's the case, she should be able to see Minato's mana now. With that thought, Dua glanced over at Minato, but she couldn't see anything at all, which surprised her. Minato, unaware of her thoughts, praised her. Good job. Hearing the praise, Dua smiled smugly and said, it was nothing. Minato brushed it off and said nonchalantly, now that you can feel mana, let's move on to controlling it. He told her to use just enough mana for her spells, cutting out anything unnecessary and focusing only on efficiency. To use her mana to its absolute limit. After her mana is depleted, it will increase when it recovers. Minato also told her that once she could feel mana, she could start increasing her maximum mana pool. The more Dua listened, the more surprised she became. Seeing her reaction, Minato couldn't help but sigh and ask, is this different from the basic knowledge they teach you in school? It's fine if you don't believe me. I believe you. Before he could even finish, Dua stated firmly, I have no reason to doubt you anymore. Smiling to himself, Minato cheerfully suggested, all right then, let's move to the next stage. Take a few steps back. Dua Mizuha, time for some combat practice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his outer jacket and threw it to the ground. Dua responded with excitement. Bring it on. I want to see your true power. 2. Immediately after, she quickly summoned her magic, a level 1 water wave spell. The churning waves rushed furiously toward Minato. Unfortunately for her, he just casually raised a hand. A protective barrier appeared, completely stopping the waves. Seeing this, Dua cried out in shock. He blocked it. Minato then spoke slowly, a level 1, non-elemental magic shield. If you can't even break something like this, don't even think about injuring me. Biting her lip aggressively, Dua cast another spell, and ice bullets shot towards Minato. But he just stood there, letting the shield block them all. Minato slowly reminded her, you need to move when you're casting spells. Standing still in front of another mage is just asking to die. Provoked by his words, Dua cast her magic again. But before long, she had exhausted her mana and collapsed on the ground. Minato walked over and sat down beside her, sighing, you're wasting way too much mana. If you could control your mana properly, you wouldn't even need incantations. You could just cast spells directly, as long as you have the mana. Watch this. As he spoke, Minato cast a spell. A fireball appeared and shot towards a scarecrow in front of them, but it did no damage. He slowly explained, this is your magic. Then, Minato channeled more mana into his palm. It was still a fireball, but this one was much stronger, incinerating the scarecrow. Then he continued, and this is mine. Dua, who had been watching from the side, finally asked doubtfully, so, my mana is too dispersed. Minato nodded slightly. Exactly. It's entirely possible to cast magic without chance, as long as you can control your mana. Dua frowned and mumbled. In other words, I don't need to recite the chant. You could say that, Minato said slowly. Right now, you need to learn how to shorten your chants. Once you've mastered mana control, you won't need them at all. Shortening chants will give you a big advantage in a real fight, and you won't waste mana on the incantations anymore. Hearing this, Dua frowned and mumbled. So, does that mean my magic will get stronger? Exactly. Minato nodded in confirmation, then suggested, let's start again. Dua was shocked. So soon, Minato winked and smiled. Otherwise, there's no point. Train like your life depends on it. Hearing this, Dua suddenly felt a sense of dread. A few hours later, she was completely exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Minato, beside her, asked with concern, still alive. From now on, this is all we're going to be doing. That night, Minato went for his usual walk around the city, this time in Harajuku. He did a mana scan to check things out. Just as he suspected, this place was also crawling with monsters. Even though I've been taking them out non-stop, their numbers aren't decreasing at all. What the hell is going on? Just then, Minato suddenly sensed something. In the distance, a child was cornered by a demonic beast. He rushed over and, without a second's hesitation, killed the creature. Minato glanced at the child and asked with concern, hey, are you okay? But the kid didn't answer. Instead, they raised a camera to take his picture. Unfortunately for them, Minato was one step ahead, using a quick spell to vanish. In a safe location, Minato let out a sigh of relief, taking my picture without even a word of thanks. What is wrong with people these days? I guess I'll have to get a mask for next time. After that, he headed back home. The following afternoon, after school, Minato and Dua returned to the villa. The two of them continued their training. As usual, Dua was the first one to collapse. She lay on the ground, panting heavily. Minato stood beside her, feeling a bit helpless. The practice match is just a few days away. She's making progress, but in every aspect, she's still no match for Ruka. There's no way Dua can win if things keep going like this. With this in mind, he suddenly said, "You know, sometimes giving up is an option." Hearing this, Dua lowered her head, but she quickly stood back up and said quietly, "I've always been compared to my sister. I can't beat her at anything. I've been forced to give up on so many things, but magic is the one thing I refuse to let go of." Minato narrowed his eyes at her and said without hesitation, "But at this rate, you'll never win." Instead of giving up, Dua suggested, "Then let's train harder." A smile crept onto Minato's face as he raised an eyebrow and said, "I won't be holding back." "Now that's what I like to hear." Dua spoke with excitement, showing no signs of giving up. And so, Minato began to teach Dua even more, and the two of them sparred relentlessly, until Dua was completely out of breath. A few days later, Dua was finally able to hold her ground for a long time. Minato smiled, extremely satisfied. "You passed." Hearing this, Du cheered happily. She'd finally done it. Minato praised her as well. "You did great, Du." Being praised, Du felt very proud. All that hard work finally paid off. A few days later, the day of the final rehearsal arrived. Minato and Du stood in front of the training grounds, but as soon as they arrived, the scene inside shocked them both. The training grounds were packed with people. The moment the reporters saw Du, they rushed over, shoving microphones in her face and bombarding her with questions. This left Du stunned and confused, with no idea what was happening. Minato frowned and thought to himself, all this for a match between students? This just goes to show how important a noble magic bloodline is. It wasn't just reporters and nobles, many students had also come to watch. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but speak up. "Don't you think this is a bit much? A magic battle is a rare occurrence, so it feels like a major event." But after Minato spoke, he heard no reply. He turned his head to look, only to see Du crouched down there, trembling. Just then, a loud announcement echoed from afar. "Will the two contestants please approach the arena?" Du was startled and jumped to her feet, about to run off. Seeing that she wasn't okay, Minato quickly called out to her. Du. Anxious and restless, she asked uncertainly, "What is it?" Minato smiled at her encouragingly. "You can do it." Hearing these words, Du was suddenly stunned. Then she broke into a smile as confidence slowly returned to her face. She said with determination, "Of course." Right after, she started walking toward the training grounds. As she walked, she thought to herself, Minato really is a mystery. His words echoed in her chest. Soon, Mizuha Du arrived in front of Ruka. Ruka narrowed her eyes at her and spoke in a serious tone. "So you didn't run away?" "Of course not," Du said, confidently. With a light scoff, Ruka pouted disdainfully. "How naive. Do you really think you have a chance of winning against someone like me?" As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow and looked at Mizuha Du with complete confidence. It was as if victory was already in her hands. Du didn't back down, shouting fiercely, "I will definitely win." Hearing this, Ruka clicked her tongue. "It seems you made some progress these past 2 weeks." Du replied that she knew her sister was very strong. The power gap between them was indeed huge, but Du wouldn't give up. At that moment, a loud voice announced, "We will now begin the match." Instantly, both Mizuha's sisters entered their combat stances. Mizuha Du was the first to cast a spell. She shortened the incantation to conserve mana. At the same time, Ruka wasn't idle either. She also began casting her own spell. Minato, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but remark to himself, "Ruka definitely knows the basics of a duel between two mages." Kasaragi Ryuji was too nervous, so he forgot to move. She lost the advantage of a quick incantation. Just as he thought, Ruka closed the distance in an instant, getting right in front of Du. Both of them unleashed level 1 water magic. 2 surging waves of water collided in a flash. However, because her mana was weaker, Mizuha Du's wave was quickly dissipated, and she was hit by Ruka's wave, but she managed to break through it. Ruka was genuinely surprised. "You dispelled it, you're getting stronger." Even Ruka couldn't help but acknowledge it. "In just 2 weeks, you've gotten much stronger than before." Hearing this, Du was instantly overjoyed. This was the first time her sister had ever praised her. Seeing her reaction, Ruka asked with annoyance, "What's there to be happy about? It was just a simple comparison. I wasn't complimenting you." As she said this, Ruka's eyes grew more determined. She said in a cold voice, I'm raising the magic level now. With that, she once again summoned a wave of water. Du didn't dare let her guard down and quickly summoned magic to defend herself. In an instant, a level 2 water spell appeared. It danced in the air, then split into countless small water bubbles, which then rushed furiously toward Du. Unable to defend, Du was sent flying by the bubbles. Her body fell like a kite with its string cut, landing at Minato's feet. Glancing at her, Minato felt a sense of helplessness. In terms of incantation speed, Du had no chance of winning because her opponent was simply stronger. While he was thinking, Ruka walked over from a distance and said coldly, "Aren't you being cruel? You're not going to help her. You protected her before, didn't you? Right? Not necessary." Minato replied without a hint of hesitation, causing Ruka's eyes to widen in shock. At that exact moment, Du got up from the ground, but her body was still trembling uncontrollably. Ruka was even more shocked, unable to believe it as she cried out, "How is that possible? I hit you with a level 2 spell. How are you still standing?" Biting her lip fiercely, Du said with determination, "I won't lose." Magic was the only thing she had, and even if she lost everything else, she would not give up. As soon as she finished speaking, Du cast her spell. Ruka let out a cold scoff and quickly cast a spell to counter. In a flash, the two water spells clashed intensely. But very quickly, Du started to weaken. She kept repeating one phrase over and over, "I will definitely win. I won't give up." Then, she collapsed powerlessly to the ground. The outcome of the battle was decided. Du had exhausted her mana. Victory belonged to Ruka. Du lay trembling on the ground, her hands clenched into tight fists, muttering in frustration, "I couldn't do anything. Not a single thing." Minato sighed helplessly and went to help Du up. This was a battle based on magic control, but she lost because of her total mana. Just then, Ruka spoke again, her voice cool. "Do you understand now? That girl has no talent. Kusanagi, you must have realized that too." Minato replied nonchalantly, "It's true, she has no talent. Mizuha Du is clumsy and a slow learner, talentless, and even weaker in actual combat." But there was one thing Minato was very satisfied with about Du. She was incredibly hardworking and trained like an idiot. Hearing this, Du looked at him in surprise. Ruka, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much and pouted, and this is the result. But before she could finish, Minato cut her off coldly. "It's true she lost, but I like hardworking people like Du." These words moved Du to tears. It was the first time anyone had acknowledged her efforts. Minato paid her no mind and continued, "Du is my student, and I find it very unpleasant when you speak ill of her." The more Du listened, the more emotional she became, with tears streaming down her face. Ruka just scoffed again, saying contemptuously, "Someone with a mana level of 100 like you is putting on quite a show." Shrugging indifferently, Minato spoke with confidence, "And this person with a mana level of 100 will defeat you." His words angered Ruka, and a look of displeasure crossed her face. She sneered, "You've got a sharp tongue. Fine. I have no intention of wasting my energy on an opponent like you." Kasaragi Ryuji then exclaimed excitedly, "It's finally my turn to get in the arena." Ruka walked right past him, making a cold demand. "Let's wrap this up quickly." Kasaragi Ryuji let out a soft chuckle and nodded. "You don't have to tell me." Over on the side, Minato had already carried the injured Du back to her seat. He set her down gently and said coolly, "Just focus on my match." Du nodded slightly, showing she understood. But it was only then that she realized something. Her body didn't hurt at all, and her wounds had already healed. Minato, unaware of her thoughts, slowly walked onto the fighting stage. Although he'd boasted earlier that 100 mana was enough to take down Kasaragi Ryuji, he knew he didn't stand a chance now if he didn't go all out. He would keep his mana at a constant 100, using non-elemental, chantless magic. He also wasn't putting up a magic barrier, so if he took even one direct hit, he might just get logged out for good. The more he thought about it, the more exciting it got. When Kasaragi Ryuji saw Minato step onto the stage, he called out in excitement, "Sorry, little bro, but your big bro here isn't planning on holding back." He couldn't help but smile. Minato pouted and replied, "Fine by me. In that case, I'll let you have this one." In an instant, the entire school erupted, and cheers echoed nonstop. "Kasaragi Ryuji, don't go all out. Go easy on the kid." On the stage, Ryuji unleashed his own mana. Minato estimated it to be around 8,000. For the old him, it would have been like a gnat trying to fight a giant, but right now, he could only use about 100 mana. Immediately, the second match between Minato and Kasaragi Ryuji officially began. Kasaragi Ryuji summoned his magic with a smile, saying, "Don't hold this against me, all right." This one attack would be enough to test whether Minato was the one who had defeated those expelled students. Kasaragi Ryuji wanted to see if he could withstand a full power attack, but before he could even cast his spell, a bolt of mana shot straight into the center of Kasaragi Ryuji's forehead. Minato scoffed dismissively, Too slow. This scene left the students in the stands completely stunned. It was over in less than 3 seconds. Because Kasaragi Ryuji had been knocked unconscious, the victory went to Minato just like that. Ruka rushed over to check on Ryuji, her heart filled with shock. Did Minato really knock Kasaragi Ryuji out cold with just one hit? She hadn't even heard him chant a single spell. What the hell did he just do? While Mizuha Ruka was still lost in thought, Minato's mocking voice reached her ears. I did exactly what you wanted, sis. A quick finish. Watching from the sidelines, Du cheered happily. Awesome. He actually beat him. At that moment, Ruka glared at Minato. She spoke in a cold voice. It seems you have some talent after all. Minato just laughed it off. Just enough to be better than you. Still can't keep your mouth shut? Ruka gritted her teeth in fury, then directly unleashed all of her mana. Minato estimated it was only about 10,000, but it was still stronger than Ryuji's. While the two were facing off, the announcer's voice rang out again. A shocking development has occurred after the second match. Contestant Kusanagi's fighting style has garnered a great deal of attention from the audience. The final match will be between Minato and Ruka. Everyone is waiting to see who will emerge victorious. As soon as the match was declared to have started, Minato attacked Ruka without holding back. Ruka, on the other side, remained calm and composed, calmly summoning magic to counter. Minato knew that with his mana currently at only about 100, the spells he could use obviously weren't that powerful. Because of this, if Minato didn't aim directly for Ruka's forehead, he wouldn't be able to injure her at all. Ruka had also realized that she shouldn't move around too much and should focus on defense. Just as Minato thought, Ruka defended with ease. She didn't move, standing in one spot and attacking him with waves of water. A barrage of powerful, knife-like jets of water rushed toward him. However, the scene that followed left Ruka in utter shock. Minato had easily nullified all of her magic. Ruka's eyes widened in astonishment. He didn't even use magic just now. What the hell did that brat do? It wasn't just her. The students in the stands were just as bewildered, and they began to whisper amongst themselves. Shouldn't he have been hit by that? He's not even wet. What's going on? Du, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. She was just wondering what technique Minato had used to pull that off. Ruka was furious that Minato had broken through her attack. She was sure he was hiding some kind of trick. With that thought, she attacked again. But this time, Minato moved. He seemed to be dancing in mid-air, effortlessly dodging the water jets Ruka had just fired. As Ruka watched this, her pupils couldn't help but constrict, and she cried out in disbelief, "You dodged all of my attacks without even using magic?" From the sidelines, Du couldn't help but frown. A mage could use another spell to counterattack, and the two attacks would somewhat cancel each other out. Everyone knew that if you couldn't do that, getting injured was only a matter of time. A Tier 2 technique would have a different scale and speed than a Tier 1. There was no way a guy like him could dodge everything without getting a single scratch. Ruka was certain Minato was just a fool who didn't know fear. Minato, as if knowing what she was thinking, couldn't help but chuckle softly. But that's fine. As long as you can sense mana, dodging pathetic attacks like these is no problem at all. Well, it does require a bit of toughness, too. At that moment, Ruka began to cast a Tier 3 water spell. In an instant, a wave of water shaped like an arrow appeared, charging aggressively toward Minato. Seeing this, everyone in the stands cried out in alarm. A Tier 3 spell, if that thing hits him, it's over. With a loud boom, the water arrow exploded, sending water splashing through the air. Ruka collapsed to the ground, exhausted but with a satisfied smile on her face. There's no way he could have blocked that. But just then, a bolt of magic shot from a distance and hit her squarely in the forehead. When she saw who had attacked, Ruka cried out in shock. Impossible! How could this be? You're unharmed? How did you dodge it? Minato spoke calmly. I used a spell that absorbs your magic, and then I simply walked through the center of the attack. The air fell deathly silent in an instant. Ruka sat there, stunned, for a long time without reacting. Just when Minato thought she wasn't going to say anything, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed loudly. Just walk right through it. Heh, so, I lost? Of course, the result was already clear. The victory belonged to Minato. Du rushed over and asked, Are you okay? Minato nodded and replied, Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I won. Du smiled softly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Seeing the two of them so happy, Ruka also stood up from the ground. She spoke coolly. As promised, I won't mention any of this again. You can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Still so proud, huh? With that in mind, he suddenly let out a laugh. Du's wounds are pretty light, aren't they? You really went easy on her. Yeah, I wish our match had been like that too. Hearing this, Ruka shouted in frustration. Not a chance. Minato declined to comment, then continued. Du's gotten a lot stronger in just 2 weeks. I'm sure you've noticed, right? Stop coddling her so much. At that, Du made a firm promise. I'll definitely get stronger so you won't have to worry about me anymore. I swear. Ruka squinted at the two of them, hesitating for a long moment before nodding. Yeah, you're right. Because of this battle, the Mizue sisters had grown closer. Watching them, Minato felt happy for some reason. Just then, dark clouds and a terrifying aura suddenly gathered in the sky, startling Minato. He quickly looked up, his expression instantly turning grave. This abnormal mana. Is this a calamity? Mizuha, Ruka, and Du realized it too. The color drained from their faces. At the same time, back in the classroom, Jun's group was rummaging through Minato's desk. His belongings were thrown all over the floor. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Jun's underling complained. He's only got books and notebooks. Dude, this guy's a total model student. Gritting his teeth, Tadano Jun muttered, he has to have something. How else could he use that kind of magic? But just then, the underling saw something and shouted in alarm. What the hell is that? Thinking he'd found something, Jun quickly looked over. But the sight before him terrified him. The sky outside was a terrifying, blood-red color, and the three of them instantly panicked. As if remembering something, one of the underlings cried out in fear. It's a calamity. How can it be a calamity? Outside the arena, the reporters and students were in a state of chaos. No one expected a calamity to descend upon the Magic Academy. Minato's face was grim. How could a calamity happen right now? Don't tell me this is related to the incident in Shinjuku. The first calamity also happened in Shinjuku. Is this just a coincidence, or was this planned? While he was thinking, magical beasts began to emerge from a spatial rift. Seeing them, the students panicked and fled. The instructors were also present, trying to get them to calm down. But in a moment like this, who could stay calm? Right then, a powerful blast of magic appeared, killing the monsters that were attacking the students. The one who acted was none other than Minato. He shouted, "Everyone, calm down." His voice silenced the students. Although still terrified, they stopped running and stood their ground. Minato was pleased with this. He scanned the crowd and instructed, in the initial phase of a calamity, only low-level monsters will appear. It's best if we evacuate to the gymnasium. After saying that, he looked at Ruka's group and suggested, you guys too, you should go. Hearing this, they exclaimed in shock, what are you planning to do, Kusanagi? Minato calmly replied, I have to save the people trapped in the buildings. The instructor looked at him, bewildered, and said worriedly, you're going alone? That's too reckless. Kasaragi Ryuji quickly spoke up, I'll go too. That should be fine, right, sir? The instructor was still hesitating, but Ryuji continued with a raised eyebrow. You've seen what this kid can do, haven't you? The instructor hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. I understand, but don't push yourselves too hard. Kasaragi Ryuji chuckled, as if I'd let myself get killed. With that, he glanced at Minato. The boy said nothing, only shrugging indifferently. Then, Minato turned to Mizuha Du. Well, I'm off. A worried look appeared in Du's eyes as she said quietly, be careful. Meanwhile, Ryuji had already spoken up. I'm going on ahead, kid. My current speed allows me to run at 10 meters per second. Let's see if Minato can keep up. But Kasaragi Ryuji had overestimated himself. Minato simply summoned a magic spell and took off. He zipped past Ryuji in a flash. He raised an eyebrow and smirked, see you later, senpai. Kasaragi Ryuji's eyes widened in shock as he muttered in frustration. What the hell is that speed? Hey, wait up. He quickly gave chase, but just being fast wasn't enough. I'm going to observe every single bit of this kid's true abilities, and I'll save some people along the way, of course. Minato couldn't be bothered with Ryuji. As he moved, he used his mana to scan the entire academy area. There are 58 magic users in the building, but there might be people who can't use magic as well. In that case, I'll have to check each floor carefully. By now, monsters had already invaded the student building, and there were students trapped in classrooms, unable to get out. Minato saw this scene as he jumped in through a window. Without a second's hesitation, he used his magic to eliminate the monsters. His magic was incredibly powerful. Wherever it passed, monsters fell. While Minato was focused on killing the monsters inside the classroom, one burst in from outside, trying to ambush him. It was as if Minato had eyes in the back of his head. He casually released a burst of mana that tore the monster's body to shreds. Not long after, Kasaragi Ryuji arrived, asking frantically, Hey, is everyone okay? But by then, Minato had already annihilated all the monsters. Their bodies were piled up in the room. He walked right past Ryuji and said coldly, I'll leave the evacuation of the trapped students to you. Kasaragi Ryuji was stunned and quickly said, Hey, wait. It's dangerous to go alone. But there was no one left behind him. He grumbled in frustration. Where the hell did he go? He's so damn fast. Kasaragi Ryuji was sure Minato thought he was a burden, but what could he say? Maybe it was true. The kid had dealt with all these monsters in less than a second. Just who is this kid? Anyway, Minato was oblivious to Ryuji's thoughts. He was still running like crazy. Outside, he could use magic bullets to kill them in one hit, but in a confined space, he might accidentally injure someone. So, he had no choice but to continuously use low-level magic to take them down. But that was more than enough. Minato easily defeated the monsters with just low-level magic and saved many people, although it would be time-consuming to personally escort the students he rescued to the gymnasium. He had someone to do that for him. Kasaragi Ryuji had been arriving just a step behind him the whole time, but now he was fighting monsters outside and shouting heroically, "I'll take down all the monsters. All of you, run to the gymnasium." But just as Kasaragi Ryuji finished speaking, a sudden scream startled him. What's going on? When he looked, he saw the students being enveloped by magic and gently lowered to the ground. Seeing this, Kasaragi Ryuji frowned in silence. What the hell was Minato doing? And just who was this guy, exactly? From above, Minato saw Kasaragi Ryuji's reaction and a smile spread across his face. So he's worried about his juniors? It'll probably be fine. But just then, he seemed to sense something. In a hidden corner of the building, a female student was trembling in fear. She was surrounded by demonic beasts. With her back against the wall, she cried in terror. The student couldn't do anything else. Helpless, in this situation, she could only scream for help. "Somebody, please save me." Just as her life hung by a thread, a sudden flash of light shot past, causing the student's eyes to widen in shock. She realized this flash of light was exactly the same as before. She had been saved by it once already. While the student was still bewildered, Minato landed from above and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The student recognized Minato and mumbled in confusion, "Kusanagi, were you the one who saved me?" Yeah, that's right," Minato replied with a slight nod. As he spoke, he offered a hand to help her up. The student asked again, "That time during the practical training class, was that you too?" Minato hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke after a long pause. "Yeah, some unexpected things happened back then." Hearing his answer, the female student bowed to him gratefully. "Thank you for saving my life twice." Minato just waved it off, saying with a casual smile, "It's nothing really. It wasn't a big deal." Faced with the person who had saved her twice, the student suddenly felt her young heart begin to flutter. Her cheeks flushed red because of it. Just then, Kasaragi Ryuji ran up from downstairs, shouting, "Who needs rescuing next?" Minato glanced at the girl and instructed her, "Just follow him, and you'll get to safety. I have to go." The student wanted to call out to him, but he had already dashed off. Even Ryuji was at a loss. Minato didn't care what they thought and continued running to the upper floors. There were still quite a few more students surrounded. He couldn't wait for the police to arrive. He had to do something. Elsewhere, at the Prime Minister's office, high-ranking officials had gathered because of the disaster that had just struck the Magic Academy. The Prime Minister, seated at the head, spoke with a grave tone. "A disaster-level event has occurred at Camui Magic Academy." Upon hearing this, the surrounding officials began to whisper amongst themselves, "Why is that horror happening to us? There haven't been any recorded disasters since the last one 50 years ago. What are we supposed to do?" The Prime Minister spoke grimly. "We are still trying to contact the Demonic Beast Control Division at the City Police Department, as well as the Noble Mages. The Ground Self-Defense Force is also on standby." The high-ranking officials argued back, dissatisfied, but the mages in the Self-Defense Force only specialize in handling natural disasters. None of them have any experience fighting demonic beasts. The Prime Minister, of course, understood this. This was the consequence of living in comfort, without any worry of facing a disaster. "Our only choice is to rely on the police force and the noble mages." The more he thought about it, the tighter his fists clenched. The disaster from 50 years ago is actually happening again. But Kusanagi Minato is gone now. Who will save them? At the same time, a police car was rushing towards the Magic Academy. The female officer driving asked doubtfully, "Has a disaster really occurred?" A low, indifferent male voice replied, "Yeah, there's no mistaking it." Hearing this, the female officer said in a panic, "But we've been at peace for so many years. So this peace was only temporary." Inspector Sugo then spoke with a smile. "But that's all right. After all, this is why we're here." The female officer driving was Sergeant Sandakaran. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll do my best, sir." Right after that, the two of them sped towards the scene. Meanwhile, a helicopter appeared in the sky above the Magic Academy. It wasn't rescuers, but the press. They were reporting on the demonic beast attack to the entire country. The reporters who were already inside the academy had also been evacuated to a safe location. They were also reporting live, while outside, Instructors and students who could use magic were trying to eliminate the low-level demonic beasts. The news of this disaster became a hot topic, and everyone was glued to their screens watching it. They were all worried. The current situation was truly dire. The area next to the Magic Academy was also being attacked by demonic beasts. The nearby residents were in a complete panic, and the situation was now beyond the government's control. The people of Japan all had their eyes on the Magic Academy. Everyone was waiting for news reports from the media. Some were worried because they were in the area nearby, while others feared the disaster would continue, just like the one 50 years ago. In short, all of Japan was plunged into panic. Back at the Magic Academy, Minato was still relentlessly eliminating demonic beasts to save people, but the monsters kept flooding into the school in massive numbers. It was almost time for Phase 2. Each phase would bring new, stronger monsters. Furthermore, they would just keep appearing no matter how many he killed. As long as the boss monster was still alive, the demonic beasts would keep swarming. The boss would reveal itself in the final phase. Minato had to hold out until then. The more he thought about it, the more of a pain it seemed. A disaster like this was truly a hassle. After rescuing people from the monsters, Minato used his magic to teleport them downstairs. This time, there were a total of 20 people. They were scattered all over the place, which made just rescuing them difficult enough. But Minato had no intention of giving up. He ran back to the upper floors to continue. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, Jun was trying to fight off the demonic beasts that had broken in. However, his magical power wasn't enough, and before long, he was panting heavily. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's no use. I can't attack anymore." Because among their attackers wasn't just a regular demonic beast, but a demon soldier. His lackeys were terrified, each one so scared they nearly wet themselves. Jun, still unable to accept it, shouted, "That bastard Kusanagi took it down in a single hit, so why can't I do the same?" As soon as he said it, a scornful voice rang out from behind him. "Because you're weak as hell." Jun's eyes went wide. Before he could even get a good look at who it was, a brilliant flame shot out, incinerating the demon soldier to ash right before the terrified eyes of the other three guys. Only then did Jun get a clear look at who had acted. It was the person he wanted to see the least, Minato. After attacking, Minato turned to leave without a word. Jun bit his lip fiercely. Not again. He'd been saved by him yet again. Unable to accept it, he rushed after Minato and shouted, "Stop right there." Minato stopped in his tracks. Jun aggressively questioned him, "Why the hell did you save me? Shouldn't you hate me? If that's the case, then why?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato spoke calmly. "For no reason at all. I saved you because I could. That's all." Hearing this, Jun's body trembled slightly. He bit his lip and mumbled, "You saved me because you could? Is that all you have to say?" But Tadano Jun couldn't accept this reason. He yelled aggressively, "Cut the crap. You're just a pathetic weakling. How did you get so strong so fast?" Minato narrowed his eyes at Tadano Jun and said coldly, "Kusanagi Minato died in that traffic accident, and I was reborn in his body." Jun heard this and shouted in disbelief. "What? Can people really get stronger after cheating death? I'm supposed to be stronger than you. But why? Why did I lose to someone like you? Strong? Huh. The truly strong don't go around crushing those weaker than them." Hearing this, Minato scoffed coldly. He narrowed his eyes at him and said in a chilly voice, "And the weak don't humiliate those who are even weaker than themselves. You've been consumed by your own arrogance, blindly believing that you're strong." Right now, Jun doesn't even dare to think about fighting back against him. After speaking, Minato turned and left, leaving Jun standing there alone. Before long, he collapsed to the ground, completely broken. He knew he was running from the truth that he hadn't gotten any stronger since middle school. Tadano Jun took out all his stress and frustration on those weaker than him. But then to be saved by Minato, the one person he considered the weakest of all, he just couldn't accept reality. Jun's two lackeys were also in an awkward position. After all, Minato had just saved their lives. They wanted to ask Jun what to do, but he was in an even worse state. Tears were streaming down his face. Tears of regret, of humiliation. Of course, Minato had no idea what they were going through. He was still frantically running upwards to kill the mana beasts and save people. The higher he went, the more high-level mana beasts he encountered. Demon soldiers had appeared, but Minato wasn't the least bit phased. He calmly used magic to attack a demon soldier, but it dodged his first attack. Minato didn't stop there. He used an even higher-level spell. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted in an instant. The demon soldier was quickly buried in a sea of flames. Minato narrowed his eyes at the pile of ash before him, his face completely expressionless. He thought silently, the number of demon soldiers is increasing, which means the boss will appear soon. With that thought, Minato walked over to a group of students huddled in a corner. He spoke to reassure them, "Calm down. Everything's all right now." Meanwhile, down below, Kasaragi Ryuji was extremely annoyed, shouting, That damn brat, dumping this whole mess on me. Even while complaining, his hands never stopped summoning spells to destroy the mana beasts. There were so many mana beasts, relentlessly chasing and attacking the students. Kasaragi Ryuji attacked the monsters while protecting the students behind him. He glanced at the students and said, "I'll protect you all. Just stick with me and don't worry." Seeing his cool and heroic demeanor, all the students looked at him with admiration. But even though Kasaragi Ryuji said that, with mana beasts swarming everywhere, what was he supposed to do? As he was panicking, Minato landed from out of the sky. He spoke nonchalantly, "Let me help you." Hearing the voice, Kasaragi Ryuji jumped in fright. "You scared me. Don't just pop out of thin air like that." Minato ignored him and said casually, "Get ready to run as soon as I'm done with these things." Kasaragi Ryuji heard him and hesitated. Huh? But with this many of them, how can a kid like you possibly handle it? Maybe we should find another way. But just as he finished speaking, brilliant flames erupted, burying the horde of mana beasts in a sea of fire. The one who acted was, of course, Minato. This spectacle left all the students, including Kasaragi Ryuji, staring in stunned silence. Seeing this, Minato immediately reminded them, "What are you spacing out for? Get moving, now." Ryuji finally snapped out of it and hurriedly led the other students away. As Ryuji ran, he glanced back and saw Minato casually wave his hand, his magic wiping out the mana beasts that were chasing the students. The more Kasaragi Ryuji watched, the more awestruck he became. Incredible. Amazing. This kid is the real deal. Minato remained focused on stopping the mana beasts. After finishing them off, he looked around again. Everyone's gone, right? I should probably go back and check one more time just in case. Elsewhere, in another corner of the academy, the instructor and students with magical abilities were trying their best to hold the line. Du was there too, but it seemed she was starting to run out of magic, staggering weakly and about to collapse. Luckily, Ruka caught her. Ruka said coldly, "If you can't handle it, get back inside. You're just getting in everyone's way." Du immediately shook her head and refused. "I can still fight. We don't have time to rest, do we?" Hearing this, Ruka couldn't help but frown in silence. He wanted to persuade her but didn't know what to say. He could only watch helplessly as Du tried to use magic to attack the mana beasts. Just then, Kasaragi Ryuji returned with the other students. He reported, "I've brought back the trapped students." The instructor saw this and praised him. "Good work. Take them inside." Kasaragi Ryuji left that task to someone else and ran over to the Mizuha siblings to ask about the situation. Ruka sighed in resignation and said, "We can't hold them off for much longer." Du then asked with doubt, "Where's Kusanagi?" Kasaragi Ryuji let out a small chuckle, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "That kid. He's completely unscathed, still breathing and raising hell out there. Is that true?" Only after hearing this did Du breathe a sigh of relief. Kasaragi Ryuji didn't think much of it and started using his magic to attack the mana beasts alongside everyone else. But his mouth never stopped running. Kusanagi. That kid is seriously incredible. With him here, getting through this disaster will be a piece of cake. Du nodded slightly in agreement. "I think so too, senior. With Kusanagi, we'll definitely make it through." But before she could finish her sentence, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, causing everyone to panic. The instructor quickly yelled, "Evacuate, evacuate now," because in front of them were far too many mana beasts, and what's more, they weren't low-level ones, but demon soldiers. Kasaragi Ryuji instantly panicked and cried out, "There are too many monsters. We have to get out of here." Hearing this, everyone quickly turned and fled. Kasaragi Ryuji and the Mizuha siblings were no exception. They stood no chance against the horde of mana beasts before them. However, they hadn't been running for long. Du suddenly sensed something and glanced behind her, only to see the mana beasts being struck by magic, fresh blood spraying like rain. The three of them, Kasaragi Ryuji included, were slightly stunned. Unbeknownst to them, the magic police force had arrived. The one leading them was Inspector Sugo, who gave a sharp order, "Take them down, quickly. Prioritize the safety of the students." Soon after, the other police officers began attacking the swarm of mana beasts. Seeing this, the students in the back finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. While killing the mana beasts, Sugo shouted to reassure them, "Don't worry, we'll help you get out of here. Please evacuate according to the instructions." However, Dua spoke up and offered, "We'll help you." Sugo looked at her in surprise and said firmly, "It's better for you, civilians, to evacuate to the gymnasium." Before Dua could say anything else, Ruka quickly cut in. "We're not civilians, we're mages." Sugo hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "All right, then. Support us with attacks from the perimeter." Honestly, there were too few reinforcements, so they had no choice but to rely on their help. Just look at how pathetic the police force is. At the same time, Karin had gone to heal the other students. Meanwhile, on the roof of the academy building, Minato saw the police cars arriving. He let out a sigh of relief and whispered, "The police are finally here. I'll leave the rest to them." But it seems the police got here even before the ground self-defense force. After all, this is a national-level disaster. How could a country be so unprepared? Then again, it's entirely possible. This country has been resting on its laurels for a long time. For now, he decided to do what he could and see if any other students were still trapped. At that moment, from a helicopter high above, a reporter saw the entire scene below. She began reporting on the situation. It seems the police have arrived, but the number of mana beasts shows no sign of letting up. The entire nation is anxiously awaiting the arrival of the noble mages. After all, incidents like this require them to take action. Everyone was hoping the noble mages would help. All the citizens believed that the noble mages would appear soon. The female reporter on the scene looked directly into the camera and yelled, "Please, show yourselves, noble mages." However, in the room of the Fujiwara clan head, upon hearing the butler's report, the old man said coldly, "Leave them to it." The butler heard this and hesitated, asking, "Are you certain, sir?" The head of the Fujiwara clan scoffed, "A bunch of cops is enough to handle a minor disaster like this. There's no need for a noble mage like me to get involved." With that, he stood up to leave. Seeing this, the butler asked inquisitively, "Where are you going, sir?" The Fujiwara clan head replied with a single, cold word, "Sleep." The butler had no objections and bowed respectfully, saying, "I wish you a good night's rest, sir." At the same time, at the Magic Academy, Sugo was trying to fight off the mana beasts, but the situation was getting worse. Thinking, he glanced at his subordinate and asked, "Can you handle the ones near the entrance?" The man shook his head slightly and replied, "No, can do. There are too many of them over there." Sugo's expression instantly turned grim. They were appearing faster than he predicted. There wouldn't be enough time to evacuate everyone. Perimeter support was the most crucial task, yet they hadn't arrived. Now, their only hope was the noble mages, but they couldn't be contacted either. The more Sugo thought about it, the more frustrated he became, unable to stop himself from shouting, "Damn it, where the hell are those useless bastards at a time like this? Can't count on them when it matters." Having to rely on students who were still studying at the academy for help just showed how pathetic Japan's military strength had become. Sugo scowled fiercely. He had read about this before. There's a reason it's called a disaster. Was this what the people of Japan faced in the past? And if the boss monster appeared now, they'd be screwed. Speak of the devil. The ground began to shake again, terrifying everyone. Sugo bit his lip hard. No way. Is that demon general the boss? Dua's expression was also incredibly grave. That monster rarely ever appeared in this area, and only a noble mage would be strong enough to defeat it. Dua knew it would take magic of at least level 5 to beat it, but no one here could use magic that advanced. As everyone was panicking, a brilliant flame struck. Ruka didn't hesitate to shield Dua with her own body. Just like that, Ruka fell to the ground right in front of Dua. This sent her into a state of utter panic, her eyes filled with worry. Lying on the ground, Ruka's body trembled uncontrollably. She looked up and said, "Run, Dua." But Dua just sat there, her legs refusing to move while everyone else scrambled away in a panic. Dua hugged Ruka tightly, her eyes pleading. Sugo and the magic police on his side were trying to fight back, but they were no match for that mana beast. Kasaragi Ryuji was also weakened and couldn't do anything more. But before them, a figure emerged from the brilliant flames. Seeing it, everyone's face turned pale. It seemed they had accepted their fate. They were going to die here. Mizuha Dua continued to hold Ruka tightly, screaming, "Kusanagi, please, save us." Kusanagi! The flames were now burning fiercely, rushing straight towards them. Dua screamed in even greater despair, "Minato." As the heat grew closer and closer, the monster was also menacingly approaching, but at that moment, it suddenly froze. It saw something blocking its path. A massive amount of magical power appeared from the sky and attacked it. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Mizuha Dua. It was Minato. He spoke with a serious tone, "Sorry I'm late. I kept you waiting." Seeing him, Dua was instantly overjoyed, but Ruka's condition was terrible, and tears began to stream down her face again. "Kusanagi, she's..." Minato walked over to check on her, finally speaking up. "It's okay. She just fainted." Then, he placed his hand on her and began to heal her. Kasaragi Ryuji was still on edge, silently bowing his head and waiting. Minato continued to heal Ruka. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing this, Dua was startled and called out to him. Minato glanced at her and said calmly, "I'll take care of this, boss." Dua was stunned for a second, but quickly nodded and replied, "Okay." Immediately after, the entire area was enveloped by a protective magic barrier. Dua was shocked. What is this? Ruka's wounds were also healing at a rapid pace. The more Dua watched, the more astonished she became. The other students, feeling this kind of magic for the first time, were completely stunned. Karen came out from inside, and when she saw this scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a level 3 holy healing art? Even I can't use that. Who could possibly cast this? Soon after, she ran over to Sugo, asking worriedly, Senior, are you all right? Sugo shook his head slightly. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Karen ran to help him up, then scanned the surroundings and asked, What's happening? Sugo shook his head helplessly. I'm not sure, but we have to protect the people until our last breath. Karen couldn't help but panic, speaking hesitantly. That's too dangerous, sir. You could get yourself killed out there. Fiercely biting his lip, Sugo said with determination. But if we don't do something, everyone here is going to die. Karen knew this, but she still replied worriedly. This is already impossible. In the end, everyone's going to die anyway. Our entire force has already been wiped out. Just as she said, a corner of the academy was now engulfed in flames, and all the magic police had fallen. Sugo bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with rage. The self-defense force, the noble mages. None of them are coming. There's nothing more we can do. The magic police force had given up, and the battle against the mana beasts was getting worse by the second, with smoke and fire raging ever more intensely. The reporters on the scene couldn't help but panic. No way, even the police? Is this the end for us? The people watching the live broadcast were also extremely anxious. Everyone was on edge. But on the scene, Minato walked alone towards the monster. Seeing this, Karen immediately cried out in shock. There's a student walking right towards those monsters. Does he want to die? Sugo was just as horrified and quickly yelled, Hey, kid, get out of there, now. Unfortunately, Minato paid him no mind and was soon standing face to face with the monster. Minato scoffed coldly. You seem to be enjoying yourself, huh? The monster narrowed its eyes at him, its mouth muttering nonstop, Kill, kill. That terrifyingly deep sound echoed through the area, causing the students to panic. Even Sugo and Karen were terrified. The pressure radiating from it was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Just then, a world-shaking explosion erupted. Minato coldly commanded, Shut up. The monster, struck by his attack, tilted its head back and roared in fury. The low-level mana beasts immediately charged toward him. Minato frowned slightly in silence. When facing the world's worst disaster, he had unleashed his full power, but this time, he had to hold back a bit for the sake of the people around him. While Minato was thinking, a frenzy of lightning-based magic power rushed towards him, and, in an instant, he was completely enveloped in light. Sugo saw this and panicked. Is he dead? Everyone around was anxiously waiting to see if Minato was still alive. While everyone was in shock, a blinding surge of magic appeared. This magic came from Minato's hands. It began to dance in the air, furiously annihilating the mana beasts. Seeing this, Sugo was utterly stunned. What was that? Who in the world is that student? It wasn't just them. The reporters on the scene had also noticed Minato's appearance, but they couldn't see his face. The cameraman tried to get closer for a better look. However, he was blocked by a blast of magic, preventing him from succeeding. The one who acted was Dua. Minato was trying to conceal his true power. This way, he could fight without any distractions. At the same time, in the midst of the battle, dozens of magic beams from both of Minato's hands were dancing relentlessly in the air. Everywhere they passed, mana beasts fell. This spectacle left the inexperienced students gasping in disbelief. He's incredible. Can we actually be saved? He can do it. But they didn't have time to get distracted. The low-level mana beasts were still around, but fortunately, there were still people who could use magic to take him down. Sugo shouted a reminder as he fought, Support him. Minato, who was fighting the boss, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Looks like the police of this era aren't so bad after all. With that thought, he immediately waved his hand, and the magic beams exploded once more. The boss monster was now enraged and quickly began to summon its magic. Seeing this, Sugo cried out in horror. 6th tier magic. That's nearly on par with the noble mages. What's more, there's nothing we can do. The magic the boss unleashed was a 6th tier spell, Fire Dragon's Roar. Smoke and flames erupted once again. The students here were instantly thrown into shock. The reporters on the scene were equally desperate. Sugo watched helplessly as the flames rushed towards them. The blaze was so brilliant it looked like it could swallow everything whole. It was a terrifying, blood-red color. The students were now completely hopeless, and even Karen could only pray to the gods to save them. Sugo believed that no matter how strong Minato was, he couldn't possibly defeat that thing. There was no way to survive. The only person who believed in Minato at that moment was Dua. She believed he could definitely do it. If it's Minato, he can definitely do it. Minato will surely survive and save everyone here. Meanwhile, Minato was silently observing the demon boss in front of him. It's big, all right, but the bigger they are, the slower they move. and this demon general is trying its damnedest to use 6th-tier magic. So if I hold back, I won't be able to do a thing to it, right? I really didn't want to do this, but I have no choice. With that thought, Minato immediately held out his hands, simultaneously summoning 2 types of magic. In an instant, he unleashed his own magical power. Dua stared blankly at the enormous amount of magical power dancing before her. Her eyes widened in astonishment, but more than that, she was overjoyed. Under everyone's amazed gazes, a giant serpent made of water-based magic appeared. The more Sugo watched, the more stunned he became. Is that composite magic? At the same time, the demon general's fire dragon charged forward aggressively. Minato's water serpent didn't back down, meeting it head-on. With a thunderous boom, the 2 powerful forces collided. They twisted around each other, one of fire and one of water, clashing fiercely. The demon general below frantically cast more magic, muttering incomprehensible words. Slaughter. Humans. Die. Immediately after, the fire dragon grew even larger, charging forward with immense force. Minato couldn't help but sneer in contempt at the sight. His giant water serpent shot towards the fire dragon, destroying it in a flash. But its momentum didn't stop. The water serpent continued straight on, quickly reaching the demon general. It was swallowed whole by the torrent, only able to mutter 2 words before it died. Why? Minato watched impassively as it slowly vanished, scoffing coldly. It's because you lack training. What else? Although he said that, Minato thought it probably could have done more, but it seemed weaker than he expected. After the boss died, clear skies returned to the Magic Academy. Minato looked up at the sky and smiled. Looks like defeating the boss got rid of the disaster. 2. At least they could finally enjoy a rare moment of peace. It was only then that the students could come to their senses. They had been saved. Immediately, the whole group erupted in cheers, celebrating their escape from the jaws of death. Even the reporters on the scene were no exception, moved to tears with relief. Karin also breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe. The calamity was over. Meanwhile, Sugo was completely stunned, finding it hard to believe that a student like Minato could actually defeat the demon general. That was a feat even an aristocratic mage might not have accomplished so cleanly and quickly. Just who in the world are you? But before he could process the thought, his legs gave out and he collapsed. He couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed even his knees had decided to go on strike. Meanwhile, Minato walked up to Mizuha Dua and said with a smile, I did it. Mizuha Dua looked up at him, her eyes welling with tears as she replied, You did. I knew you could. Thank you, Minato. It was nothing. Minato replied with a modest smile and a shake of his head. As they were speaking, the other students suddenly rushed toward them, startling Minato. Before he could even understand what was happening, he was surrounded by a mob of students, all of them praising him to the high heavens. Minato sighed helplessly. So much for escaping the spotlight. His future suddenly looked as bleak as the sky had been moments before. Seeing his reaction, Dua couldn't help but smile. You look really uncomfortable. The next day, every media outlet was reporting on the calamity at the Magic Academy, including the fact that it had been quelled by a mysterious student. Of course, everyone at the academy knew that mysterious student was Minato. After the calamity, the crowds around Minato grew larger and larger. Every time he came to class, they would surround him, pestering him with questions, much to his annoyance. Naturally, there were also those who weren't convinced and voiced their dissatisfaction. Looks like someone's getting a big head from all the attention. How could a student like him possibly be that strong? And just like that, the students began bickering amongst themselves in class, splitting into 2 factions. One side supported Minato, while the other refused to believe it. Seizing the opportunity created by the commotion, Minato slipped outside. He was really getting tired of all of them. Just then, Dua appeared by his side, teasing him with a smile. Tough crowd, huh? Minato grunted, don't even start. With a little laugh, Dua continued to tease him. You're the hero who saved everyone. It can't be helped, can it? Minato ignored her and changed the subject. You got transferred to Class S2, right? She nodded nonchalantly. I guess it's because of that practice match and this whole incident, Mizuha Dua replied. Minato furrowed his brows slightly. You don't sound too happy about it. Hearing that, Mizuha Dua quickly turned away, pouting as she mumbled, someone I know is in that class, after all. Minato didn't think much of her comment and asked another question. By the way, how is Ruka doing? Dua smiled and replied, she's fine. And we're much closer now. Mizuha Dua was genuinely happy about this. It's all thanks to you, Minato. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, smiling sincerely. Thank you. Meeting you here. I feel so lucky. At this, Minato gave her an annoyed flick on the forehead, causing the bewildered Mizuha Dua to ask, Hey, what was that for? Minato pouted. You only need to say thank you once. Stop repeating yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. Mizuha Dua watched him leave, a soft smile on her face. It seemed the young girl's heart had been stirred. Elsewhere, in the Prime Minister's office, high-ranking officials were gathered. The Prime Minister was busy on a call. After a moment, he spoke. With this, our conference call with the other nations is officially over. Someone asked doubtfully. Finding the cause of this second calamity won't be easy, will it? The Prime Minister gave a slight nod. They're already doing everything they can to find a way to deal with it. Then there are the rumors about the student who defeated the final boss. They continue to deliberate on the matter of the calamity and Minato's annihilation of the demon general. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, Minato had been summoned to the rooftop. This time, Ruka, Kusanagi, Ryuji, and Duo were there. The four of them stood there, staring at each other in a heavy silence. After a long moment, Ruka finally spoke. Kusanagi, I have a favor to ask. Please, take me on as your disciple. Her eyes were filled with determination as she spoke. A few days prior, at the Mizuha family estate, the two sisters were sitting outside. After a long silence, Ruka was the first to speak. About this calamity, she began, her sudden voice startling Dua. Ruka didn't seem to notice and continued calmly. It appears Kusanagi was the one who stopped the calamity this time, correct? Hearing his name, Mizuha Dua nodded. That's right. Kusanagi defeated the demon general boss using level 4 synthesis magic. Ruka looked at her incredulously. You said level 4 synthesis magic? That's a type of magic that even high-ranking mages struggle with. Don't you know that? It's true, Mizuha Dua insisted, nodding firmly. Seeing her sister's conviction, Ruka hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then I suppose it must be true. My Mizuha Dua wouldn't lie to me, would she? Mizuha Dua looked a bit surprised. Why are you so certain I'm not lying? Ruka chuckled softly, because you've always been such an obedient little sister. I always believed that such an obedient child couldn't possibly be a useless mage, but it seems I was far too harsh. Hearing this, Dua's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. But she immediately jumped to her feet and declared powerfully, I will get stronger, strong enough that you won't have to worry about me anymore. So please, just believe in me. Dua looked more determined than ever. Her reaction stunned Ruka for a moment, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. You really have grown up, Dua. Hearing this, a spark of joy lit up in Dua's eyes. Ruka fell silent, her thoughts drifting to Minato. His power was monstrous, far beyond that of a mere student. He might even be stronger than her father. At that thought, Ruka looked up. Dua, can you do me a favor? Back in the present, Ruka was silently waiting for Minato's reply. She knew that if things stayed as they were, the best she could ever be was a high-ranking mage. To surpass that, she needed Minato's help. Taking a deep breath, Ruka spoke again, her voice sincere. I'm sorry for insulting you and looking down on you. I'm truly sorry. She continued, saying she knew how selfish this request was. However, she was willing to swallow her pride to ask him. Ruka's voice now held a pleading tone. She bowed her head, her voice low. Please, allow me to. But before she could finish, Minato cut her off nonchalantly. Fine. His answer was so sudden it left Ruka too stunned to react. Minato repeated himself. I said I'll accept you as my student. Ruka, still looking bewildered, she asked suspiciously. Why Minato now? He asked in confusion. What? That's weird. You're the one who wanted this. Ruka quickly said, That's true, but I did so many terrible things to you. Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied calmly, Well, you already apologized, so I forgive you. Besides, you wanted me to accept your apology, right? That's it. Ruka was stunned. How could his answer be so casual? Just then, Kusanagi Ryuji hurriedly chimed in. In that case, count me in too. Minato refused to comment, pouting as he agreed. Fine. Teaching one or two more people won't hurt. Seeing that Ruka was still confused, Kusanagi Ryuji explained, That's just the kind of guy he is. Ruka narrowed her eyes at Minato, thinking to herself, what a strange kid. A short while later, in a classroom at the Magic Academy, Minato and Mizuha. Before them stood Inspector Sugo and Officer Karin. They were currently bowing to Minato, speaking sincerely. First, please allow us to thank you. If it weren't for you, both the ordinary citizens and us would have likely been wiped out. Minato couldn't help but feel exasperated. You've been thanking me since the interrogation. I think this is more than enough. Is there something else? Sugo nodded slightly and replied, The investigation into the disaster is over, but there are still a few things that have us very interested. Minato asked in surprise, A few things that interest you? Sugo didn't hide his purpose and said, Kusanagi, you awakened your abilities as a sorcerer after being involved in a traffic accident. Is that correct? The people around you testified to that as well, so there shouldn't be any mistake. But after investigating, I heard someone say that after the accident, you were like a completely different person. Hearing this, Minato froze, a wary look appearing in his eyes. Sugo paid him no mind and continued, "Your personality changed, and your power grew abnormally strong, even strong enough to destroy a demon general." The more he spoke, the more confused everyone became. Dua couldn't hold back her dissatisfaction and questioned him. "Wait a minute, what are you trying to say?" Sugo, as if realizing his misstep, frowned and mumbled, "Let me ask a different question then. Do you know someone called the Dark Sorcerer?" Both Minato and Mizuha Dua were stunned. What did that Dark Sorcerer have to do with anything? Sugo slowly explained, "He's a sorcerer who has been taking down all the stray magical beasts roaming around and helping other citizens under the cover of night. This video has been spreading like wildfire online. You haven't seen it?" He then showed the video to them. Karen, standing beside him, seemed to understand something. Dua, however, did not. She frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with Kusanagi?" Sugo calmly answered, "Because the two have several similarities in both physique and age." He said the Dark Sorcerer is rumored to be a fairly famous sorcerer, but their magic doesn't match. Not to mention, the time he started taking action coincides with when Minato was discharged from the hospital. The instructor sitting beside them turned pale upon hearing Sugo's words, his face a mixture of white and green, clearly looking very worried. Karen remained silent while Sugo continued to ramble on. Using magic within the city without a license is illegal. Since this matter has attracted too much attention, the police have no choice but to intervene. When Dua heard there would be severe consequences, she glanced at Minato, her face filled with worry. Sugo also stared at him intently and said coldly, "If you confess to everything, we promise to do everything we can to lessen your sentence. So, answer honestly, are you the Dark Sorcerer?" "I'm not." Minato shook his head confidently, denying the accusation. Hearing this, Sugo broke into a smile. He said cheerfully, "I see. So you're not him? Huh. That's good to hear. Well then, thank you all for your time. We'll be on our way." Immediately after, Sugo and Karen stood up to say their goodbyes. The two quickly left the room. Sugo then recalled Minato's reaction. He hadn't shown the slightest bit of anxiety. If he really was the Dark Sorcerer, he must have nerves of steel. Karen, on the other hand, seemed certain that Minato was that sorcerer. His aura and his voice were exactly the same. Could it be that his secret activities at night were purely to save people? She couldn't tell Sugo about Minato's true identity. Even though this might be considered a failure as a police officer, he was a good person who had saved her. And so, the two officers found themselves in completely opposite states of mind. Sugo wanted to uncover the identity hidden behind Minato at all costs, while Karen wanted to protect it. Elsewhere, after the conversation in the meeting room, Minato and Dua went to report to their class. The teacher standing at the podium announced clearly, "These are Kusanagi and Mizuha. They will be members of our class starting today. Please help them out." Because he had defeated the demon general, Minato was welcomed very warmly. The moment he sat down, he was surrounded by a crowd of people asking him non-stop questions. Naturally, given her family's status, Dua faced a similar situation, which she found a bit difficult to handle. Seeing the students crowding around the two, the teacher spoke up helplessly. "Everyone, please settle down in your seats. Class has already started." Renato found it incredibly annoying. He was interrogated from the start of class all the way through the break. This was exactly why he didn't want to stand out. Minato took the opportunity to escape during the break, but someone called out to him. He turned around curiously and saw that it was the pink-haired girl he had saved from the magical beasts the other day. She looked at him timidly and said shyly, "Kusanagi, could you come with me for a moment?" A little later, on the academy's rooftop, Minato felt truly helpless. So it's this place again. Is it a trend now to call people to the school rooftop every time you want to talk to them? To his surprise, Dua was also there. She had just been looking for a place to practice by herself without being discovered. She hadn't expected Minato to be here. And he was with some strange girl, too. What were they doing here? The pink-haired girl stood before Minato and asked hesitantly, "I don't know if you remember me." Minato shook his head, feeling a bit bad. "Sorry, I don't." The girl wasn't surprised. She said in a low voice, "I'm the one you saved during the recent disaster." Only then did Minato remember. He nodded and said, "Oh, right. I remember that." The girl's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head and said shyly, "During the practical training, I was also attacked by monsters and was saved by someone using magic." "That magic was you, wasn't it, Kusanagi?" Minato recalled the practical training that day. He had just acted on a whim, model, but the girl said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life twice." Minato gently shook his head and replied, "Don't mention it. I only did what I could." Even though he said that, the girl still shyly spoke up. "You're so cool, Kusanagi." At the same time, Mizuha Dua was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation but couldn't hear a thing. Just then, the pink-haired girl suddenly shouted, Kusanagi, I like you. Please go out with me. Mizuha Dua was immediately stunned. A confession? Huh? Even Minato, the one being confessed to, was just as startled. Seeing that he didn't answer, the pink-haired girl pressed on with determination. I know I'm not really special in any way, but I'll do my best to become a better person. So please, let me be your girlfriend, Kusanagi. Minato stood there, stunned into silence. Just when the girl thought he wasn't going to answer, he finally spoke. Thank you for your feelings. The pink-haired girl's face lit up with joy. But her happiness was short-lived. Minato continued apologetically. But I'm sorry. I really don't have time to think about dating right now. There's something I absolutely have to do. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl lowered her head and mumbled softly. I see, but she quickly lifted her head, her cheerful expression returning. Thank you for being so direct with me, I think. I can finally let go of these feelings now. With that, she turned and left the rooftop. Mizuha Dua had tried to hide behind the wall, but Minato had spotted her anyway. He scoffed. How much longer are you going to hide there? Mizuha Dua flinched, took a deep breath, and peeked her head out, saying awkwardly, I thought I did a pretty good job concealing my mana. Minato sneered. Your control is awful. Your mana is leaking everywhere. This is the second time, you know. Do you get some kind of kick out of spying on people? Mizuha Dua immediately shot back. I just happened to overhear. It's not like I was trying to. Anyway, why'd you turn her down? She was pretty cute, don't you think? Minato scoffed. I'm not thinking about that stuff right now. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Mizuha Dua standing there bewildered. What Minato really meant was that the age gap between them was too big, even if they were physically in the same grade. Mizuha Dua watched him walk away, hesitantly mumbling, I get it. So you're not going to date anyone, right? But then she suddenly realized something. Why did she feel so relieved to hear him say that? Mizuha Dua thought to herself as she followed Minato downstairs. He's not going to date anyone? While she was lost in thought, Minato suddenly turned around, freezing Mizuha Dua in place. He said coolly, you should practice your mana control more often. You're still way too sloppy. Mizuha Dua snapped out of her daze and pouted, I get it. You don't have to keep telling me. She was determined to train hard and become stronger, until the day Minato finally acknowledged her. That night, Minato went out to patrol as usual. The number of monsters still showed no signs of decreasing. Even though the disaster had passed, could this be a sign that another wave of calamity was on its way? Just then, a loud scream suddenly pierced the night. Help! It was a girl's voice, and chasing her was a mage. The mage sneered. There's no one wandering around at this hour to save you. But as it turned out, he was wrong. Minato appeared in front of the girl, startling the mage. Before the guy could even react, Minato slammed a fist into his gut, sending him flying. Minato narrowed his eyes at the man, sneering to himself. An amateur mage who gets off on preying on others, huh? His hand-to-hand combat skills are absolutely pathetic. He's probably never encountered another mage in his life. The girl who had been saved looked at him gratefully, but then she quickly realized who her savior was. She gasped in astonishment. Is it really you? The black mage? But before she could finish her sentence, Minato disappeared, ignoring her cries for him to stop. Minato used his magic to teleport away. The black mage, huh? The students at school and even that Sugo guy mentioned that name. Looks like they were talking about me. But damn, how did I suddenly become a celebrity? The next morning, on the academy rooftop, Minato had gathered with Mizuha Dua and the other two. He frowned and asked, that guy Sugo mentioned him before, didn't he? That amateur mage who likes to play mysterious at night. People have been talking about him a lot, so I was just curious as to why. Kasaragi Ryuji answered in between bites, probably because he's a hot topic on the net. Hearing that, Minato looked surprised and asked, what's the net? His question left the three of them stunned, and they began whispering among themselves. Finally, one of them explained, the net is an information system that covers the entire world. You can find anything on it. That's why information spreads at the speed of light. After listening to their explanation for a bit, Minato finally got the gist. Kasaragi Ryuji pulled out his phone to explain further. You can access it on your own phone, dude. You do have one, right? Try opening Google or something. Minato fumbled with his phone for a bit and finally got it. He exclaimed excitedly, hey, it's working. Mizuha Dua and Kasaragi Ryuji immediately started clapping, cheering, you did it. Minato pouted and said, what's the big deal? It's nothing special. Seeing how childish they were all acting, Ruka couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. She cut in sharply. By the way, you promised you'd help us train. When are we going to start? Minato said cheerfully, we can start today, right after school. Since you all taught me how to use a smartphone and this thing called the internet, I'll do everything I can to help you. Hearing this, Mizuha Dua suddenly got a very bad feeling. And just as she suspected, that afternoon after school, the four of them went to Mizuha-dua's mansion to train. It wasn't long before all three of them were completely wiped out. Minato shook his head helplessly. Oh, come on. We haven't even finished warming up. You need to put everything you have into this, as if your very lives depend on it. His words seemed to hit a sore spot for the three of them. All three of them immediately shot back up, their voices filled with determination. I can still keep going. Don't you underestimate us. Minato finally nodded, satisfied. Now that's more like it. Come at me. Immediately, the three of them rushed toward Minato all at once. Meanwhile, near the Tokyo Tower, an anomaly had appeared. A nearby observer cried out in panic. I can't believe it. Everything looked completely normal just a second ago. What the hell is going on? The scene unfolding before their eyes made them tremble with fear, because magical beasts were now swarming the area around the Tokyo Tower. Meanwhile, back at Mizuha-dua's mansion, the three of them were quickly overwhelmed by Minato. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What's wrong? You all giving up already? Not yet. Eat this. The three of them scrambled back to their feet, combining their magic for a joint attack on Minato. However, all Minato had to do was create a protective barrier to block it completely. Not only that, he also used his magic to flick Ruka and Ryuji right in the middle of their foreheads, making them yelp in pain. At the same time, Du seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind Minato. She cried out triumphantly, You've got an opening. Minato just smirked and said nothing. Then, he sidestepped, easily dodging Mizuha-du's attack. Caught completely off guard. Du exclaimed in shock. He dodged it. But before she could even recover, a flash of magic flicked her on the forehead too, and just like that, the three of them were taken down by Minato again. He let out a sigh and said, All right, let's take a break. Hearing that, the three of them went to sit down for a water break. After just a short while, the three of them were already drenched in sweat. Kasaragi Ryuji spoke up while wiping his brow, but, It feels like you're way too strong, you know. Ruka nodded in agreement, to the point where even I, the top student in the entire academy, can't even lay a single hair on you. Du sighed and said, It's true. This guy's not on the level of a normal student anymore. As she spoke, she gave Minato a meaningful look. A look that Minato found a little troublesome. Tired of having to explain over and over, he decided to just get it over with once and for all. I nearly died in that accident, and as soon as I regained consciousness, I had this power. As for why, I have no idea, so please stop asking. Hearing this, Ruka frowned and started to reason it out. So, that near-death experience of yours was the trigger that activated your powers. Seeing their reactions, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Man, these guys are as gullible as kids. He could tell just from looking at them that they'd bought his lie. But little did Minato know, Du wasn't convinced at all. She figured he must have a real reason for hiding the truth, and since he went to such lengths to keep it a secret, it was probably best not to dig any deeper into it. Minato narrowed his eyes at the three of them sitting there in silence. He really thought they were all way too easy to fool. A little while later, they finally finished their training and all went their separate ways. As they walked, Kasaragi Ryuji remarked, That was an amazing training session. Walking beside him, Minato couldn't help but chime in. You've got some serious stamina, man. Kasaragi Ryuji smirked and said, That's because I'm always training, but man, I'm starving now. I have to get home soon and cook for the little ones. Minato heard this and asked, puzzled, You cook for yourself? Even though you're built like a tank? Kasaragi Ryuji shot him an annoyed look. What's that supposed to mean, kid? As they continued walking and talking, Kasaragi Ryuji asked suspiciously, Do you always eat out? Minato shook his head slightly. No, most of the time I just eat instant noodles. Absolutely stunned, Kasaragi Ryuji exclaimed, Instant noodles? That's all you eat? Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato retorted, Hey, the world's become a really convenient place. Kasaragi Ryuji stared him down, his voice laced with annoyance. How is your body supposed to handle it if you keep stuffing yourself with junk that has zero nutrition? Seeing his over-the-top reaction, Minato couldn't help but feel annoyed. You sound just like my dad. But Kasaragi Ryuji paid him no mind, throwing an arm around Minato's shoulders and dragging him along. All right, you're coming to my place. Let me treat you to a proper meal. Minato really wanted to refuse, but this guy was just too stubborn. So, they ended up at Ryuji's house. For a full-time introvert like Minato, being swarmed by 3 kids was a lot. He had no idea what to do. As for Kasaragi Ryuji, he naturally took on the role of chef. The big guy, wearing a bear-themed apron, brought out 2 plates of food. Kasaragi Ryuji said apologetically, Sorry about this, making you watch the kids. Don't worry about it, Minato said with a casual smile, then used his magic to make the children float in the air. Seeing this, Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. That's what I'm worried about. You crazy kid, don't use magic inside the house. He set the 2 plates down on the table, grumbling as he did. I've never heard of anyone using magic to play with kids. Minato didn't care. He leaned down to the little girl beside him and whispered with a grin, looks like I'm in trouble now. The 3 kids continued to swarm around Minato, playing with him so much that even Kasaragi Ryuji had to comment. I'm surprised, though. I mean, you're not half bad at looking after kids. Minato was suddenly reminded of his past life, of all the children who had died in the disasters. After a long moment of silence, Minato sighed and said, children are the future. Hearing that, Kasaragi Ryuji grumbled, you sound just like my grandpa talking to me. Shut it, Minato snapped with a cold snort, before turning back to play with the 3 kids. Very soon, dinner was ready. The kids' eyes lit up at the sight of the food and they eagerly started eating. Minato happily joined everyone. The moment he took his first bite, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is delicious. How long had it been since Minato had a proper, home-cooked meal like this? He had been so consumed with protecting the country that he'd completely forgotten to take care of himself. As he thought about it, Minato asked, come to think of it, where are your parents? Ryuji shook his head. I don't have a dad, and my mom works late into the night, so I handle the housework and babysit these little rascals for her, and work a part-time job when I can. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but remark, you're really busy, huh? Kasaragi Ryuji let out a small chuckle and said nonchalantly, it's tough, but I don't hate it. I get it. The harder the challenge, the more you want to take it on, right? Minato nodded in understanding. Kasaragi Ryuji admitted it without a second thought, not forgetting to flex his muscles. Minato couldn't help but think to himself, definitely all brawn and no brains. After dinner, Ryuji and Minato played with the 3 kids for a bit before getting ready for bed. Lying next to Minato, Kasaragi Ryuji whispered, hey, sorry you had to stay over because of the kids' childish request. Minato shook his head slightly. It's fine. Something like this is nice once in a while. Kasaragi Ryuji smiled faintly and said gratefully, thank you. Minato remained non-committal, replying casually, I haven't done anything to deserve that. But Kasaragi Ryuji shook his head. No, it's about Ruka. She seems a lot more lively than before. I think it's all thanks to you, kid. Minato was a little surprised. Hey, don't tell me this is some kind of romance thing. He just said what was on his mind, asking with a frown, you like her, don't you? Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but burst out laughing. What? Me and Ruka? No way, that's never happening. The truth is, we were both outcasts, so we just naturally ended up sticking together. Minato was surprised to hear that. Outcasts? Just like you? Huh. The next day, Minato and Kasaragi Ryuji walked to school together. When they reached the school gate, the 2 Mizuha sisters were already there waiting. Seeing them approach, Du complained. Seriously, you're late, you know. Kasaragi Ryuji quickly explained, cut us some slack. I kept calling for this guy, but he wouldn't wake up. The Mizuha sisters asked in shock, you guys slept over at each other's place? Were you having a sleepover? Or were you 2 secretly training without us? Minato was a bit bewildered by their conversation. How did we all happen to run into each other so early in the morning? But whatever, he didn't pay it much mind. Just then, 2 figures approached from a distance, Inspector Sugo and Sergeant Karen. Sugo looked at Minato and spoke, could we have a moment of your time, Kusanagi? Minato sighed in exasperation. Again? Seriously. Karen said apologetically, sorry to keep bothering you. This time, it's a real emergency. She explained that demonic beasts had suddenly appeared and were currently surrounding the Tokyo Tower. There was a possibility this was related to the calamity. That's why we're hoping for your cooperation. Hearing this, Minato frowned. But I'm just a student. Sugo shook his head slightly and spoke with a serious tone. You single-handedly stopped an entire wave of a calamity. From that moment on, you are no longer considered just a student. To be honest, this is a situation we can't handle on our own. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, asking doubtfully, is it really okay for a police officer to say that? Sugo's expression was extremely sincere, his tone almost pleading. This means our backs are truly against the wall. Kusanagi, please, cooperate with us. Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If you all are fine with it, then okay. I'll lend you my strength. Sugo's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. Minato felt truly helpless. Although he didn't want to stand out any more than he already did, the situation wouldn't allow it. Of course, Sugo was unaware of Minato's thoughts. Hearing him agree, he immediately beamed with joy. Of course, you'll receive proper compensation for your work. And don't worry, we'll take the initiative to contact the academy for you. Hearing this from behind, the 3, including Ruka, also wanted to help. They proposed in unison, we want to help, too. We can provide support from the rear. We want to participate, too. Sugo sighed in resignation. Thanks for the offer, kids, but with the current situation, there's nothing you can do to help. Hearing this, Ruka immediately retorted, we're all top students at the academy, so how can you say? But before he could finish, Sugo cut him off coldly. You may be at the top of your class at school, but we're talking about a life or death battle. With that, he narrowed his eyes at the three of them. He asked seriously, or is there anyone here confident enough to say their abilities are on par with Kusanagi's? His words silenced all three of them. No one could say another word. Seeing that they had nothing more to say, Sugo sighed resignedly and said, you should head back to the academy. Let's go, Kusanagi. With that, he led the way to the car, ready to depart. Before leaving, Minato suddenly called out, startling Ruka and his friends. With a faint smile, Minato raised an eyebrow and said, you better work hard to catch up to me. The three of them were momentarily stunned by his words, but they quickly replied in unison, of course we will. Then, they turned and headed back into the academy. A short while later, at the police headquarters, in the meeting room for the Calamity Emergency Response Leadership Division, the commander sat at the center of the table. He spoke with a grave tone. Hundreds of demonic beasts have appeared near the Tokyo Tower. We need to come up with a definitive solution to this problem before they become a threat to our citizens. He added that he had requested the help of a student who played a key role in the calamity that struck the Magic Academy a few days prior. He then invited Minato to stand up. Hearing his name called, Minato immediately stood. Seeing the school uniform he was still wearing, the police officers below began to whisper and murmur among themselves. All of their words were filled with contempt. Karin felt awkward for Minato. It was truly becoming unbearable to listen to. Just then, Sugo leaned close to the microphone. He cleared his throat once, and everyone's attention immediately shifted to him. Sugo then spoke with a commanding voice. Kusanagi Minato is the student who single-handedly stopped the calamity at the Magic Academy. I witnessed it from up close. There isn't a single person sitting in this room who can compare to him. He continued to praise Minato to the high heavens, believing that cooperating with him was essential and that they should treat him as an equal partner, instead of as a student. But his words did little to quell the dissatisfaction among the useless police officers below, who still saw Minato as nothing but a snot-nosed kid who was still wet behind the ears. Seeing that they wouldn't quiet down, the commander gave another order. Our mission remains unchanged. Whether an outsider is involved or not, we are to eliminate the demonic beasts immediately. All units, return to your positions. With his command, everyone quickly began to leave. A few of them continued to point and insult Minato on their way out. Sugo waited for everyone to leave before rushing over to Minato, speaking apologetically. Sorry about what happened just now, Kusanagi. Minato just shook his head, offering no comment. It's fine. I'm sure having to work with a student is frustrating for them. Seeing his calm reaction, Sugo couldn't help but feel impressed. You're really mature for your age. Compared to him, what the hell were you doing, Santa Karin? Startled by the sudden mention of her name, Karin flinched. I was too scared to say anything. Seeing the two of them so concerned, Minato smiled reassuringly. Please, don't worry about it. Because he really didn't care at all. Karin truly felt like he was an angel. Afterwards, they got into a car and headed toward the Tokyo Tower. Sitting in the back, Minato asked inquisitively, so, what are our combat forces looking like? Sugo slowly replied, 80 mages. Most are mid-rank, with only a few high-rank mages. Minato frowned and fell silent upon hearing this. Mid-rank mages could use Tier 2 magic, while higher ranks could use Tier 3. As he was thinking, Sugo suddenly spoke up with some hesitation. This might sound pathetic, but since you can use 4th tier composite magic, you're basically our ace in the hole. Minato narrowed his eyes at him and continued to ask, and what about the battle plan? Sugo replied in a low voice. In a situation like this, the entire battle is simply about overwhelming the demonic beasts with magic. It's not much of a battle plan, really. If it's just demon soldiers and demonic beasts, it's not too bad. But creatures of a higher level, like a demon general, possess greater intelligence. So Minato figured they needed to prepare a contingency for that scenario as well. Just rushing in head-on can't be called a battle plan, he thought. He then spoke up again. From what I can see, we don't seem to have any support equipment either, do we? Sugo replied helplessly. We usually go on missions wearing clothes that are easy to move in. That's all. Hearing this, Minato frowned. But there used to be anti-demonic beast equipment, right? Sugo nodded slightly. That's true, but it's rarely used now because there are so few devices left. The more Minato heard, the more silent he became. How could that be? There used to be plenty to spare. He knew that magic and mages in this era weren't what they used to be, but what in the world happened in the last 50 years? From the rearview mirror, Sugo saw Minato sitting silently in the back, and he too seemed to be lost in thought. A short while later, at the Tokyo Tower area, which was now occupied by demonic beasts, the police cars finally arrived. After getting out of the car, Minato took in the scene before him and couldn't help but think. The disaster hasn't even started. Yet, there are already this many demonic beasts. He was wondering what on earth was going on. Seeing the sight, the color drained from the officers' faces as they trembled and muttered, "Is this for real?" There are even more of them than the report said. And what shocked them even more was that a demon general was among them. How could they possibly win? We have to call for backup from private organizations or even noble mages. Sugo sighed helplessly, saying he'd already sent for reinforcements, but they wouldn't be able to get here immediately. With the recent surge in demonic beasts and illegal mages, they're too swamped to help us out. Hearing this, the officers started to panic. Does this mean we have to take down all these beasts by ourselves? That's a suicide mission. Sugo glanced at Minato and asked, "Kusanagi, can you do it?" "Yeah, I can," Minato replied, nodding without any hesitation. But the other officers were unconvinced, scoffing. "Cut the arrogance, you little brat. Don't try to be some kind of hero. How could a pipsqueak like you possibly stand a chance against all of them?" Minato ignored them and said coolly, "But something feels off." His words left the others startled and confused. Just then, the demonic beasts suddenly began to stir. The sky, which had been a clear blue, was suddenly blotted out by a crimson color. Seeing this, Karin cried out in horror, "The sky! It's a disaster." Emergency alerts were immediately broadcast. An unprecedented, large-scale disaster had engulfed the entire country. People all over Japan descended into utter panic. Minato narrowed his eyes, observing the horde of monsters below. In stark contrast to his composure, Sugo and his team looked absolutely horrified. The officers witnessing such a scene for the first time couldn't help but scream in terror. Another disaster? How can something this absurd be happening? Minato, however, was lost in thought. Disasters are supposed to occur naturally, but it seemed like the last wave of demonic beasts was the cause of this one. Had they really figured out how to cause a disaster in just 50 years? Seeing how dire the situation was, someone proposed, "We can't possibly handle this without reinforcements. We need to regroup first." While Sugo was hesitating, Minato suddenly spoke up. "They're on the move." Just as he'd said, the demonic beasts were advancing on the city. The officers on site grew even more frantic. Some wanted to fight, while others wanted to retreat. Seeing this, Minato snorted in contempt. "So this is what the police are like. Pathetic." His comment angered one of the officers, who shot back, "What did you say, you brat? How are we supposed to fight a whole fortress of demonic beasts?" Minato simply gave a confident smirk and, without hesitation, leaped down. His target was the horde of demonic beasts below. In an instant, he landed right in their midst. The sight of Minato alone was like watching someone dance among a swarm of demonic beasts and demon soldiers. Spotting him, the beasts went into a frenzy. The officers watching from above panicked. "He's going to die. Get out of there, now." But just as they said that, a powerful wave of magic erupted, unleashing a massive wind claw. The power of the attack left the other officers speechless. Sugo was equally shocked, but a smile crept onto his face. With a single wave of his hand, all the surrounding low-level demonic beasts were obliterated by Minato. Seeing this, the demon soldiers were furious. Without a moment's hesitation, they all channeled their magic to attack him at once. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of spells flew towards him, only to be stopped completely by an invisible barrier. A simple magic barrier should be enough for now, Minato thought. After all, I have an audience. Better to play it safe and put up a shield. He then unleashed another spell, wiping out the demon soldiers before him. The longer Sugo watched, the more astounded he became. What kind of monstrous power is that? Can he actually use multiple magical attributes? Just as I thought, it could only be him. With that, Sugo immediately shouted, "Follow him." Karin quickly rushed forward, saying, "I'll back him up." The other officers were still frozen stiff, hesitating to advance. However, they quickly regained their composure and rushed to follow Sugo and Karin. Although their magic was nowhere near as powerful as Minato's, they had no problem taking care of the low-level demonic beasts. Seeing them finally join the fight, Minato, who was up ahead, gave a satisfied smile. Hey, not too shabby. But just then, the demon general appeared right in front of them. Its colossal size struck fear into the hearts of the officers. To the general, they were no more than insects. Only a legendary mage could ever hope to defeat such a monster. But just then, a massive water serpent materialized, opening its jaws and swallowing the demon general whole. Minato said nonchalantly, "I'll handle this one. The rest are all yours." When the water subsided, a massive trench had been carved into the earth, leaving the officers utterly horrified. Did that kid just take it down in one hit? What terrifying power! Sugo quickly snapped everyone back to reality. We have to keep clearing out these beasts until the boss shows up. Leave the demon general and any stronger types to Kusanagi. Meanwhile, Minato, at the forefront, was already taking down several more demon generals, all while thinking to himself, 60 years ago, the first worldwide disaster occurred. After that, smaller disasters started appearing one by one, aiming to destroy the world. If the past 60 years are truly repeating themselves, then this disaster is going to spread across the whole world. But this time, I'm here. I won't let them wipe out humanity. Meanwhile, in the area where Karin was treating the wounded, a demon soldier suddenly appeared right next to her. It raised its hand, about to crush her then and there. But in the nick of time, Minato appeared and struck the demon soldier down. Karin stared at Minato's dependable figure from behind. It was just like that other time, the time the Black Mage had saved her. After finishing off the soldier, Minato turned to Karin and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Karin finally snapped out of her daze. "Oh, yes. Thank you, Kusanagi." Minato narrowed his eyes at her, thinking, that was just like what happened before. I wonder if she's figured it out, and just as he guessed, Karin had indeed put the pieces together. She was pondering why Minato would choose to become a Black Mage, and how he could possess such an insane level of power. But Karin felt that Minato would probably hate her if she asked him such things. At that thought, she suddenly felt she was crossing a line. He's just a student, she reminded herself. You can't afford to think like that. While she was panicking, a mana-beast lunged at her. Luckily, Minato pulled Karin aside just in time before using his magic to strike the beast. Karin looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry. Please, stay close to me," Minato said in a low voice, paying it no mind. It seemed she couldn't use any offensive magic at all. Karin was a little startled, but she quickly nodded and replied, "Okay." But a thought crossed her mind, was Minato really a student? He seemed far more mature than her. Just then, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. The faces of the officers here instantly turned pale as they stammered in panic. "What is that?" I can't stop shaking." The demon general was now enveloped in an immense amount of magical energy. Seeing this, Subo couldn't help but cry out in alarm. A mutated demon general? Why is such a high-class demon general here? The other officers were so scared their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground, whispering in despair. "No way. I don't know if even a noble mage could beat that thing." The only one who wasn't afraid was Minato. He took a step forward. Seeing this, two of the officers shouted a warning. "Are you an idiot? Stop. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can beat that monster." But Minato just smiled at them and said confidently, "I can handle this." His words left the officers stunned into silence, but soon, the trembling in their bodies began to subside. Karin was now praying silently, hoping that Minato could defeat the mutated demon general. Sugo watched Minato with anticipation. He was probably already as strong as a noble mage. Therefore, it wasn't out of the question for Minato to defeat the mutated demon general. At this thought, Sugo's lips curled into an excited grin. "Now, show me Minato's true power." To let Minato focus on dealing with the mutated demon general, Sugo ordered everyone to concentrate all their efforts on eliminating the demon soldiers. Meanwhile, Minato narrowed his eyes at the mutated demon general. He simply stood there, lost in thought. Now, he stood face to face with it. While Minato was contemplating, the mutated demon general launched its attack. A brilliant flame shot towards Minato. However, it merely grazed past him before exploding behind him. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Seeing this, the officers behind him couldn't help but gasp. That was just the first level? What kind of insane power is this? These vicious monsters. At the same time, Minato stood there unharmed, casually brushing the dust off his shoulder. The mutated demon general stared intently at him, its deep voice slowly booming. "What are you?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and said, "Just an ordinary student. At least, for now." His words confused the demon general. While it was still bewildered, the magical energy within Minato's body erupted violently. Seeing that powerful surge of magic, the demon general immediately sensed a threat. It muttered again, "Kill that powerful human." Then, a massive flame materialized in front of Minato. In the distance, the officers who saw it were terrified. A level 6 spell? That's impossible. But Minato remained calm. He was considering what to do. Whether he dodged this attack or countered it directly, the people behind him would inevitably be engulfed by the sea of flames. Meanwhile, the mana beasts that had been attacking the officers behind him suddenly turned and redirected their magic towards Minato. In an instant, a barrage of spells rushed forward together, creating an absolutely terrifying sight. Sugo's expression instantly soured. They're coordinating their attacks? This is absurd. Karin was just as terrified, screaming out, "Kusanagi, run!" But Minato just stood there calmly, facing the barrage of spells heading his way alone. At the same time, The brilliant flame was also hurtling furiously towards him. But before it could reach Minato, a huge wave of water appeared. The flame was extinguished the moment it met the water. Not only that, but the other Men of Beasts spells were also blocked by Minato. Before they could touch him, they slammed into an invisible barrier. This sight astonished the mutated demon general. Minato raised an eyebrow at it and asked coolly, "Is that all you've got?" Even Sugo was staring wide-eyed. His jaw dropped. What in the world is this kid? Karin was no exception. She gasped in shock. What just happened? Sugo now truly felt that this was beyond his wildest imagination. He couldn't believe it even after seeing it with his own eyes. Something so impossible was happening right in front of him. Karin couldn't help but remark, "Only noble mages can use level 6 magic. That's a special technique on par with remote casting. How can Kusanagi do that?" Sugo muttered, pursing his lips. And what's even more surprising is that he can use a second spell simultaneously. Normally, you can only use one type of magic at a time. You have to wait a moment before casting another one. Yet, Minato used 2 different spells at almost the exact same time. This truly astonished Sugo. Just one of them is already incredibly powerful. To be able to use more than one at the same time, I really think Minato might even surpass a noble mage. The more Sugo spoke, the more excited he became. My intuition can't be wrong. Minato is truly the one I've been looking for. A second Kusanagi Minato. But little did Sugo know that the current Minato was, in fact, the reincarnation of that great mage. Just then, the demon general charged furiously towards Minato. Without a hint of panic, Minato calmly said, "This place is getting boring. Let's go somewhere more fun." His words left the demon general utterly confused. Before it could even react, it was thrown into the air by an invisible force. Minato had used magic to hurl it high into the sky, but it quickly used its own magic to stabilize itself in midair. Immediately after, he also flew up, coming to a stop opposite the demon general. He smirked. "Looks like you can use flight magic, too, huh?" The demon general narrowed its eyes at Minato and began to speak in a sinister voice. "If you don't want to suffer another campaign," but before it could finish, Minato cut it off coldly. "I don't give a damn about your pathetic little tactics." Because up here, he no longer had to hold back. Seeing that he wouldn't cooperate, the demon general lunged forward to attack, but Minato easily dodged its attack. Of course, the demon general wasn't about to give up. It charged forward again, forcing Minato to skid backward. Seizing the opportunity, it summoned another magic spell. Minato frowned slightly as he looked up at the sky, where a massive fireball had appeared. An intense heat spread through the air as the demon general closed in on him. Without a moment's hesitation, it struck down viciously, sending Minato plummeting from the sky to the ground. The demon general looked down from above as a thunderous crash sent dust and debris billowing up from the ground. But when the smoke cleared, it was stunned. Minato was still standing there, completely unharmed. The demon general cried out in disbelief. How is that possible? Of course, Minato wasn't about to explain. He launched himself from the ground, appearing in front of the demon general in an instant. He scoffed. "Looks like your magic is useless now, huh? All that's left is close-quarters combat. But that's useless too." As he spoke, Minato's eyes grew sharp with determination. He charged toward the demon general without hesitation. Minato let out a cold snort. "You can't defeat me." In a flash, his powerful fist slammed down, sending the demon general flying. It muttered in disbelief. "Impossible. A human's fist can't work on me," and then use magic to stabilize itself in the air. It was now seething with rage, roaring furiously. "You damn bastard, what the hell are you?" Minato didn't answer. He just smirked and said, "You think magic is all I've got? Then let me show you my own special technique." With that, a wicked smile spread across Minato's face. Immediately, a surge of magical power appeared around him. But this one was different, shimmering with a full spectrum of colors. In an instant, it erupted in the air, a power that seemed to want to devour everything. Seeing this, the demon general was instantly horrified. What is this monstrous magic? Even Sugo and Karin were no exception. What's going on? Is that kid doing something up there? Minato paid no mind to their reactions, remaining focused on unleashing his magical power. He concentrated with his eyes closed, seemingly gathering all the magic in the atmosphere. Only when he felt it was enough did Minato slowly open his eyes. His face was now filled with confidence, and his entire aura had changed. The demon general grew more and more terrified, but it stubbornly shouted, "Even if you coat your whole body in magic, a human's attacks are useless against us." "Then let's see you try," Minato sneered. Then, in a flash, he appeared right in front of the demon general. The demon general panicked. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Minato's fist was already crashing down. Not only that, he unleashed a continuous barrage of punches at the demon general. Minato's presence was overwhelmingly powerful, and with each step, He forced the demon general onto the defensive. This incredible sight made Sugo unable to believe his eyes. He mumbled in confusion, "That kid is overpowering the demon general in a one-on-one fight. How is that possible? How can a human's punches inflict damage on a demonic being? And not only that, Minato can also wound it with magic." This was truly beyond imagination, and in a mere moment, the demon general's body was covered in wounds, causing it to cry out in frustration. Why? How can a human's attacks be working? Minato spoke coolly. Normal punches or weapons, they mean nothing to your kind. But it's a different story if you pour a massive amount of magical energy into them. Attacking you with my body enveloped in magic. It's a hybrid attack combining both magic and martial arts. Minato said it could be called magic-infused combat for short. The demon general grew angrier and angrier. It roared fiercely. "A puny little human. Thinks he can surpass me. That's impossible." Immediately after, the demon general flew into a frenzy and charged at Minato. However, Minato easily dodged its attack and then retaliated, landing a solid punch right in its stomach. That single punch directly pierced through the demon general's abdomen, causing it to fall to the ground like a broken kite. Its body landed in the center of the monster horde. When it was defeated, the sky returned to its original blue. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered. The disaster has stopped. That kid did it. Seeing everyone celebrating, Sugo quickly reminded them, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. Clean up the remaining beasts." From above, Minato looked down and smiled in relief. The rest can be left to the police. With that thought, he quickly withdrew the magical power surrounding his body. In a short while, it had completely vanished. Minato was back to normal. Thinking about something, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Man, it's been a while since I've used magic-infused combat. I'm getting rusty." Right after, Minato landed on the ground, only to be slightly startled by the scene before him. The police had finished dealing with the monsters and were now standing in a very solemn formation. Seeing him return, Sugo immediately said in a loud, clear voice, "We sincerely appreciate your hard work in the recent boss attack. On behalf of the police department, thank you for your cooperation. Attention. Salute Mr. Kusanagi Minato." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire police force saluted Minato with the utmost formality. From that day forward, calamities began to strike all over the world. Thanks to the timely response of the police and noble magicians, the disasters were officially stopped. Tensions rose in relation to the disasters, and a wave of public criticism was directed at the government and the police force. Hopes and disappointments were constantly heaped upon the magicians. As public tension continued to escalate, someone said something like this: "If only it were the Black Sorcerer. The Black Sorcerer could protect us." From then on, a wave of support for the Black Sorcerer grew online. But no matter what was happening on the internet, Minato was currently in trouble. Someone had leaked the news that Minato had participated in the battle to stop the disaster, and the students in his class once again surrounded him to ask questions. Minato found it really annoying. Just dealing with them was more exhausting than killing the demon general. Sitting next to him, Mizuha Dua watched him sigh endlessly, looking worried. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. She stood at the podium and said in a serious tone, "Today, we'll be discussing the recent disaster event." As the students below listened to the teacher talk on and on about the need to protect the country in the future, everyone's expression grew solemn. The teacher, not noticing, continued, "Therefore, we cannot rule out the possibility that you all may be summoned one day. For that reason, please be ready at any time. Although, we already have one student in this class with experience." As she said this, her eyes glanced over at Minato, who was sitting below. But at that very moment, Karin suddenly burst through the door. The teacher ran over in confusion and asked, "Wait a minute, what's going on with you people?" Karin spoke urgently, "We're the police. We have orders from police headquarters. Kusanagi, we're sorry to say this, but we hope you can lend us your strength once more." Minato heard this and sighed helplessly. She really has no intention of maintaining her image as a police officer, he thought. What has happened to the honor of the police force? But what's with all these looks from the people around him? Cut it out with these creepy, worshipful stares. He really didn't like it. But he had no other choice, so Minato could only agree. He got up from his seat, walked over to Karin, and said, "Please explain the situation quickly." Karin nodded slightly and replied, "Besides the natural disasters, magical beasts have started to appear rampantly all over the world. Illegal mages and underground organizations are also more active than ever. Right now, we're extremely short-staffed, which is why we've come to bother you again, Minato." At this point, she sighed guiltily. "I'm truly sorry for bothering you time and time again, but honestly, there's no one else as trustworthy as you, Kusanagi." Minato gave no comment, taking out his phone and saying, "Then please contact me beforehand next time." Karin was taken aback, quickly saying, "I'm sorry. I'll remember that for next time." Very quickly, she received Minato's contact information, staring at it for a long time without saying a word. Minato looked at her and asked seriously, "So, what do you need me to do now?" Karen finally snapped out of it and hurriedly replied, "We need your help clearing out the magical beasts that are running rampant in Harajuku." Minato nodded slightly and replied, "All right, I understand." Seeing that he was about to head there, Karen suggested, "We'll get there by car." But before she could finish, she saw Minato zip past her. He had already used magic to run ahead. He said coolly, "That'll be too slow. I'm going on ahead." Seeing Minato vanish in an instant, the police officers behind her were shocked. That was way too fast. A little while later, in the Harajuku area, the place had already become a field of ruins. The tall buildings had collapsed, turning into piles of rubble. Trapped inside were two children. The younger child hugged his older brother, trembling as he mumbled, "Brother." Although the older boy was terrified, he still held his little brother tightly and said with determination, "It's okay. Big brother will protect you." Just then, a magical beast lunged toward the two children. Despite his fear, the older boy grabbed his brother's hand and ran. However, in his panic, the younger brother tripped and fell to the ground. The magical beast's sharp teeth got closer and closer. The two kids were in a truly desperate situation. In that hair-raising moment, a bolt of magical energy shot from a distance, killing the beast. The one who acted was Minato. He had just arrived to see this scene and didn't hesitate to help. Seeing him kill the magical beast with just a casual wave of his hand, the two kids were stunned into silence. Minato slowly walked up to the two children and smiled approvingly. "You were very brave. That's wonderful." But then, he noticed a doll that had fallen on the ground. He picked it up and asked with curiosity, "Is this yours?" The younger brother immediately replied, "Yes." Minato could clearly see the admiration in the kid's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. Finally, Minato slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'll protect both of you." Then he ran back into the battlefield. The two kids bowed their heads to thank him, but he had already vanished in a flash. Did he even hear them? The younger brother hugged the doll tightly, his face filled with adoration. Meanwhile, Minato had gone deeper into the city. The battle in this city was even more complicated than the one at the academy. Since there were still people fleeing, he couldn't use magic bullets. Minato could distinguish between beast magic and human magic, but he couldn't detect people who had no magical power. The only way to save everyone was for him to patrol the area. While Minato was thinking, the magic police squad arrived. The leader shouted to his teammates, "Focus on eliminating the magical beasts. Leave saving the civilians to the firefighters and the army." Just then, a police officer noticed Minato. He looked up, waved, and shouted, "Hey, Kusanagi." Minato narrowed his eyes, looking down below. He remembered this officer. Wasn't he the guy from the Tokyo Tower disaster? Recognizing a familiar face, Minato immediately jumped down. The police officer ran up to him and said, "So you're here as backup? This is a huge help." Minato didn't want to waste time with small talk and got straight to the point. "What's the situation?" The officer immediately replied, "We haven't even rescued half of the civilians yet. The situation is so severe that we can't get to the east side. There are a lot of magical beasts in that area." Hearing this, Minato said, "In that case, I'll go check that side of the city." With that, he took off running. The officer hurriedly called out a warning. There have been reports of illegal mages there too, so be careful. But he knew it was pointless to worry about him. Thinking this, the officer glanced at his comrades behind him. Those who weren't at the Tokyo Tower disaster were seeing Minato take down magical beasts for the first time, and they were utterly bewildered. Who on earth is that young man? He annihilated those monsters in the blink of an eye. The other officer chuckled softly and said coolly, "Maybe he's the kind of person who only shows up for us in times of chaos." Elsewhere, on the east side of the city, Minato was currently using level 6 magic to wipe out hordes of magical beasts. But something was on his mind. The appearance of a demon tribe captain outside of a great calamity period. That should have been impossible. Even a few years ago, the number of monsters was increasing, and they were gradually growing stronger. Things had escalated to a point where even Minato was having a hard time managing. If they didn't start taking precautions now, everything could spiral out of control. That's what he thought, but saving people was the top priority right now. Minato reached out his hand to two people under the rubble and pulled them out. He then handed them over to the firefighters and ran off again. He had a few plans in mind, but wasn't sure which one to choose. Thanks to Minato's help, many trapped civilians were rescued. When the situation had calmed down a bit, Karin arrived with her people. Minato paid them no mind and continued to rescue people. Thanks to him, almost all the civilians in the city had been saved. A police officer gratefully grabbed Minato's hand and said with a smile, "Thank you. You've been a great help. Kusanagi, thanks to you, we were able to minimize the casualties." Hearing this, Minato shook his head and said, "No, that was thanks to the police and firefighters. I only helped with a few simple things." The officer was stunned by his reaction. After a long moment, he bowed his head to Minato and said solemnly, I am truly sorry for what happened before. It was because of our immaturity. I hope you won't hold it against us. Seeing them like this, Minato sighed in resignation and said, Don't worry too much about it. You're far too mature for your age, which made the others feel a bit awkward, so they could only thank you repeatedly. Karin, for her part, said gratefully, Thank you so much. I'm so sorry we have to keep relying on you, Kusanagi. Noticing he was just a student, Minato dismissed the thought, shaking his head. It's fine. I'm the one who agreed to help. Then, his expression suddenly turned serious as he said, But what's bothering me isn't just their numbers. It's that every single one of them is incredibly strong. Karin nodded slowly in agreement. You're right. We need to come up with a plan to deal with this horde of beasts and this disaster. Sugo-senpai is also taking action. But as they were talking, the two kids from before suddenly approached them. Seeing them, Minato smiled. I'm so glad you two are safe. Just then, the younger child asked innocently, Mister, are you the great sage? Hearing this, the older child quickly explained, I'm sorry. My little brother is a huge fan of the great sage. Minato didn't mind, his eyes fixed on the doll in the child's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, that was a doll of himself from his past life. A slight smile touched Minato's lips. He was clearly enjoying this. He then nodded and replied, That's right. I'm the great sage. You knew? Huh. The little boy's eyes immediately lit up as he cheered with excitement. 50 years ago, when he was Kusanagi Minato, Minato had been very unhappy about being turned into a doll and had questioned the person next to him about it. But that person paid him no mind, cheerfully saying, Not just dolls, but trading cards and keychains, too. Minato sighed in resignation. There's no way anyone would want stuff like that. The other person remained steadfast, declaring passionately, The great sage is the pillar of hope in everyone's hearts. These items are an absolute must-have for children. Minato still disagreed. Seeing that gentle persuasion wasn't working, the person raised their voice and shouted, You are mistaken. 50 years. No, even 100 years from now, he will continue to save people. So please, allow me to do this, Kusanagi Minato. Snapping out of the memory, Minato smiled softly. It seemed that person was right. But mere dolls don't have the power to save anyone. A great sage like him was still needed in these times. Elsewhere, at a bar in the city, a group of people had gathered to report on the Black Sorcerer. The man sitting in the main chair was Kuroi Akudo, the leader of the Black Rebellion organization. After hearing his subordinate's report, he ground his teeth and snarled. An illegal mage who doesn't belong to any guild. Does that mean some bastard dares to defy me? Hearing the rage in his voice, his subordinates trembled in fear. Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he stammered, Why? Yes, sir. Akudo scoffed, then gave a cold command. Find the Black Sorcerer's true identity. I don't mind if you have to use military force. Hearing this, the subordinates fell silent. Just then, a man with glasses suddenly stepped forward. This was the manager of the Kabukicho area, Kagasuji. He smirked and asked, And if he resists, are we authorized to kill him? Akuto let out a cold laugh, sneering, Only after you've tortured him. Hearing this, Suji grew even more smug, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he said, I'm very much looking forward to that. The next day, Minato's group was training as usual at the Mizuha family's villa. During a break, Ruka suddenly asked with suspicion, By the way, Kusanagi, what's your current magic level? Du was also a little curious. Maybe around 100,000, or at most, maybe 500,000? If it's Minato, that sounds possible. While everyone was speculating, Minato casually replied, Actually, it's 99,990,000. That number made Ruka and the other two completely freeze up. The three of them simply couldn't believe it. Ruka pouted and mumbled. Even the great Kusanagi Minato only had around 1 million. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but frown. Kusanagi Minato's magic level was only 1 million. Du immediately replied, That's why people always say that 1 million is the ultimate limit for magical power. Ruka asked in surprise, You really didn't know? That's common knowledge. Minato didn't answer. He couldn't believe his magic level in his past life was only about 1 million. He decided he had to look it up online. Wasting no time, Minato quickly tried to search for the information, but after fumbling for a while, he couldn't find anything. Minato sighed in defeat. I've already forgotten how to use this brick. This is too much trouble anyway. Whatever, screw it. Just then, Minato's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Sugo. He quickly answered, asking with a bit of confusion, Hello, what's up? On the other end of the line, Sugo replied urgently, Sorry for calling so suddenly. Are your friends there with you? Minato nodded and replied, Yes, they are. Sugo then said in a serious tone, Could you please put me on speakerphone? Being a tech challenge gamer, Minato had no idea how to turn on the speaker and had to ask Du for help. Soon, Sugo's voice came through the phone. The truth is, to deal with the natural disasters and the unusually large number of demonic beasts, we've decided to form a specialized unit for hunting them. This unit will be called the Special Mage Unit, and I want to recommend you, Minato, to be its captain. Du and the others were stunned, unsure how to react. Du thought that if you call yourself a mage, you should definitely seize an honor like that. There was no way Minato would refuse, and yet, Minato rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation. I decline. Before Sugo could even ask why, Du shouted in disbelief, "Why?" Minato didn't get it. "Why are you so worked up? What's it got to do with you?" Sugo spoke up again from the phone. "Can you let me explain first?" Minato frowned slightly and muttered, "Fine. Let's hear what you have to say." Sugo slowly explained, "First, we have too many problems happening at once and not enough manpower to handle them. Furthermore, the current situation is that we can't clean up the demonic beasts on our own." Hearing this, Minato's brows furrowed deeply. "Is it because the current ranks of mages are too low?" He then asked with suspicion. "What about the noble mages?" Sugo quickly replied, "The heads of the Mizuha mage family, Homure and Keiichi, still haven't returned from their meeting abroad. That only leaves the Fuyuki family, but things are a bit complicated there." Minato looked up at the Mizuha sisters and said, "Come to think of it, I still haven't met your parents, have I?" Du pouted and said, "I've been away from home for a long time." Minato nodded in understanding and didn't press the issue. On the other end of the line, Sugo was still talking. "The members will include over 12 police officers and members from the academy, including Mizuha Ruka, Mizuha Du, and Kasaragi Ryuji. I'm nominating the three of you." He told them to leave all the troublesome tasks like getting permits or handling negotiations to him. All Minato needed to do was focus on training and leading the mages in the unit. "Of course, you'll be rewarded." Seeing he didn't answer, Sugo shot up to his feet, his tone slightly pleading. "Please, I'm counting on you. You're the only one I can rely on. Kusanagi, please accept the captain position." Hearing him get more and more desperate, Minato let out a reluctant sigh. In the end, he agreed. "All right then, let's do it." Sugo was instantly overjoyed. "Really?" Ruka's group of three also enthusiastically agreed. They had no reason to refuse. Besides, they didn't want Minato to shoulder everything himself. Minato was still a little worried, but he figured it would probably be fine. He could always train them again. A few days later, a wave of public criticism was gradually directed toward the Fuka Mage family. Besides neglecting their duties during the disaster at the Magic Academy, their handling of the magical beasts was also proceeding very slowly. The head of the Fuka family was furious when he heard these criticisms, cursing through gritted teeth. "Fools! Do they think we noble mages have time for their trivial matters?" Just then, a knock came from outside, and the old man immediately ordered, "Come in." The butler entered from outside and reported in a low voice, "Begging your pardon, master. I've received a document from the city police department." The Fuka family head frowned slightly at the document in his hand, muttering, "A notice about the formation of a special mage unit. Those incompetents really love wasting their time on pointless things, don't they?" But as soon as he said that, something suddenly occurred to him, and he smirked. "But wait, this might just be enough to shut those commoners up. Bring my foolish son here." The butler immediately bowed and left. The next morning at police headquarters, at Sugo's suggestion, a joint meeting for the special unit was held. Of course, the captain, Minato, was also present. The other three were no exception. Since they had agreed, they couldn't be absent. And besides them, there was only Sugo and 3 other police officers, a smaller number than expected. Minato narrowed his eyes at Sugo and spoke with dissatisfaction. "I thought you said 12 people." Sugo explained apologetically, "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Some people applied at first, but in the end, no one actually submitted their application." Minato sighed in resignation. Well, he could pretty much guess what happened. Who wouldn't be annoyed at having a kid who hadn't even graduated as their captain? While Minato was lost in thought, Sugo placed something in his hand and said, "Also, this is for you." It was a temporary mage badge. Sugo slowly explained, "This is an off-the-books operation, but since you're all still students, show them this when you need to. It's called temporary because you're not officially considered mages yet." After speaking, he also gave badges to Ruka's group of 3, then patted Minato on the shoulder and said with a smile, "My job here is done. The stage is all yours, kid, Captain Kusanagi." Minato couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he'd stood before others and spoken like this, but he didn't hesitate, taking a few steps forward. Minato spoke in a clear voice, "I am Kusanagi Minato, and I will be serving as the captain of our special combat unit. First, I promise that I will make you all stronger than the heads of those mage families." Having said that, he immediately flashed a confident smile. But these words stunned Ruka's group of three, and even the police officers present were utterly bewildered. Seeing their reactions, Minato wasn't surprised and spoke calmly. It seems no one believes me, huh? Well then, let's put it to the test. Mr. Sugo, do you have a mana measuring device here? Sugo, still bewildered, stammered. Of course we do, but... Nevertheless, the mana measuring device was brought out shortly after. Minato glanced at the group behind him and calmly suggested, "First, Ruka and Kusanagi, Ryuji, let's measure your mana." The two of them didn't mind and immediately agreed. Ruka stepped forward, placed her hand on the machine, and simultaneously released her mana. Ryuji did the same and began his mana test. Minato spoke slowly from the side. Before, Ruka's mana was at 10,000, and Ryuji's was at 8,000, but Ruka's mana was now at 30,000, which left her quite bewildered. Even Kusanagi Ryuji's had increased to 28,000. He looked at the number in disbelief. After hearing Minato's words, Sugo's group cried out in shock. "No way! Isn't that the mana level of a top-tier mage?" Seeing their reaction, Minato pouted and said, getting all worked up already, "Dua, it's your turn." Hearing her name, Dua was taken aback. She took a few steps forward but hesitated to place her hand on the device. She was hesitating. What if the gap between her and Ruka still hadn't closed? Mizuha Dua had tried so hard. The problem was, she wasn't a genius like Ruka, so she was very worried. What if the test results weren't good enough? Taking a deep breath, Dua forced herself to calm down. She wouldn't run away anymore. Then, she quickly placed her hand on the testing device. At the same time, Dua's mana erupted. Whatever the result, it was fine. She wouldn't lie to herself any longer. However, her result also left Sugo and Karin stunned. Mizuha Dua, on the other hand, didn't dare to look at the number displayed on the machine, but it had unexpectedly surpassed all expectations, reaching 26,000. Sugo went from one shock to another, muttering in confusion. According to her previous records, her mana should only be around 2,000. It's impossible for mana to increase so drastically. Hearing this, Minato retorted, "You're wrong. We can absolutely improve our own mana. All we need is natural talent, as well as relentless effort and the will to never give up." With that, he looked at Dua and praised her. "I'm very proud of you. You did a great job." He then reached out and patted her head. Upon seeing the result, tears streamed down Dua's face. Her efforts had been rewarded. Mizuha Ruka looked at her younger sister, her eyes filled with pride. She raised a hand to hide the emotion in her eyes, maintaining her cool demeanor. At that moment, Minato walked over to praise them. "You two also did an excellent job," Kusanagi Ryuji said with a smug smile. But of course, Minato couldn't be bothered with him, and turned to Ruka, saying, "Just as I expected from you." Ruka didn't show much emotion and replied nonchalantly, "As a member of the Mizuha family, this is nothing. I don't need your praise." Minato stubbornly insisted, "But I want to give it anyway. You did really well." He even reached out and patted her on the head. Kusanagi Ryuji was instantly stunned. At first, he thought Minato was just some emotionless kid, but now, this guy probably didn't even know how to spell the word fear. Even Dua was completely bewildered. Good heavens, her sister was going to explode. But contrary to what they both thought, Ruka just pushed Minato's hand away and said, slightly annoyed, "I'm not a child." Minato didn't seem to mind, nodding in agreement. "You're right." Seeing this, Du and Kusanagi Ryuji let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Ruka didn't fly off the handle. Ruka was thinking that this was the first time she'd ever had her head patted like this. Not even her own father had ever done that. While everyone was enjoying the moment, a shrill voice rang out. "So here you all are. I tore the entire police station apart looking for you. Why haven't you greeted me properly yet, huh?" Seeing the newcomer, Sugo ran over to explain, "I was informed that you wouldn't be coming, so..." But before he could finish, the guy rudely cut him off. "Well, I want to be here now. Is that a problem?" Sugo was truly annoyed with this guy, but he had no other choice but to yield. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Shu, a noble mage from the Fuyuka family." Everyone looked over and saw a punk with green hair standing there, the word villain written all over his face. He was clearly bad news. After the introduction, Sugo leaned in and whispered to Minato, "We had no choice but to request a noble mage, so I had to gather your information and send it to them. I'm sorry." Minato asked suspiciously, "The Fuyuka family. They're the ones who ignored the disaster at the academy, aren't they?" Sugo nodded slightly and replied, "This family prioritizes maintaining their power over following the government's requests." While the two were whispering, Shu suddenly spoke up with contempt. "I heard this is supposed to be Japan's top magic unit. Is that right? All I see is a bunch of brats who haven't even graduated yet, trying to meddle in adult affairs." Sugo sighed in resignation, pointing at Minato and introducing him. "This is Kusanagi Minato. He was the one who stopped the disaster at the academy. Based on his achievements, he has been appointed as the unit's captain. Hearing this, Shu narrowed his eyes and stared at Minato. After observing him for a long moment, he scoffed dismissively. Stopping a disaster? Huh? A mere commoner, not even a noble mage. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu stomped hard on Minato's foot. He sneered in displeasure. How dare a piece of trash like you not bow before me? Don't get cocky. You're just garbage. This act infuriated Ruka and the other two. They started yelling at Shu, but he just smirked. Commoners are so emotional, aren't they? Aren't you two the Mizuha sisters? Well, I guess you all are completely useless after all. The Ruka sisters glared at him, disgust clear on their faces. But Shu's shamelessness knew no bounds. He gave a smug grin, and then declared loudly, "All right, it's settled. I will be the captain of this unit." Sugo immediately objected, but the higher-ups have already decided to give the captain position to Kusanagi. Shu wasn't listening, retorting with a sneer. Then let's settle it with a match. Whichever side defeats the final boss of the next disaster becomes the captain. The more Sugo heard, the more he wanted to stop this. But that punk Shu had already turned to leave with his two lackeys, adding with an arrogant laugh, "It's decided then." Sugo felt truly sorry for Minato. He spoke in a low voice, "I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about him." Minato paid the trash no mind, saying casually, "It's fine. It wouldn't have mattered what you said anyway. All we have to do is win." The three of them were now extremely determined. They would never let that green-haired punk become their captain. Filled with indignation, they left the room. Minato watched them go, feeling a sense of helplessness. These guys have even more fight in them than I do, huh? A little later, outside on the police headquarters training grounds, Minato had gathered everyone, but he wasn't sure what to do first. The police officer's mana levels were around 10,000 N. He figured he should probably stick to his original plan and talk about mana first. With that in mind, Minato spoke in a clear voice. "First, I have something to announce to everyone. It's about the importance of magic. Mana is the name for the energy used to create magic, but it has many other uses as well." He then called Kasaragi Ryuji to come stand beside him. Kasaragi Ryuji was a bit confused but walked over anyway. Minato slowly suggested, "Hit me with everything you've got." Ryuji was even more bewildered, but Minato kept urging him on. Finally, Kasaragi Ryuji had to agree, clenching his fist and shouting, "Don't come crying to me if it hurts." With that, he threw a punch right at Minato's face, but before it could even touch him, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Minato calmly began to speak. "This is the power of a magic barrier. If you possess a huge amount of mana, you can deploy it with ease. If your mana level is even higher, you can even deploy it unconsciously," Minato said. In simple terms, it's automatic magic. Kasaragi Ryuji bit his lip fiercely, trying to break the shield, but he couldn't. He finally gave up. Seeing his disappointment, Minato spoke again. "That's why improving your own mana capacity is the most important and fundamental goal for any mage. Remember that." Immediately after, he called each person over and taught them how to feel their mana. Just like Ruka and the others' reaction after learning this skill, the police officers were all amazed. With the first task done, Minato had them do combat practice, and the day passed just like that. After training was over, Minato returned home. He was still worrying about the team. Besides magic training, they couldn't go without proper equipment. If possible, he wanted to borrow some gear that was resistant to magic beasts. But seeing Sugo's reaction was enough to know that borrowing it wouldn't be easy. Thinking about this, Minato couldn't help but sigh. In this day and age, there probably aren't any skilled craftsmen left. I guess I'll have to make it myself. I've never tried before, but it can't be that hard. Then, he started rummaging through his house for anything he could use. In the end, Minato found a ring. It looked pretty cheap, but since it was so new, it must be something important. This will work for now, but it's not enough. Where else can I find more? Just then, the phone on his bed suddenly rang, startling Minato. It was Ruka calling, which was a bit rare for her. Minato immediately answered the phone, and Ruka's voice came from the other side. "It's me." Minato asked in surprise, "What's up?" But the other end of the line was silent for a long moment before she spoke. "You're the only one fit to be our captain." Minato couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. "Are you trying to cheer me up?" Ruka replied without hesitation. "Yes, I am." Minato laughed out loud. Who knew you could be so sentimental? Still, it couldn't hurt to ask her. With that in mind, he spoke up. "If you're not busy tomorrow, would you be willing to go shopping with me for a few things?" Ruka furrowed her brow in confusion. "Shopping?" Minato quickly explained. "There are just a few things I don't know where to buy." She continued to ask, "So, are Dua and the others coming with us?" Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "No, just the two of us. Why would we go with a big group?" Hearing this, Ruka was a bit stunned and asked in confusion, "Just the two of us?" Minato didn't see any problem with that. "So, What do you think? Mizu Haruka was silent for a long time, not giving an answer. Just when Minato thought she wasn't going to reply, she suddenly spoke up. I don't have anything else to do. Minato immediately brightened up. You're a real lifesaver. So, where should we go? Ruka suggested in a low voice, Harajuku. They might have what you're looking for. And so, the two of them agreed to meet at the train station the next day at noon. After chatting for a little while longer, Ruka hung up. She stared intently at her phone, a thoughtful look flickering in her eyes. On the other end, Minato was feeling quite cheerful. This way, I can buy enough rings for everyone. Should I try making a piece of magic beast-resistant equipment with this right now? With that said, he began to channel his magical energy into the ring. At the Mizuha sisters' villa, Kusanagi Ryujika went to Ruka's door and called out loudly, Sis, dinner's ready. However, there was no answer. She immediately frowned and muttered, No reply. Is she asleep? That's not like her at all. After a moment's hesitation, Du decided to push the door open and step inside. I'm coming in. But as soon as she entered, she saw Ruka fumbling around, trying on different outfits. It left Du a bit confused, unsure of what was happening. Ruka heard the noise just then. She turned her head to see Du standing there with a dazed look. She frowned and asked, What is it? Du finally snapped out of it and quickly said, I'm sorry. Dinner is ready. Ruka gave a slight nod, cutting her off. I'll be right there. Du quickly ran out, thinking to herself as she went. She had never seen Ruka this excited before. Was she going out with someone? Could it be? Minato, the next day at noon, at Harajuku Station, Minato was already waiting. Out of suspicion, Kusanagi Ryujika had secretly followed Ruka and had also come here. However, afraid of being discovered by Minato, she concealed her magical energy and didn't get too close to them. Feeling that her actions were a bit wrong, Du couldn't help but feel resigned. Why was she tailing these two like this? In the distance, as Minato waited, he saw a figure approaching. It was Ruka. Unlike her usual appearance, today she wore tight-fitting jeans, a sleeveless top, and a very stylish khaki jacket over it. She turned heads everywhere she went. Ruka paid it no mind and walked up to Minato, raising an eyebrow. Did I keep you waiting? Minato shook his head slightly. No, I just got here myself. The people around them saw the two standing together and immediately started whispering, with some even assuming Minato was Ruka's boyfriend. Hiding on the side, Du overheard them and was bewildered. She's on a date with Minato? How did this happen? Unaware of this, the two of them quickly headed towards Harajuku. As they walked, Ruka asked, So, what are you looking for? Minato replied casually, Rings, and quite a few of them. Hearing that, Ruka asked suspiciously, Are they gifts? Minato nodded slightly, something like that. I need a lot of them. Ruka couldn't help but be shocked. A lot? You're giving them to many people? Minato didn't overthink it and admitted nonchalantly, sort of. Ruka, on the other hand, was thinking quite a bit. She reminded him with an annoyed tone, Just so you know, Japan has a monogamous marriage system. Minato was a bit confused and muttered, I know that. Ruka turned her head away, pouted and said, If you want to buy a large quantity, then cheap accessory stalls are your best bet. As it happens, I know a place. Hearing this, Minato's face lit up. All right, I'm counting on you then. So, the two of them quickly went to a jewelry store to look for rings. Of course, Du followed them. Unable to find what they were looking for, Minato and Ruka then checked out some street stalls. After a while, they returned to the jewelry store. Ruka stood at the entrance and sighed in resignation. A ring that was sturdy, not too expensive, and didn't attract too much attention. Who knew that finding a ring that met all those criteria would be so difficult? Minato went inside to pick out a ring and spoke up after a while. When he found one that looked decent, something still wasn't quite right. This one is too expensive. At the same time, outside, Du had found a coffee shop across from the jewelry store and was secretly observing Minato and Ruka. She whispered in discontent, What is this, and why are they standing so close to each other? Inside the jewelry store, a staff member quickly came over to greet them. Welcome. What can I help you two with today? If you're looking for a ring for your girlfriend, we have a special discount program. Hearing the word girlfriend, Minato immediately tried to correct her. No, she's not. But before he could finish, Ruka's face hardened as she spoke. I am not his girlfriend. The staff member looked apologetic and said, I'm so sorry. Please, feel free to look around. Then, she turned and scurried away, leaving Ruka bewildered. Minato also sighed with resignation. A little later, at a restaurant, Minato slumped into his seat and began to complain. So much walking. I'm exhausted, especially in such a crowded place. After all that effort, we still couldn't find anything. He was wondering if he should reconsider his criteria. But just then, Minato noticed that Mizu Haruka didn't look too happy. After a long silence, Mizu Haruka hesitated and muttered, I'm not good at expressing my feelings. You know me. You know what kind of person I am, right? Minato was startled for a moment, but he quickly recovered and nodded in response. Ah, yeah, I do. At the same time, Du was sitting not far away. Hearing Ruka's confession, she was a bit shocked. Ruka then continued in a low voice. I can't even be close with Du. You really should have just asked Du to go with you. Having me along is just getting in your way. No, that's not true at all. Minato shook his head, denying it. You looked up all the jewelry stores beforehand, didn't you? And you carefully considered all the different items, too. Hearing this, Ruka fell silent, her eyes still showing a lack of confidence. Minato continued. Even though we were shopping for me, you were so serious about it, almost like you were buying something for yourself. What I mean is, you've been a huge help. Ruka stared at him intently, and in an instant, she became shy. She lowered her head, twirled a lock of hair by her ear, and whispered, Is that so? Hearing their conversation, Du couldn't help but step outside. She had never seen that expression on Ruka's face before. She thought to herself, what am I even doing here? Maybe I should just go home. And with that, she turned around and headed home. Minato and Ruka searched for a little while longer and finally found what they were looking for. Minato exclaimed excitedly, We finally found them. Ruka, walking beside him, asked doubtfully, But you bought 5 of them? Minato calmly replied, Well, that's so everyone can have one. Ruka grew even more suspicious, staring intently at Minato. After a long moment, she said in a small voice, I'm sure they'll love this gift from you, since you chose it so carefully. Minato glanced at her, saying matter-of-factly, This is equipment for our entire unit, so they'd better be happy. Ruka was stunned, then nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. So that's what this is about. Minato didn't pay much attention to what she was thinking. Remembering today's events, he spoke gratefully. I don't know what I would have done without you today. Thank you. Ruka demurred. It's nothing. Just knowing I could help you is enough, but Minato still wanted to thank her, saying urgently, I should still repay you with something, right? Ruka pouted slightly. That's not necessary. But just as she finished speaking, Minato suddenly took out a ring, startling Ruka. Minato didn't notice and said hurriedly, Give me your hand. Ruka grew even more bewildered and mumbled, What are you doing? Just give it here and see, Minato said impatiently, then took her hand and slipped the ring on, her ring finger. He winked and said with a smile, This is the first piece of equipment I ever made. Take good care of it. Realizing the significance of his action, Ruka's cheeks instantly flushed red. She quickly avoided Minato's gaze and ran off in a panic. I'll treasure it. See you later then. Minato was a bit confused and wanted to call after her, but it was too late. He was still in the middle of explaining its functions. Oh well, next time then. Meanwhile, Ruka had already run a long way, putting a good distance between herself and Minato. Only then did she stop for a moment. Ruka stared intently at the ring on her finger. Suddenly thinking of something, she clutched it tightly to her chest. The next day, at the police headquarters training ground, Minato gathered everyone and announced clearly, I'm going to distribute your equipment now. Each of you, please choose one for yourselves. He then handed out the rings to everyone. Holding them in their hands, they were all astonished. Karen muttered in shock. It has a magical reaction. Could this be anti-demon beast gear? Minato nodded slightly and replied, That's right. This is anti-demon beast gear enchanted with wind-based magic. If you use it with your own magic, you can upgrade it to level 1 wind magic. Hearing this, Sugo was even more stunned and asked in amazement, Where did you get these things? Minato replied casually, I made them myself. Sugo went from one surprise to the next. Only highly skilled craftsmen could create anti-demon beast gear, and there were none left now. Yet this kid managed to produce such a large quantity. At that thought, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You never cease to amaze us, do you? As Minato was handing out the rings to everyone, he skipped over Dua, which surprised Mizuha Dua, but she quickly noticed a ring on Ruka's ring finger. Dua was shocked. Her sister had never worn that ring before. Could it be a gift from her date yesterday? Did something happen after she got back? What on earth is going on? Minato was oblivious to her thoughts. After distributing the gear, he spoke again. The only thing we're missing now is a means of transportation. We can't rely on cars. They're not fast enough. Hearing this, Sugo agreed it made sense. They were always arriving later than they should. Just then, Minato used his mana to lift himself into the air and calmly explained, With this gear, anyone can use the wind-based balancing spell. This will allow us to minimize our travel time. But he warned them to remember one thing. This is just a simple spell. The mana required to use it is very low, so don't use this for attacking. With that, he told everyone to give it a try. They quickly followed his instructions, but they struggled to keep their balance while standing on it. Minato slowly reminded them, balancing requires both levitation and maintenance, so try to imagine yourselves jumping first. As he said that, He glanced at Mizuha Dua. She had actually managed to do it. He immediately praised her. Good job, Dua. Being praised by Minato, Dua was extremely pleased with herself. I've been practicing mana control for ages, you know? A little thing like this is nothing. But she suddenly met Minato's intense gaze, which startled her. Dua frantically turned her head away, the guilt of having followed them on their date haunting her. While Dua was feeling guilty, Minato suddenly spoke up. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. You know a lot about Minato, right? Dua nodded slightly and replied, That's right. He's the person I admire most. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and continued. Was he strong? Dua answered casually. His mana level was around 1 million, and he could use many different types of spells. He sacrificed himself during the battle with the Demon Lord in the Great Calamity. Minato then asked skeptically, what happened to the mages after he died? Dua slowly explained. At that time, there weren't many mages left who could fight. The Mizuha family contributed a great deal. Back then, almost all documents and data on magic were destroyed, and nothing was left. That's why our ancestors had to rebuild the magic system from scratch. Minato frowned deeply. From what he remembered, the number of mages who died was indeed quite high, but there should have been plenty of documents and data left. After all, he had stored it in various places to prepare for the future. But modern magical knowledge was still so primitive and full of holes, and the mana levels were unbelievably low. Was this because times had changed, or did someone orchestrate this intentionally? Seeing Minato's silence, Dua looked at him quizzically and asked, Are you okay? Minato was startled but shook his head. Yeah, I'm fine. Dua was still worried and said hesitantly, If something's wrong, you can tell me, you know. I might not be able to help much, but… Before she could finish, Minato cut her off with a soft laugh. Your concern is more than enough for me. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help. Minato knew Dua wouldn't tell others what he had asked, but he still couldn't resolve the mystery of the Dark Mages. Considering the possibility of getting her involved in this mess, he probably shouldn't bring it up too often. At this thought, Minato suddenly smiled. If Dua knew he was the Kusanagi Minato, she'd probably pass out for days. However, Dua thought Minato wasn't telling her things because he didn't trust her. So, what if I become stronger? Dua suddenly became determined. She would definitely do her best. 1 week later, still at the police headquarters training ground, Minato was leading everyone in practice. Entire unit prepared to fire. Immediately, the whole team began their attack. Karin was now able to use level 2 Holy Light magic. Sugo could now deploy level 3 magic. Ryuji had also improved. He could use level 4 magic. The Mizuha sisters combined their powers, simultaneously creating level 4 water magic. Minato was very pleased. The entire unit's abilities had increased significantly. Even Karin could now use magic to defend herself. She couldn't even use anything before, but what surprised him the most were Ruka and Mizuha Dua. The two of them were amazing at supporting each other, especially since they were sisters. It wasn't just him. Even Du was astonished by her own current abilities. The destructive power of the Mizuha sisters' magic was now immense. 2 enormous craters had appeared on the ground. Ju remembered how things were before and was so happy she jumped for joy. Seeing this reaction, Minato couldn't help but smile. Soon after, he spoke up again. Everyone did great, but don't get complacent just because your abilities have improved. Your level doesn't necessarily depend on your magic. With that, he suggested, Ruka, use level 4 magic on me. Ruka immediately nodded and replied, Understood. The moment she finished speaking, she summoned her magic and attacked Minato, but he remained calm, standing right where he was. Only when the wave of water got close did Minato casually wave his hand. A level 1 magic spell appeared. It pierced through Ruka's water wave, completely shattering the furiously charging attack. This display made Sugo exclaim in shock. A level 1 spell can nullify a level 4 spell? Minato slowly explained, your level simply increases the limit of the mana you can use, but it doesn't mean that higher level magic is always stronger. He said that even with a level 1 spell, if you pour your maximum amount of mana into the incantation, you can still defeat level 4 magic. Of course, you also have to consider what element your opponent is using. Water is weaker than earth. Minato said, don't limit yourselves to your own level or your opponent's. Understand the nature of mana and master your spells, and all of you can become even stronger. Hearing this, everyone's fighting spirit surged. It seemed they could now see a path to becoming stronger than the noble mages. Minato narrowed his eyes at everyone and continued, and don't forget that you always have comrades by your side. If we combine our strengths, we will be stronger than ever. As soon as he finished, everyone replied in unison with a resounding yes. Just then, an obnoxious voice suddenly rang out. Well, it must be so tough for you commoners. It was that guy Shu, with his 2 bootlickers beside him. Sugo frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" Shu clicked his tongue, sneering. "The calamity is taking forever to arrive, and I'm bored to death over here." Hearing this, Sugo asked suspiciously, "If you're not training, why don't you help take down some magic beasts?" But Shu just shook his head and laughed. "Nah, what a pain. That's a job for you cops, anyway." This comment made the three, Ruka included, absolutely furious. They really wanted to punch him. Su, on the other hand, couldn't care less. He tilted his head back and sighed. "My God, this guy really jinxed it. Whatever he says comes true." Ju quickly shouted, "Look at the sky." The sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was now blanketed in a blood-red color. Shu exclaimed excitedly, "It's here. It's here. The calamity is here." He then swept his gaze over Sugo's group and taunted, "Don't forget, the team that kills the boss first becomes the captain of the new unit. The real game starts now, you pathetic commoners." The more Ju listened, the angrier she got, shouting, "As if we lose to someone like you." Shu just sneered and said, "Say whatever you want. See you later, you losers." With that, he used his magic and sped off. Ju watched his retreating figure and yelled in frustration, "That's not fair." Minato, however, didn't seem to care much and spoke calmly, "We should get to work too. Don't forget these wireless earpieces. This is our unit's first real battle. Everyone needs to be on high alert." "Roger." They replied in unison, then quickly took to the skies using level 1 flight magic. At the same time, on the streets below, civilian cars were moving along the road. Suddenly, Shu cut off a black car and sped away. He even laughed smugly. "Too slow. Way too slow. So slow I could have yawned 100 times by now." Behind him, Ruka's group was in hot pursuit. Looking at the speed of Shu's trio, she couldn't help but remark, "They're so fast. He's built like a bowling ball, but damn is he quick." Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but sigh. "Well, our opponents are proficient in wind-type magic. After all, it was understandable that Ju's group was having a hard time catching up. He could easily crush them himself. But then, what would be the point of forming this unit? As long as the civilians weren't affected, there was no need to rush them. But just at that moment, Shu, up ahead, suddenly shouted with contempt, "What kind of joke of a mage unit is this? You have to struggle this hard just to keep up with me? You're so pathetic, you little chicks." Ju couldn't hear what that slob was saying, but she was sure that a pig like him wasn't saying anything good. A little while later, Shu's group finally arrived at their destination. Shu declared aggressively, "The calamity is finally here. It's time to kick the asses of these mindless magic beasts." The moment he spoke, his two subordinates immediately summoned attack spells. Even he joined in. Powerful magic quickly rained down on the charging magic beasts. Civilians who were being chased by the beasts ran towards them, crying for help. But Shu didn't care and ordered his lackeys, "More, keep firing and crush them for me." On his command, the two subordinates attacked again, causing two civilians who had just escaped the magic beasts be caught in the path of their magic. They were just ordinary people. A direct hit from a spell like that would send them straight to the afterlife. In the nick of time, a ray of golden magic appeared. It was Minato. He created a protective barrier around the two civilians. He glared coldly at the short, fat guy and questioned him in a stern voice, "What the hell do you think you're doing, you pig?" The aura emanating from Minato made the three scoundrels, Shu, Tadano, and Jun, freeze in place, trembling. Shu broke out in a cold sweat. What's happening? He couldn't move. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuha and Ju's group ran over to check on the two civilians. After confirming they were all right, Mizuha and Ju turned to Shu's group and berated them. "What do you think you're doing? Don't drag innocent civilians into this." Shu didn't answer. It took him a long moment before he could move again. What on earth did Minato do? Hiding the confusion in his heart, he snorted and opened his mouth. "It's their own fault. Running around and getting in the way of a noble mage like me. They deserved it." This statement made Mizuha and Ju even more disgusted, but Shu didn't care. He spoke aggressively again. "I'm going to take care of the boss. You little chicks can stay here and kiss the commoners' asses." With that, he and his men quickly made their exit. Minato watched the three scoundrels leave. Neutralizing Su's magic would be a piece of cake, but doing that would feel like he was backing out of this bet, wouldn't it? But actually, this works out even better for you, doesn't it? With that thought, Minato gave his orders, "I'll focus on evacuating the citizens. The rest of you, concentrate on handling those demonic beasts, all right?" Sugo, still a bit worried, spoke up, "But can you really handle it all by yourself? Even for you, rescue and evacuation efforts can lead to some difficult situations, can't they?" A smile crept onto his face as Minato spoke with confidence. "I am the captain of this special unit, after all." Stunned for a moment, Sugo suddenly burst out laughing, then said sheepishly, "That was a stupid question, wasn't it?" Just then, Du shouted, "We can't just rely on Minato. Let's take down these demonic beasts. Seeing their enthusiasm, Minato also spoke up. Go on, bring us back a victory. With his command, everyone quickly rushed off, beginning to use their magic to eliminate the low-level beasts. Ducie was now extremely confident in her abilities. The current low-level beasts and demon soldiers were things she could kill as easily as flipping her hand. Du had once been terrified and useless, but now she could take down demon soldiers all by herself. She had truly gotten much stronger. Elsewhere, Minato found a rooftop and used his magic to scan the area. There's still so much magical energy, from both our side and the beasts, all mixed together. It seems many civilians couldn't escape. The rescue operation was certainly not going to be easy, but that's what others thought, not him. Immediately after, Minato leaped down. He didn't hesitate for a second, moving like the wind. At the same time, Zhu's group was also busy eliminating demon soldiers. Ruka's side was no exception. They were completely focused. But just then, an immense amount of magical energy suddenly appeared, causing Mizuha Dua to cry out in alarm. What is this massive amount of magical energy? While everyone was still bewildered, a demon general approached from the distance. Su also sensed this power and rushed over with his men. The final boss is mine for the taking. I'll show you fools what real Tier 4 magic looks like. Seeing this, Shu's subordinate immediately tried to reason with him. But the opponent is a demon general, sir. You can't possibly defeat it with just a Tier 4 spell. Unfortunately, Shu was arrogant and conceited, retorting wildly. Who says I can't? Has anyone ever truly faced a demon before? How can you be so sure? I am a noble mage. Victory is a matter of course. But as soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a Tier 4 wind-type magic attack, only for the demon general to show no fear at all. It summoned its own magic in response. A brilliant flame quickly appeared. The fire met the wind and burned even brighter, while the wind spell, in contrast, was completely swallowed by the flames. Seeing this, Shu's face went pale, drained of all color. He trembled and muttered, my ultimate magic was nullified. But the flames were now hurtling towards them. Seeing that things were bad, Shu turned tail and ran. They fled right past some civilians, and the flames drew closer and closer to them. Fortunately, just before the civilians were engulfed by the flames, Minato appeared. But before he could even act, a massive wave of water surged from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it extinguished the flames. The ones who acted were Mizuha and Ruka's group. Minato smiled in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, the short, fat Shu, who had fled for his life, finally found a place to plop down. But it wasn't long before someone approached him. The person who arrived was Mizuha Dua, and she did not look pleased. She questioned him through gritted teeth. Why did you endanger the civilians? Shu just snorted coldly and said with a pout, I already told you, if they didn't run, who can they blame? If they dare to get in the way of a noble mage, they should be prepared for a fitting punishment, death. The moment he finished speaking, Du raised her hand and swung. A loud smack echoed across the empty lot, and the slap sent Shu flying several meters. Mizuha Dua, still furious, yelled, Noble mage, my ass. You're just a fat, slovenly pig with absolutely no shame. Shu, still reeling from the shock, trembled on the ground and muttered in disbelief, You dare to slap me. You dare to slap a noble mage. Mizuha Dua snorted lightly. Ignore that shameless pig. Let's go finish off the rest of the beasts. Then, they quickly ran off, ignoring Shu, who was still shouting incessantly. Minato, who was rescuing civilians from a distance, saw the scene and couldn't help but remark, oh wow, causing such a ruckus in a place crawling with demons, but I have to admit, they bounced back quickly. I guess that's a good thing. It seemed there were still many civilians who needed help, and he also had to keep an eye on the boss. A demon general had really appeared here. This disaster wouldn't end until it was dealt with. Meanwhile, inside a ruined house, Shu's three-person group was hiding. The subordinate was incessantly trying to persuade him. We don't stand a chance against those demons, sir. We should really just retreat. The young master bit his lip fiercely. Shu gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that the demons out there were indeed strong. Even for him, taking them all down wouldn't be easy. But then, an idea suddenly struck Shu, and he quickly spoke up. Hey, wait a minute. What if we wait for them to weaken all those demons, and then we swoop in and finish them all off? Hearing this, his two subordinates immediately exclaimed excitedly, Brilliant as always, young master. Shu replied smugly, It's nothing. For now, we'll just lie low, rest up, and wait for our chance. Outside, Ruka's group was confronting the demon general. The amount of magical energy it was emitting was terrifying. Du didn't know if they could win, but no, that wasn't right, they had to win. Just then, Kasaragi Ryuji roared aggressively. Let's end this quick. Everyone immediately summoned their magic, launching a simultaneous attack on the demon general. Waves of water and bolts of lightning flew wildly, accompanied by continuous, deafening rumbles. Kasaragi Ryuji stared expectantly into the cloud of dust and smoke, whispering, "Did we get it?" But when the smoke cleared, the figure of the demon general was revealed. It was standing there perfectly fine, without a single scratch. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned grim. Ruka pursed her lips and muttered, "What we need right now is a tier 4 spell or enough magical power to destroy it." At that moment, the demon general launched its fire-type magic. Brilliant flames rushed towards them, the heat threatening to consume everything. Seeing this, Duka's group immediately scattered. Mizuha Dua squinted at the flames below, a grim thought crossing her mind. This is even more terrifying than before. It might even have double my magical power. The gap in power was just too wide. They couldn't possibly win against this thing. What were they supposed to do? Just as they were at a loss, Minato's voice suddenly came through their earpieces. "Looks like you're all having a little trouble. Here's a small piece of advice. Work together." Minato observed from a distance. It wasn't his time to step in yet. Hearing him, Du immediately cried out, "But we're already doing that." Minato slowly explained, "Combine everyone's power in its purest form. The key lies with you and Ruka." Du only grew more confused and asked vaguely, "What do you mean?" But Minato didn't explain any further. "Figure it out yourselves." Du wanted to say more, but he had already disconnected. At that same moment, she felt a murderous aura rushing towards her. It was the flames of the demon general, hurtling toward her. Ruka and the others quickly used defensive magic to block it. Ruka then spoke up. What Kusanagi said must have meant something. "We need to think about this together." Du frowned slightly. Just as Ruka said, Minato had always led everyone. In that case, what was she supposed to do now? She just stood there, silently lost in thought. Soon after, Du spoke up. "Its magic is incredibly strong, but the casting time is very long. Let's take down its minions first while dodging its attacks." She suggested that Sugo and the others focus on the eastern flank, while the three of them would handle the west, and she would give the signal when it attacked. Sugo and Karin were a bit taken aback, but they quickly recovered. They both nodded and replied, "Understood." After that, everyone followed Du's instructions, while she waited for the demon general's next attack. As soon as it raised its hand to summon its magic, Du immediately shouted, "Get ready." She began to count down. When she reached the final second, the flames shot forward. Du yelled again, "Run, now." Following her command, everyone used level 1 sky magic to escape. Minato, watching this unfold from a distance, couldn't help but be surprised. So, Du is taking command, huh? He thought Kasaragi Ryuji or Ruka would be the one to do it, but he figured she would handle the role just fine. Meanwhile, after leading everyone to escape the demon general's flames, Du was panting heavily from exhaustion. Their current magic levels and mana weren't enough. What do I do? While she was feeling lost, she tried to recall what Minato had said. What did Minato say that time? Or did I misunderstand him? But she wasn't sure if this method would actually work. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to go for broke. Right after, Du walked up to the others and said with determination, "Everyone, please lend me your strength." Far in the distance, Shu was secretly observing Ruka's group. He muttered to himself, "What are those guys planning?" Before long, Ruka's group had come up with a plan. As Du suggested, the two sisters stood at the front line. Sugo and Kasaragi Ryuji were behind them, and finally, Karin and 2 other officers were at the rear. Sugo still asked with some hesitation, "Are you sure we can do this?" Ruka slowly shook her head. "I don't know, but it's not like we have any other choice." Ruka, however, spoke with great confidence, "I trust you." Kasaragi Ryuji also spoke with resolve. "We just have to give it our all. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way." At that moment, the demon general summoned a level 5 spell. A giant sphere of flames appeared, enveloping the entire sky in an instant. Its heat spread so quickly that even Shu's group was affected. Shu pursed his lips and muttered, "Those foolish, ignorant commoners. They're dragging us into this." But then, one of his subordinates cried out in alarm, "Sir, look." Startled, Shu whipped his head around, his eyes instantly narrowing at the sight. He saw Ruka's group charging straight towards the flames. Just then, Karin summoned a level 3 holy spell, which instantly enveloped Ruka and the others. Watching this from afar, Minato couldn't help but smile. Not bad at all. It would be difficult for them to dodge a level 5 spell, so Karin's spell will help mitigate some of the damage. A smart move. As for Mizuha, Du, and Ruka, they'll be in charge of the attack. The combination of the 2 Mizuha sisters should create a higher level water spell. Minato nodded in satisfaction. That's right. If an individual's power isn't enough, the solution is to combine them. This is also the basis for forming an ultimate spell. And just as he thought, the 2 of them created a level 6 ultimate water spell, Mermaid's Tears. In an instant, a mermaid formed from waves of water appeared. Seeing this, Sugo couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wow, who would have thought these two sisters could use a level 6 spell? In a flash, the demon general's flames were extinguished, and the creature itself was completely immobilized. Seeing this, Su exclaimed excitedly, "Now's the time to make a grand entrance." But before he could even make a move, vines appeared from nowhere and wrapped tightly around him, draining the strength from his body. Shu fell powerlessly to the ground, his body going limp, unable to do anything. The one who had acted was none other than Minato. Did they really think their actions would escape his notice? Of course, he had to stop them. Meanwhile, Ruka's group had no idea that someone had almost stolen their victory. Sugo looked at the motionless demon general and quickly shouted, "It's down." Sure enough, the sky immediately returned to its original blue color. Sugo cheered excitedly. "We won. We stopped the disaster." Kara nodded in agreement. "It's all thanks to the Mizuha sisters and everyone else." But just then, both Ruka and Mizuha-do staggered, on the verge of collapsing. Kasaragi Ryuji rushed over to check on them. "Are you two okay?" Ruka replied helplessly. "I'm completely out of mana. I can't move at all." Du was also extremely weak, but she was smiling happily. "We did it, sis." Ruka nodded slightly, smiling at her. "We won." A short while later, in a meeting room at police headquarters, Minato stood in the center of the room, praising everyone. "Good work, everyone. We stopped the disaster." This was also the first official mission for our unit. Everyone sat listening, overjoyed. This was especially true for the Mizuha sisters, who had been the deciding factor in this battle. Minato was also very pleased with their performance and continued to praise them. "Every single one of you did an excellent job showcasing your abilities. I can really see all of you growing stronger. Especially you, Du. Your growth has been the most remarkable." Du, caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name, was a bit stunned, but she quickly puffed out her chest and straightened her back, her face beaming with pride. Minato didn't hesitate to continue his praise. "The instructions you gave back there were all perfectly on point. The ultimate spell was also very impressive. Had you already thought of that strategy beforehand?" Du slowly shook her head in response. "No, I had no idea." "So that was an ultimate spell? I see." Minato was shocked. "You didn't know? Then how did you do it?" With a soft chuckle, Du smirked and said, "It was thanks to your hint. The rest was just my instinct." Minato was even more bewildered. "This girl. She might be more talented than I thought, but that's not a huge problem." Minato continued, "In any case, you did a great job, especially for deploying a spell with such high destructive power right on the battlefield. Obviously, the trust and harmony between you two sisters also played a crucial role." Just then, Minato glanced at the clock. It was almost time. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Live footage from the police department's press conference appeared on the screen. A reporter was currently questioning the chief of police. "From what we understand, the leader of this special unit is the same student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the academy. Is that correct?" "I'll answer that." Before the chief could respond, Sugo quickly cut in. He leaned close to the microphone and declared loudly, "I am Sugo. I'm the spokesperson for the SMT captain, the leader of the special unit. And yes, it is a student, just as you've heard." As soon as he said that, the reporters in the audience were stunned and immediately started murmuring amongst themselves. Hearing the doubtful chatter from below, Sugo spoke up again. "He possesses abilities that could easily surpass those of a noble mage. When the disaster struck the Magic Academy, not a single noble mage showed up to help. This left both police officers and civilians in a perilous, life-or-death situation. However, Minato appeared and saved everyone." Sugo's voice grew more passionate as he spoke. "I believe he is the one who will carry the future of our country on his shoulders. Besides him, no one else is capable of handling the role of captain." Watching from another room, Minato couldn't help but feel exasperated hearing all this praise. "I wish he'd tone it down a bit." Back at the press conference, the reporters were becoming agitated by Sugo's words. More and more people started shouting questions, and the murmuring grew louder. They also began bringing up the heads of the noble mage families, especially the Fuyuka clan. The situation was making the police chief sweat bullets. He quickly spoke up. "We are currently at the police department. Please refrain from asking questions that invade the privacy of the noble mages." Just then, a loud commotion erupted from outside. As everyone turned to look, they saw the fatso, Su, standing there with two of his lackeys. He strode into the hall and arrogantly declared, "That kid you call a captain now has absolutely no redeeming qualities. Only a high-born noble mage such as myself is worthy." With that, Shu aggressively turned on the chief. "And you didn't even bother to inform me. Holding a press conference on your own accord. You clearly have no respect for your superiors." Sugo glared at him and demanded with displeasure, "Why are you here? You lost the bet." But the shameless Su and his goons flat out denied it, pretending they didn't remember a thing. Sugo was furious, but Shu just ignored him and continued speaking. The words of a noble mage like myself are absolute. You commoners should just listen to what I say. Just then, a reporter stood up to speak. I'd like to ask a question. Shu glanced at the female reporter and smirked. A pretty lady has a question for me, the new captain? All right, let's hear it. The female reporter's tone turned serious. We've received reports that not only did you fail to rescue the trapped citizens, but you actually endangered them in the process. Is this true? Hearing this, Shu flinched and quickly shook his head in denial. What kind of question is that? Of course not. But then another reporter presented a video as evidence. We've received similar reports, and we even have video footage and photographs. Immediately, many of the reporters in the audience began to question Shu, criticizing and condemning him. The more Shu listened, the more furious he became, his face turning pale with rage. He roared in frustration. All of you, shut up. It was their own fault for getting in my way. You lowly commoners better watch what you say. At this point, Sugo could no longer stay silent and spoke out loudly. Everyone here has seen it now. The era of the noble mages has completely crumbled at the hands of people like this. He declared that what people need now are heroes who are willing to protect everyone. People who fight selflessly, like the current captain of the mage unit. At this, Sugo pointed a finger at Shu and his men, continuing his condemnation. We no longer need noble mages like you, who don't give a second thought to the safety of our citizens. The wave of accusations from both the reporters and Sugo grew increasingly intense. The police department officials were left speechless, and Shu was absolutely livid. He hastily turned tail and fled, but not without shouting a threat over his shoulder. You'll all pay for this. You'll regret ever crossing me. Watching this scene from the other room, Minato couldn't help but sigh. Sugo is really going all out this time, huh? Just then, Du suddenly exclaimed, look at this. The video of the disaster is spreading all over the internet, and it shows everything that happened during the battle. Zhu and his goons' actions have caused the noble mages to receive massive public backlash, especially the Fuyuka family. Minato was taken aback. The internet is a scary thing. Information spreads like wildfire. While he was lost in thought, Du let out another cry, making him ask in confusion, what is it now? Du pointed at the screen and muttered hesitantly. We were caught on camera too. The video clearly showed Minato's group, with everyone's face perfectly visible. Minato held his head in his hands, completely defeated. So much for my quiet, unnoticed life. It was as if he wasn't standing out enough already. Things just kept getting more and more complicated. 1 week later, at meeting room number 3 of the police department, Minato arrived and his eyes widened in shock. What now? The room was packed to the brim with people, without a single empty seat. Why are there so many people? Seeing him arrive, Sugo rushed over and explained sheepishly. Well, for various reasons, it's a lot easier to get approval from the higher-ups now. Plus, the number of volunteers has skyrocketed unexpectedly. He knew he'd gone a bit too far during the press conference, so he tried to apologize to Minato, promising to make it up to him. Minato just shook his head, feeling powerless. He had intended to retrain the mages, sure, but this was attracting way too much attention. While Minato was wallowing, Du came up beside him and said cheerfully, well, let's just do our best and see how things go. After all, the whole world's got its eyes on you now. Minato replied with resignation, this is such a pain. Please, just don't let anything worse happen. Elsewhere, in a dark cellar, a figure was tied tightly to a chair. An evil voice echoed through the darkness. I'll ask you one more time. What do you know about that dark mage? As the words hung in the air, a sharp knife was pressed against the captive's throat. The man in the chair was none other than Jun, and the one holding the knife was Suji. Jun was so terrified he could have wet himself. He quickly screamed, I swear, I've already told you everything. All I know is that he can cast some incredibly powerful magic, that's it. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the knife plunged downwards, and fresh blood sprayed out. Overcome with agony, Tadano Jun threw his head back and let out a blood-curdling scream. Suji spoke coldly, I'm sure you know more than that. Dun begged and begged, but it was useless. Finally, he mumbled, I remember now. The police are tearing the Magic Academy apart looking for him, so the rumor is he might be one of the students. After hearing this, Suji nodded in understanding. I see. Looks like there's nothing more to get from you. What a disappointment. Hearing this, Jun asked with a hopeful voice, you're going to let me go, right? Suji just sneered. Pouting, he said, oh, of course I will. I'll set you free from this world. The moment he finished speaking, the man slashed his blade across Jun's neck. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. It splattered onto his sleeve, causing Suji to let out a cold, annoyed grunt. Your blood stained my clothes. Filthy, filthy, filthy. So disgusting. Suji wiped at it frantically, his eyes full of loathing. Then, the man frowned and mumbled, but, a student, you say? I bet the screams of a young boy begging for his life will sound absolutely wonderful. Just you wait for me, Mr. Dark Sorcerer. With those words, Suji's lips twisted into a smirk. He immediately turned and left the scene, his eyes filled with sick excitement. Meanwhile, in Shinjuku, a figure appeared. It was Minato, dressed as the Dark Sorcerer. He had come to this place again to purge demonic beasts. Just then, he heard a noise from behind. Minato quickly spun around to see two young men with their phones out, slowly making their way through the darkness. He quickly jumped into the air, staying out of their sight. After a few more steps, they saw the demonic beast's corpse on the ground. One of them spoke up, sounding disappointed. A monster's already dead. This must be the work of the Dark Sorcerer. I missed my chance to get him on camera. Watching from above, Minato sighed in resignation. He thought the hype surrounding the Dark Sorcerer would have died down more by now. Yet, people were still searching for him, and patrol teams had even increased in quiet residential areas like this one. It seemed like they were handling monsters and disasters much more efficiently now. Perhaps the Dark Sorcerer wasn't needed anymore. But just at that moment, he noticed something. Down below, two thugs had a man pinned to the ground, yelling aggressively, "Pay up. You owe us 10 million yen. If you can't pay, we'll just sell your organs." The man immediately shot back, "But I only borrowed 200,000 yen. Seeing that the man wasn't cooperating, the two thugs summoned their magic and sneered, "What do you think interest is for? Let's teach you a little lesson." Just then, however, a figure appeared from the sky. It was Minato. He created a protective barrier, shielding the man. Taking this chance, the man turned and fled. Seeing their prey escape, the two debt collectors shouted in frustration, "What's your deal, kid? Who the hell do you think you are, butting in? Think you're some kind of hero? Maybe you need to feel some real pain to learn your lesson." But they were all talk. Just a few seconds later, their faces were beaten to a pulp. Minato narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "I guess the police still haven't been able to deal with illegal magic users," as he was thinking. The two thugs suddenly began whispering to each other. Is that the Dark Sorcerer? The rumors all say the underground organizations are after him." Minato overheard them and looked down, asking, "Underground organizations?" Terrified of another beating, the two thugs quickly blurted out, "We don't know anything about any underground organizations. Black Rebellion. Please, let us go. We won't tell anyone we saw you." Minato narrowed his eyes at them, his voice cold. "How much do you know? Tell me, and I might let you walk." One of them immediately started talking. Black Rebellion is an underground organization of sorcerers that operates completely out of the public eye. They're involved in all kinds of crimes and make a fortune from it. The other guy chimed in, "Yeah, gangs, the mafia. They're the ones behind all of them. They've got media and political connections too, so they basically do whatever they want." They then told him that Black Rebellion had a branch in the nearby Kabukicho district. They admitted they had once hoped to join the organization themselves. After getting the information he needed, Minato knocked both thugs unconscious. He quickly left the area. As he moved, he thought to himself, Kare mentioned something about an increase in illegal activities by sorcerers from Black Rebellion. That was it, wasn't it? I get it now. Interesting. Maybe dealing with disasters and monsters is a job for Minato, the academy student. The Dark Sorcerer. His job should be to clean up the underworld. Alright then. It's time to wipe out the Kabukicho branch. With that, Minato sped off towards Kabukicho. In Kabukicho, the district only started bustling once night fell. All kinds of entertainment, both legal and illegal, sprang to life. The air was filled with the shouts of touts trying to draw in customers. Minato moved quietly through the street crowds, unable to help but feel impressed. Modern entertainment districts are so lively, it's blinding. He could feel the presence of magic everywhere, but I can't determine which organization they belong to. I should probably start by catching a few of the shady guys working here. With this in mind, Minato headed into a dark alley where a group of idle punks were hanging out. At that moment, they were admiring some items they were holding. When they noticed Minato, they yelled irritably, "Hey, what are you looking at? You looking to die or something?" Minato didn't say a word. He simply took them down, leaving the two punks unconscious. Seems like they didn't know anything. He took out his phone to call the police and report it. Just then, a civilian started to walk down the alley, and Minato signaled for them to go a different way, because the items the two punks had were guns. Just then, Minato saw something on one of their phones. He frowned and mumbled, "West Asia." So he went to find some other thugs in the area to question. "Is that where the organization's members gather?" the thug asked, trembling. "You'll let me go after I give you the info, right?" Minato let out a cold snort. After getting what he needed, he ran off. "For your sake, I hope that information was accurate." Elsewhere, at a bar called Weston, a girl with short hair quietly entered. The moment she entered, all eyes in the bar turned to her. The girl walked straight to the counter and slowly took a seat. The bartender didn't even raise his head to look at her. Still busy wiping a glass in his hand, he asked coolly, "What do you need?" The girl stared intently at the man and slowly opened her mouth. "Do you have any information?" With that, she placed a few bills on the table. The bartender took the money and stuffed it into his pocket, asking skeptically, "What do you want to know?" The girl replied without the slightest hesitation, "The location of Black Rebellion's hideout." Hearing this, the bartender's eyes snapped open as he spoke in a cold voice. "Wrong. You should be asking a different question." The girl looked at him, confused. Before she could even process what was happening, the man spoke again, his voice chilling. "Shouldn't you be asking what's going to happen to you next?" It was only then that the girl realized the other patrons in the bar were closing in on her. She immediately panicked, having no idea what to do now. While she was still frozen in confusion, the men summoned their magic, intending to kill her. The girl hastily fought back, but she knew she was no match for them. She had to get out of here. With that thought, she turned and ran. However, a blast of flames shot towards her, injuring her and knocking her to the ground. The thugs quickly approached her, speaking with a perverted grin. "We don't mind a strong woman. Just imagine, a beauty like you, all to myself." The girl's brow furrowed in anger, but her eyes revealed her despair. "I'm sorry, Kai. Your big sister is useless." Just then, a hand reached down to grab her head, but at that exact moment, Minato pushed the door open and walked in. The thugs froze in place, not knowing how to react. Minato paid them no mind, slowly walking towards the bar. He asked coldly, "Are there any members of the underground sorcerer organization here?" The question left the thugs dumbfounded. When they finally snapped out of it, one of them walked up behind Minato and said coldly, "Are you crazy? Do you have any idea what kind of situation you've just walked into?" With that, he placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and warned in a low voice, "Just run on home and hide behind your mommy's skirt, you fool." The words were barely out of his mouth when a fist slammed into his face. The single blow sent the thug flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. The pain made him cry out for his mother. The display left everyone in the room completely stunned. The short-haired girl couldn't help but think to herself, no ordinary person could send someone flying that far. He must have used magic, but I didn't see him chant anything. Who is this guy? Minato, however, didn't care what they were thinking. He spoke in a cold voice. "Looks like my information was correct. This place is just full of low-level sorcerers. How pathetic, ganging up on one woman. Scum like you from the rebellion are rotten to the core." Seeing Minato's overwhelming presence, the other thugs grew a little fearful, but they tried to steady themselves as one shouted, "Get him! He's just one guy. If we all attack at once, we can't lose." As soon as the words were spoken, a barrage of magic spells materialized and flew toward Minato, but he dodged them easily. The short-haired girl watched from the sidelines, feeling a surge of worry. No matter how strong Minato was, numbers always had the advantage. He hasn't shown any ability to cast high-level magic. He doesn't stand a chance. At that thought, the girl yelled out, "Run away." But Minato simply continued to calmly dodge the incoming spells. He let out a cold chuckle and sneered, "My condolences." The words had barely left his lips when Minato shot forward like a gust of wind, appearing in front of a thug in an instant. He sent the man flying with a single punch. Without stopping, Minato threw several more blows, taking down a few more men in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a furious combo, at an unbelievable speed that none of them could dodge. The short-haired girl watching was completely floored. She just stood there, stunned, unable to process what she was seeing. In a mere moment, the entire group of thugs had been taken down. The short-haired girl was in awe. Minato moved so fast, she couldn't even follow his movements. What kind of magic was that? Minato slowly walked toward the last man standing, who trembled and stammered. "What? What the hell are you? Who are you?" Minato narrowed his eyes at him and replied coldly, "I am the Black Sorcerer, the one who will annihilate the Black Rebellion." As soon as the words were out, he knocked the man unconscious. Right after, Minato walked over to the girl. She glanced at the men scattered across the floor, completely bewildered. He took them all down in the blink of an eye. He's on another level. He could be a legendary sorcerer. While she was lost in thought, Minato leaned in close. His eyes were remarkably clear, making her guess he was only about high school age. Minato helped her up, asking softly, "You don't seem to be injured, do you?" The girl finally snapped out of it and nodded. "Huh. Oh, right." Minato nodded, then turned and walked to the bar. He leaned down toward the man hiding behind it and said coldly, "Tell me about that organization." The man cowered and covered his head, refusing shakily. "I can't. They'll kill me if I talk." The words were barely out of his mouth when Minato slammed his fist hard on the bar. He narrowed his eyes at the man and warned in a cold voice, "This is your last chance. Tell me about that organization." Seeing the terrifying look in his eyes, the man hurriedly shouted, "I'll talk. Please, just don't kill me." He told Minato that the organization's base of operations is in Tokyo. They have multiple branches in places beyond Kabukicho, and the head of the Kabukicho branch is a real piece of work. They say the leader is a sorcerer who has a lot of influence in the underworld. There are even rumors that he's pulling Japan's strings from the shadows. After listening, Minato asked coldly, "And where is that branch located?" The man frantically waved his hands and shook his head. "I swear, I don't know. They don't tell low-level grunts like us that kind of thing. They just give us the menial jobs." Minato frowned slightly. So this guy didn't know the branch's location. He was back to square one. I guess I'll just have to go hunt down more illegal sorcerers. With that thought, Minato turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, the girl called out to him. "Wait." Minato paused, and the girl said with gratitude, "Thank you for saving me. I can't imagine what would have happened if you hadn't shown up." Minato remained indifferent, replying nonchalantly, "Don't mention it. I was just passing through. If you knew this was a dangerous place and walked in anyway, then you're the only one who can save yourself." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but chuckle. "You're pretty harsh for a kid," she said, then asked, "Are you looking for the Black Rebellion's branch? And what will you do when you find it? Destroy it." Minato answered flatly. It was just one word, but the girl could tell he meant it. He was determined to wipe out the Black Rebellion. Minato was definitely strong, but he couldn't do it alone. And neither could she realized. She fell silent, lost in thought for a long moment. The girl proposed, "Can we work together?" Minato frowned slightly, murmuring in doubt, "With you?" The girl nodded and introduced herself. "I'm a detective. I have access to more information than you and connections, too, but I don't have your kind of power. The Dark Sorcerer is even stronger than the rumors say. If she cooperated with Minato, she might be able to achieve her goal." Hearing her proposal, Minato hesitated for a moment before speaking coldly. "So you plan to trade the information you have for my power?" The girl nodded slightly and replied, "Sounds like an ideal partnership, doesn't it? Let's combine our strengths." The Dark Sorcerer, Minato, stared intently at the girl before him, not saying a word for a long time. It was true he needed information, but could he really trust this girl? If he got in too deep, he could be compromised. After a long silence, Minato slowly opened his mouth. "All right, let's work together." Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. She quickly introduced herself. "I'm Leona." Minato also spoke up. "I'm the Dark Sorcerer." Leona frowned slightly and mumbled, "That sounds a bit pretentious and long. Do you have a shorter name?" Minato shook his head slightly. "No, that's what everyone calls me." Seeing this, Leona eagerly started thinking of a name for him. After a moment, she asked hesitantly, "How about Chrono?" "That's fine." Minato agreed without hesitation, then asked suspiciously, "So why were they attacking you?" Leona answered casually, "I was looking for Black Rebellion's hideout." Minato sighed, "How reckless." Leona shot back defensively, "Aren't you the same?" He pouted and said, "I can defend myself." Leona felt Minato had a point inside in resignation. "I know I'm still weak, but I have no other choice. No one dares to stand up to them. And the noble sorcerers don't care, while the police are busy with the disasters, so Black Rebellion has been allowed to run rampant here with no consequences." Minato had heard about this from Karin, but what was the meaning of Leona suddenly trembling while they were talking? He narrowed his eyes at her, finally speaking up, "You're helpless, aren't you?" Leona lowered her head, having bitten her lip until it bled. After a long moment, she spoke fiercely. "My younger brother was attacked by a sorcerer. Since their parents had died a few years ago, Leona had been taking care of Kai. She worked like crazy to raise the boy. Kai, despite being alone most of the time, never complained. Until one day, Leona's house was broken into. Kai witnessed everything and was then attacked by the thieves with magic. Being too young and having no way to fight back, Kai could only run, but he couldn't escape. As she recounted this, Leona's face was filled with rage. Minato glanced at her and asked doubtfully, "So, was he injured?" Leona shook her head slightly. "Not injured, but he fell unconscious." Minato was shocked to hear this. "Can't he be healed with magic?" At that moment, Leona screamed in frustration. "The doctor said he'll wake up. He's only 9 years old. It was their fault. They were caught, but it's not enough." Leona's eyes were filled with so much hatred, indignation, and helplessness. Minato realized this and asked her, "So you want revenge?" "I want justice." Leona yelled fiercely. "I want to stop others from going through the same thing. I don't have power, but you do, don't you?" Minato said nothing, contemplating her words. She seemed to be telling the truth, and this story was a clever way to get him to cooperate. But Minato didn't dislike it. With that thought, he spoke coolly. "If you can be of use to me, then fine." Leona smiled triumphantly. "Investigative information. I've looked into a few things, but not much. They're either Yakuza or Mafia, so I'm investigating carefully." Minato paid no mind to that, seriously proposing, Take me to their hideout. Leona was stunned. What are you planning to do? Minato replied casually, infiltrate it. Leona became frantic and tried to dissuade him. That's too dangerous. You may be strong, but you're not immortal. But Minato spoke with great confidence, I won't die. I'm the dark sorcerer, after all. Leona looked at him hesitantly, and after a long moment, she agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Minato was a bit surprised. You could die. Leona shook her head resolutely. I don't care. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and asked in a stern voice, what about your brother? Biting her lip hard, Leona replied in a low voice, if I die, he'll get the insurance money. Minato was suddenly reminded of the people who had died in the disasters of his past life. He sighed in resignation. Money is useless. It would be a pointless death. But Leona was adamant, shouting, how can the strong understand the feelings of the weak? To live a meaningful life, we have to do this. We have to fight, even if we lose. At this point, tears started to fall from her eyes. Leona's body trembled slightly as she struggled to speak. My brother, we made a pact. Leona cried her heart out, tears streaming down her face endlessly. Minato stood there silently, watching her. Just as Leona was falling into despair, thinking he wouldn't agree, Minato suddenly spoke, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and take me there. Hearing his words, Leona immediately looked up. Minato was already walking towards the door. He looked at her intently and said seriously, we're going to take them down. Leona smiled faintly. Wiping the tears from her face, she said confidently, of course we are. The two quickly left the bar, and Leona started to complain. Walking is a bit tiring, but Minato shook his head and said, we don't have to walk. Then he walked straight towards Leona. Without any hesitation, he scooped her up into his arms, causing Leona's eyes to widen in complete shock. A short while later, in a room high up in a city skyscraper, a group of thugs was gathered. The one standing guard by the window suddenly let out a yelp. This made the others in the room ask in confusion, what is it? Before they could understand what was happening, the window was shattered. Minato burst in, carrying Leona. He also conveniently landed a kick on the guy standing near the window. The chaotic scene left the group in the room bewildered. Minato set Leona down, scanned the room, and asked, so this is Black Rebellion's hideout? Leona didn't answer. She was panting heavily from fear. She thought she was going to die. Just then, the men in the room pulled out their weapons, guns, and swords. They pointed them straight at Minato and warned in a cold voice, who the hell are you? Do you know where you are? Minato wasn't the least bit flustered, speaking nonchalantly. So this is all the Yakuza amounts to, huh? A man in glasses walked up to Minato and asked coldly, who the hell are you, you little brat? Minato replied coolly, the Dark Sorcerer. As soon as the fat guy heard this title, he roared in annoyance. Are you crazy? Kill them. Immediately, the thugs surrounded the two. Kusanagi Minato instructed in a low voice, don't stray too far from me. Leona nodded slightly. Got it. At the same time, a thug with a sword rushed towards them. But what he slashed was something invisible, and his sword broke in two. The man immediately started trembling in terror, muttering, what is this? Seeing that the sword attack failed, the thugs quickly started shooting at the pair. Unfortunately, the result was the same. The bullets only hit some kind of invisible barrier before vanishing. Seeing this, the thugs looked like they'd just seen a ghost, screaming in disbelief, swords and guns are useless. Is he some kind of monster? Minato ignored the small fry and walked straight up to the fat guy in glasses. He spoke coldly. You're the boss here? This group is connected to the Black Rebellion, isn't it? His words made the man freeze up. After a moment, his body began to tremble. He then roared aggressively. You little brat, you think you're going to get out of here alive? Do you have any idea who the Yakuza are? The moment he finished speaking, the leader and his men frantically opened fire on Minato. But unfortunately, it was just as useless as before. Minato stood there calmly and whispered, good, so they're just subordinates. Leona, on the other hand, was sweating buckets. Tadano-jun asked with a tremor in his voice, aren't you scared? And how come we're not hurt at all? Minato didn't answer. He was checking the magical energy in the room. After a while, he finally spoke. There's no magic here, which means they're not connected to them. There's no reason to stay. Just then, the leader yelled again, you're dead meat. Die. Tired of their nonsense, Minato swept his leg in a full circle. Just like that, the whole group was slammed against the wall, knocked out cold on the spot. Minato didn't even need to use attack magic to take them down. They were pathetic. Leona stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. Minato didn't bother explaining much and said flatly, they don't have any information. Let's go somewhere else. Leona stared intently at Minato, thinking to herself, he's so strong. Is this the power of black magic? He could probably take down Bray's men, couldn't he? While she was lost in thought, Minato suddenly lifted her into his arms. Leona stammered. What? Minato said nonchalantly, we're leaving. Then, he simply jumped from the high floor, causing Leona to scream in terror. A moment later, using the same method, Minato carried Leona as he crashed through the window of another gang's hideout to beat them up for information. After hitting a few spots, Minato suddenly asked, puzzled, why do they always attack us first? Are all Yakuza this stupid? Leona caught her breath before retorting in frustration. They're not tools. Did you really think they'd just listen to us? With that, she glared at Minato and fiercely demanded, and can we please stop going in through the windows? You're just tipping them off. Besides, I'm afraid of heights. Minato paid her no mind, suddenly muttering to himself, I figure if they're Yakuza, it should be fine. Leona stared at him, speechless. What kind of logic is that? Ignoring her reaction, Minato nodded decisively and said, it'll be fine. Let's bet on it this time. After that, the two of them went to an office and knocked on the door. A bald man opened it. Seeing the two of them, he frowned and asked, who are you? Minato replied coolly, we want to know about the Black Rebellion. Immediately, the door slammed shut, followed by an angry shout, get lost. Leona was at her wit's end with Minato's methods. She held her head in exasperation. Who on earth tries to get info on a secret organization by boldly knocking on the front door? Apparently, Minato does. But, of course, it didn't work, so he just used brute force and smashed the door down. Seeing the door get destroyed, the bald man roared in anger. Hey, are you trying to start something? Where the hell are you from? Minato repeated what he said before. I just want to ask about the Black Rebellion. His words made the bald man lose his patience. He clenched his fists and charged forward. Seeing this, Minato thought with a sigh, you should at least listen to what people have to say. And then, he threw a single punch that sent the guy flying. His head slammed right into the back wall, leaving his buddies completely terrified. Minato didn't care, asking coldly, all right, where's your boss? Just then, a man in a suit walked out and said in a low voice, that would be me. I'm Osiro. What do you want? Minato didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Is this place connected to Black Rebellion? Osiro frowned slightly, looking skeptical. A subordinate in the back yelled angrily, who the hell are you to ask questions like that? Damn it. He was about to attack Minato, but Osiro stopped him. That's enough. The subordinate wanted to argue, but Osiro spoke coldly. Don't. He's not someone you can handle. With that, he glanced at Minato and said honorably, we have no connection to the Black Rebellion. I swear it on my gang's honor. Minato showed no reaction and continued to ask, then do you know where their hideout is? Osiro didn't answer right away, instead asking, if I answer, will you leave? Minato nodded without the slightest hesitation. And so, Minato and Leona were invited to sit at a table, where a gangster brought them 2 cups of tea. Leona was completely bewildered. What in the world was happening? Just then, Osiro spoke up. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Osiro. Minato also gave a polite greeting. I'm Chrono, a black magician. Leona quickly followed suit. I'm Leona. After the introductions, Osiro took out a map, pointed to a spot, and said, the Black Rebellion's hideout is quite a distance from here. He said that's all he knew and didn't have any more locations. Minato frowned upon hearing this. It matched what Leona had said, so it was probably traceable. Turns out Leona was pretty reliable after all. Minato narrowed his eyes at Osiro and asked coolly, but have you told me everything? Are you hiding something from me? Osiro shook his head slightly and replied, no, we're enemies. We just don't fight with each other often. Minato let out a smirk and said with a pout, we were hoping for that, too. Osiro spoke with conviction. I wouldn't lie to someone capable of sitting in my Yakuza office. We have principles. Don't speak to me like that. Minato was genuinely surprised to think that a man like him still existed. With that thought, Minato immediately stood up to leave. We've gotten what we need, so we'll be going now. Osiro watched him go and asked hesitantly, what about your plan to fight the Black Rebellion? There are rumors they've connected with some influential figures. It won't be easy. A smile crept onto his face. Minato pulled Leona closer to his side, raised an eyebrow, and asked, what about an opponent like us? I've faced countless people before. The moment he finished speaking, he grabbed Leona and leaped out the window, leaving Osiro with a hope we never meet again. Osiro watched Minato's retreating figure from above and couldn't help but chuckle. I never thought someone like you existed. If you make a move, you'll probably wipe out the Black Rebellion. Minato, unaware of his thoughts, was still carrying Leona toward their destination. Elsewhere, in an abandoned house in the city, 2 groups were in the middle of a transaction. The 2 leaders were wary of their surroundings. Their subordinates were inspecting the guns inside the wooden crates. After a moment, one of them spoke up. There's no problem with the quality of the goods. After confirming everything was in order, they began the exchange. A large suitcase full of money was handed over. The leader in black smiled with satisfaction. The red-haired man walked over and shook his hand. The deal was done. The other man nodded slightly and said, "A good deal indeed. Japan is amazing. There's no other country that treats criminals as well as this one." Hearing this, the red-haired guy smirked and said, "This place is full of people with peaceful souls. It's the greatest nation ever." With that, the two of them burst out laughing. But just then, the window was shattered by someone. Then, a figure landed beside them. Immediately, both groups jumped in shock. What the? Who is this guy? The newcomers were none other than Minato and Leona. Minato spoke coldly, finally found Black Rebellion. With that, he scanned the group before him. You're probably wondering how many mages are here. All the ones who look like they're from Black Rebellion are magic users, and about half of them look like they're from the Mafia. Huh? Leona wisely stepped aside. She knew she shouldn't get involved in this fight. She didn't have that kind of power, so Leona quietly moved away and took out her phone, intending to record evidence. Being interrupted made both groups furious. The red-haired guy glared at Minato in annoyance and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this familiar line, Minato couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Oh boy, villains always start with that line, don't they? His words left the other guy completely confused. Minato paid him no mind and calmly said, "I am the Dark Sorcerer, and I'm here to eliminate the Black Rebellion." The Mafia leader, unfamiliar with the name, asked in a low voice, "A Dark Sorcerer?" The red-haired guy stared at him, bewildered, and muttered, "Eliminate the Black Rebellion." But soon after, the whole crowd burst out laughing. The red-haired guy sneered, "A punk like you? What can one person possibly do?" Just as he finished speaking, a fireball shot towards them. With a loud boom, the flame exploded, sending the nearby crowd flying. Minato snorted coldly and said, "I'm going to take all of you down." Enraged by the sudden attack, the two leaders immediately gave the order. "You've got some nerve. Get him." Instantly, the entire group attacked Minato with magic, but they couldn't touch him. All their magic was blocked by an invisible barrier. Inside, they could only use level 2 magic. Anything higher would destroy the warehouse. Minato could use combat magic, but their sheer numbers made them difficult to handle. Seeing Minato completely unharmed, the group began to panic. "Our attacks aren't working. Nothing is hitting that guy." The Mafia leader was just as bewildered, demanding, "Why isn't he hurt?" The red-haired guy was completely flustered. How was he supposed to know? He'd never seen magic like this before. Minato couldn't help but feel exasperated. It's not even magic. In any case, their panic was quite remarkable. Just then, the Mafia leader shouted, "We still have that thing I brought, right?" The red-haired guy suddenly remembered, his confidence returning. He gave a cold smile and said, "Enjoy your confidence while it lasts. Dark Sorcerer or whatever you are." Minato was a bit taken aback. "Looks like they've sobered up, huh?" While he was wondering, one of the men brought over a canister of poison gas. Seeing it, Minato shouted a warning. "Leona, get out of here right now." Leona immediately obeyed, turning and running for the door. At almost the same moment, the guy threw the poison gas canister. Minato couldn't be careless and hastily used magic to pull it back, but in an instant, all the poison gas was released. The two leaders, who had already put on masks, gloated at the sight. They laughed gleefully. "Too late, you idiot. Even you can't resist poison gas. Game over. He's finally dead, right?" As they spoke, they walked forward, eager to see how Minato had died. But when they got a closer look, their eyes widened in horror. Because inside the cloud of poison gas, Minato's figure was still standing there, unfazed. He was completely unharmed. The two leaders staggered back in shock, crying out in disbelief. "Wait, he's alive. How is that possible?" Minato was kind enough to explain to them, magic shields and barriers can't block poison gas, but gas is just gas. If I circulate the air with wind magic, it poses no threat at all. A superior sorcerer like me can't be defeated by something as crude as poison gas. The more Minato spoke, the more terrified the men in front of him became. The red-haired guy frantically shouted, "Call for backup." One of his subordinates quickly picked up his phone to make the call, but no one answered. Minato wasn't surprised. He stated coolly, "Of course, no one is picking up, because I've already taken care of all of them. All of your bases outside of Kabukicho have already been crushed by me." Minato let out a smirk and said, "You're the only ones left, so prepare yourselves." His words caused the color to drain from the two leaders' faces. Minato didn't hold back in the slightest, directly taking down every single person inside the abandoned building. Minato announced nonchalantly, "The Black Rebellion in Kabukicho ends today." But just then, a sound echoed from within the abandoned building, startling him. He frowned and asked, "Who's there?" From the shadows, Leona was dragged in with a knife held to her throat, accompanied by a sinister voice. "You did all of this by yourself. I have to say, that's impressive." The knife was just a few millimeters from Leona's neck. The slightest touch would sever her carotid artery. Her captor was Suji. He smirked and said, "Care to negotiate, dark sorcerer?" Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating his next move. The distance between them was too great. He couldn't react in time using his magical combat techniques, unless he could create an opening. He could instantly activate his level 1 spell and make the guy drop the knife. As if reading his thoughts, Suji sneered, "Oh, I wouldn't try anything reckless, unless you want to see this woman die." Minato's frown deepened. This guy can sense my magical power. It seems there are still sorcerers in the modern era who can sense magical power. Suji's magic level is around 40,000 N, which likely makes him a high-level sorcerer. Although, it's possible he's suppressing his true power. Leona, feeling she'd gotten Minato into this mess, spoke up apologetically. "I'm so sorry. It was foolish of me to follow him." Minato brushed it off, saying plainly, "Don't worry about it. I promise I'll save you." Being ignored, Suji shouted in frustration, "Don't you dare ignore my presence. Do you understand the situation you're in? I am the god of this place. If you dare to try anything, I'll kill her." As he spoke, he pressed the knife harder against Leona's neck, making her wince in pain. Seeing this, Minato immediately nodded. "I understand. I won't do anything." How obedient. Pleased with his cooperation, Suji smiled. He then continued, "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Kagasuji, the head of the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho branch." He told Minato the truth. His boss had ordered him to investigate the Dark Sorcerer. If possible, he was to befriend Minato, but if not, he was to eliminate him. Suji also mentioned that he had been torturing people connected to the Dark Sorcerer and was finally close to getting the information he wanted. At this, he suddenly gritted his teeth, a look of pure frustration in his eyes as he shouted, "And after all that, you just decide you're going to destroy this branch." As he spoke, Suji's knife pressed tighter against Leona's neck, and a trickle of fresh blood appeared. Minato frowned at the sight. Seeing his expression, Suji feigned remorse and said, "Oh, my apologies." With that, he pulled back the knife and sneered, "I hope you can forgive my little outburst. While it's not like me, killing a hostage would be pointless, right?" Leona's blood coated the tip of the knife, making Suji ecstatic. He flashed a demented grin. "Either way, your blood smells so sweet. It really, truly smells delicious." "It's great being an observer, isn't it?" Worried that the man would harm Leona, Minato quickly spoke up. "So, what are the terms of this negotiation?" Suji let out a soft chuckle, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, I almost forgot. It's quite simple. Starting right now, I'm going to torture you to death." He said Minato had the right to refuse and run away, but if he did, Leona would die. At this point, Suji pointed his knife at Minato and laughed triumphantly. "So what will you do now, Black Sorcerer? Choose between yourself and this woman." Without a moment's hesitation, Minato spoke. "I accept the torture." Hearing this, both Leona and Suji were stunned. Suji couldn't help but exclaim, "You really have a spirit of self-sacrifice. How wonderful. Don't you think so?" Minato wasn't too worried, because no attack could affect him. Therefore, the torture would be meaningless. But Suji was no fool. He immediately ordered, "In that case, restrain your immense magical power. It's pointless if you have a magic shield, isn't it?" Leona couldn't help but panic. This meant Minato could block any attack with his magic shield. But what if he suppressed it? Minato hadn't expected Suji to even know about his magic shield. He must have seen it during their last fight. I was so careless. But with no other choice, Minato had to restrict his magical power. He then raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Suji let out a cold laugh, then summoned his magic to attack Minato. He laughed triumphantly. "Don't move." He didn't kill Minato, but instead tortured him with his level 1 magic. Seeing this, Leona screamed in terror, "Stop!" Unfortunately, why would Suji listen to her? He laughed maniacally. "There's no way I'm stopping when I'm having this much fun." In the blink of an eye, Minato was beaten to the ground. Seeing this, Leona screamed in panic, "Minato." Guilt filled her eyes. This was all her fault. She had been determined to destroy them even if it meant sacrificing herself, but instead, her own uselessness had dragged him into this. At that moment, Suji seemed to have victory in the palm of his hand. He shouted maniacally, "What a pity, but this is the end for you. Thanks for the fun time you've given me. Goodbye, Black Sorcerer." Leona bit her lip fiercely. She wouldn't let that monster kill Minato, because he was her only hope. With that thought, she began to struggle to escape, summoning her magic into her hands at the same time. But Leona's clumsy actions didn't escape Suji's notice. He let out a cold laugh and threw her to the ground. He snorted in contempt, "I can see right through you. If you hadn't been here, he wouldn't have lost. A great man like him has to die. A fitting end for a foolish woman like you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Suji charged forward with his blade, intending to stab Leona to death. But just then, Minato suddenly moved. He smashed a fist into the man's face, sending Suji flying like a broken kite. Minato let out a soft snort and said coldly, "The pathetic one here is you." Seeing Minato unharmed, Leona cried out in astonishment. "How can you be okay? Didn't you suppress your magic shield?" With a slight chuckle, Minato casually replied, "It's simple. Right before his magic hit my body, I put up a tiny magic shield so Suji wouldn't notice." Hearing this, Leona looked as if she had just witnessed a miracle, exclaiming, "That's not simple at all. Only you could pull off a trick like that." Minato paid her no mind and said calmly, "Anyway, you're safe now, so don't worry anymore." He then healed the wound on Leona's neck. Only then did Leona let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Suji, on the other hand, was furious, roaring aggressively. "What's this? Thank God crap." Minato was a little surprised. Even though he had used a magic combat technique focused on speed, the guy was pretty tough for not passing out. Suji glared at Minato and said resentfully, "How dare you hurt me? The torture didn't even leave a scratch on you. In that case, I'll just burn you to death instead." As soon as he finished speaking, his magic began to erupt. Minato couldn't help but frown. Suji's magical power was rising. Just as I thought, he was hiding his true strength. At that moment, Suji's eyes were filled with rage. He roared maniacally, "Burn to ashes." In an instant, brilliant flames filled the abandoned house. Seeing the flames rushing madly towards them, Leona immediately cried out in panic, "Level 4 magic? There's no way we can block that." But Minato just stood there calmly, not making a single move. In an instant, the flames engulfed them both. Just then, Minato finally moved. He casually waved his hand, and a protective barrier appeared, completely blocking the brilliant flames. Witnessing this, Leona cried out in utter disbelief. Level 1 magic completely blocked a level 4 spell? How is that even possible? She stood behind Minato, staring intently at his steady back. What was this feeling of relief that Leona was experiencing? Could it be that she believed he would definitely be able to do something? Just who was this person standing before her, possessing such power? Seeing Minato block his attack, Suji didn't panic. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly, then snorted coldly, "Excellent. I knew it. You're strong. I figured my magic wouldn't work on you. However, I have a trick up my sleeve." As soon as he finished speaking, Suji reinforced his magic, causing Leona to cry out in surprise. Why is there no sign of the magic fading? His spell should have disappeared by now. It's sustained magic. Minato slowly explained, "Normally, you can't cast multiple spells at once, and after a spell has been active for a while, it weakens and dissipates. However, if you redeploy the same spell with equal force right as the previous one dissipates, it will be seamlessly continued. That's the same principle you use to fly with wind magic. If you didn't do that, you wouldn't be able to stay airborne." Hearing Minato bring up her flying, Leona shouted in annoyance, "Thanks for the explanation. But we don't have time for this. The barrier is about to." But as she said that, she realized something. The barrier wasn't disappearing. Her eyes widened in shock. Seeing her reaction, Minato spoke again, unconcerned. "If I can explain it, that means I know how to use it too. So obviously, I can also use sustained magic. And for me, it's a piece of cake." But Suji was in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe it and screamed, "No way, you can use sustainable magic too." Leona, at this point, had regained her confidence. She declared aggressively, "Your magic is useless against him. I suggest you surrender while you still have the chance." Hearing this, Suji lowered his head. His body trembled instinctively, but he quickly looked up, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Just kidding. Seeing his smile, Leona was instantly stunned. What does that mean? Suji let out a grim laugh and said coldly, "Right, it's powerful. If I fought normally, it'd be a tough one for me. But like I said, I have a trump card up my sleeve." Immediately after, he once again manipulated the flames in front of him. Instantly, Leona felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She struggled to breathe, murmuring, "It's so hot, I can't breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy?" Seeing this, Suji smirked triumphantly. "Do you know what happens when you put up a barrier in an enclosed space and surround it with fire? Naturally, the oxygen runs out and the temperature rises uncontrollably. And now, Minato has two choices. Wait to suffocate inside the barrier like Leona is now, or dispel the barrier and face those flames outside. That's what a normal person would do, but not Minato. In the blink of an eye, Leona's difficulty breathing vanished. She cried out in surprise, "It's not stuffy anymore, and it feels cooler." Suji's eyes filled with disbelief at the sight. Minato scoffed lightly and said in a cold voice, "It's impressive that your fire magic can affect the atmosphere, but it seems you're unaware of the fact that magic itself also exists within the atmosphere." Hearing this, Suji trembled and stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Minato was kind enough to explain it to him. A magical barrier is a mixture of the caster's magic and the magic of nature. Magic exists in the atmosphere and carries the properties of the atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of energy appeared around him. In just a moment, it swirled around the barrier, pushing back Suji's flames. At the same time, the air vent above them opened. Minato said calmly, "So, in other words, magic itself is both air and a shield. Is that enough for you to understand?" The more Suji heard, the more he panicked. He clutched his head, screaming, "Impossible. Why did it turn out like this? My technique was flawless. It was supposed to be the perfect magic for torturing and destroying anyone." Letting out a soft huff, Minato said in a cold voice, "You bastard. I'm not giving you permission to break down yet. You enjoy torture, don't you? Then go and feel the same pain as your victims." As soon as he spoke, he placed a hand on the man's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Suji's eyes lost their focus, and tears began to stream down his face. Minato smirked, having cast a spell called the Zone of Darkness. In Suji's subconscious, he was falling into a dark abyss. He didn't know where he was, couldn't make a sound, and couldn't hear a thing. An overwhelming sense of fear quickly consumed Suji. He desperately cried for help, but no one answered. Before long, Suji could no longer resist and collapsed to the ground. Without a shred of pity, Minato said coldly, "Atone for your past sins in the depths of darkness." Just then, a noise was heard from outside. Leona flinched and frowned. It seemed someone had reported their location. Feeling they couldn't stay any longer, Minato suggested, "Let's go." With that, he swept Leona into his arms, causing her to stammer in a panic. "Wait, don't tell me we're flying again." Unfortunately for her, any resistance was futile. Minato flew out the window with her in his arms. He landed on the rooftop of a nearby building. Looking at the scene below, Leona spoke slowly. "With this, the Black Rebellion in Kabukicho has been wiped out." Minato nodded slightly and said, "Looks like it's time to clean up the next area." Leona stared at him intently before saying hesitantly after a long pause, "Hey, Chrono, there's something I'd like to ask. Will you accept me as your ally?" She admitted she didn't have any power and might slow Minato down, but she had information and connections that could be of great help to him. Her tone was almost pleading. Minato looked at her intently for a long moment before sighing and saying, "I've just realized something. Turns out, I have a hard time turning down people's requests." Leona looked at him expectantly, so Minato had no choice but to nod. Minato spoke casually. "From now on, I look forward to working with you." A glimmer of joy appeared in Leona's eyes as she replied with determination, "Of course, I look forward to working with you, too. I'll handle the public relations and leave gathering allies to me." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but feel bewildered. What's this about public relations? The next morning, the media reported that the Kabukicho branch of the underground organization known as Black Rebellion had been annihilated. It was reported that someone known as the Black Sorcerer was involved in the takedown. The incident was currently under investigation. But in the midst of it all, a female news anchor at a television station suddenly received some shocking news. It was a declared message from an organization dedicated to fighting illegal sorcerers, led by the Black Sorcerer. Immediately, a video appeared. The figure of a young man in a black cloak quickly came into view, along with a firm declaration, "I, the Black Sorcerer, am the one who will rise to eradicate the illegal sorcerers associated with the Black Rebellion. Any injustice caused by these sorcerers will not be tolerated. No matter who you are, remember that." This declaration was broadcast widely across Japan. Naturally, Akuto also saw the video. He was so furious, he slammed his fist on the table. He furiously cursed out that damn Black Sorcerer. Just then, a man approached and advised, "There's no need to get so worked up. The Black Sorcerer is just a nobody." Hearing this, Akuto calmed down and nodded in agreement. "You're right. Besides, I have you here." The man was the head of the Fuyuka family, Fuyukin. He smirked and said, "That's right. A noble of my caliber." So why was a nobleman like him here? Well, earlier, he had been watching the news, where the media was criticizing the noble sorcerers. Major television networks were pointing out that noble sorcerers were supposed to protect the citizens, but their actions, as seen in footage and at press conferences, were appalling. The more Fuyukin watched, the darker his expression became. The news anchors even argued that the special unit of Minato's was far more effective, and they raised a serious question. Were noble sorcerers even necessary anymore? The expression on Fuyukin's face twisted with every criticism from the media. His ever-perceptive butler stood beside him, saying nothing. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Fuyukin's anger erupted. He used magic to shatter the television in front of him. Fuyukin gritted his teeth and ordered, "Get Shu in here." The butler didn't hesitate for a second, accepting the order as he left. "Right away, sir." Tadano-jun's anger hadn't subsided, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'll show them what happens when they dare to cross the magic nobility. Meanwhile, in New York, chaos had erupted. People were fleeing in every direction because a disaster had struck the city. Demon soldiers were attacking on the main street. The NYPD quickly arrived on the scene and began to fight the monsters, but there were too many of them, and the officers couldn't hold out much longer. One of them asked doubtfully, "Where's the FMT squad?" His partner quickly replied, "Disasters are breaking out everywhere. They can't get here that fast." Hearing this, the first officer cursed in frustration. "Damn it, you useless bastards." As the two were talking, a massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Countless people were incinerated, and a demon general appeared on the streets of New York. The police stared in terror. How were they supposed to defeat creatures like that? What can they do? But just then, a series of magic circles suddenly appeared around the demon general. In an instant, a brilliant pillar of fire erupted, reaching for the sky as if it meant to swallow everything in its path. This bizarre spectacle left the police officers completely bewildered. And that wasn't all. Just as the flames appeared, a colossal sphere of water materialized. Without hesitation, the sphere of water merged with the inferno. The officers' eyes went wide at the sight. One of them mumbled, "What in the world just happened?" Just then, a voice came over their earpieces. The voice on the other end informed them that a disaster specialist had arrived on site and that they were to coordinate with them to control the situation. That specialist's name was Tusiru Mizuha, a magic noble from Japan. At that moment, Tusiru was standing on a nearby rooftop. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down. Tusiru began to summon magic in his hands. The demon general, not daring to be careless, also moved to act. In an instant, fire and water clashed violently. At first, they fought against each other, but it wasn't long before they merged into one. Finally, the flames vanished. The wave of water, however, did not stop. It surged straight towards the demon general, instantly blowing it to smithereens. Tusiru landed on the ground, his figure radiating an immense authority. The police officers watching from the sidelines were stunned by his instant kill, but they quickly recovered and burst into joyous cheers. They started to surround Tusiru, showering him with praise. The next morning, at the international airport, Tusiru was met by a crowd of reporters snapping photos the moment he arrived. A middle-aged man shook his hand, praising him. "Thanks to you, sir, the extent of the damage was greatly reduced. We are incredibly grateful." Tusiru calmly shook his head. "I was only doing my job. There's no need to thank me." Meanwhile, the two bodyguards next to the man were whispering about Tusiru. The gist of their conversation was that Tusiru had fallen from grace. Aside from his noble status, his magic level was now quite low. Tusiru seemed to overhear them, but he didn't show any major reaction. Tusiru quickly left with his entourage. The middle-aged man waved goodbye from behind. For the sake of Japan's standing, the current state of the magic nobility, and for his daughter, who was on the Magic Special Forces team, he had to go back and deal with these matters. He couldn't let things continue this way. Back in Japan, Ruka's group was training with Minato as usual. During a break, Ryuji couldn't help but complain. "Kusanagi is way too strong. It's ridiculous. He might actually be the strongest person in Japan." Dua Mizuha nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and it doesn't even look like he's going all out." Hearing them sigh, Sugo spoke up to reassure them. "We definitely have a shot if we all attacked him at once. No matter how strong he is, we can't afford to lose." His words seemed to fire up Ruka and the other two. Their eyes filled with a fighting spirit. Minato, who had just walked over and overheard them, smirked and asked, "You guys want to give it a try right now?" The three of them froze, startled to see him there. Dua quickly shook her head. "No, we were just talking." Minato chuckled. "Oh, really? Trying to run away? Am I really that scary?" His words annoyed Ruka and the others, but Minato paid them no mind, calmly announcing, "Break's over. For your next training exercise, you're going to try and defeat me. Anything goes. Give it everything you've got." Hearing this, Ruka and the other two immediately grew excited, their eyes filled with a new resolve. All three of them shared a single goal: take down Minato. Immediately, they summoned their magical energy. Even Sugo and Karin joined in. Minato remained unfazed, calmly creating a barrier. Seeing it, Dua said with a confident smile, "That little shield won't be enough to protect you." But this time, Minato created another, high-level magic shield. Kasaragi Ryuji stared in shock. He put up another barrier. Ruka frowned slightly, reminding them, "Focus. Use everything you've got to break through." In an instant, a barrage of powerful magic spells flew toward Minato, but they simply dissipated upon contact with the barrier, completely unable to touch Minato. This left the entire group utterly flabbergasted. Minato smirked, lowering the barrier. Dua ran up to him, yelling in disbelief, "But we hit you with level 6 magic." I knew you were strong, but I never imagined you were on this level. Kasurugi Ryuji also spoke up in frustration. Seriously, what is with that guy? Seeing the reactions, Minato couldn't help but smile. I guess it's my turn now? Huh. He then summoned magic into his hand. At the sight of it, everyone's faces froze. They knew they were in for it. And sure enough, it wasn't long before all of them were taken down. The disgruntled group could only think one thing. Minato is a monster. Just then, a phone suddenly rang in the pocket of one of the Mizuha siblings, confusing them both. They quickly ran over to check it, and the expressions on their faces instantly froze. Seeing this, Minato asked with concern, "What's wrong, you two?" Dua looked at him hesitantly and said in a low voice, "Our father, he's coming home." A little while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, the two sisters, Ruka and Dua, had returned. Sitting before them was Tusuru. Facing the father they hadn't seen in a long time, the two sisters were a bit uncomfortable. Tusuru also remained silent, plunging the room into a heavy quiet. After a moment, Tusuru slowly spoke. "I've heard that you two have joined the special magic unit." The two sisters were stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right." Tusuru narrowed his eyes at his two daughters, finally making a request. "Tell me more." Hearing this, Mizuha, Dua, and Ruka's expressions immediately changed, their eyes lighting up with joy. Mizuha Dua was the first to speak, saying the Special Magic Task Force was making a huge contribution to society. They had resolved countless disasters, and everyone there was amazing. Ruka chimed in, saying they had both matured a lot, and that their magical power had more than doubled, allowing them to use high-level spells now. They told Tashiru that this was largely thanks to Minato. The two of them took the opportunity to praise him endlessly. After listening, Tashiru frowned and spoke in a low voice. "This Kusanagi boy seems to be quite the exceptional individual, doesn't he?" However, where no one could see, his eyes held a dark glint, but the two sisters continued to chatter on about Minato's strength. Tashiro calmly took a sip of tea, then slowly set the cup down and spoke coldly, "Leave the Special Magic Task Force." Mizuha, Dua, and Ruka, who had just been so happy, were stunned. They asked in confusion, "But why?" Tashiru spoke icily. "I'm sure you've noticed that the reputation of the magic nobility is currently in decline, and this is having a terrible effect on Japan. It is the magic nobility who supports this country." He said that the Special Magic Task Force not only wasn't helping but was actually making the situation worse. His words made the two girls' faces fall, their eyes showing clear defiance. But Toshiro didn't care. He continued his stern lecture. "Especially that Kusanagi Minato you mentioned. From now on, I forbid you two from associating with him." The sisters immediately bristled with defiance, retorting aggressively, "That's not fair. You're just doing whatever you want, father." Tashiro narrowed his eyes at his two daughters and said coldly, "You have always obeyed me, and you will continue to do so." Mizuha Dua bit her lip fiercely. She had always listened to her father, never once daring to talk back, but now was different. In the next moment, she declared defiantly, "No." Mizuha Dua said she would not leave the Special Magic Task Force, nor would she turn her back on Minato. He's the one who saved the world, and besides, we've been training relentlessly this whole time. The Special Magic Task Force is doing what the magic nobles are supposed to be doing. We'd be happy to cooperate if that's what you want, Tashiro, but forcing us to quit." Before she could finish, Tashiro cut her off coldly. "Then you are disowned. Never again will you call yourself a magic noble. I understand." Mizuha Dua didn't back down, replying indifferently before turning to leave. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, a sincere smile on her face as she said, "I will operate as a member of the Special Magic Task Force, not as the magic noble, Mizuha Dua Mizuha." With that, she walked away. Tashiro watched Mizuha Dua's retreating back and couldn't help but say, "I never thought Mizuha Dua would go this far." Ruka spoke faintly. "Mizuha Dua has changed, father. And so have I." Immediately after, Ruka also walked toward the door, making her own stance clear. Tashiru narrowed his eyes at her and said coldly, "If you leave with Mizuha Dua Mizuha, you will no longer be able to use the name Ruka Mizuha." Ruka replied without the slightest hesitation, "I know. If this means being disowned, then so be it." With that, she bowed to Tashiro. "Thank you for everything. Goodbye, father." Tashiro sighed in resignation. They just don't see the importance of the magic nobility. He was truly helpless, his eyes filled with sorrow. Elsewhere, the two sisters had already left the house, dragging their suitcases behind them. Mizuha Dua grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Father is so stubborn. We and Minato have been trying so hard." Ruka nodded in agreement. "That's right. We'll decide our own lives." But it wasn't long before Mizuha Dua suddenly spoke up hesitantly. "But, are you sure about this? Us running away from home, I mean." Ruka just shook her head with a small smile. "Don't worry, I'm with you on this." Besides, I can't let my little sister go off on her own. I'm your big sister, after all. Hearing this, Mizuha Dua was deeply moved. She rushed over to grab Ruka's arm and acted cute. After that, they started looking for a hotel to stay in. However, every single one of them refused to let them check in. After a series of hopeless attempts, a dejected Mizuha Dua sighed in frustration. All the hotels, inns, even the internet cafes were going to be homeless. Sitting across from her, Ruka also sighed. They all turned down minors immediately. She could lie about her age to get a room, but she was sure Mizuha Dua wouldn't dare do that. Mizuha Dua took a sip of her milk tea and muttered unhappily, "This is so weird. We have money from our work in the Special Magic Task Force, but we can't even spend it." Just then, two guys walked in from outside. Seeing Ruka and her sister, they started snickering and teasing. "Hey, you two are cute. Are you celebrities or something? Come hang out with us." Without even waiting for a reply, the two shameless guys sat right down at their table. Mizuha Dua's face instantly hardened. She warned them in a cold voice, "Hey, get away from my sister, or I'll kill you." Seeing the murderous look in her eyes, the two guys immediately ran off in terror. Ruka watched them flee with their tails between their legs and snorted in contempt. What a bunch of idiots. Mizuha Dua saw how angry she was and couldn't help but smile. Right after, she grabbed Ruka's hand and suggested, "Let's use this chance to go have some fun." Ruka asked, bewildered, "But what about a place to stay?" Mizuha Dua replied casually, "We'll worry about that later." And so, they headed to the mall, put their suitcases in a locker, and happily went shopping. This was probably one of the rare times the two sisters got to have fun like girls their age. Afterwards, they even went to a karaoke room and sang their hearts out. It was evening by the time they left the entertainment complex. Mizuha Dua walked and laughed. "Today was so much fun. We did everything." Ruka nodded in agreement. "I've never had so much fun in my whole life." At that moment, Mizuha Dua suddenly stopped in front of Ruka. She smiled brightly and said, "I'm so glad we have each other, big sis." Ruka smiled back at her dotingly. "You think so? But we still haven't figured out where to stay." Mizuha Dua's mood instantly deflated, and she sighed, "If only someone would let us stay with them." Just then, Mizuha's phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Minato. The two sisters stared at each other, and a thought suddenly sparked between them. And so, a little while later, a resigned Minato had to welcome these two uninvited guests. He asked in surprise, "What are you two doing here all of a sudden?" Mizuha Dua looked at Minato with sparkling eyes, pleading softly, "Is it okay if we stay at your place?" Of course, Minato didn't turn them away, inviting them inside to get the full story. After hearing about the disagreement between the Mizuha family, he exclaimed in shock, "So you two ran away from home?" The sisters thought Minato disapproved and sighed helplessly. "You think so too?" "Huh, we knew it." Minato narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. They had both changed. They seemed more honest with themselves now, and their sisterly bond had grown stronger. While Minato was lost in thought, Mizuha spoke up again. "I know it's a bit sudden to ask this, but could we possibly stay here for a while?" Ruka also pleaded. "Please, we have nowhere else to go." Minato didn't answer right away, lost in thought. He knew they were girls, but it's not like there were any feelings between them. "Well, it's not a problem." He finally gave a slight nod. "All right, you two can stay for a while." Hearing this, the two sisters were instantly overjoyed. Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but add a disclaimer. "Let me tell you up front, this place is pretty cramped." The two sisters just shook their heads, saying dismissively, "We don't mind. We really like it." Minato sighed in resignation. "You two are such a handful." It was only then that the Ruka sisters realized the predicament they were in. Dua blushed shyly, feeling that looking at Minato now was different from usual. They were going to be living together from now on. She felt like they were doing something completely crazy. Ruka was no exception. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and she had no idea what kind of emotion this was. While they were lost in their own thoughts, Minato spoke up again. "Do you two want to take a bath?" Those words seemed to trigger something in the two sisters, making them jump in alarm. Minato looked at them, confused, and asked again, "What? You don't want to?" Dua finally snapped out of it and quickly shook her head. "No, that's not it. We'll take a bath." And so, she went into the bathroom to wash up first. After being outside all day, the cool water felt incredibly refreshing to Dua. Meanwhile, in the living room, Minato spoke to Ruka. "Anyway, what you two did was very brave. I never thought you two would actually run away from home." With a helpless little laugh, Ruka said in a low voice, "I'm just as surprised as you are. This is the first time Dua and I have ever gone against our father's wishes. My father has always been strict, never allowing anyone to act freely." Minato frowned at this and said hesitantly, "But it looks like his impression of the special magic unit is pretty bad." He might do something against us, who knows. While the two of them were talking, Dua came out of the bathroom. That felt great. Sis, it's your turn. Ruka nodded slightly in reply. Yeah, thanks. Then she also went into the bathroom. The water pouring down from the shower head felt incredibly satisfying to Ruka. Outside, Dua was chatting happily with Minato. You know, this feels kind of strange. Being in your room like this. Minato nodded slightly and said, This is the first time I've ever had anyone else stay over. Smiling at him, Dua said gratefully, Thank you, Minato. Without you, we'd probably be out on the street. Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato dismissed her thanks. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, Dua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Minato looked at her, confused, and asked, What is it? Dua just shook her head and replied, Nothing, it's just. You always say that, you know. Minato didn't see anything wrong with it and said matter-of-factly, The special magic unit is my unit. You're a member of the team, and you're my friend. No matter what problems come up, I won't abandon you. Minato's words made Dua's cheeks turn bright red with shyness. Her heart started pounding like it was going to leap out of her chest. Just then, Ruka pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out, startling Dua and making her forget her embarrassment. Ruka, unaware of what was going on, calmly announced, I'm done. Seeing that the two girls were finished, Minato stood up to head to the bathroom. All right, I'm going to take a bath now. Ruka glanced at him as he went in, then looked over at Mizuha Dua sitting on the other side. The atmosphere instantly grew still. It seemed that Ruka had something on her mind. The next day, in the police department's meeting room, Sugo handed Minato a file. Here's our training schedule. Minato looked it over and nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. Seeing that he had no objections, Sugo continued, Then our regular meeting is adjourned. With that, he was about to get up and leave. But Minato called him back and said, By the way, I have something to report. Mizuha, Dua, and Ruka started living with me. These words made Sugo freeze solid. He cried out in alarm. So the three of you are living together? Minato casually confirmed it. Yes, that's right. Sugo was truly at a loss for words. You're living with not just one, but two girls. How can you be so calm? Is this normal for young people nowadays? This isn't right. Minato was just too weird. He figured he had to teach him a few basic things. With that in mind, Sugo suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Kusanagi, you should know that Japan does not practice polygamy. Hearing this, Minato was confused and mumbled to himself, wondering if that was the current trend. Afterwards, Minato left the meeting room, but on second thought, having three people in that room really did seem a bit cramped. Should he move out? While walking down the hallway, Minato saw Karen training in the courtyard below. She had been practicing for so long that her forehead was slick with sweat. Minato slowly approached her and said with a smile, Still training, holy sorceress? Karen jumped at the sound of his voice and looked up. Seeing him, she smiled shyly and said, I was falling behind, so I've finally reached a level where I can use attack spells. As she said that, she suddenly realized something and quickly added, Actually, Kusanagi, you're our leader, so you don't need to be so formal. I'm your subordinate, so please speak more casually with me from now on. Seeing how serious she was, Minato nodded in agreement. Karen finally smiled in satisfaction. But then, Minato said nonchalantly, Try casting an attack spell. Karen was taken aback. Ignoring her reaction, he said calmly, I'll give you some pointers. Hurry up. Karen then began to practice her magic. Minato watched from the side for a while before praising her. You've improved quite a bit. Keep this up and you'll get stronger. Karen was happy to be praised, but she quickly grew sad and mumbled. But compared to everyone else, I'm still so weak. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and reassured her in a low voice. Don't put yourself down. I can see you're trying really hard. Karen smiled at him, sighed, and said, The reason I joined the police department is because they said holy mages are very rare, so how can someone like me possibly compare to others? She knew she was the weakest in the unit, and she hated feeling this way about herself. At this point, Karen felt she was being a bit pessimistic. Afraid Minato would overthink it, she waved her hand and said, Sorry, that must have sounded strange. But Minato didn't mind and calmly asked, Why did you want to become a police officer? Karen hesitated for a moment before frowning and murmuring, My grandmother was a saint magician. She helped a lot of people during the disaster that happened before. She wanted to be like her grandmother, so she joined the police force. But now, her grandmother was gone. As she said this, Karen turned her head to hide her emotions. It's a trivial reason, isn't it? I don't have any grand ambitions or goals like other people do. She always thought she wasn't good enough, that she couldn't really do anything. Minato looked at her intently and asked coolly, Is that what you think? Karen didn't answer. Minato slowly walked towards her and said with a smile, Sanada, you have your own strengths. You can heal people, And you're even learning offensive magic. That's amazing. It didn't matter why Karin chose this path. What mattered was what she did. She worked with passion and diligence. Minato placed a hand on her shoulder and praised her sincerely. You've improved so much, and it's really obvious. Hearing these words, Karin was moved to tears. The two of them then went to the stairs to talk. Karin looked at Minato apologetically and said, "Sorry about that. I must seem like a pretty pathetic adult in your eyes." Minato brushed it off. "I don't think age is an issue." Karin chuckled softly. "You're right. When I see you, I get that same feeling. Thank you, Kusanagi." Minato had saved her time and time again. To her, he was a hero. The long day finally came to an end as night fell. Minato, wearing his familiar hoodie, went out. He was now standing on a rooftop, looking at the person in the distance and calling out. Why the sudden call? The person who had asked to meet him was Leona. She raised an eyebrow, looked at Minato, and said with a smile, "I've got some information that I'm sure you'll be curious about. It's related to the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobility." Hearing this, Minato's brow furrowed in thought. A moment later, he smirked and said, "Impressive. Tell me." Leona wasn't in a hurry. She pointed at Minato, pouting as she reminded him, "Put on your black mage uniform." Minato heard this and retorted, annoyed, "You think I'd wear that every day?" With a soft scoff, Leona got to the main point. "I've been investigating illegal mages and underground magic organizations using my connections in the underworld, and I've heard some dark rumors about the magic nobility. Money laundering, collusion, embezzlement. An endless list of crimes, especially involving the Fue family. They seem to have connections to the Black Rebellion." Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, "Who is the leader of the Black Rebellion?" Leona replied nonchalantly, "Rumor has it that it's Kuroi Akudo, a former noble magician. Apparently, he was quite rebellious during his time there and was eventually kicked out. It was even in the news for a while." Minato understood and nodded. "That just further confirms their shady relationship with the magic nobility, doesn't it?" Leona answered casually, "Exactly. There are a lot of suspicions, but no concrete evidence. No one talks, and no information can be found. They might use threats. Be careful if you want to dig deeper into this." Minato paid no mind to their threats and calmly requested, "Send all the information to my device." Leona asked doubtfully, "What are you planning to do?" "Serve justice," Minato replied with a faint smile, then use magic to leap off the building. He had countless ways to deal with his enemies, and he would never show them any mercy. Minato quickly returned home. Mizuha, Dua, and Ruka were each doing their own thing, paying no attention to one another. Ruka was sitting on the bed, practicing Tadano-jun meditation. Mizuha Dua was diligently reading and doing her homework. As for Minato, he was on his phone. He figured he should investigate Kusanagi Minato, the disasters and the history of the past 50 years. He had also learned how to use his smartphone. Next, Minato began to search for information about Kusanagi Minato. Information about Minato quickly appeared online. Minato scrolled down to read. The history of Kusanagi Minato up until his death was almost identical, but modern mages seemed to be described as being at a much lower level. There were even baseless rumors about the ancestors of the magic nobility being active. There was a lot of vague information about the noble mages. The secrets of high-level magic and their training methods remained a mystery. If his grimoire hadn't been lost, mages wouldn't have declined. But according to Mizuha Dua, it seemed there were no books or data left on the subject. It was as if someone was conspiring to weaken all mages. It was possible that the previous generation of the Mizuha Dua family knew something, but meeting them now would be very difficult. There was also very little information about the disasters. The more Minato thought about it, the less he understood why they were recurring, why they happened in the first place, or even what the disasters truly were. Minato just sat there in a daze, and Du, seeing him, was a bit bewildered. The next day, at the police department's training ground, Minato was training everyone as usual. Just then, an urgent alert sounded through his wireless earpiece. "All police forces, attention. A disaster has been detected. All units, proceed to the location immediately." Upon receiving the information, Minato quickly gave the order, "Let's move out." His team departed swiftly. However, when Minato arrived, he saw that smug bastard Shu down below. With his foot on a demonic minion, he sneered. "Well, you're pretty late." He walked up to Minato, pointing and laughing. "I've already defeated all of the boss's minions. What exactly is the magic task force doing?" Seeing Minato's silence, Shu became even more cocky and pleased with himself. "Oh, relax. No civilians were harmed." With that, he and his people started to leave, but not before adding an arrogant laugh. "You people are always talking about protecting citizens, but what would you do without us? You should practice your Tadano-jun more next time. Understand?" Hearing this, Du cursed angrily. What the hell was that about? Minato nodded in agreement. "My thoughts exactly." However, on another day, the same scene played out again. When Minato's team received the information and arrived, Shu's group had already handled everything, and they didn't stop mocking them. Late, late, you're late again. You idiots, are you even useful for anything? Ruka's team was furious, genuinely wanting to start a fight, but Shu and his people had already made a quick exit. Seriously, what is the point of the magic task force? It's clear the world still needs us magic nobles. Du was now extremely frustrated and complained. This is the 5th time. This is just weird. There's no way he isn't pulling some trick. Sugo sighed helplessly. It's possible someone is obstructing us. The intel we're getting is being delayed. Minato felt the same way. He could sense a disaster nearby, but the farther away it got, the slower his ability to sense it became. What should I do? While Minato was still lost in thought, Du continued to curse relentlessly. This is so damn annoying. Just then, Karin suddenly exclaimed, "It looks like Fuya's group is getting a ton of public support." Sugo found this very strange and hesitantly mumbled, "That's really suspicious. Just a little while ago, they were being heavily criticized." Karin scrolled through her phone for a moment before finally speaking up. "There's a press conference about to start." Minato furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "What's it about?" Karin shook her head and replied, "No idea. Fuya is gathering reporters." Shortly after, the Fuyukalka clan held a press conference. Tadano-jun sat at the podium and spoke clearly. "Thank you all for attending this meeting. This meeting was convened today for one reason. It concerns the recent mistakes and disappointments displayed by the magic nobility, especially from my beloved son," Old Man Du said, expressing his remorse. "We have endured countless criticisms for his actions and his treatment of others." Hearing this, the reporters below began to stir, murmuring their criticisms. Jain listened in silence. Only after everyone had finished their questioning did he bow a full 90 degrees and speak. "I sincerely apologize." This act from Tadano-jun left the reporters below stunned, unable to react for a long moment. Jain paid them no mind, keeping his head bowed low as he continued. "This is certainly a reflection of my own failures as a parent. However, I assure you all that Shu is trying to atone for his mistakes and is actively participating in resolving the recent disaster." Immediately, the reporters' attitude shifted, and their critical tones softened considerably. Seeing this while still bowing, Tadano-jun smirked in triumph. But when he raised his head, he maintained a dignified expression and said, "It's true that there has been much discussion about how the Fuyukalka's son has dealt with these disasters. The recent disasters and the sudden overseas expeditions of other magic nobles have contributed to a manpower shortage, making the situation even worse. We are deploying comprehensive countermeasures." Meanwhile, Ruka's group was watching the press conference. They were extremely displeased, as the Fuyukalka's press conference was getting a lot of attention. More than half of the comments were strongly supportive of the Fuyukalka clan. The more Mizuha Dua watched, the more frustrated she became, crying out, "They're just saying what they think. We've worked so hard, only to get this ridiculous outcome." Minato placed a hand on her head, gently comforting her. "Calm down. It doesn't matter what anyone says, our mission won't change. Trust me, I'll handle it." As he finished speaking, he gave a confident smile. After the Fuyukalka clan's broadcast that day, Sugo was summoned to his superior's office. After hearing the order, Sugo exclaimed in shock, "I'm sorry, sir. What did you just say?" The chief spoke calmly. "I've already said it. At this rate, the team's very existence is in grave danger. Complaints about the Special Magic Task Force are on the rise. Opposing the magic nobility is an extremely dangerous game." The chief suggested that the current tense situation was partly due to Sugo's own actions. Hearing this, the expression on Sugo's face froze. He retorted defiantly, "But sir, the real issue is the Fuyukalka's behavior." But before he could finish, the chief snapped angrily, "Regardless, you shouldn't have been so confrontational. You're the one who proposed creating this team and made enemies of the magic nobility. This is your own doing." Biting his lip aggressively, Sugo asked suspiciously, "Our missions have been delayed. Do you know anything about that, sir?" The chief scoffed coldly. "Now you're going to accuse me? You're in disgrace." He ordered Sugo to improve the police department's public image and mend relations with the magic nobility. If you can't do it, then disband the team. These words sent Sugo into a panic. Meanwhile, at his private residence, Tadano-jun was laughing triumphantly. Everything was going according to plan. The butler standing beside him chimed in with flattery. "Your insight is truly extraordinary, master. No one would dare question your judgment." The old man clicked his tongue and laughed arrogantly. "The public is so easily swayed. With just a little bit of acting, those fools will believe anything. With the public on our side, I'll crush that special magic task force in no time." With that, he threw his head back and laughed, as if victory was already in his grasp. Meanwhile, Sugo left the police station, feeling utterly defeated. What would become of Minato's team? For a whole week after that, the special unit didn't receive a single disaster response mission. which made Mizuha Dua extremely frustrated. It's so weird that we haven't been called in for a whole week. Ruka nodded in agreement. That's right. The Fuyukaoka have handled most of the recent disasters. Kasaragi Ryuji scoffed angrily. Even people within the police department are sabotaging the special magic team. Minato said while eating, there might be someone inside the police force colluding with the magic nobility. To them, our team is a thorn in their side. Mizuha Dua still wasn't convinced and shouted, I don't get why we're the obstacle. Minato slowly explained, our actions have negatively affected the reputation of the magic nobility. Not to mention, many of them seem to be in league with the Black Rebellion. It would be inconvenient for them if our team became influential. The more Mizuha Dua heard, the more defiant she became. She yelled fiercely, it's not our fault, it's those useless magic nobles. If they don't want their reputation ruined, they should just work harder. Getting yelled at so suddenly, Minato replied helplessly, why don't you go tell them that? Mizuha Dua pouted, ignoring him, and glanced at Ruka. Do you think our father is involved too? Ruka sighed and said, I suspect him too. Seeing them so troubled, Minato stood up and suggested enthusiastically, then let's go find out. Kasaragi Ryuji also nodded in agreement. That's right. Hesitating won't get us anywhere. Mizuha Dua hesitated slightly, muttering, but I'm not on good terms with him right now. Minato didn't pay it much mind and just said, if you don't want to, you don't have to come. His words made the two Mizuha sisters look at each other. After a moment's hesitation, they spoke in unison. No, we'll go. After all, we're his daughters. A short while later, they arrived at the Mizuha clan's mansion. However, a servant refused to let them see their father. Mizuha Dua spoke up hastily. We just want to talk. Ruka also asked in a stern voice, can't you make an exception? The servant shook his head without hesitation. The master's orders were clear. His daughters are not permitted inside. We cannot allow those who have been disowned to cross this threshold. The expressions on Ruka and Mizuha Dua's faces immediately froze, leaving them speechless. At that moment, Minato stepped forward and spoke. I am Kusanagi Minato, captain of the Special Magic Task Force. I have a few questions for Lord Tusuru Mizuha. The servant responded calmly. For interviews, please schedule an appointment in advance. Minato shook his head slightly. No, I'm not here for an interview. I just have a few questions, but it was no use, which made Minato start to lose his patience. He was seriously considering forcing his way in. Fortunately, just then, Tusuru Mizuha came out from inside. He narrowed his eyes at Minato and asked suspiciously, What's all this? The servant quickly reported. These people wish to speak with you, sir. Tusuru instantly frowned, silently observing Minato. At the same time, Minato was also looking right back at him. After a long silence, Tusuru gave the order to let him in. Minato's group was finally led inside the mansion. As they walked, Minato asked in a low voice, I had no idea he was your father. Ruka sighed helplessly. That's our dad. He's old, but he looks like he's in his 20s. Tusuru watched the three of them huddle together and whisper, a look of displeasure in his eyes. A moment later, they were led into the reception room. Tusuru sat opposite them, his eyes narrowed at Minato. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Minato also remained silent, sitting there calmly. After a moment, Tusuru spoke in a deep, grave voice. You're the one who led my daughter astray. With a faint smile, Minato calmly replied, blaming others for your own child's independence is a bad habit that many parents fall into. Are you unhappy to see your own child growing up? In an instant, the air between them crackled with tension. Tusuru was displeased. Minato, in contrast, was perfectly calm, maintaining a polite smile. He didn't like to beat around the bush, so he got straight to the point. Why are you putting pressure on the Special Mage Task Force? Tusuru replied nonchalantly, I never gave such an order, and I have nothing to do with it. Noble mages rarely cooperate with one another. Fuyuka is acting on his own accord. Minato was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so direct. I thought it would take more effort to get that out of you. Tusuru replied with gravitas. I respect those with real ability. I have heard your story. A student who possesses the power of a noble mage, hailed as a hero for averting numerous disasters. But I also have my doubts. Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, would you like to test that for yourself? The moment the words left his mouth, Tusuru unleashed his own magical power. Minato didn't back down, meeting his power head-on. Behind them, Ruka and the others were overwhelmed by this immense magical pressure. What kind of magical power is this? Damn it. Are they monsters or something? Their magical pressure is terrifying. The two powerful auras clashed intensely against each other. After a moment, they both withdrew their power. Tusuru looked at Minato with narrowed eyes and praised him. Impressive. Very few people can stand up to my magical power. Minato didn't let the praise go to his head, replying calmly, Sensing and controlling magical power are the fundamentals of using magic, and besides, you weren't releasing that much of your power anyway. Hearing this, Tusiru raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Well said. Minato narrowed his eyes at the man. Tusiru's control and his immense reserves of magical power were on a different level from other mages. It was clear he had far surpassed everyone else of this era. Talent and aptitude alone couldn't explain it. There was definitely something more to Tusiru Mizuha. With that thought, Minato spoke again calmly. One last question. Why have mages become weaker compared to the past? Tusiru didn't answer, asking coldly instead, what makes you say that? Minato replied nonchalantly, because I know about things from 50 years ago. Tusiru hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke after a long pause. It is for restriction and control. Minato asked, confused, what does that mean? Tusiru didn't answer, saying mysteriously, you will understand when the time comes, but let me say this. Noble mages are necessary. Minato didn't seem to agree, raising an eyebrow as he retorted, even a family like the Fuyuka? To that question, Tusiru had no answer. Minato didn't press the issue. He stood up from his seat and said calmly, it's time for us to leave. Thank you for answering my questions. He could stand up, but Ruka and the other two couldn't. Du quickly yelled, wait a second, we can't move because of the aftershock from earlier. So Minato had no choice but to help them to their feet. Before leaving, he added one last sincere comment. I might have hesitated if the Mizuha clan was involved. I'm relieved to know that you aren't. After all, Du and Ruka are important friends of mine. Tusiru narrowed his eyes at Minato and asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato just said, who knows? A few days later, at police headquarters, they had just received a delivery of several large boxes. Someone inside the headquarters immediately shouted with joy, our uniforms are finally here. This is anti-monster gear that can resist magic. Sugo nodded and said with a smile, with this stuff, we can finally operate for real. Minato wasn't paying attention to any of that. As he was looking at his phone, he whispered, looks like my preparations are complete. Sugo overheard and asked suspiciously, your preparations? Minato gave a simple nod and said with a mysterious smile, it's time to begin. We have a debt to repay. Meanwhile, at the Fuyuka estate, Tadano-jun was laughing triumphantly. The end of the special task force is at hand. Tadano-jun of the Fuyuka will control Japan with the help of the Black Rebellion. Hearing this, X laughed along in agreement. Money and fame will all belong to the Fuyuka clan. Those foolish commoners will have to bow their heads to us. But their celebration was cut short when someone burst in from outside. It was the police. As the captain roared, police! Everyone freeze. The situation sent Tadano-jun into a panic. He stammered in confusion. What's going on? Do you have any idea whose house this is? At the same time, a news helicopter was hovering nearby. A female reporter began to broadcast the events as they unfolded. The police have raided the residence of the Fuyuka suspects. This marks the first time a noble mage has ever faced criminal charges. Inside the residence, the police captain presented an arrest warrant. He said coldly, you are under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority. We are currently conducting an investigation. Hearing this, Jane immediately snapped back, yelling, are you kidding me? How dare you treat a nobleman like a common criminal? You better have some proof. Just as he finished, a deep voice echoed from outside. Are you challenging us? Fuyuka's group immediately turned their heads to look. The newcomers were Minato and his team. He held up a phone and said with a smirk, it's right here. Shu naturally recognized him and roared in frustration. Kusanagi Minato from the Magic Special Ops team. Why are you here? There's no way you have proof. Minato calmly replied, this is the proof of your corruption. Minato spoke nonchalantly, then played a video for everyone to see. In it, the head of the Fuyuka family could be clearly seen accepting money from an underground organization linked to illegal mages, along with making threats and intimidations. Upon seeing the video, Jin's expression immediately turned ugly, but he still refused to admit it, claiming it was a fabrication. In this day and age, anything can be edited. Minato didn't bother with the old man, slowly walking over to give him a closer look. He sneered and asked, you dare say this is a fake? Immediately, another video played, this time showing a conversation between Jane and the butler. The dialogue was about handling a natural disaster, which Jane had deliberately ignored. The evidence was overwhelmingly clear. Tadano-jun's face went pale, and even Shu was in a state of chaos. Tadano-jun scanned the members of the Fujiwara clan and demanded furiously, who dared to be the mole? Only a few people have access to my room. Instantly, the butler stepped forward and admitted, it was me, sir. His eyes bulging, the old man lunged forward, grabbing the butler by the collar and roaring in fury. How dare you? You're just a butler. How dare you do this? The butler was helpless. It was the only thing he could do. A few days prior, Minato, in his Black Mage form, had come to see the butler one night. He wanted the man to cooperate in exposing Fujiwara's crimes. At first, the butler refused. "I cannot betray my master." Minato scoffed coldly, sneering, "Such loyalty. But is it genuine? Is it your duty to stand by and watch the clan you serve simply rot away?" These words made the butler fall silent in contemplation. Noticing the hesitation in his eyes, Minato continued, "Will you choose to let the Fujiwara clan continue its decay, or will you accept the pain and save the magic nobility? Make your choice." And in the end, his choice was to expose Jane, which led to the situation today. He sighed and said, "You are unworthy of the magic nobility. You should be destroyed." As he spoke these words, there was not a trace of his usual reverence in the butler's eyes. Humiliated like this, Tadano-jun's expression immediately darkened. His anger reaching its peak, the old man screamed madly, "All of you, just die." Immediately after, he summoned his magical energy, preparing to attack. But just then, Jane's eyes suddenly narrowed as a bolt of magical energy shot in from a distance, shattering the table in two. Tadano-jun reacted quickly, throwing the butler aside to avoid being hit. The one who had attacked was Minato. He spoke with a cold scoff, "You have nowhere left to run, you pathetic magic noble." Tadano-jun trembled with rage. He clenched his fists, muttering through clenched teeth, "How dare you look down on all my years of effort? All the money and status I've built over the years is now all gone down the drain." Hearing this, Minato just sneered in contempt. "Did you earn it yourself?" Yet, Tadano-jun threw his head back and laughed loudly. He roared like a madman, "This is the most infuriating moment of my life. I've created overseas bases to deal with situations just like this. If I escape from here, no one will ever be able to catch me." But first, Tadano-jun wanted to kill them all. The moment he finished speaking, he and Shu's men launched their attack. However, a barrier appeared in front of the police, blocking all the incoming magic. Minato gave a slight wave of his hand and said, "The magic task force will handle them. Everyone else, fall back." Outside, the reporter on the scene saw the magical energy flooding the air. She immediately reported, "Magic is being unleashed. It seems the Fujiwara clan is starting to fight back. Are the magic nobles involved in these crimes?" In these chaotic times, with natural disasters and monsters running rampant, they were only thinking of their own personal gain. At the same time, this live broadcast was being aired across the entire country. The people of Japan were all watching this event, and they were putting their hope in the Magic Task Force, hoping they could deal with the magic nobles who had become a disgrace to Japan. And right now, the task force was facing off against Shu. And of course, the most powerful person here, Minato, would take on the greater responsibility. That was to confront the noble mage, the head of the Fujiwara clan. Tadano-jun squinted at him, his eyes filled with rage. On Shu's side, he had also summoned his subordinates, a group of people with wind-type magic hovering in the air. Shu looked down at them and spoke with contempt. "You think you can beat us with so few people?" With a slight scoff, Mizuha Dua retorted coldly, "Unlike you, lazy nobles, we haven't been sitting around doing nothing. We've already dispatched our other members to deal with the natural disasters and monsters." Shu was enraged by her words, shouting in frustration, "You annoying bastards, why do you always get in my way? I won't hold back anymore. I'm going to kill every last one of you." Mizuha Dua, of course, did not back down. She declared in a stern voice, "You are a disgrace to the noble mage lineage. I will never forgive you." On the villa's balcony, Tadano-jun stared intently at Minato, a smirk on his face as he said, "Do you really think you can defeat a noble mage?" Minato replied coolly, "I see no reason why I would lose to a bunch of flies like you. Then let's see how this works." Tadano-jun grunted softly, then fired a bolt of magical energy into the air. But before it could even touch the helicopter, a barrier appeared, blocking his magic. Minato spoke with disdain. "Could you possibly sink any lower?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Tadano-jun sneered, "As long as I have money, being despicable is a necessity." While the two were talking, a chaotic battle had already erupted below. Of course, the magic task force was no slouch, and before long, one of the enemies was taken down. Seeing this, Shu's expression immediately turned ugly. But it didn't stop there. One by one, his subordinates fell. The expression on Shu's face froze. This couldn't be happening. They were magic nobles, so how could they be so utterly overwhelmed? Shu couldn't accept it. He was a magic noble. He couldn't accept losing to Mizuha Dua's people. Immediately, Shu screamed an order, "Do whatever it takes to kill them. Use all of your magical power." Hearing this, the two remaining subordinates nodded in acknowledgement, and then all three of them simultaneously unleashed their full energy in an attack. The task force didn't panic in the slightest. The Mizuha Dua sisters looked at each other and, with a quick understanding, nodded. Then, both of them acted at once, and a massive wave of water appeared. In a flash, It rushed forward, looking as if it could swallow everything in the world. And, of course, that included Ju and his two men. They were struck by the wave, left soaking wet and powerless on the ground. Seeing the Mizuha sisters approaching them, a flicker of panic rose within him. But the Mizuha Dua sisters showed no sympathy, looking at them indifferently. Seeing the tables had turned, Shu and his subordinates bowed their heads and begged for their lives. It was just a moment of poor judgment. I'll change. Please, spare our lives. Mizuha Dua hesitated for a long moment before nodding. I understand. If you truly intend to change, then we might have no other choice but to forgive you. With that, she turned and walked away. The entire special task force simultaneously summoned their magic, aiming it straight at them. Shu's legs immediately went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Tadano-jun trembled and muttered, "You said you'd spare me." With a soft scoff, Duka said coldly, "Did you really think we'd spare someone like you, who has no real intention of changing?" Hearing this, Shu and his subordinates cried out in despair. At the same time, up on the balcony, Minato seemed to know that they had won. Minato smiled, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "I guess they've taken care of things. It seems your pride and joy, your only son, has met his match in my comrades." Tadano-jun bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with rage. He screamed wildly, "You bastard!" Minato wasn't afraid in the slightest, remaining calm. This relaxed demeanor of his only enraged Tadano-jun further. Unable to hold back any longer, he began to attack Minato. However, Minato easily dodged his level 1 magic attack. When the first strike failed, Tadano-jun continued with level 2 magic, but the result was the same. Minato's speed was incredible. Even wind-based magic couldn't catch him. Tadano-jun didn't give up, continuing to channel more mana and launching a level 3 magic attack. Minato wasn't rushed, calmly dodging each wave of magical attacks that came his way. This entire scene was captured by a news reporter's camera from a helicopter. The female reporter couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible magic!" Minato still looks fine. After a series of failed attacks, Tadano-jun once again released an even larger amount of mana. His magic had now reached level 4. Minato still stood there defiantly, his face as calm as still water, as if he were just taking a stroll through this fight. Tadano-jun bit his lip fiercely, summoning many more magic circles in his hands. A tornado furiously appeared in the air, and in a flash, it surrounded Minato, as if wanting to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Du immediately cried out in alarm. Kasaragi Ryuji also muttered worriedly, "That looks dangerous." Contrary to everyone's worries, Minato was perfectly calm. He stood in mid-air, letting the tornado rush towards him. But surprisingly, when it reached Minato, the tornado suddenly vanished. When the whirlwind dissipated, Minato was still standing there unharmed behind several layers of barriers. The reality was that Tadano-jun's level 5 magic couldn't do a thing to him. Seeing this, Ruka couldn't help but exclaim, "Did he just block that terrifying attack with a single defensive layer? That's Kusanagi for you." At the same time, those watching the livestream were also in shock. Some were impressed by Tadano-jun's magic. Of course, others marveled at Minato's power. The reporter at the scene began to narrate again. "Neither side is giving an inch. I've never seen a battle like this before." Minato landed from the air. He frowned, thinking to himself, this magic isn't very strong. Is he just stalling for time? He must be preparing to retreat. At that moment, Tadano-jun suddenly smirked and said, "Hey, what's the matter? Can't move." Minato narrowed his eyes at him and said in a cold voice, "I could finish you off quickly, but where's the fun in that? Show me everything you've got." As he said this, his eyes were full of provocation. "I'll take it all and put you through hell." These words enraged the old man. He ground his teeth and muttered, "You arrogant sewer rat, I'll grant your wish." But before he struck, he suddenly chuckled. "But first, let me give you a little warning. Try not to piss your pants." Tadano-jun said his magical power was 200,000 N. This number astonished Ruka's group, who were watching. None of them believed the number was real. Ruka snorted coldly and said, "He's just bluffing. We should help out, even if it's just a little." Kasaragi Ryuji nodded in agreement. "Right. Just standing by and watching isn't my style." Immediately after, the whole group ran towards the balcony. Minato sensed them coming and turned his head to look, only to see that they had been blocked. The one who had acted was that old man, Jane. He sneered, "Consider yourselves lucky. If you had gotten any closer, I would have killed you." The expressions on Ruka, Du, and Ryuji's faces turned ugly. At that moment, Tadano-jun suddenly threw his head back and screamed as immense mana erupted from his body. His magical power was compressing to the point that his body began to glow. This is terrifying. It's enough to kill even a Kusanagi. This made the three of them very worried. But Minato just scoffed contemptuously. Tadano-jun thought he was scared. The old man said smugly, "My magical power is far beyond your imagination, isn't it?" Well then, let me show you my overwhelming power, so even a fool like you can understand. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous magic circles appeared around him. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared in the air. Minato, on the contrary, wasn't scared but excited. He had never seen this type of magic before. At that moment, the rift began to swallow everything around it. In a flash, the balcony corridor was reduced to a pile of rubble. Tadano Jun grew even more arrogant. This is spatial magic, the most powerful spell, capable of crushing everything around it. It can flatten a person in an instant. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, smirking as he said, "I'd like to see you try." These words infuriated Tadano Jun to the extreme. He roared madly, "Die under the pressure." Instantly, a level 6 magic spell appeared. The spatial rift was now sucking everything around it inside, and Minato was caught in it too. Seeing this, Tadano Jun laughed victoriously. "There's nothing you can do. Die. You deserve it." Ruka's group, on the other hand, was extremely worried. They couldn't believe Minato would die so easily. This had to be some kind of joke. Du stared intently into the vortex and shouted, "Answer us, Minato." But no matter how she screamed, there was no reply. Only when the rift dissipated did Minato's figure reappear. Du gasped in astonishment, "Minato, how are you still alive?" Minato said with a hint of annoyance, "Come on, don't just go declaring someone dead." Tadano Jun, however, was now furious. He roared in rage, "How are you not hurt? I was sure I had crushed you." Shrugging indifferently, Minato casually said, "If the external and internal pressures are balanced, there won't be any problem. It's just like the principle behind deep-sea creatures." Tadano Jun shouted in defiance, "So what if that's true? You think you can use spatial magic? That's my signature spell." Minato replied with a matter-of-fact look, "I just watched you and learned it." Unable to hide her shock, Du stared at him in disbelief and mumbled, You? You learned it just by watching?" Minato nonchalantly nodded and said with a cheerful smile, "If you had used it right away, I might have gotten a little hurt, but you were kind enough to explain it all in detail for me. Ultimately, it's just a variation of wind magic. It's that simple. And now, I'll let you experience some basic magic." Immediately, Tadano Jun's body began to distort painfully. He clutched his head, screaming, "What are you doing to me?" A faint smile playing on his lips, Minato casually replied, "I just increased the sound pressure. That's all. It's called sound magic, another application of wind magic." Hearing this, Duka was stunned. She seemed to have realized something. This only made Tadano Jun even more furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Are you mocking me? That's it. I'm done holding back. I'm going to kill you with everything I've got." The moment the words left his mouth, Tadano Jun's entire magical power erupted. He had said his magic was at 200,000 N, but that was just his current output. When fully unleashed, it was 500,000 N. Sensing the immense magical power being released, Sugo's group instantly panicked. He wasn't bluffing? What kind of power is this? At the same time, Tadano Jun threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. "Are you disappointed, Kusanagi Minato?" It wasn't long before all the magical power in Tadano Jun's body had erupted completely. The immense magical power continuously swirled in the air. Tadano Jun was incredibly smug now, as if victory was already in his grasp. Ruka and the other two couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Is this the true power of the magic nobility? With such terrifying magical power, this wasn't an opponent they could possibly face. Even Sugo was equally terrified. He bit his lip and muttered, "We underestimated the power of the magic nobles. We have no way to fight back against that." Seeing their reactions, Tadano Jun sneered, "This is my full power. Your chance to beg for mercy is officially over." Yet, Minato just stood there calmly, even letting out a bored yawn. Tadano Jun, however, failed to notice his composed attitude and continued to laugh maniacally. "You're all too stupid to even comprehend the scale of my magical power, aren't you?" Tadano Jun believed his spatial magic had only failed due to a stroke of luck for Minato, but this farce was about to end. He would finish them all with his ultimate spell. As he finished speaking, a magical space manifested, but when he looked over at Minato, he saw the boy was still just standing there calmly. This attitude made Tadano Jun grind his teeth in pure rage. Right after, he began chanting the incantation. In the blink of an eye, a series of magic circles converged into a single, massive one. Seeing this, Sugo cried out in alarm, "Impossible! Is that a 7th-tier spell?" Karin also mumbled worriedly, "Even Kusanagi won't be able to handle that." Duka frowned slightly. Even in this desperate situation, she knew Minato would find a way. She believed in him, so please, win. Tadano Jun let out a sinister laugh and said confidently, "You've all missed your one great chance. The time I spent preparing this spell, that was your only window to escape. It's too late for regrets now. He talks too much." Minato pouted impatiently. "All right. Are you done talking yet, old man?" Hearing this, Jun roared in frustration. Not even a speck of dust will be left of you. Now face my ultimate magic. The moment he finished speaking, a vast spatial void appeared. The vibrations it emitted were so intense they even caused the helicopter in the sky to sway violently. Sugo, struggling to shield his eyes, muttered through clenched teeth. How are we supposed to fight against an attack like that? Ruka, extremely worried for Minato, hurriedly screamed a warning. Kusanagi, run. Kasaraji Ryuji also chimed in, pleading, you can't possibly withstand that attack. Du-Sie stared intently at Minato's back, her eyes filled with worry. Just then, Tadano-jun spoke again with a cold laugh. You can run if you want, he taunted, but I'll just kill your little friends afterward to make up for it. He wanted to see what Minato would choose, run for his life or stay and die. The enormous void was rapidly closing in on Minato, yet he remained perfectly calm. A smirk played on his lips as he said, of course, I'm going to choose to face it head-on. Next, he pulled a spirit stone from his spatial storage. Seeing this, Jun sneered disdainfully. What kind of pathetic magic is that? Do you really think that little trinket can stop my magic? Suffer for your ignorance and be turned to ash. In the face of the old man's crazed attack, Minato remained perfectly composed. Just before the void could swallow him, he flicked the spirit stone from his hand. Tearing through the air with incredible force, the spirit stone shot directly into the void. It quickly merged with the spell, but just a few seconds later, the void was shattered from within by the stone. The sight caused the color to drain from Tadano-jun's face. Even Ruka and the others behind him were completely stunned. They never imagined Minato could destroy a 7th-tier spell so effortlessly. Jun's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he muttered in disbelief. Why? Why did my magic just vanish? Minato scoffed lightly and answered in a cool voice, why? Because the wind element is cancelled out by the earth element. A spell that requires a long casting time is easily neutralized. He finished by raising a provocative eyebrow. Don't the so-called magic nobles even know something so basic? Tadano-jun couldn't accept this, clutching his head and screaming. No, there's no way my magic was defeated by such a low-level spell. Minato just pouted and clicked his tongue. That's right. The amethyst itself has no attack power. Even if it hits a target directly, it wouldn't cause any significant damage. However, it contains an extremely high density of magical power, which allows it to neutralize other spells. Even with the massive difference in tiers, he said, this turned out to be a pretty useful lesson, huh? Jun glared at him, asking resentfully, why would you even learn such a useless spell? Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato replied with a matter-of-fact look, because it's a spell I created myself. You know, just for fun. Hearing this, Jun collapsed to his knees in utter despair, muttering over and over, you created a spell. Just for fun? I spent decades of my life perfecting my magic. Minato paid him no mind, coldly walking over and saying, and now, it's time for you to receive your punishment. It was only then that Jun felt true fear. He pleaded desperately, my magic is gone. I can't move. Minato just smiled faintly, but it was a smile filled with pure malevolence. I have no more time to waste on useless matters. As he spoke, he raised a hand to flick Tadano-jun on the forehead. Seeing this, Tadano-jun thought Minato was an idiot. Did he really think a simple tap would be enough to take the old geezer down? But he had completely underestimated Minato's power. With a light flick of his finger, Minato sent Tadano-jun flying, tumbling several times in midair. Witnessing this, Dua and the others were completely stunned. He sent him flying that far with just a light flick? Is Minato even human? Just then, the police team rushed in to cuff him. Seeing this, the reporters at the scene cheered with delight. The magic noble has been defeated. The captain of the Magic Special Task Force, Kusanagi Minato, is victorious. The viewers watching the live broadcast were just as thrilled. They cheered nonstop. Justice had finally prevailed. At the Fuyuka mansion, having won the battle, the three of them ran over to congratulate Minato. He glanced at them and didn't hold back his praise. You all did a great job, too. After speaking, Minato turned his gaze toward Jane, who was being escorted away. So this is what a magic noble amounts to. And to think this is considered the pinnacle of Japan's nobility. The current generation of mages is in serious need of retraining. With that thought, Minato walked up behind Jin and spoke. Hey, I have a question for you. Tadano-jun glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Minato asked seriously, after Kusanagi Minato's death, what did the magic nobles do? Did they destroy the ancient grimoire that existed 50 years ago? If so, why? Tadano-jun let out a soft sneer and said in a cold voice, how could mere commoners possibly understand the lofty philosophies of the magic nobles? Minato asked back, confused, what do you mean? Figure it out for yourself. Tadano-jun snorted, leaving him with that short phrase before walking away, leaving Minato to stare after his retreating back in turmoil. After the battle with the Fuyuka clan, Minato was forced to attend a press conference. Sugo, standing beside him, announced loudly, "We will now begin a press conference with the captain of the Magic Special Task Force, Kusanagi Minato. First, let's welcome Mr. Kusanagi to say a few words." In the days that followed, Minato was plastered all over the news. Meanwhile, the man himself was on vacation in Hawaii. Minato lounged on a chair, sighing to himself, "What am I even doing in a place like this?" Just then, someone approached from a distance. It was Dua, now wearing a revealing bikini. She asked in a soft voice, "Is something wrong, Minato?" A few days earlier, at a meeting in the police department's conference room, everyone had been gathered. Sugo had made an announcement. Upon hearing it, Minato exclaimed in shock, "Did you just say we're going to Hawaii?" Sugo said, with a sense of resignation. "As you all know, the Magic Special Task Force has been getting a lot of attention lately. We're being overwhelmed." Minato looked at him, bewildered. Mizuha Dua showed him a video. The scene was at school, and the main character was Minato. Moreover, this video was being widely shared on other social media platforms. Ruka then spoke up. "The internet is also flooded with articles about the Magic Special Task Force." Ryuji chimed in. "Even the television is filled with non-stop news updates about the Magic Nobles and us." Sugo looked at Minato and sighed, "All of Japan has its eyes on you. That's why I've decided to give you all a vacation. Go to Hawaii and rest. Relax until this whole thing blows over." He explained that thanks to Minato, the team had grown stronger, and with support from the Mizuha family, they now had sufficient resources. They could handle any unexpected disasters and resolve any threats from monsters they encountered. At this point, Sugo walked over and patted Minato on the shoulder with a smile. "You've all worked hard. Use this time to take a well-deserved break." And that was how Minato's group ended up in Hawaii, back in the present. After hearing Dua's question, Minato sat up from his chair and sighed. "I was just thinking about something." Dua nodded in understanding. Then she asked, "By the way, what do you think of this outfit? Is it weird?" Minato seriously looked her over from head to toe before answering. "It's cute." His words made Dua flustered, her cheeks immediately turning bright red with shyness. Minato, on the other hand, didn't notice and calmly commented, "It matches your hair color really well. It truly suits you, as if it were made for you. To put it simply, it's very cute." The more she heard, the more embarrassed Mizuha Dua became, murmuring in a low voice, "Thanks." Just then, Ruka also walked over, looking incredibly seductive in a black bikini. She frowned and said, "So this is where you were? I've been looking all over for you." Seeing Ruka, Minato's eyes scanned her attentively from head to toe. Noticing his gaze, Ruka asked suspiciously, "What is it? Something you want to say?" Minato gave a simple nod and praised her nonchalantly. "I was just thinking that you look amazing." His words made Ruka's heart skip a beat, but Minato continued with a matter-of-fact tone. "You look like a model. Your fair and smooth skin makes that swimsuit really stand out. You're definitely the most beautiful girl on this beach." "I get it," Ruka mumbled shyly, then turned and ran off. Standing nearby, Kasaragi Ryuji watched this scene, utterly bewildered. This kid is on another level. Not only is he not shy at all, but he compliments them so naturally, with absolutely no hidden agenda. Karin also appeared just then, smiling excitedly. "Sanada's here." Unlike the seductive appearances of the two sisters, Karin was just wearing a breezy spaghetti-strap jumpsuit. For a moment, Kasaragi Ryuji felt a sense of dread. This is bad. This is really, really bad. When Karin was in her uniform, he didn't feel anything. But now, this is some serious destructive power. Karin paid him no mind, looking towards Minato and asking, "What do you think of my swimsuit?" Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but panic. He's not going to compliment her chest, is he? "Stop. Don't you dare say anything about it." While he was worrying, Minato nodded in approval. "The style is just really nice." Kasaragi Ryuji finally let out a sigh of relief. That comment was probably safe. Karin was naturally happy to be praised, her eyes sparkling. But that wasn't all. Minato continued his praise. "The contrast with your usual style makes you even more charming. You look very beautiful, exuding the charm of a mature woman." His words made Karin feel shy, and she murmured quietly, "You don't have to lay it on so thick." Kasaragi Ryuji was truly unable to stop him. He couldn't help but sigh. "You really are an incredible guy. Don't you think you're overdoing the compliments a bit?" Minato shrugged indifferently and pouted. "Why? I'm just saying how I feel. When I think someone deserves a compliment, why shouldn't I let them know?" He thought all three of them were beautiful, so he complimented them. Minato asked if there was a problem with that. Kasaragi Ryuji quickly shook his head. No problem at all. However, this made the other three girls extremely uncomfortable. Every single one of them was blushing beet red. Just then, Minato suddenly spoke up again. "Hey, Kasaragi Ryuji, your body is pretty amazing too. You have a really nice physique, and that simple swimsuit looks great on you." You should be proud of that beauty. And there it was. Now it was Kasaragi Ryuji's turn to be embarrassed. He quickly shouted, "Don't compliment me like that." Putting the embarrassment aside, they then had fun on the beach and later tried out jet skiing on the ocean. The fun day really helped them relax a lot. That evening, Minato left the hotel. He'd gone a little too wild, and his throat was parched, so he wanted to find a convenience store to buy a drink. But just a few steps later, he ran into someone he knew, Mizuha Dua. He wasn't sure if she was waiting for him on purpose or if it was just a coincidence. In any case, the two of them started walking together. As they walked, Mizuha Dua spoke up. "Today was really fun, wasn't it?" Minato nodded slightly. "I didn't think we'd be able to relax and enjoy ourselves like this. After all, we've been fighting non-stop for so long." Dua squinted, looking at the person walking beside her. Earlier, she had noticed Ruka wearing a ring. She assumed Ruka was dating Minato, but she desperately wanted to deny it. She couldn't believe the two of them were dating, because Minato had said he wasn't seeing anyone. Dua's mind was racing with thoughts until she couldn't hold it in anymore and finally spoke up. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Minato frowned slightly. "You want to ask about my powers again? It's not about that." Mizuha Dua shook her head, denying it. Taking a deep breath, she asked hesitantly, "What's your type?" Minato was a little surprised, but he answered quickly, "I've never really thought about it." Mizuha Dua pressed on more urgently. "I mean, specifically among the three of us, or someone like us." Minato thought for a moment before replying, "Probably. All of you." Hearing this, Dua was instantly stunned. Minato looked up at the starry sky and said with a smile, "You're all very cute and charming, and on top of that, you're all so determined and hardworking. I like people who always give it their all." This wasn't the answer Dua wanted. She continued to press him. "But isn't that different from a romantic relationship?" Minato couldn't help but frown in confusion. "Is it? I always thought they were pretty similar, but now that I think about it, I probably like you the most." Dua froze on the spot, unable to react for a long moment. Minato didn't notice and continued, "You've always been sincere, serious, and kind since we first met, and above all, you always try your best." At this point, he turned to look at the still frozen Mizuha Dua and said with a smile, "Mizuha Dua, I really, really like you." Those last words made Dua blush beet red, and she just collapsed right there on the ground. Seeing this, Minato panicked and yelled, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Dua didn't answer, her heart secretly filled with joy. She knew Minato didn't mean it in a romantic way, but it still made her incredibly happy. She thought to herself that she really did like him. While everyone else was having a good time, Sugo, over at the police department, was deeply troubled. Things were heating up, and the wave of criticism against the magic nobles was growing stronger, and the calls for the magic special ops team to handle natural disasters and the threat from monsters were also gaining more and more support. Minato's fame was skyrocketing. At the same time, the reputation of the dark mages was also on the rise. It seemed like a confrontation was slowly brewing. Instead of cooling down, the situation seemed to be getting even more tense. What should we do now? At that same moment, at the international airport, a flight from overseas had just landed in Japan. An irritated voice echoed from inside the airport. "It seems like things have gotten pretty chaotic while we were away." Hearing this, another deep voice added, "Those pathetic weaklings." The owner of the irritated voice was the leader of the Morai Hill clan, a magic noble named Hamurai Hinata. She spoke again, full of dissatisfaction. "If I had been there, everything would have been resolved quickly and cleanly." The other person was the head of the Kai clan, Riku Keiichi, and he wasn't pleased either. A week later, at Minato's house, Dua was happily cooking in the kitchen. Minato was sitting in the living room, and he couldn't help but sigh. "We're back home sooner than I thought." Ruka heard this and slowly replied, "It seems the Magic Special Ops team pulled some strings with the media, and the school helped out too." Minato felt much more at ease, pouting as he said, "Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief." As the two of them were talking, Dua poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted, "Help me with the plates." Minato immediately nodded and replied, "All right, I'm on it." A moment later, a lavish meal was spread out on the table. While eating, Dua asked, "We're going back to school tomorrow, but are you sure everything will be okay?" Minato answered casually, "The police and the school are on our side." The attention on the Magic Special Ops team should have died down by now, right? He figured people would lose interest soon enough. All they had to do was ignore it. However, when he got to school, Minato realized just how naive he'd been. A crowd of female students surrounded him, asking for his phone number, his ideal type, and all sorts of other things. On the other side, Ryuji Kasaragi was surrounded by a crowd of male students. Of course, Ruka and Mizuha Dua were no exception. Before, the two of them turned heads wherever they went, but after that incident, they drew even more attention. Ruka, with her Ice Queen image, paid it no mind, marching straight into Minato's classroom and shouting, "Sorry to interrupt. We came to ask you guys to lunch, but it seems a little chaotic in here today." Minato pouted and retorted, "You call this a little chaotic?" Dua explained with a sense of resignation, "I heard this is actually pretty mild." Apparently, it was even worse before, when people from outside the school started flooding in. Thanks to Ruka, Ryuji was already used to this kind of commotion. While everyone was marveling at the intense fanfare, Ruka suddenly spoke up. "Oh, by the way, we're out of toilet paper. We should probably go shopping for some things on the way home." Minato replied just as naturally, "We can get some more bath salts, too. You've wanted to buy them for a while, right?" He was talking to Mizuha Dua, who was suddenly put on the spot. Mizuha Dua was stunned into silence. Hearing the conversation between Ruka and Minato, everyone immediately started whispering excitedly, which made Mizuha Dua panic. She hurriedly pushed the other two out of the room. "Anyway, let's just go up to the roof." On the rooftop, the four of them were having lunch together, just like they usually did. After hearing about Minato and the girls' situation, Ryuji Kasaragi cried out in shock, "What? You guys are living at Kusanagi's house." He thought they might be dating, but maybe not. Normally, I'd be against it, but since it's Minato, I guess it's okay. Thinking this, Ryuji Kasaragi looked at Ruka and said, "If you need any help, just let me know. I'll do my best to support you." Ruka gave a small nod and replied, "I really appreciate that." Dua also thanked him. Ryuji Kasaragi then glanced at Minato and said, "Hey, Kusanagi, let's drop the formalities. Is it okay if I just call you Minato?" Minato nodded in agreement without any hesitation. "Sure, call me whatever you want." Ruka was happy about this development, but in contrast, Dua was feeling completely flustered. She didn't know how she should address him. As for Ruka, she was thinking, this is a really big deal. Living together and all that. But she quickly shook her head, telling herself they weren't doing anything wrong. At that thought, Du glanced over at Minato, her eyes filled with embarrassment. She wondered if Minato ever felt awkward about this. Minato was completely oblivious to Du's racing thoughts. He was still happily chatting with Ryuji. And so, the long day came to an end. The three of them, Minato included, followed their usual routine. After eating, they went about their own business, then crammed into one room to sleep. Naturally, the two sisters, Du and Ruka, slept on the bed. Minato slept on the floor. But even though it was late, Du's eyes were wide open. She couldn't sleep. She glanced at the two people beside her. How could they be sleeping so soundly? Was she the only one who felt flustered by this? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated Du became. She turned to face a corner, growing even more annoyed, and squeezed her eyes shut, trying to force herself to sleep. Before long, she had drifted off. But as soon as Du fell asleep, someone else's eyes opened. It was Ruka. She couldn't sleep either. Ruka had the same question as Du. Why could the two people next to her sleep when she couldn't? Was she the only one who felt this uncomfortable? Ruka still wasn't used to sleeping in the same room as Minato. With that thought, she sat up. She didn't understand why she was so tense or why this situation bothered her so much. Ruka glanced at Minato lying on the floor. He was sleeping peacefully. In an instant, Ruka's cheeks turned bright red. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she buried her head in her blanket. Ruka couldn't stop thinking about how she should address Minato. The thoughts continued until the next morning, still swirling in her mind on the way to school. Ryuki was already calling Minato by his first name. She was the only one left who still called him Kusanagi. When would be the right time to change how she addressed him? Why was she hesitating so much? Why hesitate? She should just call him Minato casually, right? He wouldn't mind. Thinking this, Ruka took a deep breath. She tried to say his name, but the word got caught in her throat, and she swallowed it back down. She just couldn't say it. Her strange behavior left Minato completely baffled. Ruka awkwardly changed the subject. "Let's have a good day today." This only confused Minato even more. He muttered in bewilderment. "What's wrong? Why so sudden?" Minato clutched his head, feeling helpless. Ruka silently scolded herself. Why couldn't she just say it? Even during lunch on the rooftop, she tried her best to call Minato by his first name, but in the end, she still couldn't get the word out. All day long, she kept abruptly starting to say something to Minato, only to trail off with some confusing remark. Ruka's strange behavior continued for the entire day, leaving Minato utterly clueless. That night, lying in bed, Ruka tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She was always avoiding it. She should have been able to say it a long time ago. Ruka thought to herself that she'd never been such a coward. Another sleepless night passed, and the three of them headed to school as usual. But this time, Ruka was trailing behind, completely silent. Noticing something was wrong, Minato walked over to her and asked, "What's up? Are you not feeling well?" Ruka gently shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, Kusanagi." Hearing that name, Minato narrowed his eyes at her and said coolly, It's not Kusanagi. Ruka couldn't help but look at him, stunned. Minato spoke slowly. We're not strangers, you know. Don't call me Kusanagi anymore, Ruka. His words left Ruka speechless. After a moment, she turned her head away to hide her embarrassment and muttered in a low voice, well, if you insist, then I guess I can change. Minato. As she said it, a smile finally returned to her beautiful face. Meanwhile, the magical nobility had convened a meeting to discuss recent events. Hinata spoke impatiently. The standing of the noble mages is being threatened. She claimed it was all due to the rise of the magical special forces, which served the interests of some mysterious figure. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Hearing this, Riku frowned and muttered hesitantly, but their captain is Kusanagi Minato. How are we supposed to deal with him? Hinata nodded slightly, glancing at the person across from her. I agree. What are your thoughts on this? Tusuru was, of course, also present. He thought for a moment before speaking. I only follow my master's will. His attitude made Hinata shout in frustration. You're as tight-lipped as ever, aren't you? Don't you have anything to say? Tusuru hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. It seems Kusanagi Minato doesn't recognize me. Hinata was a bit surprised and speculated in a low voice. Could it be that he's also unaware of our existence? Tusuru nodded slightly. That's highly likely. Riku narrowed his eyes at the two of them and asked tentatively. In that case, we need to test him. He might prove to be valuable. Hinata agreed that they should. She declared fiercely. If he turns out to be trash, we will eliminate him. Hearing this, Tusuru's face showed a hint of resignation, but he said nothing more. As for Minato, he was, of course, unaware of any of this. He was in the police department's briefing room. Minato pointed at a map and began to speak. The next disaster will strike Osaka. The disasters are still following the same pattern as 50 years ago, except for the smaller ones. Hearing this, Du frowned and added, That's also been spreading through the media. Ruka nodded in agreement. The way they appear might be the same, but the frequency has clearly dropped significantly. Karin, who was sitting in the audience, also spoke up hesitantly. We can't predict when the next disaster will strike. Even the police can only remain on high alert. Mac nodded. Minato spoke calmly. Our current disaster response is facing many difficulties, and other regions don't have specialized teams like our magical special forces. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sugo suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, I knew you'd say that. Kusanagi Minato. Minato looked at him, startled, wondering what he was up to. Sugo just smiled knowingly and said with a smug look, The truth is, we've been working hard to establish a second magical special forces team in Osaka. At these words, Ruka and the others in the audience were instantly stunned. They asked in disbelief, A second team? For real? Mac nodded. Sugo chuckled happily and said, That's right. It's a collaboration between the National Self-Defense Force and the police to improve disaster response. In fact, they've even asked us to train them. At this point, he looked at Minato with a coaxing smile and asked, You'll go, right? Kusanagi Minato let out a small sigh. You always have such a smooth way of steering the conversation, Minato said with resignation. Fine, I don't have a reason to refuse anyway. Hearing this, Sugo cheered. Excellent. Actually, there's someone waiting for you there. She's a survivor of the great disaster from 50 years ago, and also one of the few artisans who creates anti-monster equipment. Her name is Shizuku. Hearing that name, Minato froze instantly. That name was all too familiar to him. Sugo didn't notice the change in Minato's expression and continued cheerfully. She's very interested in you and wants to meet you in person. Don't feel too much pressure when you meet her. Minato gently shook his head and said calmly, No, I'll go see her. Sugo smiled in satisfaction. That's good to hear you say that. After all, Takigami Shizuku was the one who designed the uniforms for the Magic Special Forces. Minato didn't say anything else. He had quite a lot on his mind about this Shizuku person. Sugo finally noticed something was off with Minato but didn't know the reason why. That afternoon, Minato grabbed his suitcase and headed to the airport, preparing to fly to Osaka. The three of them, including Du, came to see him off. In front of the airport, Minato smiled and said, All right, I'm heading off. The three of them nodded slightly, then each said their goodbyes. Minato suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Oh, right. I almost forgot to give you guys this. With that, he took out several bracelets from his bag and handed them over. The three of them, Ruka included, were confused but still put them on as Minato requested. Minato narrowed his eyes and instructed them. You need to wear these until I get back. Don't take them off for any reason. The three of them quickly replied, Okay. Minato nodded in satisfaction, but still spoke with a hint of worry. You guys will be okay without me, right? Du chuckled and replied, We've gotten a lot stronger, you know. Just go to Osaka without worrying about us. Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji also agreed with her. Hearing that, Minato was finally able to leave with peace of mind. He waved goodbye to the three of them. All right, good. I believe in you guys. Very soon after, Minato boarded the plane. He plopped down in his seat and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Finally, I can sit down." Everything was similar to the flight to Hawaii, but security was really tight. But putting that aside, he couldn't help but feel that this seat was a little strange. Sugo had really arranged everything perfectly. Minato could go to Osaka without a single worry. All he had to do was grab his suitcase and go. At that moment, Minato noticed two people who had just boarded the plane, Hinata and Mizuha Dua. Whether by chance or by design, they were on the same flight as Minato. Although they were sitting quite far away, their eyes kept darting toward him. This made him quite suspicious. Who were they? Were they mages? They seemed pretty strong. It appeared there were quite a few people like that on this flight, but with such tight security, there probably wouldn't be any problems. And right after that, another group of people boarded the plane. Minato stopped paying attention. Before long, the plane finally took off. Since he was in business class, Minato was served a lavish meal. His eyes immediately lit up. This food looked absolutely delicious. So, Minato, without a care in the world, just ate and drank to his heart's content. At the same time, a few men on the flight were constantly observing the passengers, seemingly plotting something sinister. Soon after, a curly-haired man wearing glasses suddenly left his seat. The guy walked past Minato's seat, but Minato didn't notice. He was comfortably enjoying his delicious food and the stunning view. Relaxing like this once in a while wasn't bad, but it seemed Minato wouldn't be able to enjoy it all. Sure enough, a few hijackers suddenly grabbed the flight attendants as hostages, then aggressively roared, "Everybody freeze." Not only that, but the other passengers were also restrained, and even Minato was being watched by a mage. These must be hijackers, but they had no idea that on this plane was the #1 ranked mage, Minato, as well as two noble mages, Hinata and Riku. They had to be real lucky to be this unlucky. Did they not check their calendars before deciding to pull a heist? Minato narrowed his eyes at the hijackers in front of him, lost in thought. These were illegal mages, and there were 10 of them. If he took them down one by one, the passengers would be in danger. Besides, casting a high-level spell could destroy the entire plane. He probably couldn't handle this alone. At that moment, the passengers started screaming in terror. This annoyed the hijackers, who yelled, "Shut up! Did I give you permission to talk? You got a death wish or something?" There were even children on the plane. One terrified child hugged his father, sobbing uncontrollably. "Daddy, I'm so scared." The child's father could only whisper to comfort him, "It's okay, sweetheart." Just then, the leader of the hijackers roared aggressively. "Our demands are simple. Release the members of the Black Rebellion." No one answered. Everyone remained silent. The leader shouted again, "We will not tolerate this unjust treatment of mages, you pathetic commoners." He said they had 5 minutes. Contact the people on the ground immediately and tell them to release their comrades, or they would start killing the hostages one by one. The captain up front heard the hijackers' warning, and his face immediately turned grim. In the passenger cabin, Minato was silently thinking. There wasn't much time left. What should he do? At the same time, Hinata was looking very annoyed. Riku, beside her, remained silent, but his expression was anything but pleasant. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their magical energy. Minato sensed their mana and frowned slightly, looking like he was about to make a move as well. The other two noticed his gaze and looked over at him at the same time. At that same moment, the hijackers also noticed Minato and quickly warned him, "Hey, you, move 1 more inch and we'll kill you." But the moment the words left their mouths, Hinata and Riku sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, they both punched the two men closest to them. Riku used something wrapped in black cloth to smash another hijacker in the face. Then he charged forward. However, by the time he got there, he saw that Minato had already taken care of the nearby hijackers. The three of them just stood there, staring at each other, a fighting spirit in all of their eyes. Hinata gave a slight nod, and instantly, all three of them charged forward in unison. Seeing them, the hijackers immediately panicked. But before they could even react, one of them took a punch from Minato that sent him flying. Riku was no slouch either. He had drawn his sword from its sheath and began to carve through the hijackers. Hinata wasn't idle either, moving at lightning speed as she darted past the passenger seats. A hijacker saw this and immediately summoned a magic attack, but it was too slow. Hinata had already used his head and neck as a springboard to launch herself forward. She snorted coldly and taunted, "In your dreams, you can't do it." Seeing them rise up and attack, the leader immediately threatened, "Enough. I've had enough of this. If it's come to this, then we'll all die together." He threatened to kill every single one of them. The moment he finished speaking, the leader aimed his magic at the flight attendant. But before he could even make a move, Minato charged in aggressively, sending him flying with a powerful kick. He sneered in contempt. Too slow. Nearby, Hinata decked another hijacker, pouting as she commented, "Too weak." Riku took down the last one and said coldly, "Too naive." In the blink of an eye, the three of them had defeated all the hijackers. The passengers were stunned by the scene, but they quickly snapped out of it. They were saved, and everyone erupted in joyous cheers. Hinata paid them no mind, walking straight up to the leader. He spoke coldly. How pathetic. It was over in a flash. But just then, Minato noticed something and suddenly shouted, "But it's not over yet." Hinata couldn't help but panic. What is this? But Minato offered no explanation and just took off running. He sprinted all the way to the cockpit, and sure enough, inside was a hijacker holding the captain at gunpoint. Seeing them rush in, the man immediately yelled a warning. "Don't come any closer. If you take one more step," but not a single one of them was afraid. Hinata gritted her teeth in anger. "Shut up and die." In an instant, she lunged at the hijacker and landed a solid punch. Although the gun went off, the captain was unharmed. That was because Minato had created a barrier to protect him, but right now his expression wasn't looking too good. He frowned and muttered, "This is bad." As soon as Minato finished speaking, the pilot's controls went wild. The plane began to lurch violently. All three of them stumbled, unable to keep their balance. The passengers outside couldn't stay steady either. Inside the cockpit, Hinata asked in frustration, "What's going on?" Captain Tadano Jun replied with a trembling voice, "The systems aren't responding, and the radio is dead too. If this keeps up, we're going to crash." Hearing this, Hinata panicked and yelled, "What did you just say? Damn it, do something." In the midst of the chaos, the cockpit window shattered. The suction force from outside made it difficult for everyone in the cockpit to stay on their feet. The co-pilot beside them soon started to shiver. "It's so cold. We'll freeze to death before we even crash." Hinata couldn't hold back her panic either, yelling, "This is serious. What the hell are we supposed to do now?" Riku spoke helplessly, "I guess we'll all just die together." Hearing that, Hinata snapped in frustration. "Don't say such terrifying things. You idiot. Damn it, is there really nothing we can do?" Riku gave a slight nod, his eyes filled with despair. That's right. The co-pilot was in a complete panic, sobbing hysterically. "No way. It's hopeless. It's really over. We're all going to die." But just as despair filled the cockpit, Minato suddenly spoke up. "It's not a problem." Hearing this, the co-pilot immediately asked in disbelief, "What do you mean?" "Not a problem. We're all about to die." Minato looked at him confidently, a smirk on his face as he said, "I will save everyone." The co-pilot stared at him in disbelief. "No way. This isn't something a normal person can do. It's all over. We're going to die." Seeing the man start crying again, Minato let out a resigned sigh. Right after that, Minato walked over to the shattered window. His action made the captain cry out in alarm. "Hey, what are you doing?" But Minato didn't answer. He jumped straight out of the plane. Seeing this, Hinata rushed over, screaming in a panic. That brat just left on his own. But just then, the plane suddenly lurched, then cut through the air, plummeting straight down. The captain felt it and was instantly shocked. We're nosediving at an incredible speed. At this rate, the plane will hit the ground in just a few minutes. The passengers outside felt the plane descending and began to scream in panic. Desperate screams echoed through the cabin. A little girl huddled in her father's arms, crying in terror. The captain in the cockpit tried his best to hold onto the controls, but the plane kept diving, now getting dangerously close to the vast ocean. In just a split second, it suddenly changed direction, then soared high into the sky. The captain stared in confusion at the readings in front of him, muttering in disbelief. The speed is starting to stabilize. Are we saved? What just happened? Hinata seemed to realize something, biting her lip and whispering, "It's him. He did it." Minato was now at the tail of the plane, supporting the entire aircraft all by himself. Minato had created a barrier using a massive amount of magical energy and reinforced his body with mana. At the same time, he used the wind element to adjust the plane's trajectory. Supporting an entire plane like this for the first time was a huge challenge for him, but thankfully, he pulled it off. When the captain realized the reason, he cried out in disbelief, "This is unbelievable. We're at an altitude of several thousand meters. Not to mention the plane weighs 230 tons. Can a single person really do this?" Hinata couldn't help but marvel. The captain of the Magic Special Operations Unit, Kusanagi Minato, were traveling with an absolute monster. After the chaotic episode, the flight attendant finally announced to the passengers that it was safe. Everyone on the plane breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. The little girl who was panicking earlier asked innocently, "Daddy, are we safe now?" Her father immediately nodded to reassure her. "Yes, don't worry anymore." But at that moment, the captain was still quite worried, muttering through pursed lips, "But we're not out of the woods yet. The landing system isn't working. A safe landing now depends entirely on him." And of course, Minato single-handedly supported the plane from behind. He waited until it was fairly close to the ground, then created a barrier. Finally, he let it touch down on the ground. Minato bit his lip hard, his limbs trembling slightly as he skidded a long way down the runway. It was difficult, but he managed a safe landing. Minato let out a sigh of relief. It had finally landed. The passengers on this flight, having had a narrow escape from death, joyfully embraced one another. The captain was incredibly grateful to Minato. He looked down from the cockpit, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Captain Kusanagi." Hinata and Riku also silently watched Minato from the plane, their thoughts unreadable. A short while later, at the airport exit, a crowd of reporters surrounded Minato, bombarding him with questions. He sighed helplessly. It was the same old hassle as always. Fortunately, airport security helped hold back the reporters, allowing Minato to escape them and be escorted to meet Shizuku. But before he could meet her, his path was blocked by someone else. It was Hinata and Riku. Hinata raised an eyebrow at Minato, pouting as she spoke. "I have to admit, what you just did was impressive." Shrugging indifferently, Minato gave a non-committal reply, "Not really." Before he could even finish his sentence, Hinata snorted in annoyance. "Are you mocking us?" Riku, however, spoke up with praise. "That was some impressive magic back there." Hearing that, Minato complimented them back. "You two weren't so bad yourselves." The conversation was becoming stiffly polite, which made Hinata lose her patience. She waved her hand and said, "Fine, then. Do your best, Captain of the Magic Special Operations Unit, Kusanagi Minato. We'll meet again." After that, Hinata and Riku left. Minato watched their retreating backs without saying a word. Several hours later, at a villa in downtown Osaka, an old woman stood lost in thought by the window. She was gazing at the pictures placed on a shelf. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice reporting, "Ma'am, you have a visitor. Come in." The old woman set the photo down and spoke softly. A moment later, a servant led Minato in. Seeing him, the old woman immediately smiled. "I've been waiting for you, Kusanagi Minato." After they both sat at the table, the old woman began to speak slowly. "The reason I wanted to see you is simple. I'm interested in you. Minato's accomplishments are truly impressive. And what's more, your magic is very similar to his. My master and ally, Kusanagi Minato. Void magic is a rare type of magic. It's a type of magic Kusanagi Minato could use proficiently, but it's difficult to cast. Only a few mages can cast it correctly, and it's often considered not very useful. And yet, you can use it." The old woman asked who had taught him. How could he possibly use the same type of magic as Kusanagi Minato? But at that moment, Minato suddenly burst out laughing, leaving the old woman bewildered. Minato narrowed his eyes at the old woman, chuckling softly as he spoke. My, you haven't changed a bit, have you, Shizuku? The moment something piques your interest, you just jump right in, don't you?" It turned out this old woman was Shizuku, the very person Minato needed to meet in Osaka. Shizuku looked at him, bewildered, and asked with uncertainty, "Have we met before?" With a faint smile, Minato casually replied, "Of course we have. More times than I can even count. It's only natural, seeing as I can use Kusanagi Minato's magic." Minato made no attempt to hide it, frankly admitting that he was Kusanagi Minato. His words left Shizuku stunned, unable to react for a long moment. But it didn't take long for Shizuku to compose herself, letting out a weary sigh. She began to speak slowly. There have been many cases like this in the past. They claim to have some connection to Kusanagi Minato, all trying to get close to his legacy. Relatives, friends, spiritual successors, even his secret loved children. But I never thought I'd see the day someone would claim to be Kusanagi Minato himself. Saying this, she stood up from her chair, her voice filled with disappointment. "I apologize. I know this is rude. I was the one who reached out to you. But would you please leave?" Yet, Minato remained calmly seated, speaking in a cool voice. "I recently met a pair of brothers. The younger one had a Kusanagi Minato doll." Shizuku looked at him skeptically. "And what about it?" Minato smirked. "You were the one who said it, weren't you? That you wanted to make a doll that looked just like me." A memory from the past surfaced in Shizuku's mind. She asked in shock, "How do you know about that?" Minato gave her a look that said, "Isn't it obvious?" and replied with a smirk, "Just like you said. My doll has the power to make children healthier." Even to this day, Kusanagi Minato continues to protect people. Shizuku stared at him in utter disbelief, murmuring, Could this really be happening? Is it really you?" Minato sighed in exasperation. "You still don't believe me? All right, how about another story?" Shizuku quickly sat back down, trying to process everything Minato had just told her. In just a few moments, a flurry of emotions washed over her face. Minato kept recounting old stories, things that only the two of them could ever have known. Shizuku listened in silence, and finally, a smile broke across her face. It really is you." Minato sighed, a little exasperated. Good grief. You finally believe me. Shizuku retorted defensively. Well, it's not like reincarnation is an easy thing to accept. Goodness, you were always extraordinary, but this is just beyond belief. As she said this, she couldn't help but sigh. After you died in the final great catastrophe, everything was so difficult. Minato watched Shizuku intently, not knowing what to say about the past 50 years. Before he could utter a word, Shizuku began to sob. But I'm so happy to see you again. I really am. Minato smiled gently at her and simply nodded. What started as a meeting between a veteran and a rookie had now become the reunion of two old friends. Minato then spoke up. Shizuku, you know everything that's happened over the past 50 years, right? The lost magical knowledge, the reason mages have become so much weaker, all the false information spreading about Kusanagi Minato, and the emergence of this new magical aristocracy. Minato desperately wanted to know what had transpired over the last 50 years. Shizuku hesitated for a moment, then let out a long sigh. I'm sorry. But at that exact moment, her phone began to ring, and her eyes instantly narrowed. Seeing her reaction, Minato asked with concern, Is something wrong? Shizuku seemed to be hiding something. She hesitated, shaking her head. No, it's nothing. It's late. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow. Since you've come all this way, please stay the night. Minato didn't think much of it and went to rest in the room Shizuku had prepared. However, in the middle of the night, someone crept silently into his room, a sword in hand. The intruder was Riku. He moved quietly toward the bed, ready to strike Minato. Without a second of hesitation, he brought his sword down. However, when he saw what lay beneath the blankets, Riku froze in shock. There was no one in the bed. Minato was standing beside it, a teasing smirk on his face. How impolite, attacking a man in his bed. You're the one I met this afternoon, aren't you? Riku didn't answer. He simply narrowed his eyes at Minato and, without a word, lunged forward again. Yet, Minato easily dodged the attack. Riku's speed was immense, and catching Minato in a moment of carelessness, he landed a powerful kick that sent him flying into the window. Forced out into the courtyard, Minato found that Riku wasn't letting up. He summoned a first-tier magic spell and launched it at Minato. Not letting his guard down, Minato quickly conjured a barrier to defend himself. As expected, Riku's magical attack was stopped by the barrier. But Riku didn't pause. He charged forward, slashing fiercely with his sword. Just like that, Minato's barrier was cleaved in two. Minato quickly backed away a few steps. He eyed the sword in Riku's hand, his voice tinged with excitement. A fine blade, indeed, to cut right through my magic barrier. Is that an anti-magic weapon? But Riku remained completely silent, not answering at all. Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato smirked. Silence is golden, huh? I guess asking for the reason you're attacking is useless. In that case, let's have a little fun. As he spoke, he unleashed his own magical energy. Riku didn't yield, gripping his sword tightly as he rushed forward. A flicker of excitement ignited in Minato's eyes. He was eager to play with such a worthy opponent, but just before he could make a move, a shout cut through the air. That's enough. The voice belonged to Hinata, who had also appeared on the scene. Not particularly surprised, Minato said calmly, I knew you were involved in this. Hinata narrowed her eyes at him and gave a cold smirk. Don't bother resisting, Kusanagi Minato. We have hostages. You have plenty of friends back in Tokyo, don't you? As she said this, Hinata showed him a video clip. Inside were images of Ryuji's house and Minato's house, where the two Mizuha sisters were temporarily staying, with several men in black standing guard nearby. Seeing this, Minato frowned and asked suspiciously, What do you people want? Hinata smiled nonchalantly and said, First, let me introduce ourselves. I am a magic noble and the leader of the Hamurai clan, Hamurai Hinata. After speaking, she gestured towards Riku. Seeing this, Riku also slowly introduced himself, magic noble, leader of the Keiichi clan, Keiichi Riku. After the introductions, Hinata quickly stated her purpose. We have a demand. Join us. As a magic noble, Minato would gain fame and status, even wealth, power, and women. Anything he desired. Most importantly, he could protect his friends. After all, their orders were absolute. She told Minato to think carefully. Even if he escaped this time, he would still be hunted by them, the magic nobles, for the rest of his life. Minato didn't answer, just listening in silence. Hinata continued her threats. You might be the strongest person in this world, but when you're eating, bathing, sleeping, or away from your friends like you are now, can you still protect them? Answer me. Minato replied without a shred of hesitation. I refuse. Hearing this, Hinata wasn't fazed in the slightest, giving a cold warning. Is that so? A few sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget, so he never dares to be so arrogant again. The moment the order was given, the men sneaking into Kasaragi Ryuji's and Ruka's house immediately took action. Seemingly at the same time, The bracelets on all three of them lit up in unison, and a surge of magical energy emanated from them. Witnessing this, the men in black couldn't help but panic. In an instant, that magical energy had materialized into a phantom. The figure was clearly Minato's, and it immediately began to menacingly advance on the raiding party. When there was no response from the other side, Hinata finally started to panic, shouting loudly, "Hey, what's happening over there? Answer me." Unfortunately, there was no one left to answer. The magical energy had captured all the men in black, then directly crushed them to death on the spot without alerting anyone. Riku quickly realized what had happened. He muttered aloud, "They've been wiped out." Hinata stared at Minato in horror, asking frantically, "What did you do?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato said with a sneer, "You should have seen this coming, unless you're all a bunch of idiots." Hearing this, fury flared in Hinata's eyes. She spoke in frustration. "What an annoying pest. But I have to admit, your handling of the robbery and the hostages wasn't bad. It seems you passed the first test." Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked suspiciously, "You set up the robbery, too?" Hinata shook her head, denying it. "That was unexpected. We would never do something so foolish. So, let's just move on to the second test." As soon as she finished speaking, Hinata and Riku unleashed their magical energy in unison. Minato narrowed his eyes at the two of them and said coolly, "I'd like to back out, if possible." In your dreams, with a cold snort, Hinata charged forward. Riku followed closely behind. Hinata unleashed a furious kick at Minato, but surprisingly, he blocked it. Hinata's entire body was thrown backward. Not yielding, Hinata quickly summoned her fire-based magic to attack. With a loud boom, brilliant flames erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. But when the flames died down, Minato was still standing there proudly, completely unscathed. Just then, Riku rushed in with his sword. The blade aimed precisely at Minato's neck, only to be stopped by a barrier. He smirked playfully. "Oh my. Anyone else would have been dead by now." This carefree attitude infuriated Hinata. She roared fiercely, "Don't get too arrogant." Immediately after, a pillar of fire appeared, its heat threatening to incinerate everything. But Minato wasn't the least bit panicked. He calmly countered, sending a raging wave of water forward. He even added a contemptuous smirk, not a bad spell. With a loud bang, the two streams of power clashed violently. But as is natural, the fire was quickly extinguished by the water. Seeing this sent Hinata into a rage. She said through gritted teeth, "It's just as the rumors say. You cast magic without any incantation, and you nullified mine with a third-tier spell. Are you mocking my magic?" At that moment, Riku rushed in again, swinging his sword at Minato. But he was too slow. Minato dodged with magic, taunting them relentlessly. "You can't use your full power on the ground, can you? So why not try fighting in the air? You're getting way too confident." Hinata shouted in anger, then quickly flew into the sky. Riku followed closely behind. Hinata faced Minato, muttering through gritted teeth, "Perhaps we underestimated you. No more holding back." As soon as she said this, she and Riku began to summon a spell together. A fire-based spell and an earth-based spell appeared in a flash. They both shouted in unison, "Our attack will annihilate everything." Brilliant demonic flames instantly rushed madly towards Minato. Alongside it, a giant boulder threatened to crush him. Hinata seemed certain of her victory. Speaking with satisfaction, "This spell has enough power to destroy half the city. Do you really think you can stand against it?" In a flash, the demonic flames and the giant boulder merged into one, like a meteor about to crash into the earth. Yet Minato wasn't the least bit panicked, letting out a scoff. Immediately after, he summoned a 7th-tier void magic called Annihilation to stop it. In an instant, a massive surge of magical energy enveloped the demonic flames and the giant boulder. In less than 3 seconds, they had completely vanished into thin air. This spectacle left Hinata and Riku utterly stunned and speechless. With a smirk, Minato said dismissively, "Of course, I simply disintegrated and dispersed the magical energy." Hinata stared at him in disbelief, screaming in protest, "Unbelievable. That's cheating. I don't accept this. You're disqualified. Everything up until now was just a joke. Now I'll show you my true power." With that, she once again unleashed her magical energy. However, Minato paid her no mind, because he had already sensed something else appearing. Even Hinata and Riku sensed it, crying out in terror, "This energy, it's here." Minato looked up at the sky. It was now shrouded in a blood-red color, signaling that a catastrophe was about to descend upon this place. He frowned in silence. Too many things happening at once. This couldn't be a coincidence. All three of them turned towards the source of the disaster. Minato was ready to run off without even changing his clothes. But Hinata screamed in frustration, "Are you kidding me? Who cares about some stupid disaster? I'm going to crush you right here, right now." Immediately after, she charged furiously at Minato. However, Riku pulled her back from behind. He warned her in a low voice. Don't forget our mission. Hinata gritted her teeth resentfully, but in the end, she didn't attack Minato again. Minato, unafraid of them, calmly said, Sorry, but our fight will have to be postponed. I'm going to handle the disaster first. After saying that, Minato gazed into the distance. That was Dotonbori. If he remembered correctly, it had been abandoned and left in ruins ever since the Great Disaster 50 years ago. Even without a catastrophe, monsters were constantly spawning there. Minato figured no one would ever come here, unless they were a complete idiot. Minato quickly ran toward it. As he used his magic to scan the area, he confirmed that a massive number of monsters were spawning. If left unchecked, they could invade human residential areas. Handling them all by himself would be extremely difficult. Just as he was worrying, Riku appeared by his side and said in a low voice, We'll lend you a hand. Minato nodded and replied, Thanks, I appreciate that. But, weren't you just trying to kill me? Riku shook his head slightly and answered nonchalantly, We were just testing you, and you passed. That's all. Hinata, for her part, remained silent, simply following close behind them. Minato didn't dwell on it, just thinking to himself that his problems were just getting more and more complicated. Soon after, they reached the area overrun by monsters. There were magical beasts and demon soldiers, all pouring out to attack humans. Hinata descended from the sky and scoffed. It's monster hunting time. The moment the words left her mouth, she summoned her fire magic, incinerating the horde of monsters before her. Meanwhile, Riku was far from idle, continuously swinging his sword to cut down scores of magical beasts. Minato was even busier, conjuring a barrage of spells, and in the blink of an eye, countless magical bolts filled the air. They shot forward without stopping, slaughtering the monsters. Minato glanced down, deciding he'd handle the minions while waiting for the boss to appear. Just then, however, he suddenly spotted a lone figure amidst the ruined city. A middle-aged man leaning on a cane was walking briskly. Minato rushed over to him, shouting worriedly, Excuse me, sir, are you okay? But there was no answer. He caught up to the man and urged, It's dangerous here. I think we should get you to a safer location. As he spoke, Minato reached for the man's arm. But at that exact moment, the man whipped his head around and glared at him, startling Minato. The man, realizing his outburst was out of line, quickly said, Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, please don't worry about me. He then turned and left. Minato watched him leave, feeling confused. Why would an old man like him be wandering around a place like this? And he looked so familiar. Who was he? The man walked straight out, where a car was waiting. He got in and ordered the driver to go. A little later, the police and the self-defense force arrived on the scene. They immediately joined the fight against the monsters. Minato watched, impressed. Their response was fast. Just as Sugo had said, they were ready to deal with a catastrophe. Despite that, they were still inexperienced. At that moment, a police officer saw Minato and yelled, Hey, what do you think you're doing? This is a dangerous area. But when the officer got a better look at his face, his tone changed completely. You're Kusanagi Minato, from the Magic Special Operations Unit. Sir, you're here. What a relief. As he was speaking, a magical beast lunged at him, but thankfully, Minato incinerated it with a burst of flame. Minato warned him in a serious tone, Don't let your guard down during a raid. The officer nodded hastily. Yes, sir. Minato then asked, What's the current situation? The officer answered quietly. The police and the SDF have sealed off the area around Dotonbori. Our top priority is civilian safety. However, we're not equipped to take on the boss. Our forces aren't sufficient to handle it. Hearing this, Minato reassured him, Don't worry, I'm here now. His words seemed to calm everyone down. Minato smiled faintly and added, And I'm not the only one here. Upon hearing this, the officers looked up and, sure enough, saw Riku and Hinata wiping out monsters. They cried out in shock, Magic nobles? Aren't they from the Hamurai and Kaihi clans? The Magic Special Operations Unit is cooperating with the Magic nobles, but whatever the case, their confidence was instantly boosted. With those three here, they were sure they could win. But at that very moment, a colossal amount of magical energy suddenly erupted, sending everyone into a panic. An officer trembled and muttered, What's going on? My body feels so heavy. Everyone looked toward the torrent of magic, where a figure had quietly materialized. It was the Demon General. The boss had arrived. At the sight of it, the officers were immediately gripped by fear. It's impossible. That monster has enough power to destroy the entire city of Osaka. There's no way we can win. But just then, Minato stepped forward and spoke with excitement in his voice. Sheesh, about time you showed up. Hearing his words, the officers were horrified. This was impossible. They were facing the Demon General. How could he be so calm? But before Minato could make a move, Hinata yelled, That's our prey. Don't you dare just stand there and watch. Instantly, she and Riku rushed forward. Minato sighed helplessly. They beat me to it. Oh well, they should definitely be able to handle an opponent of that caliber. The two of them rapidly closed the distance to the demon general. Hinata declared excitedly, "Fine by me. I'll just take my frustrations out on you." Riku nodded in agreement. "We will strike you down, right here and now." Hinata quickly summoned her magic and roared, "I'll blow you to bits." Riku was also in motion, creating a giant boulder. In the blink of an eye, the flames in the boulder flew wildly towards the demon general. The demon general was not careless, raising its hand to conjure several magic circles. It unleashed a fifth-tier fire spell, and a giant sun appeared out of thin air. The immense heat forced both Riku and Hinata to fall back. The police officers couldn't help but look away. Only Minato stood there calmly. When the brilliant light faded, the demon general's body was still standing tall, but the ground within a 10-meter radius around it had been shattered. Seeing this, Hinata and Riku were horrified. It countered the attack. What terrifying magic! Just then, the demon general spoke in a scornful voice. "You weakling humans, is there not a single formidable mage among you?" Hearing it speak, the surrounding police officers immediately panicked. It can talk. I'd heard they possess higher intelligence than normal monsters, but this is. Minato glanced at them, thinking to himself, if they were just a horde of mindless monsters, they might be less panicked. But it's understandable for them to be afraid of an intelligent enemy. Of course, there are always exceptions. Hinata yelled in frustration. "Do you take me for a fool? I'll burn you to ashes. I will bring my full power down on you." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed her full magical power. Riku wasn't idle either. He gripped his sword tightly and simultaneously summoned a level 8 spell called Spatial Blade. This was the secret art of the ruling clan. Seeing this, Minato exclaimed in excitement, "Is that an original spell formula?" No one answered him. Hinata and Mizuha Dua shouted in unison, "This time, you'll definitely die." The demon general spoke coolly, impressive, magical power. Hinata scoffed, "So you finally realize it?" But the demon general just sneered in response. "I wasn't talking about you." The one it was referring to was Minato, standing in the distance. It could sense the immense magical power radiating from him. Riku and Hinata had no idea who it was talking about, but they were furious. The two of them charged forward frantically, yelling in frustration. "How dare you look down on us? Damn you." Hinata created a phantom palm strike engulfed in flames and brought it down. However, the demon general managed to block it. At the same time, Riku slashed with his sword, but the demon general dodged and vanished without a trace. When it reappeared behind Riku, it immediately began to counterattack. Riku and Hinata coordinated to defend themselves, but the demon general was simply too strong. Step by step, it forced them backward. Meanwhile, combined magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky. This was the level 6 fusion spell, Raging Firestorm. The furious vortex of fire swept across the area, putting immense pressure on Riku and Hinata. Before long, they had collapsed to the ground. Biting their lips fiercely, the two quickly got back up. They were about to launch a coordinated attack again, but Minato walked over and said, "Let me take care of the rest." Hearing this, Hinata said irritably, "You can't possibly fight that thing. Even we, noble mages, couldn't do it." Riku narrowed his eyes at him and suggested, "Running away isn't a bad option, you know." But Minato paid them no mind, slowly walking forward and speaking coolly. "Calm down. A monster like this is no problem for me." These words left Riku stunned. Didn't you see it? That immense magical energy. At that moment, Hinata started screaming frantically. "Damn it. This can't be happening. I won't accept this." She muttered that she couldn't bring shame to that person and had to prove her usefulness. Riku watched this, feeling a bit helpless. Minato, ignoring their thoughts, quickly walked up to the demon general and said with a smirk, "Looks like I've kept you waiting." The demon general stared at him intently and spoke coolly. "Unbelievable magical energy. So, who are you?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato retorted, "Do I really have to answer that?" The demon general wasn't surprised and calmly replied, "Perhaps not. Dealing with your kind holds no value for us." Hearing this, Minato unconsciously smiled, his eyes filled with excitement. The demon general didn't back down either, speaking slowly. "If that's the case, then come at me with all you've got." As soon as it finished, it swiped its hand toward Minato. He wasn't flustered, calmly unleashing his own magic. The demon general furiously attacked him, but its claws struck some kind of invisible barrier. It couldn't harm Minato at all. But Hinata, watching from the side, couldn't see clearly and thought Minato had been hit. She laughed smugly. "See, I told you so. You can't do anything either. You can't beat the demon general." But just as she finished speaking, she saw Minato move, returning a punch to the demon general. He stood there unfazed, speaking coolly. What a pain. Riku and Hinata couldn't help but be stunned. All those attacks. And he didn't take a single scratch. However, Riku quickly concluded that a mere defense was useless. The demon general's defense is so strong, how could anyone possibly hurt it? At the same time, Minato was contemplating something. There was a spell he wanted to try, but now probably wasn't the time. A random spell should be enough. With that thought, Minato cast the level 9 void magic known as Starlight Stream. Seeing this, Hinata couldn't help but scream. A level 9 spell, level 8 is our limit. Minato ignored their reactions and focused on casting his magic. In an instant, streams of flowing light shot frantically through the air. A moment later, they enveloped the demon general's body. When the light faded, the demon general's body had been reduced to fragments. The people watching from the sidelines were utterly stunned. Is it over? He defeated an enemy that even the noble mages struggled against. It's unbelievable. Immediately, they rushed over to Minato, praising him endlessly. Minato paid them no mind and walked up to Riku and Hinata, saying with a smile, "See, it was nothing for me." Hinata bit her lip fiercely, her eyes filled with unwillingness to accept defeat. "You won, and you won so easily. We're no match for you." In their current state, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that they didn't answer, Minato spoke up again. "So, shall we continue where we left off?" Riku immediately shook his head and replied, "No, we've lost. You've passed the test." Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked with a frown, "You're going to explain everything now, right?" Riku nodded slightly. "Yes, of course. For that, we'll need one more person." Hearing this, Minato glanced back and saw Shizuku approaching. Shizuku looked at him and asked doubtfully, "Did you know everything from the start?" Minato nodded slightly. "Of course. You know you can't hide anything from me." Then, Minato asked her to explain why they had tried to test him. Why have mages been growing weaker over the last 50 years, and why did she decide to cooperate with the noble mages? Shizuku heard Minato's relentless questions. A look of resignation appeared in her eyes. A moment later, Shizuku brought Minato and the other two back to her home. Minato sat across from her. He spoke coldly, "All right, just tell me the whole story." "Miss Shizuku, you know about these people, right?" Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I even knew you were going to be attacked." Minato frowned and asked, "Tell me why." Hearing this question, Riku and Hinata, who were also there, remained silent. After a long moment, Riku finally spoke slowly. "We wanted to see if you would use your power for personal gain, to see if you were truly capable." Minato, still confused, asked, "Is that why you dragged my teammates into this test?" Riku shook his head slightly. "It was just a threat. We had no intention of harming anyone." Minato scoffed coldly. "Then why did you still do it?" Riku calmly answered each question one by one. "You and your team could have become a threat to the magic nobility. It was a dangerous situation for Japan." Hearing this, Minato retorted resentfully, "That's a consequence of your irresponsibility. The Special Magic Division never had any intention of offending the magic nobility. It was you people who interfered with our affairs." Hearing this, Hinata looked like she was about to lash out, but Riku quickly stopped her. "Enough. He's right." He knew full well that when the first disaster struck, the nobility turned a blind eye. He had to admit their response was careless, but the world still needed the magic nobility. Minato narrowed his eyes at Riku, neither refuting nor agreeing. Just then, Shizuku spoke up. "The root of this problem began 50 years ago. It started with your death, which led to the current situation in Japan, and ultimately, the birth of the magic nobility. With the passing of many mages, including Kusanagi Minato, and the disappearance of most of the demon generals, the number of illegal mages in Japan skyrocketed. During the disaster, both the citizens and the self-defense forces were exhausted, making control impossible, and Japan became a lawless state. The legal mages fought bravely to stop the rogue ones, but Japan was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was tired and had lost hope for the future. Everything was triggered by the death of Kusanagi Minato. He was the people's hope, but he was gone." At this, Shizuku let out a helpless sigh. The remaining mages carefully considered how they would rebuild Japan and restore the people's faith. Shizuku's face was now filled with sorrow. Minato, understanding now, spoke coolly. "So, the magic nobility was established." Shizuku nodded slightly. "Exactly. They created a clear power structure, the magic nobility, to regain the public's trust. They believed that with a new hero like Kusanagi Minato, Japan could return to peace. The power of mages at that time was very dangerous, so the magic nobility confiscated all the spell books and related documents throughout the country. They recruited talented mages, and if they weren't, they killed them all to monopolize magical knowledge and skills." Shizuku's voice grew more reluctant as she spoke. A prohibition was enforced across Japan. At that time, any rumors or traditions related to magic were forbidden. Japan gradually returned to peace, but as a result, the mages grew weaker. Minato nodded in understanding. The police gradually fell behind in technology and knowledge. This is a familiar scenario, isn't it? He still remembered the situation 50 years ago. Many civilians and mages died in the disaster, and many used magic for evil purposes. It was easy to imagine what would happen if he had died. But Minato still didn't trust the nobility. He asked doubtfully, however, did the magic nobility really have the power to do all that? Hearing this, Shizuku glanced at Riku and Hinata standing in the distance. After a long hesitation, she asked in a low voice, "Do you remember Hifumi?" Minato nodded slightly. "I remember him. He was one of my students. That guy always had a problem with Minato, a pathetic, arrogant brat, but it was undeniable that he was talented." Shizuku said quietly, "He is now the president of the Mum Corporation, a major company in Japan. Originally known as the heir to the Mum Group, he has been supporting the magic nobility ever since." At this, Minato nodded in understanding. "I see. A connection to the world economy implies political influence, but I never knew he was the heir to the corporation." A faint, reluctant smile appeared on Shizuku's face. "Haha, you haven't changed. You don't care about wealth, fame, or money. Only about magic and the people." Shrugging indifferently, Minato scoffed slightly. "I think that's just normal." Shizuku glanced at Riku and Hinata again. After a moment, she continued, "Japan's mage population is the lowest in the world. They used to be at the top back when you were Kusanagi Minato, but that's no longer the case." Hearing this, Hinata retorted indignantly, "Japan became peaceful thanks to our predecessors. That has never changed." Minato glanced at her and asked with a sneer, "So what's your next plan if another disaster strikes?" The question left Hinata stunned and speechless. After a long hesitation, Riku spoke up. "Back then, we thought a disaster wouldn't happen again. And even if it did, we thought the police could handle it. Worst case scenario, the magic nobility could resolve everything." With a soft scoff, Minato chided them. "And all of those assumptions were wrong, weren't they?" Riku immediately shrank back and fell silent. Minato then glanced at Shizuku and asked, "You knew about all of this, didn't you, Miss Shizuku?" "Yes, I've been involved since 50 years ago," Shizuku replied with a slight nod. "But I am not part of the magic nobility. My power and influence are not as strong as theirs. Now, I'm just a weaponsmith who makes anti-monster weapons." Hearing this, Minato's brows furrowed deeply. So this was the truth of the past 50 years. The magic nobility, the decline of mages, the lack of magical knowledge, and the disasters, along with the reasons behind it all. But was this the whole truth? With this thought, Minato narrowed his eyes and questioned Shizuku. "You've told me everything, right?" Shizuku was taken aback and quickly said, "Yes, there are no more secrets." Riku and Hinata also glanced at him but said nothing. Minato scanned all three of them before letting out a weary sigh. He then made a suggestion. "Let's end this discussion here. I have a proposal." Hinata frowned slightly, muttering suspiciously. "A proposal?" Minato said casually, "Why don't we form a team?" This remark displeased Hinata. Minato ignored her and continued, "Think of it as a partnership. I'm not saying I'll work under you. You all saw from the last disaster. Our cooperation is necessary." Hearing this, Hinata immediately let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. "Huh? The great hero Kusanagi Minato needs our help?" Minato paid her no mind and explained calmly, "I have my own limits. It would be great if the magic nobility joined in. We could overcome any disaster. You're not against helping the people, are you?" Riku hesitated for a long time before speaking. "That's an offer we can't refuse. We couldn't defeat the demon leader, so we can only rely on you." At that moment, Takigami Shizuku also spoke up, asking to join as well. In his own way, he could craft weapons. Of course, Minato didn't refuse. He nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you, both of you." Then, all three of them turned to look at Hinata. At that moment, Hinata's eyes were filled with reluctance, but she still shouted in annoyance, "All right, fine. You want us to cooperate, don't you?" Hinata then said, "In return, Minato, don't you dare bring this up again. If you complain, I'll smack you on the head." Without any hesitation, Minato nodded and replied, "All right, I get it. And you two, stop taking hostages." Hinata snorted coldly and replied, "I know." And so, the Special Magic Division and the magical nobility became allies. This was the first time in 50 years that the magical nobility had cooperated with anyone else. Minato suddenly remembered something and whispered aloud, "Now that I think about it, I feel like I've forgotten something. It's probably just my imagination." The thing he forgot was the group of men in black who were knocked out at Ryuji's house, and the two Mizuha Dua sisters as well. Upon seeing them, they were completely shocked, not understanding what was going on. The next day, at the local police academy in Osaka, when they learned Minato had arrived, a crowd of people came to greet him. "Greetings, Captain Kusanagi Minato." Minato was taken aback by their enthusiasm and didn't know how to react. Just then, an authoritative shout rang out, "Fall in line. You're not students anymore." Hearing the voice, the whole group straightened up and formed a neat line. A middle-aged man quickly came out and spoke. My apologies for this, Captain Kusanagi. It's an embarrassment to the police force to have people like this acting like a bunch of kids. Minato looked at them, bewildered, and nodded with a mumble. Right. The man continued, but it's understandable, given what the Special Magic Division demonstrated during the disaster. It was so impressive that even I want to join this training session. Hearing this, Minato sighed in resignation. It wasn't just the police officers in the courtyard. There was also a crowd of onlookers outside. Everyone wanted to get a look at Minato, but he paid them no mind and began training the police officers in the courtyard. The moment he finished speaking, all the police officers simultaneously cast level 1 spells. During the training, a few female officers stole glances at Minato. He helplessly put his head in his hands. It seemed the media coverage was truly effective. They didn't look too thrilled, but at least they were enthusiastic. However, he wasn't going to go easy on them. And so, the group of police officers endured a grueling day, no different from hell. Meanwhile, Minato stood by like a devil instructor, shouting, "This is an exercise to train your bodies and your strength. Feel the magic as you run. Think of it as if you're depending on it." The group just kept running until their foreheads and entire bodies were drenched in sweat. Cries and groans echoed across the training grounds. Minato paid them no mind, a demonic smile spreading across his face as he said, "Calm down. I have healing magic. Train as much as you want. If it hurts, I'll heal you. Less complaining and more running. The enemy doesn't care about your problems." The group ran on in despair, gritting their teeth and pushing forward. A week later, every police officer who participated in the training could now feel their magical power. Minato nodded in satisfaction. "You've all done very well. You're completely different from who you were 1 week ago." He told them to keep up their training even when he wasn't around. They were the protectors of peace in Osaka. Hearing these words, the officers were deeply moved. Some couldn't help but break down and sob. Minato paid them no mind, turning to leave. "The rest is up to you." After that, the magical power of the Osaka police force improved, putting them on par with the Tokyo division. Minato felt he should head back to Tokyo. Otherwise, he'd have to deal with a press conference later. A few days later, the media was quick to report the news that the Special Magic Division and the noble magic houses of Homurai and Kaihi would be cooperating. The media exploded. Everyone started talking about it. People all over Japan were paying attention to the story. Even students were following the news. But one thing made the media suspicious. Why didn't the head of the Mizuha family appear at the press conference? And what were these magical nobles thinking? Since when had Japan become so united against disasters? Elsewhere, at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Training Grounds, Minato glanced at the two people behind him, asking doubtfully, "You couldn't get in touch with your old man?" Du nodded slightly. "Yeah, we've tried many times." Ruka added helplessly. "Once again, he's abandoned us." Minato frowned slightly and said, "I'm a bit concerned that the pillar of your family hasn't shown up yet." Ruka pouted and said, "We thought he would come if we secured the cooperation with the Homurai and Kaihi houses." Minato fell silent, thinking, if there wasn't a problem with their relationship, then the issue between Du, Ruka, and their father should have been resolved. But Tushiru remained silent. Perhaps he should look into it. Minato just stood there without saying a word. The two sisters looked at him. After a long moment, Du suddenly spoke up excitedly. "We heard you were very successful in Osaka." Ruka nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we're really proud of you." Smiling despite himself, Minato pouted and said, "It was nothing but trouble." While the three of them were talking, Sugo was quietly observing Minato. When Minato was away, the Dark Mage also didn't appear. He couldn't help but suspect that Minato himself was the Dark Mage. But if Minato turned out to be an evil mage, Sugo would have to arrest him. He really didn't want that to happen. He could only hope his suspicions were wrong. That afternoon, Minato quietly headed home alone. It was rare for both Ruka and her sister to be busy, but walking home by himself wasn't a big deal. However, on his way home, his path was suddenly blocked. It was the servants of the Mizuha household. They bowed to him and spoke respectfully, "Kusanagi Minato, we've come to escort you." A short while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, Tushiru glared at Minato and asked resentfully, "I hear my daughters are living with you. If you have any ill intentions toward them, I will end you right here." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his magical power. Minato was a bit speechless. He sighed and said, "But we're just friends." Tushiru frowned slightly and continued to interrogate him. "You won't lay a single finger on them, right?" Minato calmly nodded. "I wouldn't do that to my friends." He didn't expect Tushiru to call him here just because he was worried about his daughters. He guessed the man still had the qualities of a father after all. While Minato was lost in thought, Tushiru suddenly called out, "Come here." The two of them quickly went out to the courtyard. Tushiru hovered in the air and coolly proposed, "Let's have a match." Without hesitation, Minato nodded in agreement. All right, I don't mind. Seeing him agree, Tusuru unleashed all the magical power in his body. Minato didn't back down one bit, unleashing his own powerful magic. Tusuru was serious about fighting him, immediately casting a level 7 spell. A furious wave of water surged forward. Minato couldn't afford to be careless and countered with a level 7 spell of his own. With a deafening boom, the two powerful streams of energy collided. The two of them quickly descended from the air to the ground. Tusuru narrowed his eyes at Minato, unable to hold back his praise. You managed to exploit the weakness of water magic with fire magic of the same level. You're strong. I can trust you with my daughter. With that, he walked right past Minato. Minato watched Tusuru's retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a large mansion, Akuto was so furious he was smashing everything around him. He screamed maniacally, "All of you are a bunch of useless fools. Chrono is still alive and well, but no more. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way." With that, he pointed at the person beside him and aggressively demanded, "You will meet my demands, won't you?" Tusuru Mizuha gave a slight nod and replied, "Rest assured, I will eliminate the Dark Sorcerer." Akuto glared at him and said in a cold voice, "I will incite an all-out war between the Black Rebellion and the Dark Sorcerer. Just you wait, Dark Sorcerer." The next day in class, Kusanagi Minato was, as usual, surrounded by a crowd of female students. He felt completely helpless. It was even more annoying than before. Mizuha was suffering the same fate on her side of the room, with more and more students crowding around her. This didn't go unnoticed by another group of girls, who were extremely annoyed that Mizuha was so popular. Mizuha finally couldn't take the constant questions anymore. She made an excuse and fled, saying, "I just need to use the restroom for a second." She ran out into the hallway, where she finally let out a quiet sigh. "I'm used to this kind of attention, but it's just so exhausting having them follow me around all the time." Just then, a group of girls cornered Mizuha. Their red-haired leader raised an eyebrow and asked, "Mizuha, you got a second?" They then dragged her to a secluded corner of the school, clearly up to no good. The red-haired girl pinned Mizuha to the wall with her foot. She sneered aggressively, "You're so damn annoying, you know that? Someone like you got into the special magic unit. Don't think you're entitled to special treatment just because you're some noble." The blue-haired girl beside her chimed in, "I told you she pulled some strings to get in. She's been a spoiled brat her whole life." Hearing this, Mizuha couldn't stop herself from shouting back, "I got in on my own merit. I've been training my whole life for this. Why would I ever need to resort to such dirty tricks?" The red-haired girl scoffed, her voice dripping with dissatisfaction. "So, does that mean you don't like Kusanagi? That you don't accept him as your boyfriend? People from the magical nobility can't tell lies, can they?" Hearing this question, Mizuha fell silent, unsure how to respond. Just then, Minato appeared. He yelled aggressively, "What are you all doing here?" His shout startled the three girls. The red-haired one quickly tried to explain, "We don't think it's fair that Mizuha gets special treatment just because she's a noble." The blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. She probably just used her connections. Seeing that Minato wasn't saying anything, the red-haired girl grew even more arrogant and challenged him. "I bet you're backing her up too, right? It wouldn't be surprising for someone as powerful as you. It's so unfair." Mizuha heard these accusations but couldn't bring herself to say a word in her defense. She was always like this, cowardly whenever her abilities were questioned. Minato frowned, looking at her in silence for a long moment. Seeing this, the three girls became even more smug, laughing amongst themselves. "We could probably do a better job if we were on the team." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but let out a cold smirk. Then, he spoke in an icy tone. "I see you're all very passionate. Very well, I'll let you join the Special Magic Unit's training session." Minato told them they would be recruited if they successfully completed the training. In an instant, the three girls were ecstatic, repeatedly vowing that they would pass. Seeing this, Mizuha felt a chill run down her spine, completely at a loss for what to do. That afternoon at the police department's training grounds, Minato brought the three girls and formally announced that they would be participating in the training, starting today. Kasaragi Ryuji narrowed his eyes at the three girls and scoffed. Never seen them before. Ruka nodded in agreement. They don't look very disciplined, and they don't seem to have any real power. Mizuha was confused and didn't know what to say. Was Minato really going to let them join? But she quickly forced herself to stay focused. All she needed to do right now was her job. The three new girls, however, had no idea what was in store for them. At the moment, they were still buzzing with excitement, chatting cheerfully. But their casual conversation annoyed Ruka. They didn't seem to be taking this seriously. Kasaragi Ryuji also muttered unhappily, "What's with these girls?" Minato knew what the two of them were worried about and spoke calmly. "Don't think about it right now. They need this training." The red-haired girl wasn't thinking about the training at all. She was just excited to be close to Minato, but her happiness wouldn't last long. Once the training started, she found it hard to even breathe, let alone pay any attention to Minato. Too bad for her. Minato didn't notice, continuing to run at the front and push everyone forward. Run like your life depends on it. The enemy won't care about your excuses. Imagine there's a monster chasing you from behind. Ruka's group was already used to this kind of training. They kept running forward without pause, but the three new girls weren't. They started complaining after just a short while. After the run, Minato had them do push-ups. The three girls didn't last long before collapsing. Next up was magic practice. At this point, the three girls decided they had to escape, or they were going to die. But before they could get far, an arm yanked them back. Minato appeared with a devilish smile and said, "And where do you think you're going? This is just the beginning." Finally, the three girls couldn't take it anymore and broke down crying. No normal person could survive this kind of training. This is torture. You're doing this on purpose to hurt us. Look over there, Minato said, ignoring their complaints and pointing into the distance. Then, he spoke slowly. At first, they couldn't handle it either, but they pushed themselves every single day to gain the strength they have now. After he finished speaking, the expressions on the three girls' faces turned sour, but Minato didn't care and continued speaking. Mizuha works hard every single day, always pushing herself forward, and yet she still thinks she isn't talented enough. At this point, his tone grew harsh. And yet, there are still people who think she had it easy. Looks and connections have absolutely nothing to do with it. As he spoke, he walked right up to the red-haired girl, causing her to tremble in fear. Minato showed no mercy, continuing in his ice-cold voice, "Duka is a very important friend to me. I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her." The three girls trembled instinctively, tears already welling up in their eyes. They finally broke down, turning and running away while begging for forgiveness. Minato watched them go and let out a helpless sigh. Man, they're such cowards. They could have stayed if they'd just been willing to train. Kasaragi Ryuji walked up next to him, muttering in confusion, "What's with them?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato pouted and said, "Don't worry about it. They're just pathetic." At that moment, Du finally understood why Minato had let those girls join the training in the first place. That afternoon, on the way home after practice, Du spoke up gratefully. "I heard what you said back there. Thank you for standing up for me." As she spoke, she gave him a genuinely sincere smile. Minato replied casually, "I just figured showing them a bit of reality would stop their bootlicking and rumor-mongering." But Duka, still cheerful, laughed and said, "But you just told me not to worry about it, right?" A confused Minato nodded in response. Yeah, right." Duka was truly happy. She mumbled softly, "But you know, I think of you as someone important, too." "Oh, really?" Minato raised an eyebrow slightly, not seeming to give it much thought. Du knew that important meant something different to him, but for now, this was enough for her. Someday, when she became strong enough to stand by his side, she would become truly powerful. At this thought, she suddenly picked up her pace, her voice filled with a playful challenge. "I'm going to get strong enough to beat you, Minato, so you better be prepared." With that, Du turned to look at Minato, flashing a radiant smile. The very next day, another disaster occurred. Monsters were rampaging, destroying everything in their path. Instantly, figures appeared on the scene. It was Minato and Hinata. After hearing the disaster announcement, they had rushed to the scene and were now working together to deal with the calamity. The hot-headed Hinata charged forward first. With a sigh, Minato had no choice but to quickly follow her. The two of them swiftly used their magic to eliminate the beasts. Seeing this, the fleeing citizens couldn't help but be moved. This is incredible. The Special Magic Unit and the Noble Mages are actually working together. And with the cooperation of the Special Magic Unit, the reputation of the Noble Mages was slowly being restored. The current trend was for the Black Mage to eliminate illegal mages, while the Special Magic Unit took care of disasters and monsters. The Magic Unit was a unique organization, with students forming its core. Some people thought of it as a police force, but its often delayed responses drew increasing criticism, much like the actual police. Meanwhile, at a city hospital, a boy about 9 years old lay in his bed, his eyes shut tight. At that moment, the room's windows suddenly opened, and someone slipped quietly inside. It was Minato, and he was using recovery magic on the boy in the bed. In an instant, the young boy's body was enveloped in magical power. Recovery magic wasn't effective on comatose patients, but Minato hoped it would at least help the boy's body and mind. It had been a long time, and nothing had changed. Despite Minato's continuous treatments, the recovery magic seemed to have no effect. But when he remembered the look of despair on Leona's face, after all, this boy was her little brother, he couldn't help but frown. Minato definitely wouldn't give up. Just then, however, a sound outside the door startled him. It was Leona. She pushed the door open and walked in. But Leona suddenly sensed something, frowning and muttering to herself, "Do I feel like someone was just here?" Or am I imagining it? She wasn't imagining it. Minato had been there, but he leaped out the window just before she could spot him. Leona walked over to her brother's bedside, speaking softly. How are you feeling, Kai? Though I guess I don't need to ask to know the answer. Then, she began to tell Kai stories about the Black Mage. Leona said the Black Mage was an incredible person. His magic was absolute, and he was so proactive and dependable. She had never met anyone like him. After gushing about Minato for a bit, Leona started to complain, but you know what? He can be a real jerk sometimes. She said this because Minato had forced her to train for long periods. He's so strict and fierce. At this, Leona suddenly let out a laugh, but there was a trace of sadness hidden within it. Her hand, resting on the bed, was trembling. Leona pressed her lips together and mumbled, I'm not going to give up. I'll make sure no one else ever suffers the way you have. She promised she would take down the Black Rebellion, whatever it took. Leona lowered her head, her silhouette looking heartbreakingly desolate. She reached out and caressed the pale skin of Kai, who lay motionless in the bed. After a long while, she whispered softly, I'm so sorry, Kai. And just like that, Leona stayed by his side the entire night. Minato, meanwhile, quickly left the hospital. The following night, at a warehouse, Minato arrived at the arranged meeting spot to see Leona. But to his surprise, there were a few unfamiliar faces, prompting him to ask, who are these guys? Leona explained cheerfully, they're your new teammates. Minato was not pleased. Where on earth did you find these people? With an indifferent shrug and a smirk, Leona replied, I didn't find them. They found me. I posted some of your photos and videos online to see if anyone would reach out. Hearing this, Minato nodded in understanding. So that's what happened. Seeing he had no objections, Leona continued, Don't worry. I've already verified their identities and everything. They're reliable. At that moment, the people who had gathered began to cheer excitedly. It's really Chrono, the Black Mage, in the flesh. Minato, annoyed by the scene, spoke coldly, I'm here to train you all, and I won't be holding back. Get ready. Hearing this, everyone shouted with excitement. We're ready. We may not look like much, but we're confident in our abilities. A small smile touched Minato's lips as he smirked. I look forward to seeing it. And in less than 2 hours, every single one of them was down for the count. Minato's hellish training regimen was just that brutal. Yet he still looked at them with dissatisfaction and said, You're all pathetic. Train like your lives depend on it. Although the newcomers were only enthusiastic at first, their dedication was clear. They improved significantly under Minato's guidance. A new strategy team specializing in information theft and manipulation was formed. The action team targeted Black Rebellion's bases and destroyed them. The Black Sorcerer gained support from underworld organizations, and Minato's power grew stronger and stronger. At the police department, this news naturally reached their ears. During their break, they couldn't help but gossip about how Black Rebellion's hideouts had been hit hard. Is this a feud between illegal mages? Some people saw the Black Sorcerer as a faction created by Tadano Juno. Sugo was also there, and hearing these words, his expression grew darker and darker. Tadano Juno my ass. Those illegal mages are just a bunch of criminals. I won't let them get away with this. On Akuto's side, he was also furious at this moment, cursing through gritted teeth. That bastard, daring to challenge and look down on us like this again. I'm not who I used to be. Just then, a subordinate came to report, Boss, everything is ready. Akuto cursed in frustration. Too slow. You useless bunch. I'll get close to them and kill them all myself. You just wait, Kusanagi, Minato, Chrono. Despite the shocking news outside, everyone at the police department was still training hard. During that time, Sugo was secretly observing Minato. He was truly an outstanding person. However, Sugo couldn't help but suspect he might be Chrono. Based on Minato's age, abilities, and the timing of his appearance, it was hard for Sugo not to be suspicious. He wanted to believe that Minato wasn't the Black Sorcerer. While Sugo was lost in thought, the three were standing in front of Minato, apologizing profusely. Minato looked at the broken bracelets in his hand, a bit startled. Du quickly explained, we tried to fix it. But before she could finish, Minato cut her off coldly. It's fine, don't worry. It just went past its limit. It seems a newcomer like you can't create a weapon capable of defeating a monster. You should probably ask Shizuku. At that moment, Ryuji said resentfully, I can't say I like this. Ruka also grumbled in annoyance. I think they're going to raid us at night to test us. Du also couldn't accept them sneaking into the house at night like that. Seeing their indignation, Minato quickly spoke up. I'm annoyed too, but thinking about our future cooperation, it's necessary. I'm sorry, but can you all please let this go? At his words, the three of them, Ruka, Ryuji, and Du nodded in agreement without hesitation. Ruka suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke up. Come to think of it, the magic nobles were acting a bit strange back then. I wasn't attacked by their magic. but they didn't seem to realize the situation they were in. Minato slowly explained, "It's a type of debilitating magic that absorbs strength and memories. They don't remember what happened after the magic was cast on them." Seeing that they had no more issues, he quickly suggested, "All right, training session's over. Let's head home." However, Ruka and the other two said they had something to do and went their separate ways. Minato seemed a little resigned, but he didn't say anything. Just then, Sugo walked up and offered to Minato, "Let me give you a ride home." Minato didn't refuse and got into Sugo's car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Sugo slowly began to speak. Lately, the Black Sorcerer has been expanding his influence. Minato couldn't help but frown and say, "You're still suspecting me, aren't you?" Sugo neither confirmed nor denied it, simply giving a faint smile and saying, "Chrono is an exceptional individual. I think someone in your exact position will realize that sooner or later." Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and said, "I don't know anything." Sugo narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Minato calmly replied, "This Chrono guy. Is he a bad person?" "I haven't seen or heard of him doing anything bad," Sugo answered without hesitation. "From what I know, he's a good person. But he's still a criminal." Hearing this, Minato asked in confusion, "Why?" Sugo hesitated for a moment, pulling the car over to the side of the road. The atmosphere in the car fell silent. After a long while, he finally answered, "My father was a police officer, a man who upheld justice. He was an exceptional person, and I once had a happy and proud family." Sugo's father used to say that criminals are also human beings with a conscience. If you're straightforward with them, they'll understand. Young Sugo respected him for that. He wanted to become a police officer just like him in the future, but Sugo's father was killed. He was trying to negotiate with a criminal who was holding hostages, but the man cast a magic spell on Sugo's father. For someone like his dad who couldn't use magic, he collapsed instantly. The more Sugo spoke, the more enraged he became, biting his lip until it bled. Gritting his teeth, he said, "He was too stubborn with his beliefs. He put his faith in criminals, and they repaid him with cruelty. That guy was convicted of robbery and murder and was arrested. When he was asked why he killed my father, he said he panicked. That it wasn't his fault, it was my father's fault." Every time he remembers this, the rage inside Sugo erupts. He roared furiously. "Bullshit." He said he was scared. The one who should have been scared was the victim, my father. The one who was murdered, killed for no good reason. I will never forgive people like that. All criminals are the same kind of scum. He said that even if they save someone, criminals don't deserve forgiveness. Finally, Sugo couldn't hold it in anymore and collapsed onto the steering wheel. He sobbed and mumbled, "My father." What was all of this for? Minato listened beside him, not saying a single word. For Sugo to have shared that much, it must have had a huge impact on him. After a moment, Sugo realized he had lost his composure and quickly said, "Sorry, I overreacted in front of you. I'll be counting on you again tomorrow." With that said, Sugo started driving again, dropping Minato off at his house. As for Sugo, he headed home, weighed down by his thoughts. The next morning, at the Magic Academy, Du and her sister were waiting for Minato, but he was nowhere to be seen, leaving them a bit annoyed. As for Minato, he was frantically running down the street. But as he passed a building, he noticed two shady characters lurking about, who clearly looked like they were up to no good. Just then, the large screen on the building started to lose its signal. When the signal returned, Akudo appeared on the screen. He announced aggressively, "This broadcast has been taken over by the Black Rebellion." The people around were instantly thrown into confusion upon seeing him, but some recognized Akudo and began to whisper amongst themselves, "Isn't that Kuroi from the former magic nobility?" Having hijacked the broadcast station, Akuto declared loudly, "Special Magic Unit and Tadano Juno, I have a gift for you." He announced that the Black Rebellion had planted multiple bombs all across Japan. Akuto also warned the police not to act recklessly or go against his orders. He's going to blow them up one by one. But just as he finished speaking, Akuto snapped his fingers. Immediately, a series of massive explosions rocked the area. Smoke and fire filled the sky, throwing the citizens into chaos. Debris began to rain down, heavy enough to crush anyone it hit. Fortunately, Minato was already there, using a magic shield to protect the people. After escaping the danger, the citizens hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, the police received a report, but the communication was scrambled. Sugo bit his lip in frustration. Neither the police nor the Special Magic Unit could make a move. Dua, on the other end, was trying to contact Minato, but couldn't get through. She said worriedly, "I can't reach Minato. What the hell is he doing?" Meanwhile, on the television broadcast, Akudo was laughing triumphantly. "Chrono, you will come to the designated location alone. If you don't, I'll detonate all the bombs at once. You're not going to run away, are you?" Chrono Minato looked up at the large screen in front of him, his expression turning serious. That evening, Minato, dressed in his black sorcerer uniform, arrived at the location Akudo had specified. In his earpiece, Leona asked hesitantly, "The location is a warehouse at the port. It used to be a hideout. Are you really doing this?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah. It'll be fine." There was a moment of hesitation on the other end before Leona said with concern, "Be careful, Chrono. Don't you dare die on us." "Of course not." Minato couldn't but smile, replying with confidence. A moment later, he arrived at the designated warehouse. Although the warehouse was abandoned, lights were on inside. A group of thugs with brightly colored hair were gathered there, their vicious expressions promising nothing good. As soon as Minato appeared, they surrounded him. Akudo emerged from the crowd and said with a cold smirk, "I've been waiting for you, Chrono." Then he threw his head back and laughed. "I've waited so long for this day. The day I get to beat you to a pulp." He declared that the people here were all top-tier sorcerers with overwhelming power. All of Black Rebellion's strongest are gathered right here. Scoffing, Minato spoke coldly. "So if I take down everyone here, does that mean Black Rebellion will be destroyed?" Hearing this, Akudo laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. His underlings also jeered, "Are you an idiot? As if you could win all by yourself." Akudo bit his lip angrily, a murderous aura emanating from him. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Shut your mouth, you bastard. Everyone who underestimated him has been defeated, but I'm not like them. I won't hold back. I will kill Chrono without letting my guard down." Minato gave a cold smirk and sneered, "You think you can do that?" With that, he prepared to charge forward. Seeing this, Akudo immediately laughed. Now, you can't fight back, and you know it. Otherwise, I'll detonate the bombs and blow up the city. I wonder how many people will die." Instantly, Minato froze in his tracks. Seeing this, Akudo gloated and then shouted the order, "Kill him." In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic spells flew towards Minato, but they were all blocked by his barrier. This made Akudo grit his teeth in frustration. A magic shield, huh? This annoying bastard. His men continued to relentlessly attack Minato, but it wasn't long before they were exhausted, while Minato remained completely unharmed. He spoke nonchalantly, "It's useless. Level 3 magic has no effect on me." Akudo grew more and more furious. He punched one of his own men and roared in anger, "You're all useless. You can't even scratch him." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but mutter, "Trash." Akudo shot back with a cold snarl. "This piece of trash is about to kill you brutally. I've heard you're strong, with immense magical power and high-level spells. Normally, I wouldn't stand a chance against you." With that, Akudo pulled out a gun, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "But what about this?" Minato wasn't too worried, stating calmly, "A gun won't work on me either." But just as he finished speaking, a bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a small cut from which fresh blood began to well up. Akudo laughed triumphantly. "I really wanted to see that look on your face. This thing is enchanted with magic that nullifies all other spells. It can pierce through anything, even the strongest magical barriers." He then started firing at Minato. This time, not daring to be careless, Minato quickly dodged. Seeing this, Akudo grumbled in annoyance, "It's been a while since I used a gun. My aim is off." Just then, however, he saw a surge of magical energy around Minato, and in an instant, the wound on his face healed. Not only that, but the other injuries on his body also vanished. Akudo's expression immediately darkened. "You bastard, you're using recovery magic, aren't you?" Minato replied calmly, "Don't get them confused. This is natural magic. It activates automatically without my permission. I'm not resisting it." Akudo bit his lip, but quickly regained his composure. "Well, it doesn't matter. Healing won't change the situation. In fact, it's even better for me, because it means I get to hurt you over and over again." The moment he finished speaking, Akudo started firing at Minato again. He laughed gleefully as he pulled the trigger. "Does it hurt? It must hurt a lot, right? Even if the wounds heal, you still feel the pain." However, Akudo failed to notice the terrified expressions on his underlings' faces, because the injuries on Minato's body were only superficial, and with his recovery magic, they healed almost instantly. The more Akudo watched, the more panicked he became. This is strange. None of the shots are hitting him directly. Is he dodging them? Impossible. Just then, a voice came through Minato's earpiece. He immediately nodded and replied, "Is that so? All right, I understand." Being ignored, Akudo roared with fury. "How dare you chat with your allies in front of your enemy? Why do you insult me like this? I've had enough. I'm going to kill you." But before Akudo could act, Minato cast a level 5 spell. In an instant, a furious gale erupted inside the warehouse. It quickly enveloped the members of Black Rebellion and sent them flying. When the gale subsided, all the thugs had been taken down. Akudo furiously bit his lip, grabbed his phone, and barked an order to someone. Detonate the bombs now. But the response from the other end made him cry out in alarm. What did you say? Minato then spoke up. It's useless. All the bombs have already been disabled by my allies. Akuto was stunned. Minato let out a cold snort and said flatly, I have to admit, that really did hurt, you know? But I'm going to pay you back 100 times over. Akuto grew even more enraged, screaming through gritted teeth, You bastard. I'll kill you. Just then, Sugo arrived with his team and shouted, That's enough. Dua glared at Akuto and said coldly, All the bombs have been neutralized. Mizuha Haruka also added a warning, Stop this pointless resistance now. Minato couldn't help but frown. They got here fast. Could they have been waiting nearby without being detected? Ruka looked at his back and whispered, That's the Dark Mage, Chrono, isn't it? Kasaragi Ryuji exclaimed excitedly, He's pretty powerful, too. Only Karen here knew the person before them was Minato, and she was a little worried. Did you really come here alone? They had to help him, and quickly. Seeing that they had arrived, Minato spoke up immediately. Well, the tables have turned. Akuto bit his lip aggressively, his eyes filled with fury. Just then, a figure stepped out. A deep voice followed, ringing through the air. Looks like you're having a hard time, huh? Seeing the man, the Du sisters immediately panicked, because he was none other than Tusiru. Du couldn't help but demand, What are you doing here? Ruka also asked with resentment, Why are you standing with that guy, Koi? A smile crept onto his face as Akuto spoke smugly. It's because we're partners, obviously. His words left both Ruka and Du in disbelief as they asked in confusion, What is this all about, father? What's going on? Tusiru maintained his indifferent attitude, coldly saying, I have no obligation to tell you too. Even now, the Du sisters couldn't accept that the father they had always respected was colluding with criminals from the underworld. However, Sugo paid no mind to this. Instead, he ran towards Minato, trying to capture him. Minato frowned slightly, asking in annoyance, Is this really the time to be treating me as an enemy? Karin chimed in at that moment, Kusanagi isn't here. We should be cooperating. Kasaragi Ryuji nodded slightly in agreement. Yeah, there's no time for misunderstandings right now. Biting his lip aggressively, Sugo hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. Fine, we cooperate. Just this once. But at that very moment, Minato suddenly shouted, Move! At almost the same instant, several grenades landed in front of Sugo's group. With a boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending fire and smoke spreading everywhere. Fortunately, Sugo's group managed to get clear in time. Ruka pursed her lips and muttered, That's some incredible power. Those aren't ordinary grenades. Minato couldn't help but speak up, noting that besides guns, they even had anti-magic devices that could nullify magic. But Akuno just laughed again, and that's not all. With that, he pulled open his coat, revealing many more smoke bombs and other weapons inside. At the same time, the Ruka sisters were silently observing their father. Ruka hesitated for a long moment before speaking. I never thought I'd have to fight our own father. Du also spoke with a sense of helplessness. How did it come to this? While the two were lost in confusion, Tusiru cast a spell, and a furious wave of water charged towards them. Seeing this, Ruka immediately jumped in front of Du to shield her, unleashing her own magic to counter. The two torrents of water quickly collided. However, Ruka's mana was weaker than Tusiru's. Her wave was completely shattered, while Tusiru's continued surging straight for the two of them. Luckily, Ryuji managed to create a rock wall just in time to block it for them. Having escaped danger, Ruka looked at Kasaragi Ryuji gratefully. Thanks. Du also spoke up, Thank you both. But Tusiru showed no concern for his two daughters. He spoke coldly, You two have certainly gotten much stronger. Your coordination isn't bad either, but compared to me, you're still nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the mana inside Tusiru's body erupted. Ruka couldn't help but gasp in horror. Such immense power. Kasaragi Ryuji was also stunned, muttering, Is he? Maybe on par with Minato. Just then, a figure stepped forward with bold confidence. Du walked forward confidently and declared fiercely, We can act now. Before, there was nothing we could do. But things are different now. Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. That's right, we're stronger now. There's no reason to hesitate anymore. Kasaragi Ryuji also exclaimed with excitement, We've overcome harsh training. Du narrowed her eyes at Tusiru and said confidently, I will defeat you, and then I'll demand answers for all of this. Immediately, the Ruka sisters combined their magic. A level 7 spell materialized, sending a furious pillar of water charging forward. How naive. Tusiru scoffed with contempt. He then created a level 8 water spell, and a massive tidal wave erupted. The pillar of water and the tidal wave clashed head-on. With a tremendous boom, an explosion of force ripped through the area, and everything turned into tiny droplets of water that rained down, drenching Ruka's group. Standing in the downpour, Tusiru spoke coldly, You might be able to nullify my magic, but not completely. You two still have a long way to go. Lying on the ground, Ruka stared in disbelief at the man before her. He can cast level 8 magic? He's too strong. Seeing this, Akuto laughed smugly. This is a completely one-sided fight, isn't it? Both for them and for us. He was now standing opposite Minato. With a gun in his hand, he spoke confidently. It seems even the great Chrono is useless against anti-magic devices, huh? You've never had to face a gun before. On top of that, Akuto had a veteran warrior on his side, so he was convinced that Minato stood no chance of winning. He told him he should start begging for his life. Yet, Minato just stood there calmly. Seeing this, Akuto was bewildered, unable to understand why he was acting that way. Minato paid him no mind, instead glancing at Ruka's group behind him. Seeing that he was being ignored, Akuto flew into a rage and screamed, "Don't be so arrogant." He then opened fire on Minato again. Only this time, he didn't just stand there and take it. He quickly dodged. The sight left Akuto's eyes wide with disbelief. You dodged all of them. No, that was just a lucky break. A normal person can't dodge that. Well, what about this? Seeing that the gun was useless, Tusuru cast a level 8 spell to attack. A powerful tidal wave rapidly surged towards Minato. At the same time, Akuto also made his move. Pulling out a knife, he cast a level 5 dark magic spell, Savage Strike, and joined the fray. In a flash, Akuto appeared behind Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed down with his knife, but Minato managed to evade it. Not giving up, Akuto started shooting again. Minato dodged once more. The bullets couldn't even touch him, but what awaited him next was Tusuru's tidal wave. Not daring to be careless, Minato quickly created a barrier to defend himself. Tusuru didn't back down and maintained his spell. Minato simply stood there, protected by the barrier, as the tidal wave was unable to reach him. Watching the two fight, Ruka's group couldn't help but be shocked. Are these guys monsters or something? Just watching them makes us feel pathetic. At this rate, they would never be able to face Minato. However, Sugo was still intent on capturing him. If they attacked head-on, they didn't stand a chance. But right now, he wasn't paying attention to them. If the Dark Mages gained the upper hand, they might find an opportunity to restrain him. Reinforcements would be here soon. Then Akuto and Tusuru would be taken away. They would never get a chance like this again if they missed it. With this in mind, Sugo immediately looked towards Karin and spoke. Sananda, we're attacking Chrono. Karin looked at him in confusion. But why? Sugo replied coldly. He's only fighting for himself. He's an outlay mage. This is our chance to capture him. Karin looked at him hesitantly, about to say something, but was coldly cut off by Sugo. Please, this is our chance. Karin frowned slightly, her eyes darting around as if she were deep in thought. A moment later, she abruptly stood up. Sugo exclaimed excitedly, "You're going to do it, right?" Sure enough, Karin unleashed her magic. A blast of holy magic shot straight at Minato, causing him to be sent flying while he was fighting Akuto. Seeing this, Akuto laughed triumphantly. Not surprising. Just what you'd expect from those useless cops. Seeing this, Sugo smiled with satisfaction. Good job. Now it's my turn. However, when he looked closer, he saw that Karin was using her magic to heal Minato. Akuto shouted in frustration, "Are these cops actually helping Chrono, an illegal mage?" Minato was also a bit surprised. He could heal his own wounds and recover with his passive magic. He didn't need Karin's holy magic, did he? She must be trying to express her feelings. Sugo looked at Karin in disbelief and demanded, "Why are you healing him?" Karin replied coldly, "Because he's fighting to protect us." Hearing this, Sugo shouted in frustration, "What the hell are you talking about?" Karin explained fiercely, "Can't you see? We can't even move, and yet we're still alive. Why do you think he's staying in one spot? It's because he's trying to protect us." She was right. Minato really was trying to protect them, but Sugo still didn't understand. Karin continued, "If it weren't for him, we would have been their targets. That's why we can't run away." Sugo stubbornly shook his head in denial. "That's impossible. He's an outlaw mage. There's no way he'd try to save cops." Karin grabbed him by the collar, speaking fiercely, "Have you forgotten why he's even here? He came here alone to save everyone. He has always fought for others." Hearing this, Sugo fell silent, glancing over at Minato. It was true. He didn't seem to be moving around much. That's why he was covered in wounds. Was it Dark Mage really doing all that just to shield them? The more he thought about it, the harder it was to believe. Had he been mistaken? Even though Minato was an outlaw mage, he wasn't like the others. Perhaps Sugo was just running from the truth. Just then, Duka's group managed to get back on their feet. It didn't matter who they were fighting alongside. They were Dark Mages, and they had to join the battle. Meanwhile, Akuto was still laughing triumphantly. "This doesn't change anything. You're all about to run out of power." Ignoring him, Duka's group immediately summoned their magic. Duka shouted fiercely, "We don't have much power left, but this is everything we can contribute. Tusiru, who had been facing Minato, suddenly saw a wave of water mixed with shuriken-shaped rocks rushing toward him. Tusiru was stunned and quickly dodged, preparing to counterattack. But before he could do anything, a fire demon charged wildly at him. Not daring to be careless, Tusiru cast a level 7 spell, creating a raging torrent to block the fire demon. Tusiru frowned in silence. He didn't have many opportunities to attack the Dark Mage. Even if he aimed for the magic squad, Minato would get in the way. Their coordination was too good for this to be just a temporary alliance. Just then, Duka's group launched another attack. Duka shouted fiercely, "At least we know how to keep you busy." Meanwhile, Karen was also using her healing magic to help Minato. He wasn't fighting alone. Only Sugo remained standing there in silence. After hesitating for a long moment, his expression suddenly grew determined. He quickly joined the battle as well. This made Akuto roar in fury. "You disgusting pests." Minato frowned slightly, calculating. Thanks to the special magic squad, Tusiru's attacks seemed to weaken, making the battle a bit easier to handle, but Akuto had no intention of letting him go. He started firing wildly in his direction, shouting nonstop, "You're all so annoying. I'll kill every last one of you, no matter what." As usual, Minato dodged every single bullet fired. Akuto stared at him in disbelief. "You dodged them all? What kind of trick is this? A magic show? What spell are you using?" Minato replied coolly, "I'm just dodging normally. No magic required." Hearing this, Akuto yelled in frustration, "Just dodging? Don't screw with me. This isn't some movie." Shrugging indifferently, Minato said with a smirk, "It's been a while since I've faced a long-range weapon that isn't magic. I haven't even broken a sweat yet." In an instant, Akuto's eyes turned vicious, and he started firing madly at Minato again. But Minato still dodged every shot. He spoke coldly, "It's useless. I've already read all your moves." Akuto didn't give up. He pulled out his suitcase and shouted aggressively, "If that's the case, how about this? An anti-magic device. A rocket launcher. Anyone would be blown to bits by this." But before Akuto could do anything, Minato instantly appeared behind him. He smiled coldly and said, "There you are." Akuto was stunned and asked in confusion, "You can teleport?" But Minato didn't answer. He just muttered 2 words, "Wickedness." Immediately, a stream of dark magic entered Akuto's body, causing him to scream wildly. This was a special type of dark magic. Unlike other spells, Akuto will have to endure excruciating pain for 3 days and 3 nights. Minato said with a wicked smile, "It's a fitting punishment for scum like you." Akuto lay on the ground in agony, staring at him with disbelief in his eyes. But Minato didn't care. He glanced at Tusiru and said, "Now, it's your turn." At the same time, the others had collapsed to the ground, exhausted and panting. Minato smiled at them. "You did well. Leave the rest to me." He then turned back to Tusiru. "All right, shall we begin?" Tusiru narrowed his eyes at Minato for a long moment, then coolly raised his hand. He slowly opened his mouth. "I surrender." Minato was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Just then, a voice came through Minato's earpiece. "Chrono, can you hear me? Leona says she's in trouble. The police and magic nobles are surrounding all of Black Rebellion's bases in Tokyo. She's sure they're planning something. Their information had been leaked by Tusiru." Hearing this, Minato immediately understood the situation. He narrowed his eyes and asked Tusiru, "So you're a spy who infiltrated Black Rebellion?" Tusiru nodded coolly, "Something like that." But just then, Minato was startled to see that Akuto had somehow broken free from his spell. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Are you kidding me? All of you. Every single one of you." Minato narrowed his eyes at him. So he broke the curse using an anti-magic device. Akuto was furious. Holding a remote in his hand, he screamed wildly, "I'll destroy everything. I'm going to activate the bombs I planted nearby." Hearing this, Ruka's group immediately panicked and yelled, "We have to run." But their bodies wouldn't move. Instantly, Minato and Tusiru sprang into action. Minato created a wall of fire to protect everyone. Even Tusiru created a wall of ice to surround Ruka's group. Of course, he wanted to protect his 2 daughters. Du couldn't help but be stunned, because she had seen the Dark Sorcerer up close. Akuto had nearly gone mad by now, screaming incessantly, "Die!" But when he pressed the button, absolutely nothing happened outside. Du was shocked, murmuring, "Did nothing happen?" Kuroi Akuto was just as panicked, grumbling in frustration. "What's going on? I'm sure I planted bombs everywhere." Just then, Leona ran in from outside and said, "Didn't we tell you those bombs have already been disarmed?" Kuroi Akuto glared at her and roared in fury, "One of the Dark Sorcerer's underlings. How dare you insects gather together?" He had become completely unhinged now, screaming nonstop, "You scum! Kneel down and submit to me. You useless trash are nothing but my slaves." Leona ignored his rant and lunged forward, punching Akuto. Seeing him fall, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, I've gotten my revenge." Akuto still couldn't accept reality, muttering, "You're all just being led by the nose. I'm not the mastermind. I'm just a pawn." "Haha, you finally realized." With those words, Akuto passed out. Minato had heard everything he said before he fainted. He frowned slightly and thought, "Is there someone behind the Black Rebellion? If so, what kind of grand conspiracy is this?" Minato just stood there silently, lost in thought, but he quickly sensed something. The police were probably getting close. So, Minato swiftly scooped Leona up into his arms. Seeing that he was about to leave, Dua hastily called out to him, "Wait!" But just like that, Minato vanished without a trace. The three of them, Ruka's group, just stared in astonishment. He was gone, disappearing like the wind. That's him? All right. Karen finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly grateful to Minato. He had protected so many people. The next day, the news reported that Akuto, a former magic noble, had been arrested on charges including criminal conspiracy. Hinata and Riku also happened to hear this news report while they were out, but Hinata didn't look happy at all. She walked away in frustration. Meanwhile, Ruka's group had acted without Minato, so when they met him again, they asked him for the reason. After hearing him out, Kusanagi Ryuji asked doubtfully, "Did something happen with your family?" Ruka added with concern, "Just remember to stay in touch with us next time." Minato nodded slightly, saying apologetically, "Sorry, things have been really chaotic lately." A while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, two maids were already waiting outside the door. Seeing Ruka's group arrive, they spoke respectfully. "We've been waiting for you, members of the Magic Special Operations Unit." Inside the living room, Du didn't hesitate to question her father. "Please explain the situation, father." Tusuru was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "To wash away the shame of the magic nobility and stop the rampage of illegal mages, I pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated the Black Rebellion. Akuto is a former magic noble involved in countless crimes, and he was constantly expanding his influence. He said he couldn't just stand by and let Akuto continue his evil deeds." After hearing this, Du asked suspiciously, "But why now?" Tusuru slowly explained, "It was a special directive from the police. Previously, Tusuru had been summoned by the police chief and asked to be an undercover agent. Since Akuto was in league with Fuyuka, they believed it would be easier for Tusuru, the head of a magic noble family, to get close to him. And just as they expected, Akuto trusted Tusuru." Hearing this, Minato frowned and thought. The story fit together perfectly. Tusuru continued, "And although I'm not officially a police officer, I'm being treated as an exception, like an undercover investigator. I won't be held accountable for any crimes." After hearing the whole story, Ruka and her sister finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they both started criticizing the police, making someone endure all this while they did nothing. Minato was still quite suspicious. The Magic Special Operations Unit was just the visible part. It was very likely to follow the same failed path. But why did Tusuru have to go this far? As for the police, they always seemed to respect the magic nobility, but this time their roles were reversed. Moreover, why did the police decide to act now? The reason that they couldn't turn a blind eye anymore wasn't very convincing. Above all, on the night of the incident, after leaving the warehouse, Minato had asked Leona if the police had really acted first. Leona nodded firmly and replied, "That's right. The police, with their inferior intelligence-gathering capabilities, acted before we did. Plus, more than half of the bombs were fakes." Hearing this, Minato frowned and speculated. "They didn't prepare enough real bombs?" Shrugging indifferently, Leona pouted and said, "That's one possibility, but it's too sloppy to be a real threat. The police acted too quickly, as if they already knew. Something is suspicious about this case." While Minato was thinking, Tusuru continued speaking, "Following Hamurai and Kaichi, I will also cooperate publicly from now on, and I will revoke the order to disown you both. I admit my faults, please forgive me." Hearing this, both Ruka and her sister were overjoyed. Seeing them so happy, Minato also felt a sense of relief. And after their talk, the group quickly left the mansion. As they walked, Kusanagi Ryuji laughed and said, "The Mizuha family has reconciled and even promised to cooperate with the Magic Special Operations Unit. With the Black Rebellion destroyed, all our problems are solved." Karin watched Minato silently from behind, feeling very happy. The Dark Sorcerer and him are the same person, and he is my hero. At the same time, Sugo was also lost in his own thoughts. The Dark Sorcerer was an illegal mage, but he had saved them. If the Dark Sorcerer is Minato, should I arrest him? What should I do? Du was also confused about the Dark Sorcerer's identity. Back then, she had caught a glimpse of the Dark Sorcerer's eyes. They were exactly like Minato's, so she suspected they were the same person. Walking ahead, Minato could feel everyone's eyes on him, and he sighed inwardly. This is unbelievable. This situation is so complicated. If this keeps up, I'll be in trouble. That night, as usual, Minato went to the hospital to heal Kai's injuries, but the boy still hadn't woken up, which made him a little anxious. While Minato was performing the treatment, Leona pushed the door open and walked in. There was no other choice. The treatment was interrupted. Minato quickly ran to the window and hid outside. Leona, unaware of any of this, walked to Kai's bedside and murmured, "We defeated the bad guy together. You don't have to worry anymore." With that, she reached out and stroked the boy's head, whispering softly, "No one will ever hurt you again." Therefore, before Leona could even finish her sentence, Kai, lying on the bed, suddenly moved his lips as if to call out something. In an instant, Leona joyfully squeezed the boy's hand. "I'm here. Your sister is right here." Kai had finally woken up. The boy smiled at her. "Welcome back, sis. I tried so hard to be strong while you were gone." A deeply moved Leona pulled her younger brother into a tight hug and sobbed loudly. In the end, all her hard work had paid off. Watching this heartwarming scene from outside the window, Minato couldn't help but feel happy for them. Soon after, he stepped into the shadows and returned home. The next morning, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, Ryuji was currently trying to plead with Minato and the others. "Please, I need you all to look after my siblings tomorrow." Hearing this, Minato asked with suspicion, "Is something wrong?" Kasaragi Ryuji quickly explained, "The thing is, my shift lasts all day tomorrow, so I'll be back very late." Usually, Ryuji would participate in the Special Magic Task Force's activities and work whenever his mother didn't have a shift, but it seemed that this time, neither of them would be available. Kasaragi Ryuji said he couldn't leave his siblings home alone until late at night, so he was hoping Minato could take care of them for him. Minato nodded without any hesitation and replied, "Sure, I like kids anyway." Kasaragi Ryuji's face lit up when he heard that. "Really? Thank you so much." At that moment, Dua spoke up apologetically. "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't make it. I'll be busy moving." Hearing that, Kasaragi Ryuji remembered something and nodded. "Oh, I forgot. Are you moving back to your father's house?" Dua gently shook her head in response. "No, we're moving to a bigger place. He said we should be bold, assert ourselves, and go out to explore the world, as long as we have Kusanagi Minato by our side. That's what our father said." Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. "Your father is the same as always, huh?" Dua scratched her head in embarrassment. "Well, we're lucky to have his full financial support." Minato frowned slightly. If he really wanted to encourage their independence, it would make sense for Dua and Ruka to live together. But it seems he has his own reasons for keeping me close. Ruka then spoke up in a quiet tone. "So that means Minato, and I will go with you." But as he looked at the two figures sitting on the bench, two words flashed in his mind, domineering and foolish. And so, Kasaragi Ryuji immediately changed his tune. "Now that I think about it, it might be better to leave Dua alone." Seeing this, Minato asked with dissatisfaction, "Why the hesitation?" But Kasaragi Ryuji didn't answer. Minato then glanced at Ruka and asked, "What about you?" "Ruka, I can probably handle it myself." Ruka hesitated for a moment, then finally stammered out after a long pause, I want to help, too." Seeing that they both agreed, Kasaragi Ryuji spoke up cheerfully. "I'm sorry to trouble you both. I'll make it up to you." Minato gently shook his head, indicating it was nothing, then looked over at Ruka, who was sitting beside him hesitantly. The next day, as promised, Minato and Ruka took the three kids to an amusement park. He smiled happily and said, "It's been a while since I've been to an amusement park." The three kids were thrilled to be out, constantly shouting and wanting to go on all sorts of rides. Minato agreed without any hesitation. "All right, we'll ride everything." With that, he led the three kids inside, but after a few steps, he noticed Ruka wasn't following. Minato frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Let's go." Ruka squinted at everyone. Her aura was a bit intimidating as she opened her mouth and said flatly, "Oh, all right, I'm coming." Her aura frightened the kids, who hugged Minato and started to cry. Minato sighed in resignation. "Hey, you look too scary. Why don't you try smiling a little?" Mizuha Ruka apologized awkwardly. She then tried to force a smile, but it looked even more pain than crying. The kids burst into tears again. "You look so scary, miss." This left Minato feeling a bit helpless as he tried to console the kids. Ruka felt helpless too. Her face was naturally stern, so smiling didn't make it much better. However, this incident was quickly forgotten. Minato took the kids to ride the carousel, and then the Ferris wheel. The children were so happy they were grinning from ear to ear. And that wasn't all. Minato then took them on the roller coaster. They spent the entire day playing like that, with the kids constantly asking to go on more rides. Only Ruka walked quietly behind them. Minato had noticed this. Seeing his gaze, Ruka could only force a smile, indicating that she was fine. Just then, two of the kids needed to use the restroom. Minato quickly advised them, "Be careful not to bump into anyone." So, Minato and Ruka sat on a bench to wait for the kids. Minato spoke slowly. "Seeing kids this excited is really the best, isn't it?" Ruka nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke in a low voice. "You're amazing, Minato. The kids really adore you." Minato quickly denied it. "It's nothing special." But Mizuha Ruka didn't think so. She sighed and said, "As you can see, I'm not good with children. It's not that I hate them, I'm just not good at interacting with them." A faint smile appeared on Minato's face as he replied nonchalantly, "I know." The more Ruka spoke, the more melancholic she became. She murmured in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I once told Dua that she could never beat me, but that's not true. I can't cook. I'm not as perceptive as Dua, and I'm not good at getting along with others. Even my magic is being surpassed by hers." Ruka let out a helpless sigh. "I'm not perfect. I'm just a clumsy girl who can't do anything right." Minato just listened in silence without saying a word. Realizing she was being overly gloomy, Ruka's attitude instantly changed. She put on a cheerful expression and said, "I'm not usually like this. Sorry, just forget what I just said." Minato didn't say anything, and just then, the children returned. At that moment, a group of men and women who were filming a video started yelling, "Those noisy kids are so annoying. We're recording all of your stupid faces right now." And at the same time, a child running towards Minato bumped into one of the men. Seeing this, Minato was instantly alarmed. But before he could do anything, Mizuha Ruka shot forward like a gust of wind. In a flash, she had scooped up the child. The two of them skidded across the ground. Once they were safe, Ruka quickly pulled the child out of her arms and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The child, just then realizing what had happened, burst into tears. Seeing that the child was fine, Ruka let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, you're not hurt." Just then, the man and woman came up behind Ruka and aggressively criticized her. "That's not cool. You bump into someone and don't even apologize. How unbelievably rude." Hearing this, Ruka glared at them in frustration. "We didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who should apologize." This attitude angered the scumbag. He clenched his fist and charged forward, cursing nonstop. "You bitch, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty." But before he could even touch Ruka, his fist was stopped in its tracks. Minato gripped the scumbag's hand tightly and spoke with a cold sneer. "You lowlifes are good for nothing but causing trouble for others. Don't ruin a place that's meant to bring people joy." As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted the man's arm behind his back, ignoring his hopeless struggles. Minato let out a cold scoff, then released his grip. The scumbags immediately tucked their tails and ran. Not paying them any mind, Minato glanced at Ruka and asked, "What about you two? Are you okay?" Ruka gently shook her head, but the little girl was hugging her leg and crying. "I was so scared." The other two children did the same, leaving Ruka flustered and unsure of what to do. She hesitated, looking toward Minato as if asking for help. Minato just stood there, smiling. With no other choice, Ruka had to embrace the three kids and comfort them. "It's okay, you're all safe now." Afterward, they took the children home. It wasn't until nightfall that Kasaragi Ryuji rushed back. "Sorry I'm late. Did the kids cause any trouble?" But as soon as he spoke, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they hadn't. Because right then, Minato and Ruka were sleeping soundly on the floor with the three kids, looking just like a family. Darkness and light were the magician duo from Japan that was capturing everyone's attention. In stark contrast, however, the reputation of the police was only plummeting. Although their swift response during the Black Rebellion incident was praised, the achievements of the Special Magic Task Force overshadowed the police, so their reputation barely improved. They were finally forced to hold a meeting to discuss the problem of dealing with dark mages. They couldn't let the honor of the police force be tarnished. The chief of police declared with extreme resolve that they must immediately arrest those criminals masquerading as knights of justice. At the same time, at the Kaitrai family dojo, Minato had been consistently training with Riku ever since partnering with the clan. And today was no different. He was preparing for a sword match with Riku. Riku, on the opposite side, wasn't holding back in the slightest as he calmly drew his sword. In a flash, he dashed forward like the wind. The sword in Riku's hand danced relentlessly, attacking Minato. But Minato's speed was nothing to scoff at, and he was able to respond with composure. Riku didn't attack head-on, switching to strike at Minato's lower body, but Minato was still a step faster and dodged it. With that strike failing, Riku once again pressed his attack. The two of them were locked in a stalemate for a long time, until the match finally ended with the tip of a sword stopping right in front of Minato's face. Riku narrowed his eyes at him and spoke calmly. "The match is over. The result is a draw." "Why a draw?" you ask. Because Minato's sword was also stopped right at Riku's stomach. The two quickly lowered their weapons. Riku couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "That's impressive. You can fight on par with me." With a slight chuckle, Minato pursed his lips and said, "When it comes to pure swordsmanship, I'm no match for you." Hearing this, Riku felt even more impressed, nodding with a smile. "You're both humble and talented. I'm truly impressed." Minato replied politely, "You're too kind." Riku said nothing more, walking over to the wooden rack to put away his sword. But the moment the sword left his hand, Riku's whole demeanor slumped. He grumbled in discontent. "What a pain." Minato couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What in the world happened to you in such a short amount of time?" Riku explained lethargically, "Holding a sword gives me a little motivation. Otherwise, I don't feel like doing anything at all. I wish I could just disappear. Or become a tree." Minato walked over to him and gently advised, "Let me tell you something, even if no one's asking. Don't die. It's okay to do nothing. Just being alive is enough. If that's what makes you happy, then nothing else matters." After hearing that, Riku couldn't help but be moved. "You really are an interesting person." He said he'd always felt out of place, and that becoming famous for his swordsmanship only made him feel more isolated. Minato gently shook his head and countered, "That's not being isolated. That's just you being special." Hearing this, Riku mumbled in doubt, "Special? No one's ever said that about me before." Minato let out a soft sigh and whispered, "I had a similar experience." He had been caught in an unimaginable terror, with death staring him right in the face. That was his experience in his past life as Kusanagi Minato. During a natural disaster when he was still an ordinary person, Minato fought back against a magical beast that was attacking him. As a result, he awakened his powers. Hearing this, Riku frowned. In his investigation file, he'd found that Minato had changed after an accident. He thought that was the cause, but he never expected Minato was talking about a completely different experience. From that day on, Minato learned to use magic by imitating the incantations of monsters, and now he had even developed his own magic. But on that day, Minato was the only one who survived, and he couldn't save anyone. Thinking of this, Minato couldn't help but clench his fist and declare with resolve, "Everyone around me treated me like an outcast, but now, my strength, my abilities, have saved others." Then he looked at Riku again and asked, "Don't you have something you want to protect? Isn't that the reason you fight?" Riku was stunned for a moment. After a long pause, he nodded and replied, "I understand. You're right. There are indeed some things I want to protect." Hearing this, Minato immediately smiled and said, "Then use your power for that. You have that special quality, don't you?" Riku finally regained his confidence. He smiled gratefully and said, "You're right. Thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Immediately after, the two shared a sincere handshake. Minato said cheerfully, "I look forward to working with you." Riku nodded in return. "Yes, I look forward to it as well." After they finished talking, Minato left the Kai-Tri family dojo. Riku watched his retreating figure, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Minato also had a new perspective on Riku. For the head of a noble mage family, he's actually a pretty decent guy. Although he certainly had some odd quirks, Riku was much better than the other arrogant, evil, or simply incomprehensible types. Lost in thought, Minato was suddenly bumped into by a figure with blindingly red hair. Minato quickly reached out a hand to help the person up, asking with concern, "Sorry, are you okay?" The person didn't answer, instead complaining, "Ouch. Watch where you're going, kid." Minato froze when he heard the voice. It was Hinata. Seeing him, she also asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Then, Hinata quickly got to her feet, gritting her teeth in frustration as she spoke. "I ran into a real pain in the ass today." Minato looked her over from head to toe, then smirked teasingly. "Not wearing your usual flashy outfit today, are you?" Hinata glared at him, annoyed. "Who wears that flashy stuff all the time? I only wear it on missions, kid. It's magic-resistant gear, after all." Shrugging indifferently, Minato said casually, "I thought you'd be into that sort of thing." Hearing this, Hinata turned her head away and said no more. Seeing her reaction, Minato muttered in confusion, "So you really do like it." The more Hinata heard, the more annoyed she got, shouting, "Just shut up. It was my decision, all right?" Her shout attracted the attention of those around them. Hinata immediately lowered her voice and mumbled, "We're standing out too much here." Then she noticed a cafe on the side of the road and quickly ran inside, urging Minato, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Minato felt completely helpless. She always did whatever she wanted. Despite thinking this, he still followed her. The two found a table in a secluded corner to sit at. However, some people still noticed Minato, and they began to whisper among themselves. Someone even recognized Hinata and assumed the two were on a date, which made Hinata furious. She shot a death glare at the group. That made them break out in a cold sweat. Minato thought she was like a rabid dog, always looking for someone to bite. While he was musing, Hinata suddenly spoke up. "Hey, you met Riku today, didn't you?" Minato looked up at her and asked doubtfully, "You already know?" He let out a faint huff. Hinata pouted teasingly. You two seem to get along pretty well. Huh. Must have been fun. Minato thought she was jealous and quickly said, I should have invited you to come along. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Hinata snapped in annoyance. I'm not pouting just because you didn't invite me. We're just temporarily on the same side. I have no interest in getting close to you. Just then, she suddenly noticed a happy family on the other side of the room and fell silent. Minato, however, didn't notice and said with a cheerful smile, Well, that's fine too, as long as we can cooperate for now. Hinata quickly looked away and said in a serious tone, The confidence of the strong, is it? Annoying as ever. But you really are strong. Can you tell me how you got to be so powerful? Minato replied coldly, A traffic accident. Hinata had no interest in hearing this story and immediately cut him off. I already know about that, but there's no way a single accident could make you that strong. She said Minato's mana was abnormal. It couldn't just get stronger overnight. Mana doesn't work that way. In reality, Minato was suppressing his mana far more than ever before. Seeing that he wasn't answering, Hinata continued, If all it took was a near-death experience to boost one's mana, we wouldn't have to struggle so much. At this point, she suddenly lost control, grabbing Minato by the collar and demanding an answer. There has to be a reason you got stronger. Spit it out, now. Minato saw desperation in Hinata's eyes. Does she want to be stronger that badly? But telling Hinata that he was the reincarnation of Kusanagi Minato would be meaningless and certainly wouldn't satisfy her. After hesitating for a long time, Minato finally spoke slowly. There's nothing special about it. If you want to get stronger, just train like a normal person. Hinata let him go in frustration, huffing coldly, I really can't figure you out. Just then, the waiter brought their drinks, placing a strawberry ice cream in front of Hinata. Seeing it, Minato immediately cried out in alarm. What is that monstrous thing? But Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with an excited smile, Here it is. I've been waiting to try this for so long. Minato was even more bewildered. What is going on? Hinata was acting like a dog seeing its owner come home from the market. Realizing she had lost her composure in front of him, her attitude changed instantly. She feigned reluctance and said, It seems they mixed up our order, but since it's already here, we might as well eat it. And with that, Hinata paid it no more mind, scooping up a spoonful of ice cream and putting it in her mouth. The refreshing taste of the ice cream left her feeling satisfied. Hinata couldn't help but sigh. This is so delicious. Then she started digging in. Minato sat helplessly across from her, focusing on his own drink. Very quickly, Hinata finished the large glass of ice cream. She held her full stomach and said with a smile, That was really good. I'm totally stuffed. Only then did she seem to remember Minato was still there. She scratched her head awkwardly. Hey, kid. I've wanted to try the parfait here for a long time, but it's too weird to come alone. So this was perfect. Minato said nothing, just a little surprised. This girl, the fiery temper, actually likes sweets. Who would have thought? But very quickly he noticed Hinata's magical power was surging. It seemed Hinata noticed it too. She hurriedly stood up to leave. I have nothing more to say to you. I'm leaving. Minato didn't try to stop her, silently watching as Hinata left. Perhaps she had let her guard down, which was why he was able to see a glimpse of the magical power she was suppressing. But it was clearly much stronger than during their last fight. To have grown that much, what on earth had Hinata been doing? After thinking for a moment, Minato was certain Hinata was hiding something. Meanwhile, at his desk in the police department, Sugo was still hard at work, but his mind kept wandering back to the possibility that Minato might be the Black Mage. Whenever the Black Mage appeared, Minato was coincidentally absent. It was hard not to suspect he was the Black Mage. The police investigation was growing more intense by the day. It was only a matter of time before the Black Mage was caught. Because of this, Sugo didn't know what he should do. He glanced at the family photo on his desk and fell silent. That evening, on a building rooftop, Leona met with Minato to report on recent events. The police are trying to eradicate the Black Mage. Operations are underway everywhere. Some of our members have been captured, but for now, they're only being interrogated. Minato frowned upon hearing this. The magical task force had also been ordered to join the hunt. They were mobilizing all their forces for the capture. He wondered if he should tell Leona that he was Minato, a member of that same magical task force. But if she were caught, knowing her personality, she would never reveal anything about him. So it would only put Leona under useless pressure. Besides, revealing the truth right now wouldn't do much good. It wasn't the right time to say anything. While Minato was thinking, Leona spoke again. If things continue like this, they might track us down. We need to come up with a plan. Minato nodded slightly and said confidently, Leave it to me. I have a plan. The next day, Minato went to see Shizuku. Sorry for the sudden request. I need your help. Shizuku agreed without a moment's hesitation. If it's a request from Kusanagi Minato, then I have no reason to refuse. At police headquarters, after days of searching with no news of the Black Mage, The chief slammed his fist on the table and yelled at his subordinates, "You still haven't found Chrono." An officer quickly reported, "We're still interrogating the members of the Shadow Bearers organization, but they insist they don't know anything." The chief heard this and shouted in frustration, "It's a police officer's job to make them talk." The officer hesitated and replied, "We don't have enough evidence to press charges against them. They most likely didn't inform the lower-ranking members." The more the chief heard, the more enraged he became. He slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "The honor of the police force is at stake. I don't care if you have to use force or not. Capture Chrono, no matter the cost." Inside the Magic Special Task Force's meeting room, Sugo stood at the podium and spoke clearly. "As you all know, we have received orders to hunt down Chrono, as well as the members of the organization, the Bringers of Darkness." Minato, of course, was also present. He listened quietly to his announcement. The siblings, Ruka and Karen, were also listening intently, but each of them seemed lost in their own thoughts. After hearing Sugo's words, the officers below began to whisper among themselves. "We're already overloaded with disasters and monsters. Isn't this supposed to be FMT's responsibility? What are the higher-ups thinking?" Minato frowned slightly, remaining silent. This just goes to show how desperate the situation has become. If the police really get involved, it'll be hard for the people on his team to escape. At that moment, Sugo continued to speak. "Our priority is to respond to disasters and monsters, while continuing the search for the Bringers of Darkness. That is all." Dismissed. The officers below quickly dispersed. Karen then ran up to Sugo and asked, "Are we really supposed to hunt for the Bringers of Darkness?" He nodded indifferently. "Those are orders from above. We don't have a say in the matter." Kusanagi Ryuji overheard this and was displeased. "They've already pushed the hardest part of the disaster response onto us." Ruka also let out a short sigh. "And now we have more work to do. Who do they think we are?" Meanwhile, Karen hesitated before speaking up, "But I can understand why the higher-ups would do this." Sugo replied coldly, "If those illegal mages gain any more support, who knows what could happen." With that, he glanced at Minato and said, "I think it's time to put an end to this farce, Captain Kusanagi." Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked suspiciously, "What are you trying to say?" Sugo narrowed his eyes at him and advised in a stern voice, "If you're Chrono, then surrender now." The moment those words were spoken, Karin and Mizuha duo were instantly stunned. Even Ruka and Kusanagi Ryuji were utterly bewildered, having no idea what Sugo was talking about. When they came to their senses, both Karin and Mizuha duo refuted him in unison. "Kusanagi is not Chrono. I've told you that so many times. There's no way Minato is Chrono." Sugo looked at the two of them coldly, his voice growing harsh. "The fact that you two are trying so hard to protect him only proves that you're both involved in this." Both Karin and Mizuha duo were stunned, wanting to argue back but at a loss for words. Sugo sighed in resignation. "Captain Kusanagi is an indispensable person, not just to Japan, but to the entire world. And it's true that Chrono has saved many people." Karin looked at him with suspicion, asking in confusion, "Then why?" Sugo pressed his lips together fiercely and said, "That's precisely why. If he surrenders now, there's a high probability the judge will give him a lenient sentence. At the very least, it's better than being captured by the police." When Minato and the Dark Mage appeared, their builds and even their abilities were identical. But most importantly, Minato has never been present whenever the Dark Mage shows up. These things can't be a coincidence. This statement left Karin and Mizuha duo speechless. They didn't know what to say. Sugo ignored them, aggressively questioning Minato. "Answer me. Captain Kusanagi, tell me your true identity. Are you Chrono?" Minato frowned slightly, remaining silent for a long time without answering. Just then, Karin suddenly cried out, "Wait a minute!" Interrupted. Sugo asked irritably, "Now what is it? Are you really still going to protect him?" "No." "Look!" Karen quickly shook her head and showed Sugo her phone. On the screen was a group of people in black cloaks. The person sitting in the chair spoke in a cold voice, "We have seized control of the broadcasting station. I am the leader of the Bringers of Darkness, Chrono." Pausing for a moment, the person continued, "My apologies for interrupting your relaxing evening. My dear citizens, it seems the world is dying to know who is stronger between Kusanagi Minato and myself. Therefore, I will satisfy everyone's curiosity and officially challenge Kusanagi Minato to a duel." Hearing this, Sugo and the others were immediately startled and horrified. Minato seemed completely calm. He had everything right where he wanted it. Sugo was now extremely confused. How could this be? He wants a duel? How could he do that if they were the same person? Karin was no exception. From the very beginning, she had been certain that Minato was the Dark Mage. But what was this? Mizuha duo also thought she must have been mistaken. Perhaps Minato really wasn't him. Unaware of everyone's thoughts, Kusanagi Ryuji raised an eyebrow at Minato and asked, "So, what are you going to do?" Minato? Mizuwa Ruka smirked softly. Is there even a need to ask? Minato swept his gaze over everyone, then broke into a triumphant smile. He spoke calmly. Of course, I accept the challenge. The next day, at the SBIA, Minato arrived at the appointed place for the duel with the Dark Mage. Naturally, for such a momentous event, reporters were also present. They had arrived early and started broadcasting live. The battle between Kusanagi Minato and Chrono will soon begin, but Chrono has yet to appear. A massive crowd has gathered here. It's as if this is a large-scale event. Police have been dispatched due to its dangerous nature. They might also be lying in wait to capture the Dark Mage. The people outside were constantly cheering for Minato. Of course, there were also those who believed the Dark Mage would be victorious. Kasuraji Ryuji stood at a distance, observing everything, and couldn't help but sigh. This has turned into a massive spectacle. Ruka's group of 3 was also watching the reactions online. Everyone is really invested in this. Sugo frowned slightly as he watched Minato from afar. Just what are you planning? There's no turning back now. At the same time, Hinata and Riku were also there. Hinata couldn't help but say, he's late. But it wasn't long before Tusiru also arrived. Hinata pouted slightly and muttered, so you're here too? Huh. Riku nodded in agreement. This is quite a surprise. Tusiru said casually, this is a battle I must witness in person. Just then, Hinata sensed something and quickly turned her head. Riku and Tusiru noticed it too and quickly looked over. On the rooftop, Sugo's group cried out in alarm. What is that? A beam of light could be seen in the sky, hurtling towards the ground. It zipped past the helicopter in the sky, causing it to swerve. Minato also looked up, waiting for that thing to appear. With a loud crash, the beam of light slammed into the ground. Minato remained standing calmly, his expression unwavering. But the others weren't so lucky. They were thrown backward by the sheer force of the impact. The Dark Mage, leader of the Bringers of Darkness, has appeared. Seeing the figure behind the black cloak, the reporters immediately began to shout. Chrono has appeared. How shocking, it's really him in the flesh. Sugo was horrified to see him. Karen also exclaimed in shock. So Kusanagi isn't Chrono after all? They're really 2 different people. Down in the arena, Minato suddenly scratched his head and mumbled. I don't usually like to show off, but it looks like I don't have a choice. Across from him, Chrono didn't say a word and got into an attack stance. Minato couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and say with a smirk, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue. All right, fine by me. Let's get this over with. Immediately after, they both took their fighting stances, and the people outside were waiting with great anticipation. Sugo's group also watched the 2 below, worried for Minato. As for Tusiru Mizuha's group of 3, they were also eagerly awaiting this epic battle. Minato then summoned his magic to attack. Chrono didn't back down either, as dark magic appeared in his hands. Minato fired a sharp cannon blast of golden light, while Chrono created a spectral image of a large bird imbued with terrifying darkness. Boom! The 2 streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The helicopter in the air was shaken violently by the blast, and the reporter couldn't help but shout, we're going to crash if we stay here. We have to get out of here. But the most dramatic moment was unfolding below, and they didn't want to miss it. Just then, Chrono charged forward like the wind. Minato didn't back down either, clenching his fists and rushing in. Their fists collided, neither giving an inch. Their speed was so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several blows. Chrono furiously threw a punch at Minato's face. At first, Minato was able to handle it calmly, but after a few moves, Chrono suddenly struck him in the stomach, unleashing a level 9 lightning magic spell with his hand. Just like that, Minato was sent flying, crashing hard into the buildings behind him. Chrono smiled triumphantly, as if he had already won. Minato got up from the ground and said with dissatisfaction, "You've got to be kidding me. You don't hold back at all, do you? Now my clothes are all dirty." Chrono didn't answer, and once again cast an attack spell. In an instant, a giant boulder came flying towards Minato. But Minato wasn't panicked at all and calmly cast his own magic. Immediately, a shield appeared above Minato's head to block it. Once again, 2 powerful spells collided, but this time, the giant boulder was shattered into pieces by the shield. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to grab a spirit particle floating around him. He said with a satisfied smile, "Not bad for a new type of magic." Seeing this magic of his, the spectators outside couldn't help but be stunned, but they quickly recovered and began to cheer and shout at the top of their lungs. Who cares about the magic nobility anymore? These 2 are on a completely different level. The female fans were endlessly praising Minato. Meanwhile, Hinata muttered in annoyance, "These null magic users are always so flashy. They're all just a bunch of clueless idiots." Riku remarked in awe, "And yet, both of them can use level 9 magic." Hinata scoffed, unconvinced, and said, "Their mana pools are just insane. Even after using high-level spells, they still have plenty to spare. Tushiru Mizuha also joined the discussion, but the most outstanding thing is Kusanagi Minato's magic. His sequential magic moves as if it has a will of its own. Hearing this, the three of them fell into deep thought. After activating a spell, if you reactivate it within an extremely short time, the magic's effect will be sustained. That's sequential magic. But Minato is far superior. After a long moment, Hinata spoke up again. Only a very small number of mages can use sequential magic, right? Tushiru Mizuha nodded slightly. And the number who can also combine it with automated magic is even rarer. Another thing is Minato's extraordinary physical strength. He's likely using his magical power to reinforce his body, as well as to strengthen both his attacks and defense. Hinata looked at Tushiru Mizuha and asked with a frown, in other words, he's a walking wall of magical power. Tushiru Mizuha nodded faintly and replied calmly, perhaps. It's because their magic is so unconventional. They've surpassed us, the magic nobility, in every way. At this point, he truly believed that both Minato and Chrono were monsters. Unaware of everyone's thoughts, down below, Minato and Chrono were still fighting furiously. The spells they used were all astonishingly high level. Minato gave a cold snort and instantly appeared in front of Chrono. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked him, sending Chrono falling from the sky to the ground. But he quickly used magic to fly back into the air. Sugo's group watched from a distance, their faces filled with terror. Du couldn't help but marvel. I knew they were strong, but I didn't expect them to still have cards they haven't played. Kasaragi Ryuji also nodded in agreement. I see now why the curious crowds are so captivated by them. Karin then exclaimed in shock, it's getting more and more heated on the live streams and social media. And it's not just in Japan. The whole world is watching this match, even in places like New York. You could say this fight has attracted a huge crowd. Everyone was in awe of their performance, and South Korea was no exception. It's so popular that people are dropping everything to watch it, even dates. A girl, ignored by her boyfriend, grumbled in frustration. Who even cares about some Japanese mages? But as soon as she finished speaking, the crowd around her started chanting the names of Minato and Chrono. And just like that, a single duel had sent waves across the entire world. Back at the arena, Minato stood facing Chrono and spoke coldly. You fought well, but I think it's over now. Chrono just stood there silently without saying a word. Immediately after, he summoned a level 9 magic spell. A giant dark blade appeared. Chrono furiously swung it through the air. A barrage of dark energy slashes began to dance through the air. But Minato wasn't the least bit panicked. He calmly said with a smile, this is the end. Right after that, he cast a level 10 null magic spell. Minato created a giant wall, and without hesitation, it crushed Chrono, sending him flying backward. The pressure from it was so immense that even Ruka's group in the distance was affected. They couldn't help but cry out, that magic is so powerful. Just how strong is Minato? After unleashing that move, Minato quickly flew towards Chrono. The reporter on the scene immediately ordered the pilot to hurry up and follow him. But the pilot shook his head and replied, I can't. He's too fast. Just then, however, the cameraman cried out in a panic, we've lost the video signal. Hearing this, the reporter was furious. What the heck is going on? It was just getting good, and then it cut away. Down below, Minato slowly walked up to Chrono, who was now sitting helplessly on the ground. Minato stood across from him, his hand hovering in the air, and it was unclear what he was planning to do. Chrono's eyes suddenly shot wide open, and then magic circles appeared in his hands once again, startling Minato. He looked at Chrono coldly and said, you can stop now. The moment Minato's words left his mouth, Chrono began to tremble. Then, a stream of golden magical energy enveloped his body, and just like that, he vanished into thin air. Minato let out a sigh of relief. Whew, looks like I did it. The anti-monster device he had Takigami make for him had also reached its limit. It could probably only withstand level 9 magic for a short period. Replication magic is very useful, but it's also quite difficult to use. The clone was much weaker than Minato and could barely speak. At the same time, Takigami was quietly observing everything. Seeing things go smoothly, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything turned out well. She had been shocked when she first heard that Minato was the reincarnation of Kusanagi Minato. But to think that he was also Chrono was a bit beyond imagination. He's always full of surprises. Since Minato couldn't activate 2 spells at once, he only had a short window to reactivate the magic clone, which already had a very short duration, meaning he had to constantly use maintenance magic. Minato couldn't use any other magic, so Takigami had prepared a set of anti-monster gear with automated magic for him, allowing him to use equipment that could automatically cast spells if he fell unconscious. In theory, Minato could use multiple types of magic at the same time. However, not only did it require a huge amount of magical energy to pull off, He also had to personally control the clone with his mind. Otherwise, there was a risk the clone would lose control and attack those around it. In other words, Minato had consumed a massive amount of magical energy. At the same time, he maintained control over a clone and even put on a dramatic and spectacular fight. Truly, only Minato could have pulled that off. Just then, Minato contacted Leona through his earpiece. "This is Chrono. Leona, you can stop the broadcast jamming now." Leona immediately responded, "I understand. Is it over?" Minato slowly replied, "It's all over." Following his order, Leona commanded her people in the organization to stop jamming the broadcast. Then, she said with a smile, "So, no one will be chasing Chrono anymore. Is that right, Captain Kusanagi Minato?" Minato exclaimed in surprise, "You figured it out?" Leona chuckled softly in response, "Of course. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. I've known for a long time, I just didn't have a reason to mention it, that's all." After hearing that, Minato asked suspiciously, "So you have a reason now?" Leona nodded slightly and replied, "I do. Because today is the last time I'll get to see Chrono, right?" A smile crept onto his face, and Minato couldn't help but joke around. "You saw right through me, huh?" Leona didn't answer, instead saying gratefully, "Thank you, Chrono. You saved me, the other members, and so many other people. I'm really glad you were there for us. The number of illegal mages has decreased, and so has the crime rate. The Shadow Bearers will cease their activities until things quiet down. Japan will still be fine without Chrono." Leona then added with a faint smile, "But I can take care of Kusanagi Minato's share of the work, on the condition that there's a fee." Minato was a bit helpless. "You're going to charge me?" Leona replied casually, "Of course, but I'll give you a discount for being an acquaintance." Minato sighed with resignation. "All right, I'll be counting on you when the time comes." Leona smiled, satisfied. "Deal." Minato just hummed in agreement, not knowing what else to say. Leona hesitated for a moment, then after a long pause, she spoke. "Goodbye, Chrono." Minato didn't reply, simply disconnecting the earpiece. He gazed into the distance, smiling as he murmured, "Take care, Leona." At that very moment, Ruka's group ran up to Minato. Du asked urgently, "What happened to Chrono? Are you hurt?" Minato answered casually, "It seems he escaped, but he's badly injured. I don't think he'll dare to show his face for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Sugo bowed to him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood and thought you were Chrono. I'm truly very sorry." Karin also stammered, "Me, too. I started to suspect you. Please forgive me." Seeing this, Du quickly apologized to Minato as well. Minato really didn't know what to do. He felt incredibly guilty, but there was no other way. He could only deceive everyone. With that thought, Minato had no choice but to wave his hand as if it was nothing. "Don't blame yourselves. Everyone makes mistakes." At the same time, Hinata, who had finished watching the battle, shouted with extreme dissatisfaction, "Are you kidding me? Damn it. How are those bastards so strong?" She then bit her lip aggressively, murmuring with determination, "I have to get stronger. I'll never be able to catch up to them with my normal training." Tusiru also remarked emotionally, "He still has that much magical energy left after such a powerful battle. Just how much magical energy does he have?" With this, Minato was able to prove that he and Chrono were two separate people. The Black Rebellion had also been quashed, and the Shadow Bearers organization was no longer necessary. Although Akuto's words still lingered in Minato's mind, he had dealt with the most urgent problem, and for now, that was enough. And so, in the days that followed, Minato was seen all over Japan. He even got into commercials for soft drinks. Minato's commercial videos went viral. Not to mention, videos of him training also spread across social media for everyone to see. Minato had to take on a series of interviews. Then came magazine covers. He was so popular that they sold out in an instant. Not only that, but Minato was also a top-tier celebrity at the Magic Academy. Wherever he went, female students would swarm him. Minato was now no different from a teen idol, which made him feel truly helpless. Seeing this situation, Ruka and the other two were very worried about Minato, wondering if he could handle it all. The answer, of course, was no. Minato was going out of his mind. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his hand on the desk, standing up. Without a second thought, Minato jumped out the window and ran away. It was only now that he regretted it. He never should have blindly listened to Sugo. At this point, Minato was beyond help. The moment anyone saw him, they would all give chase. By the time Minato got home, he was completely exhausted. Ruka worriedly asked if he was okay. Minato somehow managed a reluctant nod. "I'm fine. More importantly, have you finished cleaning up for the move?" But if you look closely, the current house was already sparkling clean. Ruka cheerfully bragged, "While you were on the run, my sister and I did it. Rika did most of the work." They were moving to a 3-bedroom apartment, so they would all have their own rooms. With this much space, it won't feel cramped at all. It's just, the Dua sisters felt a little disappointed. If they had separate rooms, they wouldn't be able to watch Minato's face while he slept anymore. Just thinking about it made them both blush and turn away, leaving Minato completely baffled. But he didn't really think much of it. He stepped out onto the balcony because his phone was ringing. Minato quickly answered, "Hello, Takigami." Takigami's voice came through from the other end. "Do you have a moment to talk? I was just wondering if everything's okay after that incident." Minato replied cheerfully, "Everything went smoothly, thanks to you. Although now it seems to be coming back to bite me." Takigami couldn't help but crack a smile. "It's tough being a celebrity, huh?" Minato replied casually, not minding it. "If you ever need help with anything, don't hesitate to ask. After all, you're an important friend, and you're the only one who knows my real identity." On the other end, Takigami hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and replying, "If anything happens, you'll be the first one I call." They chatted for a bit longer before Takigami hung up. She slumped to the floor, clutching a photo of her family. Takigami whispered in anguish, "Kusanagi Minato, what am I supposed to do?" The next day, at the police department's training grounds, a crowd of new recruits had gathered bright and early. They were all buzzing with excitement. The guys were thrilled to be training with the Dua sisters, while the girls were excited to finally meet Minato. Seeing the long line of people from a distance, Dua remarked, "Wow, there are more new recruits than I expected." "It's because of Minato, obviously," Sugo explained with a bashful smile. "But hey, whatever their motivation, at least they're enthusiastic." Hearing this, Ruka just clicked her tongue and shook her head. "I just hope they can handle it." Dua added in agreement, "Yeah, they're in for a hell of a time." Just then, Minato walked out of the police department building. The moment they saw him, the crowd erupted into a noisy chatter. Minato sighed in resignation. "Good grief, this is never going to end, is it?" With that thought, he instantly unleashed his magical power. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of recruits felt an immense pressure weighing them down, rendering them unable to even move. And just like that, the noisy chatter fell silent. Minato smiled, satisfied. There, that shut them up. "These new recruits look pretty tough. I was planning on going easy for the first training session, but it looks like that won't be necessary, will it?" Hearing this, Ruka and the others groaned and held their heads. They suddenly had a very bad feeling about this. And just as they'd feared, the group of recruits, who had started out full of enthusiasm, were completely worn down by Minato's brutal training. The whole group attacked Minato with magic, only to be blocked by his shield, all while having to listen to his infuriating taunts. With magic like that, you couldn't defeat a single monster. Before long, the entire group had collapsed, their groans of frustration echoing across the field. But just then, Dua suddenly shouted, "I'm not done yet." Immediately after, a gigantic wave of water surged toward Minato. Not only that, but Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji also launched their attacks at the same time. Seeing this, the new recruits cried out in panic, "What the hell? This isn't training anymore." But the biggest shock was yet to come. Minato, using just a single-layered shield, managed to block all three of their magical attacks, and then all three of them collapsed as well. Minato waved his hand with a smile and said, "All right, that's enough for today. We'll measure your magical power levels later. Everyone, head to the examination room after a 5-minute break." With that, Minato turned and walked away. The recruits stared at his retreating back, and one of them couldn't help but complain. "He just walks away like it was nothing. What a monster." But then, they overheard what Ruka and the other two were saying. This left the whole group even more stunned and utterly bewildered. A short while later, in the magical power examination room, the tests showed Dua's magic level had reached 120,000. Ruka's magical power was at 118,000, and Kasaragi Ryuji's had reached 105,000. Karin and Sugo weren't far behind either. Karin's level was at 100,000, and Sugo's reached 112,000. Seeing these numbers, the recruits behind them were in absolute shock. Over 100,000 N, that's the level of noble mages. Are all the members of the SNT this powerful? Minato stated coolly. Dua's magical power used to be 2,000, but she was able to grow to her current level. One of the recruits asked doubtfully, Can we get that strong too?" Without a moment's hesitation, Minato nodded. "Of course, if you're serious about it." Hearing this, the recruits behind him suddenly looked determined. Maybe that hellish training earlier was worth it after all. Minato didn't say anything else, lost in thought. With their current abilities, Dua and the others could probably take down a demon on their own. They might even be able to defeat a demon general if they fought together. Everyone had gotten much stronger, but Minato felt it still wasn't enough. The Demon King and the Demon God were still out there. While he was lost in thought, Sugo walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Captain Kusanagi, could I have a word with you? Minato frowned, annoyed. He had a bad feeling about this. And just as he suspected, Minato was dragged to a party. Since it was a formal event, he had to wear a suit. Minato was seriously annoyed and just wanted to get out of there. Sugo approached him, saying gratefully, "Thanks for coming with us." Captain Kusanagi, Minato grumbled under his breath, "Cooperating with the noble mages is a good thing. But do we really need to throw a party for it?" Sugo quickly explained, "They want to use this as an opportunity to celebrate the restoration of their power." Minato held his head in his hands, resigned. As the captain, he couldn't really skip it. It's not about standing out anymore. With that thought, Minato decided to just let it go. Then he started complimenting Sugo. "You look pretty sharp in that suit." Sugo smiled casually. "Thanks. I'm pretty used to wearing them." Just then, Kasaragi Ryuji started to complain. "I'm really not cut out for this kind of thing." Hearing this, Minato immediately disagreed. "I don't think so. You're tall and have a toned physique. It looks great on you." Kasaragi Ryuji glared at him, annoyed, leaving Minato completely confused. Just then, Sugo called out, "Looks like the girls are here." The first to walk in was Dua. She was wearing a purple dress with a cute clip in her hair. In contrast to Mizuha Dua's innocent beauty, Ruka wore a dark blue, halter-neck dress. It was both alluring and elegant. Next to them, Karin looked adorable in a lovely blue dress, giving off a sweet, girl-next-door vibe. All three of them looked completely different from their usual selves. Kasaragi Ryuji walked over to Minato and asked cautiously, "Is it weird seeing me dressed like this?" Minato nodded in response without a moment's hesitation. "You're right. You do look cuter than usual." This comment made Du blush shyly. Not only that, but Minato also started complimenting Ruka's outfit. The soft colors of Ruka's outfit suited her very well. It highlighted her style while also accentuating her mature beauty. Not wanting to leave anyone out, he also complimented Karin, leaving all three women blushing and speechless. Kasaragi Ryuji watched this helplessly, thinking, "There, Minato goes again. He doesn't hesitate to give compliments at all." Just then, someone else entered, their voice full of dissatisfaction. "Well, look who's here." Minato glanced over and saw Hinata approaching in a vibrant red dress, with Riku and Tusiru by her side. Minato looked Hinata over and then commented without hesitation, "That dress really suits you. Your elegant appearance creates an interesting contrast with your usual tough image." This remark irritated Hinata. She snapped, "Stop complimenting me. It's so embarrassing. I'm leaving." Minato didn't care. He looked towards Tusiru and asked, "Are you here as well, sir?" Tusiru gave a curt nod and replied nonchalantly, "Of course. I promised I would cooperate with you all. I'm not interested in pointless conversations, so I'll be taking my leave." With that, he quickly departed, causing the two sisters to speak up apologetically. "We're sorry about that. Our father has always been a man of few words." Minato didn't mind, shaking his head and saying, "It's fine. I don't mind at all." While they were talking, a woman in a black dress entered. Minato seemed to sense something and quickly glanced in her direction. Soon after, the party began. The host's voice boomed through the banquet hall. "Thank you all for being here today. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the main figures of tonight's event." Tuziru's group quickly lined up neatly. The three heads of the noble mage families were also ready to go on stage. In addition, the host introduced two other people. They were the director of the Mage Association, Cloyu Hifumi, and his daughter, Chloe. When Minato saw the man, he couldn't help but be stunned. "This is the man I saw in Dotonbori." So it was him. "And that girl in the mysterious black dress I saw earlier. She's actually his daughter?" Hifumi quickly stepped onto the stage, smiled, and said, "Thank you for the introduction. I am Chloe Hifumi. Our country is currently facing a crisis due to the appearance of disasters and monsters." Everyone in the banquet hall immediately turned their attention to the stage, listening intently to his words. Hifumi declared passionately, "But if the noble mages and the SMT join forces, these monsters will no longer be a threat. We noble mages swear to do everything in our power to protect world peace." Hearing this, the three figures behind him, including Tusiru, couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, but they remained silent. The crowd below immediately erupted in thunderous applause, praising Hifumi's speech. Minato couldn't help but feel impressed. Direct, clear, and easy to understand. "That was a very good speech. He's a far cry from those politicians who always beat around the bush." As he was thinking, Chloe's gaze suddenly turned towards him, startling him. Having been caught staring, Chloe wasn't embarrassed at all and instead gave him a knowing smile. Just then, Hifumi continued, "From now on, we will work closely with the SMT as we both strive to maintain public security in Japan." With that, he turned to Minato with a smile. "It's a pleasure to be working with you, Captain Kusanagi." Minato replied politely, "Yes, the pleasure is all mine. sir. Immediately after, the two shook hands. Minato quickly sensed Hifumi's magical energy and couldn't help but think, he possesses an abundant source of mana. He must have kept up with his training all these years. At this thought, Minato smiled with satisfaction. It seemed Hifumi was still the same as ever. About 50 years ago, at the Mage Training Academy, when Minato was still the great sage Kusanagi, he had been incredibly arrogant, provoking the new recruits below. Go ahead and attack me with everything you've got. You can all come at me at once. At that time, Hifumi was still a new recruit. When he heard this, he retorted in frustration. Don't you look down on me, you bastard. Takigami was, of course, also present. She had warned him back then, that's disrespectful. You're speaking to a living legend, the great sage. But the young Hifumi was hot-headed and competitive. He snorted and said, you think I care who he is. I'm going to smash that smug look right off his face. Immediately after, Hifumi began to attack Minato with magic. Although she disliked his way of speaking, Takigami still joined the battle. Seeing the two streams of magic heading his way, Minato sneered with contempt. Good grief, what crude magic. He then cast a spell of his own. Hifumi yelled out in frustration, are you using a first-tier incantation? Don't insult me. But Minato didn't seem to care as small. Earth-made shurikens appeared. They shot forward like a gale, rushing straight into the two streams of magic and destroying them instantly. Not only that, but the shurikens also struck the new recruits behind them, injuring them. Takigami couldn't help but marvel. He overwhelmed a fourth-tier spell with just a first-tier spell. What kind of terrifying power is this? Seeing that they had all fallen, Minato sighed in resignation. And I was holding back quite a bit. Many people quit after the first training session. I guess this time won't be any different. But just then, Hifumi suddenly yelled, I'm just getting warmed up, you bastard. Immediately after, he staggered to his feet, trembling. Minato was a little surprised. You can still get up? Hifumi scoffed and said coldly, of course, this is nothing. Not long after, Takigami also shakily got to his feet. I can keep going too. Minato observed the two of them and smiled with satisfaction. These two have potential. Looks like I've got a good batch after all. However, seeing that smile only angered the two of them. They shouted in unison, wipe that arrogant smirk off your face. I'm going all out from now on. But in the end, they were still defeated by Minato. Hifumi, unwilling to accept it, clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, you damn monster. Minato looked at the two of them. All the other rookies had already left. They were the only ones left standing. He was truly impressed that they had made it this far. With that thought, he spoke slowly. That's enough for today's training. Go home and get some rest. But just as Minato turned to leave, a blast of dark magic came flying at him in his sneak attack, which he easily dodged. The one who attacked was none other than the stubborn Hifumi. He gritted his teeth and muttered, it's not over. It's not over yet. I will defeat you. But the moment he said that, he fell flat on his face. Even so, Minato could see the determined look in Hifumi's eyes right before he went down. He was certain that man would become a great mage one day. And behind Hifumi, Takigami was also trying to exploit Minato's opening to attack. Looks like the Mage Association is about to get some promising new rookies. Back in those days, Hifumi always swore he'd surpass Minato. Hearing this, Minato just smiled and said, sure, I'll be waiting for you. And that young boy from back then has now become an outstanding man. Minato thought it might be okay to tell Hifumi that he was Kusanagi Minato, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Takigami had warned him not to tell anyone, as it would only cause chaos. Shortly after, the introductory ceremony began. The host, after introducing a series of main figures, spoke up again. And that concludes the introductions. Please take this time to mingle with one another. At this point, Minato let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his role was finally over. Just then, Chloe suddenly approached him, smiling as she spoke. Excuse me, do you have a moment? I'm Mumu Chloe. She said she'd noticed Minato for a while and was hoping to chat a bit. Minato didn't hesitate to reply. It's an honor. You seem to be a mage yourself, don't you? Chloe covered her mouth and giggled. That's right, but I'm still a long way off compared to you. Just as Chloe said, she didn't have much mana, and it seemed she couldn't control many elements either. But somehow, Minato felt that something was off. What is this strange feeling? While he was lost in thought, Chloe smiled again and said, I hope we can become good friends. I have a pretty sharp intuition about these things. Meanwhile, the Dew sisters were secretly observing Minato. Seeing him talking with Chloe, the two of them looked rather uneasy. Chloe, unaware that they were watching her, continued to chat happily with Minato. I look forward to working with you. Minato replied politely, yes, me too. Right after, the two shook hands. In that instant, Chloe seemed to sense something. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. You're just as I thought. I'm so glad to know you're a good person. With that, she didn't wait for Minato's reply, quickly turning to leave, but not before leaving behind a cryptic remark. We'll meet again soon. Kusanagi Minato. Minato paid it no mind. What he was focused on was the handshake from a moment ago. The next day in class, as usual, Minato was surrounded by a crowd of female students, which he found very annoying. Just then, the teacher walked in and announced, "Everyone, back to your seats. Today, we'll be welcoming a new student." Immediately, a pair of long, slender legs slowly stepped inside. The new student was none other than Chloe. She stood on the podium and spoke timidly. "It's nice to meet all of you. I just transferred from the Magic Academy. My name is Mumu Chloe, and I hope we can all get along." For a moment, Minato was stunned, staring at Chloe in disbelief. Immediately, the students below began to whisper amongst themselves. They recognized Chloe as the daughter of the Mumu family. Coincidentally, there was an empty seat next to Minato. So, the teacher had Chloe sit there. Chloe didn't object and went to sit down beside Minato. Minato glanced at her and said nonchalantly, "I didn't expect you to transfer here." With an unconscious smile, Chloe replied cheerfully, "I told you, didn't I, that we meet again soon." Minato couldn't help but take another look at her, seemingly lost in thought. Break time. The male students started gathering around Chloe, asking her all sorts of questions. The female students also tried to befriend her. Seeing this, Du couldn't help but remark, "She's already this popular? They usually flock around us, though." Even Ruka couldn't help but chime in. "I really didn't think she would transfer here." Kasuragi Ryuji also muttered in confusion, "What on earth is that girl thinking?" The three of them, Ruka and her friends, gathered together and started discussing why Chloe would transfer to their school. Minato glanced over at them and couldn't help but crack a smile. Chloe, however, wasn't the least bit fazed by being surrounded by so many people. She handled it calmly, a faint smile always on her lips. After school, another surprise was waiting for Ruka and her friends. Sugo had brought Chloe to the police department's training grounds. "Let me introduce her again. This is Mumu Chloe. She will be joining the SMT starting today." As soon as these words were spoken, the students below were immediately bewildered. "Isn't she the daughter of the Mumu conglomerate? Why would she join the SMT?" Sugo slowly explained, "To strengthen our cooperative relationship with the mage aristocracy, we decided that Chloe will act as a liaison between both parties. That's what we've been told." Chloe then stepped forward to introduce herself. "My name is Mumu Chloe. Although I'm still a student and don't have much experience with magic, I look forward to learning from and being encouraged by all of you." Ruka and her two friends glanced at each other for a long moment. Finally, Du stepped forward on behalf of the group to shake Chloe's hand, saying with a smile, "Congratulations, Chloe." Chloe also gave a polite nod in response, "Yes, I look forward to working with everyone." Sugo looked apologetic. He walked over to Minato and mumbled in a low voice, "Sorry. This was a sudden order from the higher-ups." Minato replied nonchalantly, "They announced we have a major collaboration. I figured something like this would happen." Hearing this, Sugo breathed a sigh of relief. "I see." As expected of President Kusanagi. But just as he finished speaking, Minato added coldly, "However, I still need to test her." Soon after, Minato began training everyone. As usual, it started with running. Ruka and her friends ran forward frantically, but without giving them a moment to catch their breath, Minato spoke coolly, "I'm about to get serious now. Keep up with me." The moment he finished, he accelerated, running like the wind. The three of them refused to be beaten and hurriedly gave chase. The other students, however, had already given up. Unable to keep up, they started groaning and sighing. But just then, a figure suddenly zipped past them. It was Chloe. She quickly caught up to Ruka's group. And not long after, Chloe pulled ahead, and she smirked and said, "Pardon me." Seeing this, Du's competitive spirit flared up, and she shouted aggressively, "Not a chance," then started chasing after her frantically. After the running drills ended, Minato began training them in the use of magic. Just like before, the three of them held their ground. And so did Chloe, even though it was only her first day of training. Next up were push-ups and weightlifting. Minato was like a drill sergeant from hell, doing push-ups while shouting, "Keep training your bodies. It only truly has meaning when you put your lives on the line." A short while later, nearly all the students had collapsed. Only then did Minato speak, satisfied. "All right, let's rest." The three, Ruka and her group, who weren't in much better shape, sat on the ground sighing. "It's the same as always, but it's still so hard." Surprisingly, Chloe was still standing. She walked over to Minato and said with a smile, "Is it time for a break already? I've still got some energy left." Unlike everyone else, she still looked fresh. This left Mizuha and Ruka completely astonished. How is that possible? Even we only recently got used to this intensity. Chloe, unaware of Ruka's thoughts, continued speaking. "This is a really intense training session. Minato glanced at her and asked if it was too outdated for her. She shook her head calmly. Chloe replied casually, "Not at all. In fact, I think it's very logical. By training our bodies, we'll improve our physical strength and combat abilities. And when using magic while pushing our physical limits, it helps improve our magic techniques and raise our power ceiling. By pushing our mana to its limit, we make it stronger." At this point, Chloe looked over at the others who had collapsed. Then she smiled and added, with a bit of Spartangent-style shouting, "This also helps everyone maintain their fighting spirit. If you don't act like your life depends on it, you might actually lose your life in a real battle." After hearing her speak, Minato nodded in approval. "Exactly. You understand it perfectly." Chloe covered her mouth and smiled. "Well, I am the daughter of the Chloe Miu family, after all." Ruka was surprised that Chloe understood so well and couldn't help but praise her. "You're amazing." "I agree." Mizuha and Ruka nodded in unison. "We should learn from her." Chloe smiled faintly and said humbly, "Everyone did very well. I know the members of the FMT are all very reliable." With that, she turned to Minato and asked, "By the way, Captain Kusanagi, I have a question." Seeing this, the Ruka sisters couldn't hide the look of annoyance in their eyes. Chloe was beautiful. She seemed to be popular with both boys and girls, and perhaps even with Minato. Chloe's abilities were undeniable. If Chloe was stronger than them, she would be the one standing by Minato's side, supporting him. At this thought, their expressions immediately soured, which left a nearby Ryuji completely baffled. And so, they decided to stand closer to Minato and Chloe to overhear their conversation. By building a cooperative relationship between the SMT and the Mage Nobles, they could now respond to disasters much faster than before, even if they occurred frequently. And thanks to that, the SMT expanded its operations into more areas. The number of casualties from disasters had significantly decreased. Even so, the number of disasters was still on the rise. Minato knew they couldn't let their guard down. Right now, they were working with the Mage Nobles to handle a natural disaster. Hinata launched a flaming kick into the body of a demon general, incinerating it to ash in a heartbeat. The people next to Hinata immediately broke out in cheers. "Those weak demons. As expected from our great leader, they're no match for you, boss." At the same time, Du also ran over to Minato and reported. The monsters had been cleared out, although Hamurai took care of most of them. Minato didn't seem to mind, smiling casually and saying, "She's very good. Much stronger than before." Hinata glared at him, her tone full of challenge. "Sooner or later, I'm going to surpass you. Be ready." With that, she turned and walked away. Riku sighed helplessly and spoke apologetically. "Sorry about that. She can't seem to be honest with herself." Minato replied nonchalantly, "I don't mind, so don't you worry about it." As the two of them talked, Hinata stood nearby, eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Chloe was only friendly with the special magic team, chatting happily with them. Minato noticed this and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't the Mage Nobles very close with Chloe?" Riku nodded slightly in response. "We usually avoid getting too involved with the Miu family." While the two were talking, Chloe walked over. Riku tactfully excused himself. Chloe smiled gently and asked, "Kusanagi, are you free right now?" Minato looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "What is it?" The Du sisters, seeing the two standing so close, also stared intently. Just then, they heard Chloe say something that hit them like a bolt of lightning. "Would you like to go on a date with me?" And so, later in Jinjuku, Minato arrived at the appointed place. While waiting, he heard people around him whispering about a girl who looked incredibly cute. Before he could even process their chatter, another cry of surprise rang out. "Is that Chloe? She's gorgeous. Go on, go talk to her." Minato followed their gaze and, sure enough, saw Chloe standing there. She was wearing a black dress, her long hair falling over her shoulders, which further highlighted her elegant beauty. Minato pushed through the crowd to get to her. He stopped in front of Chloe and asked apologetically, "Have you been waiting long?" Chloe shook her head slightly and replied, "It's fine, I just got here myself." The crowd was stunned by this scene, and those who were about to approach her backed away. They left in a state of despair, leaving Minato completely confused. As Minato and Chloe walked and talked, Minato asked suspiciously, "So, why did you ask me to come here? You didn't really want to go on a date with me, did you?" Chloe smiled faintly, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You caught me. The truth is, I just transferred schools, so I don't know this area very well. I was hoping you could be my guide." Minato was confused after hearing this. "You could have asked someone else." Chloe shook her head slightly, smiled faintly, and said, "I also have something private I wanted to discuss with you." So that's why she called it a date. Minato nodded in understanding, but remembering the awkward atmosphere from that day, he felt quite embarrassed. While he was lost in thought, Chloe sighed and said, "I'm the daughter of Hifumi. No matter where I go, I always feel out of place. Everyone pretends to respect me and gives me special treatment, but you're different. Hearing this, Minato was confused. Are you okay? Ignoring his reaction, Chloe continued with a smile. The first time we talked, I realized you didn't treat me like everyone else does. Minato replied coolly, because titles and status don't mean anything. What's important is who you are as a person. That's all. Hearing this, Chloe couldn't help but laugh out loud. She pouted thoughtfully. You really are an interesting person. At the same time, a figure was quietly following the two of them. It was none other than Du, tailing them again. But what else could she do? Maybe it was time to give up. Just then, Du saw a familiar figure nearby. It was Ruka. She was also following Minato. Du was shocked. No way. My sister would never do that. But Ruka was holding a red bean pastry in her hand. There was no mistaking it. She was clearly following Minato. Regardless, Du had to keep following them, or she'd lose their trail. So, as she rushed to catch up, the two sisters, Ruka and Du, bumped right into each other. They stared at each other blankly for a moment, then quickly started running. While on the move, Ruka asked suspiciously, "Why are you here? Is something wrong?" Du quickly shook her head, denying it. "It's nothing." Up ahead, Minato heard the noise and turned his head to look. Seeing this, Chloe asked with curiosity, "Is something wrong?" Minato frowned slightly, then after a long pause, shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, the two sisters had hidden behind a large teddy bear, sighing in exasperation. That was way too close. It was then that Kusanagi Ryuji realized something, quickly exclaiming, "It seems we're all aiming for the same target." Ruka gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "I suppose so." And so, they looked at each other, their faces filled with determination. In the end, Minato and Chloe's stroll ended up with two tails behind them. Everywhere Minato and Chloe went, the two sisters followed. They kept sneaking around, just like they were trying to catch a cheating lover. After walking for a while, Minato and Chloe arrived at a cafe. Chloe smiled cheerfully and said, "So what are they going to do next?" Minato thought for a moment before answering. "They'll talk, eat, and drink, and then go home, I guess." The two sisters were sitting quite far away, so they couldn't hear what Minato and Chloe were saying. Over at their table, Chloe suddenly spoke with a melancholic tone. "I see. So this is what a normal date for a high school student is like." With that, she placed her cup of tea down on the table. Then, she spoke with a detached air. "I wonder what the purpose of all this is. Just walking around, looking at things, and then sitting down to eat and drink. What's the meaning behind these actions?" Minato replied nonchalantly, "Maybe the actions themselves don't have any meaning." Chloe asked back, confused, "But people still do them, even without a specific reason." Minato nodded slightly and explained, "What's important is who you're with. Just being with that person can make even a simple walk feel special. That's why the time you spend with them becomes precious, even if there's no clear purpose to it." Chloe fell silent after hearing that, finally asking, "And that's what you call a date?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied with a slight pout, "I guess so." "So? Was our time together today valuable?" Chloe hesitated for a moment, then after a long pause, nodded and replied, "I think so, yes." Minato smiled faintly, speaking with satisfaction, "I'm happy to hear you say that." Chloe suddenly lowered her head. She murmured softly, "I often surprise people with my words or actions, but you don't even flinch." She complimented Minato, calling him a very charming person. Of all the things they could have heard, the two sisters heard that line. Both of them were stunned. Could Chloe actually like Minato? But Minato, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He just smiled and said, "I'm honored." Just then, someone in the cafe recognized Minato and Chloe. They started whispering and gossiping. Not wanting any trouble, Minato quickly stood up and suggested, "We should probably go." Chloe nodded slightly and replied, "Good idea." The two of them quickly left the cafe and headed back to the train station. Chloe looked at him happily and said, "Today was truly meaningful for me." Minato replied casually, "That's good to hear." Chloe hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Can we hang out together again sometime?" "Of course. I don't mind at all." Minato agreed without a second thought. He said that he wanted to get to know Chloe better too. From a distance, the two sisters were shocked to hear this. Chloe was also a bit surprised and said with a smile, "You're very direct, but I feel the same way." "Well then, I'll see you later." With that, she turned and left. Minato waved goodbye as well. Du watched their backs as they departed. Her heart was a mess of anxiety. She couldn't believe Minato had said that. Ruka was just as troubled. She wondered if Minato was actually serious. Minato then turned and started walking away. The two of them went in different directions, but a storm of emotions was brewing for all four of them. The next day, in the Special Magic Squad's meeting room, Kusanagi Ryuji ran up to Minato and asked with a grin, "So, how was your date yesterday?" Hearing this, Du spoke up, clearly annoyed. "Why are you asking?" Kusanagi Ryuji pouted and replied, "I'm just curious about your friend." Minato replied helplessly. It wasn't a date. I was just showing her around the area. All we did was walk around, do some shopping, and have some tea. But everything you just mentioned is what people call a date. The expressions on the sisters' faces were not very happy, while Chloe was cheerfully chatting with Karin, seemingly unconcerned about what happened yesterday. Kasaragi Ryuji sighed helplessly. He just hoped this wouldn't cause any trouble. Thinking this, he patted Minato on the shoulder and warned, "Be careful, okay?" Minato looked at him, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" A little later, once everyone had arrived, Sugo began the meeting. "Now, allow me to explain our current situation. As of now, we have seen a significant decrease in casualties related to natural disasters and monsters within Japanese territory. After the Black Rebellion was disbanded, there was a similar decrease in the number of illegal mages. Furthermore, there haven't been any appearances from the Darkness Bearers or Chrono." Karin also nodded in agreement. It seems the Darkness Bearers are rarely talked about these days. Minato frowned slightly, remaining silent. The police can probably handle the cases of illegal mages by themselves now. Maybe the Darkness Bearers don't even need to do anything anymore. Thinking this, he then shouted with renewed vigor, "But we can't get complacent. We will train ourselves even harder from now on." "Yes, sir." The entire Special Magic Squad responded in unison. That evening, Minato returned home. After dinner, he lay down on his bed to rest, lost in thought. The FMT members had improved their skills, but their coordination with the noble mages still needed improvement. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Minato immediately answered, asking suspiciously, "What is it?" Leona's voice quickly came through on the other end. "It's about Chloe and Takigami Shizuku. I've been looking into them and thought you should know. Is now a good time?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, tell me what you found." Leona immediately answered, "First, about Chloe. She's not Hifumi's biological daughter, but his wife's child from a previous relationship. The strange thing is, she only became his stepdaughter a few years ago. Chloe's parents both died in an accident. Presumably, Hifumi has been raising her since then." After hearing this, Minato asked with suspicion, "She's studying at a magic academy, right?" Leona nodded slightly. "That's right. Although she transferred schools at the same time she joined the FMT, her magical abilities are clearly well above average." Minato furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He wouldn't just call it well above average. Seeing his silence, Leona continued, "She seems to be a calm girl with a strange aura about her. With her looks, she's always stood out from the crowd. Since she was cooking, she had put the phone down on the table. Then, Leona called out, 'Kai, help me set the table.' Kai immediately ran in from the living room, looking much better already. On his end of the line, Minato couldn't help but smile as he heard the scolding yet loving tone in Leona's voice. After giving Kai his task, Leona spoke apologetically. "Sorry, let's continue. Next is Shizuku. It seems she has a daughter and a young granddaughter. However, no one has seen her recently." Minato frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Leona answered slowly, "Some sources say she has gone overseas." Just then, a noise came from outside. Minato quickly said, "Hold on." Then, he went out and opened the door. Seeing that the two sisters had returned, he waved to them, "Welcome home." After greeting the two of them, Minato returned to his room to continue his conversation with Leona. "Sorry about that. Please, continue." Leona nodded. "All right. As you know, that hasn't been confirmed yet. Anyway, something about this doesn't feel right to me. I'll dig a little deeper." Minato was grateful for all the information she had given him. "Sorry for all this trouble," he said appreciatively. "I really appreciate it." Leona brushed it off, saying casually, "It's nothing. You've helped me out plenty of times. All right, let's talk later." With that, she hung up. Seeing this, Kai ran over and innocently asked, "Was the person you were just talking to Chrono?" Leona looked at the boy quizzically. "What makes you think that?" She smiled without realizing it. Kai replied casually, "You look really happy." His words left Leona stunned. A moment later, she ruffled Kai's hair and said with a laugh, "I see. So I looked happy. Huh." Meanwhile, in the police chief's office, it seemed he had a visitor. He spoke coldly, "We need to know more about Kusanagi Minato. I want you to handle it." This visitor was none other than Shizuku. Hearing the chief's words, she remained standing there in silence. The chief paid her no mind and continued, "If we can't uncover the secret to his power, we'll be left powerless." After a moment's hesitation, Shizuku finally nodded and said, "I understand." The chief narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "That guy seems to let his guard down around you. Is there a reason for that?" Shizuku fell silent again, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. "It's probably because of my age. He's a very kind person, you see." The chief didn't seem to doubt her. He stood up from his chair, walked over to Shizuku, and warned in a cold voice, "In any case, there's no turning back for me now." And the same goes for you. We're in the same boat. Yes, sir. A look of reluctance crossed Shizuku's face, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. Elsewhere, at the police department's training grounds, it was time for Minato and the others to train. Seeing that everyone was there, Minato announced, "All right, let's begin training." But before they could even start, Sugo came running up. "Sorry. Hold on a second." Minato glanced at him and asked, "What is it?" Sugo replied hurriedly, "The U.S. Army's Mage Division has arrived in Japan for a meeting, and I've been informed that they want to observe the SMT's training session." The group below was shocked. Dua muttered in confusion, "Aren't they one of the strongest elite units?" Ruka nodded slightly. "They boast some of the best mages in the world." Kasaragi Ryuji shook his head, unsure. Minato also frowned in silence. America's level wasn't this high 50 years ago. He figured they must have risen to the top in the current era. While everyone was bewildered, Sugo spoke up to explain. "News of the SMT has spread overseas. The battle with Chrono not long ago seems to have really put us in the spotlight." Hearing this, a knowing smile played on Chloe's lips. So, what they're really interested in is... She trailed off there, and everyone else remained silent, not daring to speculate. Minato was also lost in his own thoughts, saying nothing. Just then, Sugo continued, "There's another reason for their visit to Japan. In this day and age, disasters are happening all over the world, just like 50 years ago. The Americans might be here to figure out countermeasures." But just as he finished, a powerful voice boomed out. "Who needs countermeasures?" The voice startled the entire group. When they turned to look, they saw a man in a suit approaching. His body was muscular and toned, not typical for a Japanese person. Behind him was a group of soldiers in U.S. military uniforms. Seeing the group, the SMT members immediately exclaimed in awe. "So that's the U.S. Mage Division?" They looked terrifying. The American contingent approached Minato with an intimidating presence. Two powerful streams of magical energy were silently clashing. The pressure was so immense that it forced those behind them to step back. They were even having trouble just standing. At that moment, the muscular man narrowed his eyes at Minato. Immediately after, he reached out with both hands. Seeing this, Ruka and her sister grew worried. But the man pulled Minato into a hug and laughed heartily. "We finally meet, Kusanagi." But just as he finished speaking, he seemed to sense something. Immediately, the man curiously examined Minato, squeezing his abs and then feeling his biceps. He muttered in confusion, "Your body is toned, but you're too thin. Can you really fight to the death with a body like this?" Being constantly touched by the man, Minato said with annoyance, "Can you let go now?" The man then realized his rudeness, quickly released him, and said apologetically, "Forgive my rudeness." He then introduced himself as Major Aaron Anderson from the 157th Mage Division of the United States Army, and also the head researcher at the Magic Institute. Minato heard this and frowned in surprise. The Magic Institute? They research calamities and monsters, as well as all magic. With that thought, he also introduced himself. "I am Kusanagi Minato, commanding officer of the SMT. These are the other members of the SMT." Hearing this, Aaron threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Who needs introductions? I already know all about every member of the SMT. I've heard they're very skilled." The SMT members were immediately pleased by the compliment. Who wouldn't be proud to receive praise? Minato, however, fell silent in thought. Japan's own magic research hadn't progressed much, thanks to the noble mages. Not to mention, his own knowledge was 50 years out of date. He should see this as a good opportunity. With that in mind, Minato smiled and spoke up. "You're an expert in magic research, aren't you, Anderson? If you don't mind, I have a few questions for you about monsters and calamities." As soon as he finished speaking, the U.S. soldiers behind them immediately unleashed a dense killing intent. In just an instant, it filled the air. Minato sensed this and couldn't help but frown. In contrast, Ruka and the others behind him were completely overwhelmed. The killing intent was too strong. It completely surpassed the amount of their magical power. After a long moment, Aaron finally shouted a command, "Stand down." At his command, the U.S. soldiers retracted their killing intent. Aaron looked at everyone apologetically and said with a laugh, "My apologies for these greenhorns. Good hunting dogs can sometimes be a bit overcautious." Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato smirked and said, "It's no problem. It was just a cool breeze." Hearing this, Aaron's anger turned into a laugh. "The magic from my team was just a mere breeze to you? I'll give you one thing. You've got a sense of humor." Minato couldn't be bothered to react to the taunt. Seeing Minato remain silent, Aaron spoke again. "So, you wanted to ask about calamities and monsters?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "I apologize for my lack of knowledge, but I'm curious to know what exactly they are, as well as your recent findings." Aaron hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, "It's hard to summarize in just a few words, and we're still investigating. But I believe that monsters are living magic, and calamities are the phenomenon that transports those monsters to Earth. Recent investigations have revealed that when a calamity occurs, the area is flooded with a special type of magic, separate from the magic that humans possess. Essentially, this theory is supported by the fact that people can detect magical power when the sky turns red, but until now, there has been no conclusive proof that magical power has characteristics similar to monsters. In other words, monsters are made of magic, and their bodies turn into particles upon death. This further strengthens that theory. After hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, "Why do they attack humanity?" Eren shook his head slightly and replied, "There's no clear reason, but one theory is that they're reacting to our magic. 50 years ago, there weren't many calamities in America, so there were fewer investigations and limited information to work with. However, there were many reports of calamities triggering the magical powers of an awakened person. That still holds true even now. But recently, Eren began to understand this issue more, thanks to the improved quality of magic measurement devices. For example, when the magic of a calamity dissipates into the atmosphere, it still exists in the form of natural magic. When a monster is destroyed, it generates a certain amount of magic. From this, he could deduce that the particles people see when a monster dies are its body disintegrating into magic. Hearing this, Du was stunned. That's what Minato had told her, but how did Minato know that? Minato looked intently at Eren and asked doubtfully, "I've seen a monster that seemed to be trying to cause a calamity before." Nodding coolly, Eren replied casually, "Aside from a few nearly identical cases, the world's first calamity occurred when there were no monsters here. It's very likely you misjudged the situation or mistook it for something else." Minato frowned slightly, remaining silent. Mistaken? He didn't think so. The Demon General's previous rallying actions clearly had something wrong with them. Eren then continued, "But it's true that monsters, especially boss monsters, can gradually become stronger. It's possible that monster became the cause of the calamity." Minato asked back, startled, "Really?" Nodding coolly, Eren calmly admitted, "We've tested it. We waited to see what would happen. If we intentionally don't defeat the boss of a small calamity, monsters will appear in waves, but they stop spawning after reaching a certain number, and then their proliferation abruptly stops. After that, the amount of calamity magic in the atmosphere doesn't increase either. There's no doubt that leaving a calamity unchecked is very dangerous. Even if the monsters are getting stronger, the boss monster must still be destroyed, at least until that theory can be proven correct." Minato's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. His own thoughts about the monsters were similar. Those experiments on calamities were interesting, but Minato guessed they hadn't found anything concrete. At this moment, Eren spoke again. "Anyway, you have an impressive amount of magical power, don't you? There aren't many mages with power as impressive as yours. Please, let me examine your body. I refuse." Minato shook his head without any hesitation. Eren sighed in exasperation. He thought Minato was being incredibly selfish. But Minato didn't care and calmly asked, "Do you know about the noble mages?" Eren calmly replied, "I probably know about as much as you do. 50 years ago, the mages of the United States were still weak. They stopped receiving deployments and technical support from Japanese mages, and all information related to them was cut off." Minato frowned slightly. An effect of the noble mages' monopoly on magical knowledge and techniques. There was no doubt about it. America had now surpassed them. How ironic. After that thought, Minato spoke gratefully. "I've learned a great deal from you today." Eren waved it off. "Don't mention it. We owe you for your help during the world calamity, especially you, Kusanagi Minato." Minato glanced at the soldiers behind them and asked hesitantly, "It seems like you're looking for something else." Just as he thought, the soldiers had been staring at him intently without looking away. Eren's voice turned serious. "To be honest, I want to taste your power for myself. That's the reason for my second trip to Japan." Hearing this, Sugo cried out in alarm. "Didn't you come to Japan to attend an important meeting?" Shrugging indifferently, Eren scoffed. "Who cares about some stupid meeting full of ignorant bigwigs?" Sugo grew even more frantic, trying to dissuade him. "But we're not authorized to conduct combat training. Captain Kusanagi, please, talk some sense into him." But Minato just cut in aggressively. "Everything will be fine if everyone just shuts up." Hearing that, Eren laughed with excitement. "I'm a huge fan of your spirit. This is a rare opportunity, so let's go all out." Minato didn't back down, a smirk playing on his lips. "Who needs countermeasures? Isn't that what you said? That just shows how much confidence you have in your own abilities, right? Seeing is believing." Eren let out a cold snort, and in the next moment, all the U.S. military personnel unleashed their auras. A spark of excitement flashed in Minato's eyes. This was a perfect chance to gauge the magical power of the American mages. "Show me what you've got." Eren raised an eyebrow and grinned. "I'll let you have a taste of what these guys can do first." Before Minato could answer, Ruka's group had already stepped forward. Du spoke up aggressively. If you're sending out your subordinates, then we'll fight too. But Aaron waved his hand to stop her. Sorry, but could you please stay out of this? Du asked in confusion. Why? Aaron replied in a deep voice. We're only interested in the strong, unless all of you are on the same level as Mr. Kusanagi. Du froze at his words. She didn't know what to say, because the truth was that no one here was as strong as Minato. Seeing everyone hesitate, Minato immediately spoke up. This is a good opportunity. You've all fought monsters many times, but we haven't had many lessons on how to fight other mages. Watch our fight carefully. The members of SMT replied in unison without a hint of hesitation. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Aaron couldn't help but be impressed. He thought they were just an ordinary bunch, but surprisingly, they seemed very disciplined. Just then, Minato spoke. Then let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron's soldiers released their mana. Aaron roared aggressively. Let the sparring match begin. The US soldiers all got into a fighting stance. In the blink of an eye, they split up and rushed toward Minato from multiple directions. Minato wasn't fazed at all, calmly casting his magic. Surprisingly, the US soldiers were able to dodge the blast of mana he fired. In an instant, the entire squad had surrounded Minato. Seeing this scene, Du's group immediately panicked. They closed the distance without using any magic. They reached Minato in a flash. Minato was only slightly surprised. He smirked and said, "Your movements aren't bad." The moment he finished, the US soldiers attacked again. Minato didn't rush to attack, calmly dodging their assault. Feeling that their physical attacks weren't working, the US soldiers began to cast spells. They attacked relentlessly, giving Minato no time to breathe. A barrage of spells from various elements flew wildly toward Minato. He didn't create a shield to block them. He just casually weaved his body to dodge. He landed safely without a single scratch. But the moment his feet touched the ground, the US soldiers charged again. Their speed was quite fast. Minato was startled and blocked the attack with his hands, but before he could even catch his breath, the others attacked with magic. Once again, a frenzied barrage of spells appeared. This time, Minato didn't dodge but created a shield to block them. Witnessing the battle so far, the members of FMT couldn't help but be stunned. Du mumbled in disbelief, "No way. They're pushing Minato onto the defensive." Ruka added with a serious tone. Although their magic levels aren't particularly high, each one has significant firepower. Even Minato's magic defense can't hold out for long. So this is the power of the US Mage Division? After a moment, Minato stepped out from behind the shield unharmed and spoke coolly, just what I'd expect from the US military. You've been trained exceptionally well. Then, Minato raised his voice, addressing his group. In a fight against another mage, you rarely use large-scale spells. He explained that only when both sides are highly skilled does it make sense to use them. In most cases, you'll fight your opponent in close-quarters combat. That's because it takes time to cast spells, making it difficult for a mage to use magic when an opponent gets in close. For that reason, it's common for even two high-level mages to engage in close combat. While Minato was talking, the US soldiers' cooldowns ended, and they cast their spells again. Without hesitation, they attacked Minato. Fire, then water, Minato dodged them all. Even the lightning bolt a US soldier unleashed was blocked by his shield. Aaron, watching from the side, couldn't help but frown. Is he giving a lecture just to show off to his subordinates? If so, I'm disappointed in him. Aaron wanted his men to end this quickly. However, he soon realized something. His soldiers were struggling. They couldn't land a single hit on Minato. His speed was just too fast. Aaron watched in silence, his brow furrowed. Strange, what's going on? He couldn't understand why his subordinates were completely unable to touch Minato. The more Aaron watched, the uglier his expression became. Why can't my men even put a single scratch on him? They couldn't land a blow. Not a single attack was effective. They had never faced an opponent like this before. While the US soldiers were still bewildered, Minato spoke again. I commend your refined techniques, a clear result of diligent training. Your combat skills are also excellent. As he finished, he unleashed his own mana, letting out a faint smile. As thanks for showing me your skills, I suppose I'll get a little serious now. Immediately after, Minato dashed forward. He launched a continuous assault on them. His speed was so overwhelming that they couldn't even react. Minato threw punches and kicks, every single move landing on a US soldier. He took them down one by one without using any magic, giving them no chance to fight back. Before the last man could counter with a spell, Minato struck first. This one-sided beatdown left Ruka's group speechless. Aaron's expression darkened. All of the US soldiers had been defeated by Minato. Aaron stood stunned for a long moment before sighing. My elite unit was taken down just like that? Who would have thought that an ordinary student from that once arrogant nation could be this powerful? Minato said casually. Your men fought admirably. Aaron replied, displeased. While I'm honored by your praise, we were completely and utterly defeated. Where did you learn to fight like that in close combat? Honestly, I'm mostly self-taught. Minato answered nonchalantly. Hearing this, Eren couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, how interesting. You're quite the interesting young man. In that case, allow me to show you my strength next. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his outer jacket and tossed it aside without hesitation. Eren's solid, muscular physique was quickly revealed to everyone. He raised an eyebrow and grinned. I may not look it, but I love a good fight. Minato was a bit speechless. You certainly look the part. Eren, now filled with fighting spirit, spoke excitedly. Now then, shall we begin our battle, Mr. Kusanagi? Minato narrowed his eyes at him, a glint of caution appearing within them. In an instant, Eren unleashed his mana. Minato couldn't help but be surprised, his pupils contracting involuntarily. While he was still processing, Eren appeared in front of him in a flash. Minato was even more startled. His speed is unreal. Eren attacked Minato without hesitation, but Minato was still able to dodge. When his fist didn't connect, Eren switched to a magic attack, sending an earth spike shooting toward Minato. He tilted his head back to dodge it, then did a backflip to create distance. Model Minato landed safely, completely unharmed. But before he could even catch his breath, Eren appeared right behind him. He spoke with contempt, too slow. Startled, Minato quickly dodged away. He retreated, putting a few meters between them. Now it was Eren's turn to mutter in confusion. You're a slippery one. I was sure I had you. Minato spoke calmly. You're enhancing your physical abilities with magic, aren't you? Eren raised an eyebrow and smiled. I'm glad you noticed. This is a technique I invented myself. He started to boast. Thanks to recent advancements in magic measurement and sensing technology, we're in the process of establishing a method to freely control our magic. This power of Eren's heavily applies that method. He calls it muscle magic. But at the exact same moment, Minato also called out a name. Mana Arts. That was the name of this power. The moment he spoke, the magical energy in his body erupted. Eren's expression instantly darkened. It was the same technique Minato had used against Chrono. His magical power was on par with the man's, perhaps even surpassing it. This technique was the culmination of decades of research. It was a complete mystery. How could Minato possibly use it? But Eren didn't care about that now. He would just ramp up his power along with him. Minato, on his end, had no intention of backing down. Even though his technique was far from perfect, he was still surprised that Eren could use mana arts. He never expected to find someone who could create the same technique through their own efforts. It looked like Minato was actually going to enjoy this fight. With that thought, Minato shot forward, accelerating in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Eren, throwing a punch at the man's face. Just as Eren landed a blow on him, in a flash, the two exchanged several blows. Their movements were so fast that Ruka and the others watching couldn't even follow them. Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but speak up. Just how strong is he? Minato was still a student, just like them. His knowledge of magic was beyond this world, and he could defeat any enemy without breaking a sweat. It was truly terrifying. The more Kasaragi Ryuji spoke, the more his admiration grew. He's facing an elite of the U.S. military, and Minato is overwhelming him not just in magical power, but in physical combat too. So how is he even doing that? Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but frown in silence. All this time, he'd been pretending not to notice that Minato was just on another level. It was only then that Ruka truly grasped the issue. They were getting stronger, yes. And that's why she always believed that one day, if they just kept training, they could stand by Minato's side as equals. But was that even possible? Mizuha Ruka truly couldn't imagine a future where they could ever catch up to him. The more the sisters thought about it, the more they panicked. They just couldn't accept it. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Minato and Eren were still going at it. Minato had the upper hand. In the fight, he landed a heavy kick on Eren, forcing him back. But Eren quickly retaliated with a punch of his own. But Minato blocked it. Without giving the man a moment to breathe, he threw a punch back. His speed was overwhelming, and Eren couldn't dodge in time, taking the full force of the blow. Eren bit his lip hard, trying to counter, but Minato suddenly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Eren dropped to the ground, gasping for air. Minato, in stark contrast, stood there perfectly calm. It was then that Eren finally accepted the truth. Minato was just too strong. He was nothing but a child compared to this kid. Eren seriously wondered if Minato was even human. Was he some kind of monster? Minato narrowed his eyes at the man and asked coolly, "Shall we continue?" Eren slowly shook his head. "No, I lose. I'm speechless. That wasn't even a competition." Minato walked over and helped him to his feet. Eren sighed, pouting. "It's rare to see someone as strong as you. I mean, we've got monsters back in the States too." Then, he made an offer. "Please, come visit my home country. You'll always be welcome as a friend." Minato nodded without hesitation. "Absolutely. I'll definitely visit if I get the chance." With that, the two of them shook hands. Satisfied after a good fight, Eren happily departed. Until next time, Mr. Kusanagi. Farewell, members of the SMT. Once they were all gone, the SMT members rushed over, praising Minato to the high heavens. "That was incredible, Captain Kusanagi. Not even the U.S. Magic Division is a match for you." Only Ruka and her friends stood there in silence. They had just made a decision that would change their lives. In the days that followed, Ruka trained like a madwoman. She had to get stronger. Ruka was aiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with Minato, and Kasaragi Ryuji felt the same way. He was sick of always having to rely on other people. He had to find a way to advance using his own power. But while they were driving themselves mad with training, Minato was dealing with a headache of a different sort. He exclaimed in shock, "We're selling merch for the SMT and Mage Nobles collaboration?" Sugo nodded slightly. "Now that you're getting more media exposure, a lot of people want to join the SMT. Our budget is steadily growing, so we're considering our next move." Hearing this, Minato asked with dissatisfaction, "And that's why you want to sell merchandise? Are you just trying to line your own pockets?" Sugo immediately shook his head. "No, we need the money to keep our operations running. I'm not a huge fan of the idea myself." Minato sighed in resignation. "That's a shame." As he spoke, he looked down at the sketch in his hand, which depicted a Minato-themed stuffed animal. He suddenly remembered the Kusanagi Minato plushie held by the little boy he'd saved a few days ago, and finally, he nodded. "All right, I'll authorize the sale of the merchandise." Sugo's face lit up. "Really?" But before he could celebrate, Minato added with a smirk, "On one condition." After hearing the condition, Sugo hesitated, muttering, "That would eat up a huge chunk of our budget. Is that even feasible?" Minato just smirked. "It's not a problem. The preparations are already underway." And just like that, the entire SMT team later received an unexpected message. A joint training camp with the Mage Nobles had been announced. A few days later, Minato's team arrived at the designated location somewhere in Tokyo. It wasn't long before the Mage Nobles arrived as well. Hinata was leading the way, complaining nonstop. "This is such a drag." Soon after, Humi also appeared with his assistant, a constant smile on his face. "This might be a bit much for my old bones," he said. Seeing him, the Ruka sisters cried out in shock. "Even Chairman Humi is here. Isn't this supposed to be a normal training camp? Is there some kind of mistake?" But Sugo seemed to realize what was going on. He muttered under his breath, "It seems Chairman Mum Miyu is the one behind this training camp. Maybe he wants to make up for the noble mage's past." Minato glanced at Chloe and asked curiously, "The Fuyukra family isn't here." Shrugging indifferently, Chloe replied with a pout, "They basically disbanded after their head was arrested. The Fuyukra family will never regain its former glory." Minato still looked a bit skeptical. "Weren't there still members who weren't involved in that conspiracy?" Chloe replied nonchalantly, "I'm sure they're all starting new lives." Hearing this, Minato frowned in silence. He'd heard a little about the Fuyukra family from Leona. It sounded like the butler was still safe. Afterwards, they got on a vehicle to head to the training grounds. When they got off, Minato suddenly noticed Hinata's gaze. Other noble mages were already waiting in the open field, but their expressions seemed less than pleased to see the SMT group. Sensing their stares, Du couldn't help but feel alarmed. "Why are they staring at us like that?" Ruka frowned and muttered, "Even though we're supposed to be working together, they don't seem to have a very good impression of the FMT." Seeing this, Minato sighed helplessly. "Oh boy, I wonder what's going to happen next." A short while later, they entered the storage area before gathering on the training field. Hifumi stood on a high platform and announced in a clear voice, "Thank you for taking your precious time to be here. I'm quite sure you are all mentally exhausted." Minato frowned slightly. The police and SMT's regional units were temporarily providing support in their absence. There shouldn't be any problems since natural disasters were rare during this time, but he still felt a little worried. While Minato was lost in thought, Hifumi continued, "However, I believe this joint training is crucial for us to overcome the Great Catastrophe. From here on out, our battles will only grow more intense. That is why improving the cooperation between mages, nobles, and the SMT is of the utmost importance." Hifumi said that very few people were capable of leading everyone. It had to be someone with integrity and, above all, an outstanding mage. He believed there was only one person fit for this role, and that person was none other than Minato. He would be the instructor for this joint training camp. Hearing this, Hinata clicked his tongue, as if he knew what was coming. And just as expected, the noble mages erupted in discontent and began to protest. Hifumi had anticipated this. He scanned the crowd below them and let out a cold snort. "It seems some people are dissatisfied. Tell me, is there any mage here who can defeat Captain Kusanagi?" His words silenced the noble mages, and no one dared to object any further. Only then was Hifumi satisfied. He looked down at Minato and said, "Well then, Captain Kusanagi, please give us a demonstration." Minato frowned slightly in silence. Although what Hifumi said was true, it also served his own interests. The noble mages had monopolized magical knowledge and techniques, but they couldn't defeat the SMT. They had realized they'd reached their limit, and Hifumi was trying to use Minato. After all this time, the old man still hated to lose. Minato didn't find that part of him annoying, though. With that thought, he walked step by step onto the platform and declared loudly, "You will be training here for 2 weeks. I have only one request. Follow my lead as if your lives depend on it." As he spoke, Minato scanned the crowd, and not a single person objected. Immediately after, they obediently followed Minato's training, but being forced to do push-ups made them shout in protest. "Why are you making us do push-ups?" Minato paid them no mind. The weight on his back was 10 times heavier than theirs, yet he hadn't broken a single sweat as he spoke coldly. "Physical training is the foundation of all magic. Push yourselves to your absolute limit." The heads of the 3 noble magic families were also doing push-ups with everyone else. They also had heavy weights on their backs. As family heads, they couldn't afford to lose face, after all. After the push-ups, Minato had everyone run while dragging tires, constantly urging them on. "Run with all your might. It's useless if you cut corners." And so, the whole group began frantically running after Minato, dragging the heavy tires behind them. The 3, Hinata included, stayed close to Minato because they refused to lose to him. Du watched this scene and remarked emotionally, "This is amazing. The noble mages are actually listening to Minato. I never thought I'd see the day." A while later, the running portion of the training ended. Minato announced casually, "Take a 5-minute break. Remember to hydrate." However, someone spoke up in defiance. "What's the point of all this? We're just training without any specific goal." Before Minato could answer, a member of the FMT team aggressively retorted, "You've got it all wrong. Captain Kusanagi is an amazing person." And in an instant, an argument broke out. Neither side was willing to back down. Kasaragi Ryuji sighed helplessly. "I knew this would happen." Du also cried out in alarm. "We have to stop them." Not letting the situation drag on, Minato stepped in to intervene. "That's enough, you two." The SMT member, still not satisfied, wanted to say more, but Minato held up a hand to stop him. He looked at the noble mage and said coldly, "I know you don't trust me. If I weren't the instructor, I wouldn't mind the criticism, but right now, I demand that you follow my orders." Finishing his words, Minato turned back to his own man and reprimanded him in a stern voice. "And you, if you trust me, then for now, just bear with it. Got it?" They immediately nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Captain Kusanagi, we apologize." "Captain." Minato successfully broke up the argument, but he was still very worried. It seemed they held a deep-seated grudge, and the fact that they still had reasons to fight was the real problem. Naturally, Minato was going to do something about it. Minato suddenly flashed a malicious smile, startling Du, who was standing nearby. And so, their hell began. Minato found a high vantage point and, without a word, unleashed a frantic magical assault on everyone, causing them to scatter in panic. He shouted aggressively, "Come on, what's the matter? You'll really die if you don't risk your lives to fight back. Use every last drop of your mana until you're completely drained." But was Minato's magic something they could even resist? The answer was no. And one by one, they were taken down by his magic. The guy who complained earlier shouted in defiance, "This isn't training, this is abuse." Hearing this, a member of the FMT scoffed in contempt, "You noble mages are so pathetic." This remark wounded the pride of the noble mages. The entire group glared fiercely at the FMT member. "Don't look down on us, we'll show you what happens when noble mages get serious." The FMT team, refusing to back down, shot back, "As if we'd lose to the likes of you." Seeing this, Minato smiled in satisfaction. It looked like that had ignited their competitive spirit. Mission accomplished. Then, Minato proceeded to defeat every single one of them. Only then did he speak. "That's all for today. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow." With that, Minato turned to leave, but he had only taken 2 steps when Hinata called out, "Wait, Kusanagi." Minato glanced back with a frown and asked, "Is there something you want to ask?" Hinata glared at him and demanded resentfully, "Are you really going to keep training us like this?" A little surprised, Minato asked, "Is that a complaint?" She shook her head and retorted, "No, but surely there has to be another way." Minato replied coolly, "I've told you before, there's no other way. There is a way to stimulate one's ability to sense mana, and that's with the help of a high-level mage. They perform a kind of shock therapy to awaken the flow of mana, but that's for novices. I've already told you it won't work for you, Hinata." Hearing this, Hinata yelled, "Then how did you become so powerful? How can you possess such an insane amount of mana?" Minato calmly answered, other than increasing mana flow, using your mana to the point of exhaustion, or improving your magic techniques by other means. I don't know any other way to become stronger. Hinata bit her lip fiercely and scoffed resentfully. All right, forget it. I'm sorry. Then she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Riku gave Minato an apologetic look before running after Hinata. Minato watched their retreating figures and fell silent, wondering, how did he get so strong? The first great catastrophe was what had triggered Minato's awakening. Yet, he had never encountered a mage as powerful as he was. Why was he so strong, and why did he possess so much mana? He fundamentally didn't know the answer. The next day, Minato trained them just like always. After defeating everyone, he finally spoke. All right, that's enough training for today. The moment he finished speaking, all of the noble mages, who were lying on the ground, began to moan and complain. One person muttered resentfully through gritted teeth, "Is this kind of training really doing anything? We're noble mages, yet this harsh training is like something out of the army." Several days had passed since they began their training, and they were starting to think Minato was all talk. Overhearing their whispers, Minato immediately spoke up. "We're going to the mana measurement room. Follow me." After that, the entire group of noble mages followed Minato to the measurement room. Their attitude remained as dismissive as ever, and they chatted as they walked. I bet nothing has changed. However, when they reached the mana measurement room, they were all astonished. One of their members' mana had risen to 40,000. It was a similar story for the others, which left them completely bewildered. It actually went up in such a short time. Seeing their reaction, Minato spoke up again. "And that's not all. You'll get even stronger over the course of these 2 weeks." Hearing these words, a spark of determination ignited in everyone's eyes. And in the days that followed, they accepted Minato's grueling training without a single complaint. Minato was very satisfied seeing this. His motivational speech had been a success. They had finally realized the value of this short-term training camp. If that was the result after just a few days, then their power would grow exponentially if they gave it their all for the full 2 weeks. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Minato was naturally delighted. After their run, Minato started training them in magic usage. Before long, the FMT members were growing weak and gasping for air. Their mana was nearly depleted. However, just as they sat down, the noble mages surged past them, taunting, "The FMT is just a bunch of weaklings, aren't you? You'll never be a match for us noble mages." These words seemed to revive the FMT team's fighting spirit. And just like that, they started running frantically again. Watching this scene, Ruka couldn't help but comment, "Looks like they've stirred up some exciting competition." Du nodded in agreement. "I was a bit worried at first, but now they're all fired up." However, as they were talking, a brilliant burst of flame shot towards them. The two of them immediately panicked and fled. After running for a bit, the two of them sat on the ground, gasping for breath. But they had barely taken 2 breaths before Minato approached. He grinned devilishly and said, "If you have time to chat during training, this must be too easy for you. So, I'll just have to increase the difficulty, especially for you too." Hearing this, the 2 sisters cried out in terror. A short while later, in the training facility's dining hall, the noble mages were buzzing with conversation as they ate. "My magic feels so much smoother these days. Not only has our mana capacity increased, but the level of our magic has improved as well." This made them incredibly happy, and everyone was excited, creating a much more cheerful atmosphere at the dinner table. Finally, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "I guess Captain Kusanagi's power is really no joke." Hearing this, the others suddenly felt a pang of guilt. They had underestimated Minato before. As they were talking, the members of the FMT walked over. They said with a smile, "We told you so. Captain Kusanagi Minato is incredible." One of the noble mages, still unconvinced, scoffed, "I'll give you that, but our own Grand Mage is even better." And once again, an argument started at the table. But this time, the atmosphere was completely different. Minato smiled, satisfied. It seemed his plan had worked. After dinner, Minato dragged everyone off to train again. This time, it was target practice. Minato stood on the sidelines, observing, and thought to himself with a bit of admiration that it seemed everyone's magic level had improved. They were doing very well. Just then, his gaze was drawn to one person in particular, Chloe. She was smoothly casting her dark magic spells. Minato furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself. According to Leona, Chloe's abilities were supposed to be above average, but it was clear they were much higher than that. As he was pondering this, Chloe suddenly turned her head and smiled at him. Minato said nothing, just watching her intently. It seemed Chloe was hiding her true strength. He couldn't see through her. But first, Minato decided to put the matter of Chloe aside. What concerned him more was Riku. And then there was the hot-headed Hinata. Riku and Tusuru were doing fine, but Hinata was lacking motivation. Minato could understand why. Every time she saw his face, Hinata looked like she wanted to bite his head off. He had wondered why. However, it wouldn't be good for Hinata to continue like this. It was a nuisance. So after the training session ended, Minato sought out Hinata to talk. "Sorry for asking you to stay," Hinata said coldly. "Just tell us what you want." Minato narrowed his eyes at her and spoke calmly. "It seems the training isn't working for you. Could you tell me why?" Hearing the question, Hinata, who seemed to have been holding it in for a long time, immediately exploded. "Because it's practically useless. I can't get any stronger this way." Minato, confused, asked her why she still came every day. Hinata just yelled aggressively, "Shut up." It was an order, so I didn't have a choice. This made Minato even more confused. An order? It seems only Hifumi could make a noble mage like her obey. He was quite surprised that she actually listened to someone. While Minato was lost in thought, Hinata had already turned away in annoyance. "Anyway, I'm not changing my mind about this." Seeing this, Riku guiltily apologized on Hinata's behalf. Minato was non-committal, shaking his head and saying, "It's fine. I don't mind. Come to think of it, you're always by her side. What's your relationship with Homura?" Riku hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I thought we were just friends, but I could be wrong. But there's nothing special between us." Minato nodded slightly in understanding. "I see. I'm sorry for asking about something so personal." Riku chuckled softly and said, "It's all right. I'm sorry for the trouble she's caused you." Minato was a bit confused by this, asking with a hint of doubt, "You mean Homura?" Riku nodded. Riku sighed and said her personality is a bit rough, so people often misunderstand her, but she's not a bad person. Hearing this, Minato finally understood. He smiled slightly and said, "I quite like straightforward and interesting people like her." "I understand." Riku gave him a sincere smile. "Thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Soon after, Riku also left. Minato said goodbye to him, but in his heart, he had decided to keep an eye on Hinata. The next day, at the training grounds, everyone gathered as usual to practice. During breaks, they would chat, but Hinata kept to herself, ignoring everyone. Minato, who was always watching her, couldn't help but frown at this sight. Hinata really did do everything alone, even eating by herself. He decided that maybe he needed to help Hinata out a little, and in the following days, whenever Minato saw Hinata, he would always strike up a conversation with her. During training, he also paid special attention to her. He just kept following Hinata, chattering nonstop in her ear. This drove Hinata absolutely insane. She yelled in frustration, "What the hell is this? Is something wrong with you? Why do you keep sticking to me? What are you trying to pull?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Minato replied calmly, "I just wanted to talk to you." Hinata looked at him, bewildered, and asked, "You just want to talk?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. You're always alone and you look very lonely." Hearing this, Hinata immediately snorted, "I'm not lonely. I like being alone." But Minato didn't think so, retorting, "But it doesn't seem that way." This made Hinata shout back in frustration, "What do you know?" Minato spoke slowly. "People who like being alone don't put themselves in situations where they have to cooperate with others. They don't care about anyone else, and they can't accept concern from others. But it seems you don't fit into any of those categories." Hearing his words, Hinata frowned, biting her lip and mumbling, "Don't talk like you understand me." But Minato didn't care and suggested, "Let's be friends." Hinata stared at him, stunned, not knowing how to react. But very quickly, she shot back aggressively, "What the hell are you talking about?" Shrugging indifferently, Kusanagi Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that not allowed?" "You know, I actually kind of like you." Hearing him say, like, Hinata blushed with embarrassment. She quickly said, "Normal people don't just ask to be friends with someone like that. Don't you get it?" Minato mumbled, confused, "Is that so? I guess you're right." Hinata glared at him, then suddenly lowered her voice and mumbled, "Enough. Just give up on trying to get to know me. A girl like me is just annoying and a nuisance, right?" With that, she fell silent again. But Minato refuted her without a moment's hesitation. "Not really. I don't dislike you. In fact, I like how you express yourself so bluntly. People who flatter me for no reason just make me feel uncomfortable." His words made Hinata stop in her tracks. A moment later, she raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Seriously, you're a total weirdo." Minato was taken aback. What does that mean? Hinata then realized what she had just said, and a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes. She quickly turned and ran, shouting as she went, "Anyway, I'm never going to be friends with you. It's not happening." Minato sighed helplessly. "Oh well, looks like I've been rejected." But he didn't know that their entire conversation had just been overheard by someone. Chloe had heard everything from behind a wall. A little later, at the training ground, Minato had everyone practicing how to use magic again. After training with Minato for a few days, Tusuru's magic had improved. The Ruka sisters saw this, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Just then, Minato shouted, "That's enough training for now. Let's take a break." Everyone had been trying very hard, each honing their own strength. On his way to the dining hall, Minato saw the three members of the Mizuha family. The two sisters were trying to ask Tusuru to have a family meal with them. It had been a long time since they had a chance to talk, but Tusuru spoke coldly. I still have work to do, so I must decline this meal. With that, he turned and left without a single glance back. Minato walked over to the Ruka sisters and said with a sigh, "He's still the same, huh? He hasn't changed his attitude even after deciding not to disown you?" Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, "He wasn't like this before." Hearing that, Minato asked, confused. He was different. Ruka's voice was a bit sorrowful. "He used to be kinder and would listen to us. But ever since his wife passed away, Tusuru has never been the same. He stopped talking to me and my sister as much as he used to and was always away on business." Ruka then mumbled in a low voice, "I think I understand how our father feels, because I was the same. When our mother died, she felt she had to become stronger. While trying to protect Dua, Ruka became stricter and lost herself." Hearing this, Dua immediately squeezed Ruka's hand to comfort her. "But you're still the same gentle sister you've always been." Ruka looked at her gratefully and said with a smile, "Thank you. But I changed, and Dad hasn't. Does he still love us?" Dua wasn't sure either, shaking her head and whispering, "I can't tell what he's thinking. He never tells us anything." Hearing their conversation, Minato immediately smiled reassuringly. "If he didn't love you too, he wouldn't see me as an enemy and test me, right?" He said that's definitely the attitude of a father towards someone trying to get close to his daughters. But there was one thing that confused Minato. Why did Tusuru's magic power fluctuate so much? It was as if he was hesitating about something. Just then, Chloe suddenly walked over and called out to him. She smiled and said, "Could I talk to you for a moment?" Minato didn't refuse. The two found a secluded corner to speak. He thought Chloe wanted to ask him on a date again. While Minato was lost in thought, Chloe slowly began to speak. "Lately, I've been thinking. I want to know more about you." As she spoke, Chloe stepped forward. She quickly closed the distance between them. Placing a hand on his chest, she whispered, "To understand the very depths of your being. I want to know what kind of person you are." She said Minato was unlike anyone else, in both beauty and spirit, an allure that only he possessed. Hearing these words, Minato didn't react much, just slowly nodding. "I understand. I'm honored to receive such praise from you." Chloe was taken aback for a moment. She let out a faint laugh, then spoke in a soft tone. "What a strange man. Straightforward on the outside, but full of schemes on the inside. Sometimes full of spirit, sometimes naive. Even those elusive aspects of you are captivating." At this point, Chloe paused for a moment. After a long pause, she made a serious proposal. "Would you consider dating me?" She believed their relationship would surely be wonderful, and despite her appearance, she was a very faithful person. Chloe also said that if Minato wanted, she would do anything for him and give him everything. While talking, Chloe moved even closer to Minato. Their faces were just millimeters apart. She raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "So, what do you think? Will we be together forever?" Minato. Seeing the distance closing, Minato quickly pulled away, shaking his head in refusal. "I'm sorry. I have no intention of dating anyone." Chloe wasn't too surprised by the rejection, just smiling faintly as she said, "Is that so? What a shame." Soon after, she returned to her usual demeanor. Smiling, she said, "Well, my business here is done. I'll be going now." Minato watched her retreating figure, falling into a thoughtful silence. Elsewhere, on the training grounds, Kasaragi Ryuji suddenly threw an arm around Riku's shoulders and laughed loudly. "Keep it up, my man." Riku frowned at him and muttered, "You too. You're not bad yourself." Minato returned just in time to see this scene. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? How did things end up like this?" Ruka slowly explained that the two of them had been discussing their personal training regimens and decided to challenge each other. And the result was that they both completed 1,000 reps and collapsed right after. And then somehow, things just turned out like this. After hearing the story, Minato let out a helpless sigh. So they were both muscle heads. Putting aside these silly matters, Minato began training everyone on how to use their magic again. After some time, the members of SMT and the noble mages had grown much closer. On the final day of the training course, Minato stood on a high platform and declared clearly, "All of you have trained very hard. Today marks the end of your training, but this is only the beginning." The people below listened intently. Minato continued, "Many lives may be in danger in the upcoming world disaster, but if you can perform your roles to the best of your ability, all these disasters will be defeated." He told them they were all very strong. Even a world disaster was no match for them. He instructed them to rest until the mission began and to prepare themselves mentally. At this point, Minato raised his fist high and roared powerfully, "It all rests on your shoulders. We will definitely protect Japan and the world." As soon as he finished, everyone below shouted in unison. The two groups, who had initially entered with mutual dislike, had finally become comrades in arms. Hinata watched this scene from a distance and couldn't help but feel impressed. Minato truly was an incredible person. He had trained not only the SMT, but the noble mages as well. Their abilities must be much stronger than before. Minato had even managed to get everyone here to open up to each other. He had even shown kindness to her. The more Hinata thought, the more her gaze was drawn to Minato on the platform. Thinking of the word friend that he had offered, she quickly shook her head. What was she thinking? She didn't need friends. Hinata had no need for such things. After all, for her, it would all become meaningless anyway. A moment later, Hifumi approached Minato and praised him. The results are magnificent, Captain Kusanagi. Minato replied with a polite smile. It's an honor. Hifumi, ignoring the formality in his words, continued speaking. At first, they disagreed because they didn't understand each other, but now they are beginning to trust one another. Everything is progressing very smoothly. By continuing like this, the world will finally see peace. This made Hifumi very happy. I hope so. Minato nodded slightly in response, shaking Hifumi's hand warmly. Thanks to the training camp, the levels of both the SMT and the noble mages had risen. The coordination between the two sides had also improved significantly. As a result, the damage caused by disasters and demons around Tokyo was greatly reduced. Although natural disasters still occurred, the recorded damage was the lowest it had been in the last 50 years. People all across Japan were overjoyed by this. Now, we can finally go outside without worrying. Thanks to the success of the SMT and the noble mages, for better or for worse, all of Japan was living in peace. Well, except for the SMT team, of course. They still had to train every day with their hell instructor, Minato. He was on one side teaching and on the other pushing them. Training is meaningless if you don't push yourselves to the limit. The closer we are to death, the more peaceful Japan becomes. During the training, Sugo came running from a distance to make a report. Captain Kusanagi has decided that we will cooperate with mages from all over Japan. Many of them will be ready to help when the great disaster strikes. Minato nodded in satisfaction. Karen continued. Based on the locations and damage levels from the great disasters 50 years ago, we've decided on the deployment plan for each member. After the report was finished, Sugo leaned in and whispered to Minato, I've finished arranging the distribution you requested. I did it discreetly. Minato nodded and instructed. That's helpful. We need an insurance policy. The world disaster. The greatest of all the great disasters. It won't just affect Japan, but the entire world. This isn't a single event, but multiple disasters happening all at once. 50 years ago, humanity couldn't handle a disaster of such an unpredictable scale, but that won't happen this time. Minato was prepared for any scenario. With this in mind, he announced clearly. As we all know, in just a few days, the world disaster will begin. Rest until then and spend plenty of time with your families. Hearing this, the members of the SMT immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Is this really okay? We have no idea how dangerous these great disasters will be. Minato heard them and offered reassurance. We've done everything we can. All of you have grown much stronger, so relax. We will definitely win. But even though he said that, everyone below couldn't stop worrying. Even Sugo's group was no exception. Seeing their grim faces, Minato felt a bit helpless. Then, he declared confidently, let me say one last thing. Trust in me. When things get hard, when pain strikes, when fear takes over, when it all makes you want to turn and run, remember me. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned. Mizuha, Dua, Ruka, Kasaragi, Ryuji, Sugo, Karin, and even Chloe. After hearing his declaration, their confidence surged. Smiles returned to their faces. Minato continued to speak, his voice ringing out. No matter what happens, I will save all of you and this world. So, you can always count on me. No matter what situation arises, I will handle it. Yes, Captain Kusanagi. Instantly, all the members of the SMT roared in unison. Aside from them, the heads of the noble mage families were also incredibly busy. Hinata and Riku were inseparable, as always. Tushiru Mizuha appeared aloof, but he was constantly busy handling his duties. Hifumi, the president of the Mage Association, was always busy, though whether that was a good or a bad thing was unclear. To prepare for the approaching world disaster, everyone was busy in their own way. Some were handling work, while others were spending time with their families. Of course, Mizuha Dua didn't miss out on this time either. Minato and the other two also tried to enjoy this final moment of peace. And then, the inevitable happened. After a few peaceful days, the announcement of the world disaster's arrival was broadcast all over Japan. As it had been foretold, the military quickly deployed to respond. Areas requiring quarantine were blockaded by the police, and the SMT's battle officially began. This was their chance to prove the results of all their training. Minato narrowed his eyes, watching the sky slowly change color. He spoke softly. It's here. The sky. It's terrifying. The disaster that caused the death of Kusanagi Minato. An army of demons, thousands strong, had appeared. They began their invasion of the world. The key to victory lies in the hands of Minato, the reincarnation of the Let's save the world. The world disaster is a phenomenon where thousands of disasters occur simultaneously across the globe, making it the single greatest catastrophe in human history. At this very moment, the greatest disaster began in Tokyo. The world disaster. The one that took Kusanagi Minato's life as he fought against it. In a government meeting room, high-ranking officials were all present. An aide rushed over to report, "Mr. Prime Minister, it appears the world disaster has begun." The Prime Minister's expression instantly soured. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "We're counting on all of you. SMT." Elsewhere, in Old Sia, the area was already flooded with monsters. Minato led the team as they arrived. Looking down from above, he took in the full scope of the disaster. He frowned grimly. It looks exactly like that time. The demonic energy even seems greater. He could feel an immense magical power surrounding his body. But unlike last time, Minato wouldn't let anyone die. As the great disaster unfolded, citizens had been warned to stay in their homes. Watching the sky gradually change color, everyone was filled with anxiety. But the innocent children still firmly believed that the great sage would protect them and everyone else. The entire population of Japan was putting their faith in Minato. At the disaster site, a reporter in a helicopter was broadcasting the situation live. In an instant, the sky was stained a vivid red that spread across all of Japan. More and more monsters poured out hordes of demon soldiers and demon generals. Though terrified, the reporter did their best to narrate the situation for the viewers at home. The demons are appearing one after another. Citizens are being urged to evacuate from the projected disaster zones. But will they truly be safe? No one can say for sure. With an army of demon soldiers and demon generals on the attack, can anyone be okay? The reporter's anxiety grew as they watched. In an instant, the number of monsters became overwhelming. But just then, a brilliant flame rained down, engulfing the horde of monsters in a sea of fire. At the same time, a lone figure landed majestically on the ground. It was none other than Minato. The people's hope had finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air and began unleashing his magic to destroy the monsters. Just then, a massive wave of water crashed into the monsters, followed by a barrage of lightning magic, wood, and dark-type spells. This was the elite unit of the SMT. The Mizuha Dua sisters, Ryuji, Sugo, Karin, and Chloe had all arrived. Minato glanced at them and gave the order, "Wipe out these demons. Hold the line until the disaster's leader appears. There's more than one disaster, so don't waste your magic." Ruka and the others immediately followed his orders and began their magical assault. Under their powerful assault, wave after wave of demon soldiers were annihilated. But then Minato noticed a problem, frowning as he muttered, "There are more demons than usual." Mizuha Dua nodded in agreement. "And they're stronger, too." Kasaragi Ryuji, while fighting off monsters, asked in frustration, "Where are those noble mages?" Sugo replied in a grim tone, "I'm trying to contact them, but I can't get through." Even Tusiru Mizuha isn't answering. Minato realized something was wrong. He glanced at Chloe and asked, "You know something, don't you?" Chloe gently shook her head, denying it. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything." Meanwhile, Karin was trying to contact the noble mages, but the command system was out of control. She cried out in panic, "This is bad. Communications are breaking up." Minato frowned slightly, remaining silent. For all their meticulous preparations to fail at the most critical moment, something was definitely going on. Just then, soldiers from the military rushed over. Minato looked at them and asked, "We've lost our comms. What's the situation on your end?" The officer hurriedly replied, "It's the same over here." It was the same for both the police and the self-defense forces. The whole scene was chaotic, and they couldn't coordinate their units. The situation was spiraling out of control. Mizuha Dua cried out in a panic, "We can't stop this disaster without the noble mages." Kasaragi Ryuji cursed in frustration. "Damn it. What the hell are they doing?" Seeing them lose their composure, Minato shouted to reassure them. "No matter the situation, our mission remains the same. Even without the noble mages, we can still win if we combine our strength." Everyone looked at him, seeming to regain their composure. Seeing this, Minato shouted again, his voice ringing out, "I believe in all of you." In an instant, everyone's confidence returned. That's right, what was there to worry about? Just as Minato said, they just had to do what needed to be done. Ruka smiled softly. It was just what she'd expect from Minato. He was always calm and reliable. With him around, they couldn't possibly lose. And so, they once again united to exterminate the monsters. A constant barrage of powerful magic spells bombarded the creatures. Witnessing this scene, a reporter exclaimed joyfully, "Look, The SMT is bringing the demons under control. It's just as we'd expect from Captain Kusanagi Minato. With him in charge, Japan is sure to be saved. People watching the news at home felt a wave of relief. They had someone to rely on, someone to believe in. The demons were no match for Minato's group, and many were quickly annihilated. Dozens of disasters were unfolding across Japan as part of the global catastrophe. It would be a difficult battle without the support of the noble mages. But even so, Minato believed they could manage. He had prepared for this very day. Just then, demons began to pour out from the magical energy currents in the air. Minato quickly shouted a warning. Don't let your guard down. The demons are appearing nonstop. Ruka's group immediately charged forward. Minato led the attack, clenching his fist. Without any hesitation, he punched a demon general. However, it wasn't long before Minato realized something. A group of demon generals were all casting magic attacks at him at the same time. The ground erupted, sending dust and smoke everywhere, but Minato was completely unharmed. He let out a cold, contemptuous snort. How naive. Then, he unleashed a 9th-tier magic spell against them. A brilliant light flashed in the sky, devastating the bodies of the demon generals. Minato descended from the air and landed. But before he could even catch his breath, another horde of demons appeared. Minato couldn't help but frown and mutter, "They just keep coming. It looks like I have to do that." Elsewhere, Ruka's group, battered and bruised, finally managed to defeat the demons. Meanwhile, Minato was holding off the newly appearing demons, killing each one as it emerged. But something worried him. They were stronger and more numerous than they were 50 years ago. Just as Minato had predicted, this wasn't going to be simple. Just then, Mizuha Dua and her sister sensed an immense magical power approaching. The two cried out in terror. It feels like the boss is about to appear. Meanwhile, the deep crimson spatial rift in the skies suddenly began to stir, and from within, a demon emerged. Seeing its colossal body and immense magical power, Du and the others were instantly terrified. It was a demon king and had finally appeared. The sight of the enormous demon king struck fear into everyone's hearts. Ruka cried out in terror. This is horrifying. Du couldn't help but add, this is no joke. While they stood there in shock, the demon king unleashed its magic and attacked. A brilliant torrent of flames appeared in the sky. It was 10th-tier fire magic, which immediately erupted in a massive explosion, destroying everything in the vicinity. Ruka and the others quickly cast defensive magic, not daring to let their guard down. However, the destructive power was too great. Countless buildings were reduced to rubble. When the smoke and flames cleared, the ground was covered in hundreds of cracks. The Demon King glanced around and was about to leave, but before it could take a step, a cold voice stopped it in its tracks. Where do you think you're going? The battle has only just begun. It was Minato. He had managed to cast Fairy Shield, a 9th-tier spell, just in time to protect Ruka's group. He had managed to protect all the members of the SMT as well. Ruka and her sister looked at Minato guiltily. We're sorry, Minato. Our reflexes were too slow. Minato shook his head and said casually, Don't worry about it. We're up against a Demon King, after all. Just stay alert. Sugo remarked in awe. I can't believe he can cast 2 spells at once. Chloe calmly explained, perhaps that fairy magic is an automated spell, and the one that protected us was cast by Captain Kusanagi. Hearing this, Karen exclaimed in surprise, But I thought a person can only cast 1 spell at a time. Chloe slowly explained. Automatic magic is an extremely advanced technique that allows the user to control magic subconsciously. The high concentration chance and the need to channel magical power, both essential for normal magic, are completely bypassed, allowing the entire casting process to be skipped. The phenomenon is similar to muscle memory. In other words, Minato has mastered the ability to control magic both consciously and subconsciously at the same time. The more they listened, the more incredible it all sounded. Kasureji Ryuji spoke up with his usual admiration. He just casually pulls off impossible feats, doesn't he? Just then, the Demon King lunged at them. Ruka's group quickly jumped aside, and Ruka shouted, Let's do this. In an instant, the 2 sisters began casting a spell together. An 8th-tier magic spell manifested a raging tsunami that hurtled toward the Demon King. At the same time, Kasureji, Ryuji, and Sugo's group weren't just standing by. They also began casting their own attack spells. All the spells rushed wildly toward the Demon King, but incredibly, it managed to dodge every single one, emerging without a scratch. Seeing this, Du exclaimed in shock, It dodged all of our magic. Mizuha Ruka also muttered in disbelief. Can we not even hurt it? Just then, the air above them suddenly exploded, filling the sky with smoke and flames. But when it all cleared, the Demon King was still standing there, completely unfazed. Minato immediately shouted an order, I'll handle this guy. You all go to the other disaster sites. Hearing this, the Du sisters hesitated, unwilling to leave. Minato urged them impatiently. There's more than one disaster. Without help from the noble mages, our response measures are already at their limit. He told them to go support the other teams, saying he was about to get a little serious. The two sisters hesitated for a moment until Du finally said, "We'll only get in his way if we stay here." Ruka felt that made sense and nodded fiercely. "You're right, sis." Then, she turned to the members behind them and yelled, "Leave this to Captain Kusanagi. Every squad, move to a different disaster." The two sisters, with Ruka in the lead, ran off. Ruka smiled and said, "We don't have to worry about Minato." Du nodded slightly in response. "After all, that's Minato we're talking about. Minato will never lose, no matter who the opponent is." Once they had left, Minato turned to the Demon King with a smirk. "Now, it's just the two of us." As he spoke, Minato unleashed his magical power. Standing before the Demon King's colossal body, he showed not a single hint of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Seeing this, the Demon King also swung its claws, but it was too slow, and Minato dodged it. Actually, defeating the Demon King would be simple, but he needs to conserve his mana. With that thought, Minato leaped onto the Demon King's back. He didn't have infinite mana, and preparing it would take time. Minato would defeat the Demon King using as little mana as possible. With that, he threw a punch. However, the Demon King managed to dodge it. Not giving up, Minato continued his assault with a level 11 holy magic spell. In an instant, the Demon King was assaulted by brilliant rays of holy light. Its body was now covered in wounds, but it was still alive. Minato frowned slightly. So, it broke free. After escaping Minato's assault, the Demon King began channeling its mana for an attack. But in a flash, Minato appeared right in front of it. He scoffed contemptuously. Too slow. Then Minato proceeded to cast another spell, a level 12 fire and earth fusion magic. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted in a massive explosion. He couldn't help but frown. Did I just use a lot of mana? It seems this thing is even stronger than the previous Demon Kings. The Demon King was finally defeated in the blast from Minato's spell. He frowned in silence, thinking he needed to conserve even more mana for when the Demon God appeared. On the other side of the screens, people were anxiously awaiting the results. Just then, a reporter's joyful voice rang out. "Captain Kusanagi has defeated the Demon King. He doesn't even look fazed by it." Hearing this news, everyone immediately rejoiced. But in the other disaster zones, the FMT squad and the defense forces were struggling to hold on. Lacking the noble mages, they were being overwhelmed by the demons. On the scene, a reporter suddenly cried out in shock. "What is that?" In the now blazing red sky, countless monsters were circling, letting out strange, incomprehensible noises. Minato frowned at the sight. It was similar to a scene he'd witnessed before. Are the demons summoning a catastrophe? In the blink of an eye, the sky burst into flames. From within a spatial rift, hordes of demon generals appeared. Minato's expression instantly darkened. This was the final phase of the world catastrophe, the phase where the demon god appears. This was the final disaster that had claimed his life back when he was Kusanagi Minato. Meanwhile, on another front, on another side of the battlefield, Yuka's group was still facing 7 low-level demonic beasts. As she fought, Yuka thought to herself, that powerful surge of mana, it's gone. Minato defeated the Demon King. That's just like him. However, over here, the members of the FMT team were beginning to wear down. She wondered if Ruka was alright at the other disaster site. Just then, a choppy signal came through her earpiece. "Yuka," exclaimed in surprise, "is the wireless connection working again?" "I'm receiving this signal." A voice came through her earpiece. "A major catastrophe has occurred near Tokyo Tower. All personnel, report to the scene immediately." Hearing this, someone asked in panic, "What are we supposed to do now? We can't even handle this small-scale disaster without the noble mage's support." Yuka frowned, thinking for a moment before finally saying, "I'm heading to the major disaster site. I'm leaving the rest to you all." The others immediately nodded in agreement. Having given her orders, Yuka departed. Meanwhile, Minato unleashed his mana and began casting a spell. A level 8 inorganic magic spell rushed forward wildly, annihilating the demon generals in his path. Minato landed on the ground, frowning thoughtfully. There are too many of them. Am I going to have to use an even higher level spell? But he still wanted to conserve mana. Just then, Ruka's group flew in from the distance, calling out urgently, "Minato, sorry we're late." Minato looked up at them, asking suspiciously, "You all look fine. Did you just abandon your posts to come here?" Yuka nodded slightly and replied, "We did. We're short-staffed everywhere." Ruka also chimed in to explain. There was no other way to fill the gaps left by the noble mages. Hearing this, Minato frowned, glanced at the demons that were slowly emerging, and finally said, "Fine, then we'll hold them off here." The moment he finished speaking, they all responded in unison. "Yes, Captain Kusanagi." At the same time, up in the helicopter, the female reporter was still giving a live report on the catastrophe. This is the final phase of the catastrophe. Could this be the very same disaster that took Kusanagi Minato's life? But this catastrophe is clearly on a completely different level than the 150 years ago. The citizens watching the entire scene unfold on their screens couldn't help but remark, "It's hell on Earth. Is this even the same world anymore?" They believed that humanity stood no chance against this threat. Their only hope was Minato. Back on the battlefield, the pilot sensed the growing danger and said urgently, "It's too dangerous here. The other reporters have all evacuated. We need to get out of here." But the female reporter aggressively shouted back, "Absolutely not. We need to let everyone see what they're fighting for. Besides, this helicopter is equipped with anti-monster gear that the demons can't touch." Yet, the moment the words left her mouth, a demon soldier closed in on their helicopter, startling her badly. In that critical moment, a protective shield materialized, enveloping the helicopter. Seeing this, the female reporter exclaimed with relief, "Did you see that? We're safe." But her joy was short-lived, as the demon soldier ripped right through the shield. The terrified reporter screamed, "No, this can't be happening." At the exact same moment, her scream echoed. Two beams of magic shot out from a distance, killing two demon minions that were on the attack. Minato flew over to the helicopter and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Seeing him, the female reporter was immediately relieved, and the cameraman pointed his lens at Minato. Instantly, his voice was broadcast to everyone, "People of Japan. Right now, I am sure you are all filled with panic and fear." Minato's voice seemed to carry a magical charm, instantly putting everyone at ease. The anxiety in everyone's hearts quickly dissipated. Minato stood confidently before the camera and declared in a clear voice, "Everyone is worried, wondering when the demons will attack, but rest assured, I will not let a single person die." With that said, he immediately turned and flew back down below. The reporter watched his retreating back, completely mesmerized, and sighed, "He's so incredibly cool." Down below, Sugo's team had already engaged in battle, furiously eliminating monsters. A barrage of high-level magic spells was unleashed, with even Chloe joining the fray. Minato, of course, wasn't idle for a second. He was confronting a Demon King. He cast a level 7 elimination spell, and the Demon King in front of him was instantly blown to bits. Without pausing, Minato flashed to the side of another Demon King. He viciously kicked down, sending the Demon King plummeting to the ground like a broken kite. Ruka, who had just arrived, saw this and asked in astonishment, "Was that a magic nullification spell just now?" "That's amazing." Minato pouted and said, "It's not that effective, and it can only nullify spells of a certain level." While they were talking, Du suddenly shouted, "They're still coming." Minato immediately flew off, seriously reminding them, "Don't let your guard down." Everyone else hurriedly followed behind him. The Ruka sisters combined their attacks, and a powerful tsunami rushed forward furiously. Sugo's group wasn't idle either, starting to use magic to eliminate the demons in front of them. Minato, beside them, also began to unleash his own magical power. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant ray of holy light struck down. A series of frenzied explosions rang out, and many monsters fell. Minato quickly regrouped with everyone. Kasureji Ryuji panted a few times, frowning and muttering, "They're still here." Just as he said, the Demon King reappeared at that moment. Before Minato could even act, a cry for help from an SMT member came through his earpiece. "There are too many of them. We need support right now." He frowned in silence. It seemed the situation at the other disasters wasn't any better. What should I do? In another corner of the disaster zone, members of the FMT were struggling to hold their ground. By now, everyone was weakened. Just then, a group of noble mages approached from a distance. Seeing them, the SMT members immediately cried out joyfully, "You finally decided to show up? Hurry up and join the fight. Are you trying to make a last-minute heroic entrance?" However, those noble mages suddenly cast magic, attacking them. And then, fragmented voices came through Minato's earpiece. "The noble mages have betrayed us. Don't trust them." He cried out in alarm, "Hey, what's going on?" Du, seeing his troubled expression, asked fearfully, "What the hell is happening?" At that moment, a deep voice rang out. "Goodness, what's with all the noise?" Du looked over in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "You're Chairman Mu." The person who arrived was Hifumi, followed by a group of noble mages. Seeing them, Sugo couldn't help but step forward to confront them. "The report said that the noble mages have betrayed us. Is that true?" Smiling faintly, Hifumi nonchalantly replied, "How could we possibly betray you?" Hearing this, Sugo let out a sigh of relief, but his relief was short-lived as Hifumi sneered. "We never intended to cooperate with you from the very beginning, so that doesn't count as betrayal. Now does it?" These words left the SMT members stunned and confused. Du also ran out to question him. "Aren't we allies?" But she had only taken 2 steps when a bolt of magic shot towards her feet, making her jump back in surprise. Hinata snorted coldly and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. We never considered you our allies." Minato seemed to have figured something out. He glanced at Riku and asked suspiciously, "Kai, you too?" As you can see, Riku nodded in acknowledgement without hesitation. The noble mages have turned against the FMT, the police, the self-defense forces, and the country of Japan itself. Hearing this, Chloe cried out in panic, "No way. Dad, you would do something like that." Hifumi threw his head back and laughed loudly. "The time has finally come." Immediately after, he lifted off and flew into the air, saying smugly, "After countless experiments, it's finally complete." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant magic circle appeared in Hifumi's hands. Seeing this, Ruka's group panicked with fear. Meanwhile, Chloe shouted aggressively, "We'll stop it before it's activated." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a 4th-tier spell. Shadow blades flew wildly towards Hifumi, but before they could reach him, a sharp claw intercepted them. All the monsters were surrounding Hifumi, as if he were their lord. This scene terrified everyone. Du exclaimed in disbelief, "The demons are protecting Hifumi?" Sugo, still unable to accept the truth, shook his head and retorted, "There's no way that could happen." But no matter how much they denied it, the truth was the truth. Hifumi had allied himself with the monsters. Minato was still listening to the sounds coming from his earpiece. On the other side, the noble mages were indeed cooperating with the demons, attacking SMT members. The SMT members couldn't believe it. They trembled and muttered, "Why? I thought we got to know each other during the joint training." Back on Minato's main battlefield, Hifumi was laughing triumphantly. "With this disaster control magic, all the demons in Japan will become our allies." Minato looked up at the scene, truly at a loss for words. Magic that affects disasters and demons? How did he learn that? While he was thinking, Hifumi laughed and spoke again. "And one more thing, this magic has a special effect." As soon as he finished, massive streams of magical energy began to surge. It frantically poured into Hifumi's body. The scene horrified the people below. Chloe cried out in disbelief. "The disaster's magical power is flowing into Dad." Du also stammered in panic. "What kind of demonic magic is this? I've never seen anything like it." Minato's expression also grew grim. It was just like that time, when he awakened his magic. The phenomenon was identical to when Minato encountered his first disaster. Thinking of this, he slowly opened his mouth. A disaster is a phenomenon that brings magical power to this land, while also providing it to those with magical potential. If you know how to harness it, one can obtain a colossal amount of magical power. Hifumi let out a cold laugh and scoffed. As expected of Kusanagi Minato, "You catch on quick." The disaster's magical power allows humans to receive a great deal of it. But of course, that's meaningless if you don't have the capacity for it. Minato narrowed his eyes and asked Hinata and the other, "So this is why your magical power kept increasing?" Hinata chuckled softly and replied, "That's right. We've been receiving magical power from the disasters all along. We only pretended to cooperate all this time to ensure the disasters proceeded smoothly." She brazenly said they only used the SMT members so that fewer people would suspect the noble mages. Whether they were fueling the disasters in the shadows or stealing their magical power, no one would ever notice. After hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, "A monopoly on power?" Hinata replied coolly, "Initially, we planned to eliminate you, but you turned out to be more capable than expected, so we decided to use you. If the disasters were left to run rampant without any control, the noble mages would have to face a wave of criticism. And that would be a nuisance. Besides, to activate the Great World Disaster, they need to follow the flow of history." Minato was even more confused. Why did she have to follow the flow of history? "You ignorant fool." Hinata scoffed coldly. "Disasters fundamentally occur in the same locations, because there are specific places that allow the disaster's magical energy to flow more easily. And until one disaster is resolved, the next one won't occur. So the noble mages are using Minato to resolve the disasters one by one. Hifumi is currently absorbing the magic of the great disaster, and the amount of power he'll obtain will be immeasurable. This will mark the birth of the strongest mage." After hearing this, Minato fell silent for a long time, before finally asking slowly, "Did you plan to betray me from the very beginning?" Hinata scoffed in reply, "We just explained it all, didn't we?" Minato narrowed his eyes at her and asked in a low voice, "Was there never even a single bond between us?" His words made Hinata snap, and she screamed, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut your filthy mouth and stop saying such disgusting things." She said there was no such thing as a bond, that she didn't need an ally like him. Kazuraji Ryuji also stared at Riku in disbelief, demanding, "Riku, are you really going to betray us?" The question made Riku freeze. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly.
"War is breaking out everywhere. The noble mages and the demons are enemies. It's only a matter of time before Japan falls.
Riku glared at Minato and said grimly, "Kusanagi, Minato, even you can't protect all of Japan." Minato faced him without a word. Meanwhile, the other members were trapped in an impossible situation. The enemies were too numerous. They couldn't hold on any longer. In another area, monsters had begun attacking civilians, causing widespread panic. On the main battlefield, a terrified Sugo muttered to himself, "This is bad. There are no reserve forces left. If this keeps up." Before he could finish, two sinister voices echoed one after another. "Everything's still going according to plan, right?" "Precisely." Sugo looked at the source of the two voices and cried out in disbelief. "Why is this happening? Why are Kuroe Akudo and Fuka Tadano-jun here?" That's right, Tadano-jun and Akudo had appeared on the battlefield, and even Shizuku was following behind them. Sugo cried out in disbelief, "Takigami, you two." Even Minato couldn't believe Shizuku would betray him. He muttered, "Takigami, why would you?" Akudo let out a triumphant laugh. "So we finally meet. Kusanagi Minato, I can finally kill you with my own two hands." Sugo glared at Akudo, demanding fiercely, "You're supposed to be in prison." Shrugging nonchalantly, Kuroi Akudo smirked and said, "The noble mages have plenty of allies, including the police, of course." At this, Akudo placed a hand on Shizuku's shoulder and added with a smug grin, "And this one here, too, right?" Hearing this, Kasaragi Ryuji demanded resentfully, "Even if you are a noble mage, why would you do this?" "Because we are noble mages," Akudo replied with a cold smile. "True to our noble title, we are superior beings. We believe we are far above weak, lowly commoners." As he spoke, Kuroi Akudo let out a triumphant laugh and began casting a spell. A chaotic phantom filled with dark energy shot forward as he laughed manically. "With our magic, we could easily destroy half the city if we went all out." Kuroi Akudo's chaos quickly reduced the buildings before him to a pile of rubble. Akudo scoffed coldly. "We can level an entire city, even a country, with just a single mage. But for some reason, the noble mages are being manipulated by weak commoners, by ignorant fools." Akudo was incensed. He roared furiously, "Isn't that just absurd? The noble mages are supreme. Below us are other mages, and at the very bottom is the weak, useless trash. That scum has gotten way too full of themselves." Tadano-jun then added with a cold tone, "From the very beginning, our families became noble mages for this very purpose, to rule over the incompetent, and yet those worthless degenerates dare to use us, the noble mages." As he finished, Akudo threw his head back and laughed again. "But that ends now. We've learned that we can become even stronger through these disasters. With this much power, we have no enemies. This is the era of the noble mages." In an instant, their magical power erupted. The pressure made the Dew sisters panic. What the hell is this magical pressure? It's like they've become completely different people. In contrast, Minato just stood there calmly. This enraged Akudo, who cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it. Look at him acting so nonchalant, like nothing's wrong. It's pissing me off." Minato ignored him, his eyes fixed on Shizuku behind them. He spoke in a cold voice, "Takigami, were you deceiving me?" The hot-headed Kuroi Akudo couldn't stand it and yelled again, "Are you ignoring us? You got some nerve." Without waiting for Shizuku to answer, he spoke for her. "That's right. She was always on our side. The kind of scum who only knows how to lie to profit and manipulate others." Hearing this, Shizuku lowered her head and said nothing. It was the same for Hinata and Riku. They now stood on the other side of the battle line for Minato, as part of the scummy noble mages. Akudo then laughed and said, "It's time we stop the idle chatter." Tadano-jun nodded slightly in agreement. "That's right. It's starting." With a cold laugh, Akudo smirked and said, "Now then, let the slaughter begin." At the same time, in another area, a horde of monsters charged from the distance and began attacking the members of SMT. Not only that, but they also advanced into the city where civilians were taking shelter, causing widespread panic. The demon general shattered a glass door and stormed inside. Agonizing screams echoed through the air. Over here, Minato received a report that the demons had entered the streets and was asked for his orders. Akudo gloated with a laugh. "What will you do now, Kusanagi Minato?" Tadano-jun also flashed a contemptuous, mocking smile. "Even an almighty being like you can't save them from here." The situation was growing more and more dire. Ryuji muttered grimly, "Even if we leave right now, we won't make it in time." Sugo bit his lip aggressively. "What are we supposed to do?" Seeing the panic in everyone's eyes, Akudo and Tadano-jun only grew more excited, bursting into laughter. "You will be crushed by your own weakness and die at our hands. Taste despair. Feel the humiliation we felt." And yet, at that moment, Minato suddenly spoke up. "There are 3 types of anti-magic equipment." This statement stunned Akudo, who couldn't understand why he would say such a thing in this situation. But Minato paid him no mind, and continued. First is the type used by mages themselves, the basic magic type. It has a longer lifespan and can control attributes that the user normally couldn't. The second type interferes with magic or magical power. The SMT and noble mages uniforms fall into this category. They can either amplify magical power or suppress the strength of magic. Hearing Minato ramble on, Tadano-John asked with some annoyance, "Has this situation driven you insane?" Minato paid him no mind and calmly continued, "And there's one more type. Although it has a short lifespan, even those without magical power can use it, a type that requires certain conditions to be activated." Kuroi Akudo scowled fiercely, demanding, "What the hell are you on about?" At the same time, in the civilian shelters, just as the demons were about to attack, anti-magic devices with automatic magic effects appeared, forming shields to block their assault. And that item was none other than the Minato-themed doll that had previously been released to the market. Not only that, but civilians who owned similar merchandise, like bracelets and keychains, were also being protected by Minato's magic. Anything Minato had released to the public had been turned into an anti-magic device, and they were now taking effect. They had used SMT's popularity to mass-produce these items and cleverly embedded defensive-type anti-magic devices within them. It was an insurance policy for a situation just like this. When Sugo first heard about the plan, he couldn't believe it either. Hearing Minato's explanation, Akudo gritted his teeth in frustration. He thought the guy was absolutely insane for having planned things to this extent. Tadano-Jun, unconvinced, shouted, "But even if you can defend, it's useless. You're the one who said offensive-type anti-magic devices have a very short lifespan." Minato gave a simple nod and calmly replied, "Yeah, that's right. So, this is what we're going to do." He had engraved his own magic into the anti-magic devices. His magical power was spreading all across Japan. With his own magic, Minato could sense it accurately, even from a great distance. In other words, Minato's magic could reach every corner of Japan. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of magic circles appeared above his head. Immediately after, thousands upon thousands of magical beams shot out relentlessly. This was the 13th level void magic, infinite magic bullets. They seemed to have minds of their own, aiming straight for the demons attacking the city. And then they killed the demons instantly. Just as Minato had said, the magic bullets, like his own power, could cover the entirety of Japan. Wherever they passed, no demon could survive. And as long as he maintained the spell, no civilian would be attacked by a demon. The sight of this made the noble mages break out in a cold sweat. A moment later, Minato retracted his magical power. Instantly, news confirming the safety of the others came through everyone's earpieces. The Mizuha-Dua sisters looked at Minato with admiration. This was beyond common sense. They were truly at a loss for words. Minato was just that incredible. Akudo couldn't believe what was happening and yelled frantically, "This is absurd. This can't be happening. Unleashing magic across all of Japan. That's not something a human can do." Seeing him lose control, Tadano-Jun quickly tried to calm him down. "Get a grip, Kuroi. The demons definitely haven't been completely wiped out yet." Hearing this, Akudo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He pointed at Minato and sneered, "That's right. The noble mages are still out there. If the anti-magic devices can't be used multiple times, then the magic in those merchandise items will be useless too." But Minato just raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Have you forgotten?" Akudo was stunned and shot back quizzically. "What?" Elsewhere, on the outskirts of the disaster zones, people were just breathing a sigh of relief when another wave of demons suddenly approached, leaving them stunned. But at seemingly the same moment, another group of people appeared behind them. Minato looked at Akudo with a smirk and said, "Don't tell me there's no one else in Japan we can count on." And then came the twist. The people who had been missing for months, the Shadow Bearer organization, suddenly appeared on the scene. Seeing them, the police and SMT members immediately cried out in shock. "The Shadow Bearers, why are they here? Are they here to help?" While they were still confused, the figures in black had already sprung into action. A barrage of magic spells rained down on the monsters. There was no doubt about it, they were on the same side as the police and SMT. The SMT members immediately reported the situation to Minato. "The safety of the civilians is our top priority. We will cooperate with the Shadow Bearers." At the same time, a reporter on the scene also saw this and exclaimed with joy, "Look, SMT is working together with the Shadow Bearers." As soon as this news broke, Chrono's fans began to cheer wildly. Not only that, the internet exploded. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the moment Minato would team up with Chrono. But the person leading the Shadow Bearer organization this time was Leona. She was also extremely confused, with no idea what was going on. Leona had gone through some incredibly harsh training and had to memorize how to use a whole pile of anti-magic equipment. She'd already said her goodbyes to everyone, so seeing them again now was a little awkward. But anyway, Leona figured she just had to give it her all. With that thought, she summoned a 7th level magic spell. A massive tidal wave obliterated a demon. Seeing this, the members of the Shadow Bearer organization immediately started cheering Chrono's name. Leona quickly played along, but inside, she was feeling really awkward. Seeing their leader take action, the other members of the Shadow Bearer organization also began their attack. The members of SMT and the police on the other side saw this and joined the fight as well. As she fought, Leona thought to herself that Minato had better treat her to a fantastic meal after all this. Meanwhile, Akudo had also received the news, and his face immediately turned grim. He roared in fury. The Shadow Bearers are appearing all over the country? You bastard. If you've been preparing for this from the start, does that mean you suspected the noble mages all this time? That's right. Minato nodded coldly, admitting it. His words only enraged Akudo and Tadano Jun even more. They both roared in unison. You've been mocking us. We'll kill you. Immediately after, both of them unleashed their magical power. Akudo glanced at Shizuku behind him and commanded, "Get up there and fight." Takigami Shizuku hesitated for a moment, but then quickly unleashed her own magic. Seeing the tense situation, Hinata let out a cold snort. Looks like we have no other choice. At the same time, Minato quickly gave an order to Mizuha and Mizuha Dua's group. Let's end this right here. In the blink of an eye, both groups charged forward together. Akudo went first, using his dark-type skill to instantly appear behind Mizuha and Mizuha Dua. With a knife in his hand, he sneered, "I'll take care of the small fry first." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but worry, but he had no time to intervene because Hinata launched a sneak attack from behind. Minato quickly dodged, and her fist struck nothing but air. Meanwhile, by the time Du realized Akudo's blade was nearly upon him, it was already too late to dodge. In that critical moment, a wave of water surged forward, blocking Akudo's attack. Kasaragi Ryuji glanced back and said gratefully, "You saved me." Ruka quickly warned, "Stay alert, it's not over yet." Meanwhile, Minato had just dodged Hinata's attack and retreated a few steps. He narrowed his eyes, and just as he was about to make a run for it, Riku slashed at him. Minato was now surrounded by Hinata and Riku, but he didn't panic in the slightest. He calmly retaliated, sending them both flying with a sweeping kick. Minato landed gracefully and prepared to flee, but a massive ice wall suddenly appeared before him. Shizuku spoke slowly, "I will not let you pass." It had become a 3-on-1 fight against Minato. Hinata snorted coldly, "We've seen your power with our own eyes. We won't let you go help the others." Minato frowned. A divide-and-conquer strategy? What a pain. He had already used up too much of his magic. If he could, he'd take out Hifumi first. But a large number of beasts were protecting the man. And while Minato could win by going all out, it was a huge gamble. As he weighed his options, Hinata's cold voice cut in, "I won't let you interfere with President Chloe." Riku added firmly, "You'll have to get through us first." Minato knew they were stalling. "Fine, let's just fight then." He began to attack the group surrounding him in earnest, moving at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. Riku couldn't help but cry out, "He's too fast." Hinata, however, yelled in frustration, "Stop dodging." Meanwhile, Akudo and Tadano Jun weren't faring much better. They were fighting so hard they were drenched in sweat, which made Akudo mutter in frustration. "They're so stubborn. These damn insects just won't fall." But on the other side, Du's group was also growing weaker. Duka muttered in a panic, "There are too many of them. If this goes on." Just then, Chloe suddenly yelled, "Don't give up. If we work together, we can definitely win." Her words instantly restored everyone's confidence. Ruka nodded and smiled. "She's right. We can't lose hope." Du also smiled in agreement. "This is no time for complaining." Ruka glanced at Chloe apologetically. "Looks like I misunderstood you, Chloe. You've got quite the fighting spirit." A small smile appeared on Chloe's face as she said confidently, "Maybe it's because you all inspired me." And with that, all of FMT's elite members went all out, clashing with the noble mages. Growing impatient, Akudo roared, "Don't get arrogant, you weaklings." He then unleashed a level 8 magic attack. The Dua sisters refused to yield, countering with a massive tidal wave. The two shouted in unison, "We won't lose." Instantly, the tidal wave and Kuroi Akudo's dark shadow blade collided, ultimately neutralizing one another. Seeing this, Akudo gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, they canceled each other out." Tadano Jun muttered in disbelief. "For real? They're that strong?" Just then, Akudo saw Shizuku standing off to the side, doing nothing. His anger boiled over as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damn old hag." Meanwhile, Minato was still battling the others, but in his mind, he was counting down every second. It's almost time. Akudo finally lost his patience and roared, "Takigami, what the hell are you doing? Fight for real. Kill him. If you disobey, you know what the consequences will be." Shizuku flinched in terror and immediately summoned her magic. Before she unleashed it, she spoke with deep regret, "Forgive me. Kusanagi. Seeing this, Minato let out a resigned sigh. Good grief. When Duka and the others saw him make no move to defend or put up a barrier against Shizuku's attack, they panicked. They all screamed at once, "He's not defending? That fool. Does he have a death wish? Move." In the next instant, a raging tempest hurtled toward Minato. He still didn't move to dodge or defend, but surprisingly, the attack veered at the last second, grazing past his face. Du cried out in shock. It missed? Shizuku lowered her head, trembling and muttering, "I really can't do it. I can't bring myself to attack him." This sent Akuto into a rage. "You dare to defy me," he roared. "Do you have any idea what will happen to your family?" Hearing this, Shizuku begged desperately, "Please, stop. Don't you dare touch my daughter and granddaughter." Kuroi Akuto just sneered and said coldly, "You're the one who broke our deal. One phone call is all it takes to end everything. Should I have one of their arms broken? Or both?" he mused. "Or better yet, maybe I'll just have them killed." Shizuku was terrified, her eyes pleading desperately, but Akuto felt no sympathy. He sneered contemptuously, "Your family is going to suffer all because of you. It's what you deserve." Just then, Minato took a call. He nodded and said into the phone, "Got it. Perfect timing. Well done." Seeing this, Akuto yelled in exasperation, "You're taking a call in the middle of all this? That's it. I'm ordering her daughter and granddaughter to be killed this instant." But just as the words left his mouth, Minato held out his phone with a smirk. "It's no use. I already rescued them." When he saw the faces on the screen, Akuto was completely stunned. He roared in disbelief. "That's impossible. Only a handful of people knew where they were. We even bribed the police." Minato explained with a calm smile they were careful not to leave a trail, which made them difficult to track. However, the fact that they were evacuated from the disaster zone became their fatal flaw. That's how we were able to find them. Looks like the members of the Bringer of Darknesses did their job well. It seems their cover is still intact. Biting his lip, Akuto asked through clenched teeth, "When did you find out?" Minato replied slowly, "Even with the family photo right there, she never once mentioned them. She was far too wary of the noble mages, so I had someone investigate Takegami's background." With that, he glanced at Shizuku, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. "You should know this by now. You can't hide anything from me." Hearing his words, Shizuku finally broke down and cried. Tadano-jun muttered, "They're really safe, thank goodness." His plan thwarted yet again, Kuroi Akuto was absolutely livid. He seized Shizuku by the arm, snarling, "Damn you, you useless meddler. Fine then, I'll just take you hostage." Of course, Shizuku was no pushover. Without a moment's hesitation, she blasted Akuto back with a whirlwind. She then snorted with disdain, "Don't you touch me, filthy scum." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like you're finally getting serious, huh?" Shizuku bowed her head guiltily and spoke, "Kusanagi, I'm truly sorry. I deceived you." Minato wasn't bothered in the slightest, calmly replying, "Don't worry about it. It's only natural to help a friend." Shizuku stared at him, stunned, before finally smiling after a long moment. "You really are different." While the two were talking, Akuto had gotten back to his feet, shouting in frustration, "Enough with the sentimental crap, damn it." Immediately after, he looked towards the noble mages behind him and suggested, "Let's kill them for real this time. No holding back." Hearing this, Hinata frowned deeply, but said nothing. At the same time, Minato walked over to where Hinata and the others were. He murmured in a cold voice, "I told you not to take any more hostages. I'm disappointed in all of you." Hinata turned her head, avoiding Minato's gaze, but her tone was still defiant as she shot back. "Shut up. Don't you dare order me around." Elsewhere, the two Ruka sisters had just finished off the demon general. Dua frowned and muttered, "Looks like we've taken down all the nearby monsters." Ruka nodded slightly in response. The noble mages, except for their leader, have been defeated. Yen's face turned grim as he saw that all his people had been taken down. "I never thought they would be this strong." At the same time, Minato and Shizuku now stood back to back. Shizuku spoke slowly, "Kusanagi, from now on, I will fight by your side." Minato joked, "That's very reassuring." Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Tusiru. He spoke indifferently. "It seems the party has reached its climax. Perhaps I should lend a hand." Seeing him, the Ruka sisters immediately panicked, but Akuto, on the contrary, was delighted. He reached out and grabbed Tusiru's shoulder, laughing as he said, "So you finally decided to show up? Huh." Seeing this, the Ruka sisters shouted in protest, "What are you doing? Get away from our father." Akuto shrugged nonchalantly, sneering as he said, "Such devoted daughters. Why don't you tell them which side you're on?" The Ruka sisters seemed to guess what was happening, but still shook their heads in disbelief. "No way. Father, you're on their side? If you dare insult my father, I will never forgive you." But Tusiro was about to disappoint them. He took a deep breath and stated firmly, I am an ally of the noble mages. Despair filled the Ruka sisters' eyes. They mumbled in disbelief. No, that's a lie, isn't it? It can't be. Akuto suddenly burst out laughing, gloating. During the bombing incident, I thought Tusiro had betrayed us, but the truth was different. Even though I was expelled from the noble mages, the bond between him and me was never broken. The noble mages control the world on the surface, while the Black Rebellion aims to rule the underworld, all for the sake of the noble mages' total domination of the world. Tusiro continued, but because of the dark mages, the Black Rebellion was destroyed. Information about our affiliated organizations began to leak. It wasn't just the noble mages, the government, the financial world, the police. Many other organizations had their hands in it. Akuto laughed again. So they decided to abandon the Black Rebellion. A cruel decision, isn't it? Just like a lizard cutting off its own tail. I thought I would be abandoned just like that. Tusiro spoke coldly. Thanks to that, the police gained a better reputation, and their connection to the Black Rebellion was swept under the rug. This led to the noble mages and the SMT naturally forming an alliance. As he said this, Akuto laughed loudly. The entire nation of Japan has been deceived by the noble mages. Tadano-jun, who was beside him, couldn't help but speak up. The noble mages haven't changed one bit after all these years. Over the long years, a few fools have misunderstood the true purpose of the noble mages. Minato suddenly remembered the butler who had accused Jane before. After hearing everything, the two sisters still couldn't accept it and screamed, No way, this isn't true. Tell us it's a lie, father. Just like before, you're conducting a secret investigation, right, Dad? Tusiro shook his head slightly, replying coldly, I have never changed. I am a pure noble mage, and I have no intention of betraying my allies. Biting her lip fiercely, Dua murmured in despair. So, all this time, you were our enemy. Ruka felt the same way. Neither of them could accept that the father they had always revered was aiding the enemy. Just then, Minato slowly stepped forward. He questioned in a cold voice, I can't understand any of this. Why would you protect the noble mages? They oppress others and only pursue their own interests. Do people like that even deserve to be called nobles? Be silent. Tusiro didn't answer the question, only uttering those two cold words. But Minato didn't listen at all, shouting back aggressively, I know you love your daughters. That's why you tested me and kept them away from you. Tusiro bit his lip hard, denying through gritted teeth. That's not true. It is true. Minato retorted with a cold shout. You're lying to us, and you're lying to yourself. What made you become like this? Tusiro couldn't take it anymore. Roaring in fury, I told you to be silent. Dua and her sister had truly lost all hope for their father, but Tusiro didn't seem to care. He unleashed his magical power, and the others quickly followed suit. Tusiro spoke in a chilling voice, I've had enough of your nonsense. I will kill all of you and restore the world of noble sorcerers. Seeing this, Minato was helpless. He scoffed coldly, this stubborn old fool. Immediately after, Minato and the members behind him also unleashed their mana, preparing for battle. A confrontation between SMT, the noble sorcerers, and the demons. This was truly going to be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Hifumi was still relentlessly absorbing the disaster's magical energy. Instantly, Hinata summoned an attack spell. A brilliant flame erupted, quickly spreading over a large area. Minato hastily used his sky magic to evade it. Ruka's group was no exception. They had no desire to be burned to a crisp. But because of the inferno, Minato was separated from the others. He could only wonder if everyone was all right, but he had no time to worry. Hinata, along with Riku and a horde of demon lords, had surrounded him. Riku spoke with a serious tone. Let's continue. Round 2 begins now. This time, Minato didn't need to hold back anymore. He said coldly, I won't be holding back, you got that? At the same time, Akuto and Tadano-jun were facing off against Sugo, Karin, Ryuji, and Shizuku. Tadano-jun sighed in frustration, fighting a bunch of side characters like this is boring me to death. Akuto also scoffed in contempt, you weaklings. Just hurry up and die already. Their words infuriated Sugo's group. They shouted in anger. You're the side characters. You'll regret looking down on us. Don't be so arrogant. Tadano-jun just sneered, pathetic weaklings, then unleashed his level 8 wind magic to attack. Kasaragi Ryuji didn't back down, shouting, too slow, before he also began to cast his own magic. A giant boulder quickly plummeted from the sky. With a loud crash, Tadano-jun's tornado was crushed. Annoyed, Tadano-jun muttered, what a pain. Kuroe Akuto glared at the old man and yelled, don't you dare lose to those weaklings. Tadano-jun retorted resentfully, shut up. Earth magic is my natural counter. Hearing this, Kuroe Akuto scoffed, watch and learn from me. With anti-magic equipment that can break down spells, compatibility is no longer an issue. What a waste of bullets. But I guess I have no choice. All of you, just die. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his gun to fire, but before he could even pull the trigger, two beams of magic energy shot into his hand, causing the gun to fall directly to the ground. Shizuku shouted fiercely, "Anti-magic equipment is just a tool. I'll show you that if you let it go, you won't be able to use it anymore." Akudo furrowed his brow in fury, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shizuku. Just then, Tadano-jun roared aggressively, "You damn bastards. Well then, no more holding back." Akudo also screamed like a madman, "Die by my full power magic." Seeing this, Karen scoffed, "I won't let you do that. I'll be using my full power here, too." Kasaragi Ryuji, now very excited, laughed and said, "It's finally my time to shine." On the other side, however, Shizuku was a bit worried. This amount of magic power is insane. It seems like they're planning something. I'd better provide support right now. With that thought, Shizuku quickly threw the crystals in her hand. "I'll amplify our magic power with this anti-magic equipment." In the blink of an eye, the crystals suddenly lit up. Sugo and Ryuji's bodies erupted with magic power simultaneously. Karen wasn't idle either. She immediately shouted, "I will grant you the holy attribute." The moment she finished speaking, a holy light enveloped their bodies. Confidence quickly appeared in their eyes. Kasaragi Ryuji laughed excitedly. "With this, we can win." Watching this scene unfold, Tadano-jun was furious. He roared aggressively, "Die, you foolish commoners." Immediately after, a spatial rift was created. At the same time, Akudo summoned several reapers. He sneered, "Sink into darkness, you weaklings." Kasaragi Ryuji didn't dare to be careless, hastily using magic to defend. Sugo wasn't idle either, summoning a blade of light that struck down. In an instant, the spatial rifts from both enemies were engulfed in lightning. Immediately after, the reapers were also pierced and killed by the blade of light. A fierce battle raged between the four, each one determined to bring their opponent down. A moment later, the blade of light pierced straight through the two spatial rifts, then struck down directly, impaling the body of a reaper. Tadano-jun was also affected, and he screamed in pain. As the one who summoned the reapers, Akudo was the one who bore the brunt of the lightning attack. Crackling sounds coursed through his body. At the same time, Sugo's group was also completely exhausted. Kasaragi Ryuji began to lament, "I've really hit my limit." Sugo also sighed, "I'm out of mana." Not long after, Akudo and Tadano-jun rose from the rubble. Tadano-jun pursed his lips and muttered, "Damn it, I never thought we'd be pushed this far." Seeing this, Shizuku couldn't help but be shocked. "You guys can still move?" Karin also cried out in disbelief. They actually managed to get back up. Although Akudo and his partner managed to stand, they had used too much magic power, and they were also out of anti-magic equipment. The damage was too severe. Perhaps it was best to wait and see what Sugo's group planned to do next. At the same time, Shizuku had also used up all her anti-magic equipment and didn't have much magic power left. The consequences of neglecting her training were finally catching up to her. The only one with mana left was Karen, but she wanted to avoid wasting it in case healing was needed, and she wasn't skilled in combat anyway. Karen thought that for now, it was best to just observe. Elsewhere, at the battle of the two sisters, Ruka and Du, they were confronting their own father. Both sides were using water magic. Waves of water crashed wildly against each other, then merged and disappeared. Tusuru showed no mercy at all. He created a giant sphere of water and hurled it forward. Du looked up at the water sphere rushing towards her, a hint of panic in her eyes. Just then, Chloe ran over and pushed her out of the way. And just like that, Chloe was struck by the giant water sphere. The two sisters immediately ran over in a panic. Chloe was seriously injured and had fallen unconscious. When they saw that she was only unconscious, they breathed a sigh of relief. Tusuru watched this scene coldly, muttering without emotion. The first one. A flash of anger appeared in the sisters' eyes. They both shouted in unison, "Even if you are our father, we won't forgive you for hurting our comrade." "Are you really serious, father?" Tusuru maintained his indifferent demeanor, replying coldly, "I told you so from the very beginning." His words filled the sisters' faces with despair. They declared fiercely, "In that case, we will respond in kind. We will surpass you, right here, right now. With the new magic we've developed, we will unleash all of our mana." Immediately after, the two of them combined their power to cast a spell. A level 11 magic spell appeared as a barrage of bone ice shards began to fly forward. Tusuru didn't yield in the slightest, casting his own level 11 magic to counter. In an instant, the raging tide clashed with a barrage of bone ice. The two sisters bit their lips, struggling to maintain their magic power. Tusuru wasn't faring much better. Although he had more magic power, he couldn't gain the upper hand. The two sisters shouted fiercely once more, "Until we can hear the truth from our father, we cannot lose." Right after, their magic power erupted. The bone ice, as if supercharged with power, surged forward aggressively, quickly tearing through the raging tide. The ice shards continued onward, piercing straight into Tusiru's body. He fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Du finally let out a sigh of relief. We won. Ruka also pursed her lips and muttered, "We've defeated father." But despite that, there wasn't a single trace of joy in their eyes. But it didn't last long. Tusiru tremblingly stood up. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Not yet." The two sisters couldn't help but be shocked. Even after taking our strongest magic attack, he's still standing. He truly is our father. While the two were still marveling at his resilience, Tusiru began to cast magic again. Seeing this, Du tried to persuade him. "Please, stop, father. I don't want to fight anymore." Ruka also tried to convince him to stop. "If our family kills each other like this, mother will be heartbroken." Tusiru suddenly hesitated for a moment, and then he let his hands fall. But at that very moment, that guy Akudo had appeared on their battlefield, seemingly out of nowhere. Seeing Tusiru let go, a flash of fury appeared in his eyes. A moment later, he spotted the gun lying not far away. Akudo dashed like the wind and snatched it up. He screamed maniacally, "Die, you weaklings." With those words, Akudo fired the gun towards the two sisters, Ruka and Jika. In an instant, fresh blood splattered everywhere, drenching both of them. They gasped in horror, but felt no pain, because the one who was shot was Tusiru, not them. The Ruka sisters quickly ran to support him. They cried out in anguish, "Why? Dad, why this? Why?" Akudo, still holding the gun, spoke coldly, "You're all so annoyingly stubborn." At that moment, Shizuku could no longer hold back and screamed, "I won't let you cause any more harm." In a flash, before Akudo could fire again, her magic struck his hand, causing the gun to fall. Akudo clutched his throbbing wrist, cursing through gritted teeth, "You worthless weakling." Tusiru, dazed from the gunshot, was trying to remember what he had been trying to accomplish, even if it meant making his own daughters cry in sorrow. It was only in this moment that he realized how pointless his actions had been. Tusiru was born a noble sorcerer and raised as a noble sorcerer. Tusiru had believed that noble sorcerers were the supreme beings, that magic users had been exploited by humans to change the world. They had waited for their time to rise up, had sought power. That was the mission of the noble sorcerers. After the Great Catastrophe, the noble sorcerers were finally able to seize control of Japan. But because those who used magic improperly followed Kusanagi Minato, and due to the schemes of other powerful figures, the noble sorcerers were unable to rule Japan. Since he was a child, Tusiru had trained relentlessly in all these things so that he could dominate the foolish masses and stand at the very top. He was chosen as the head of his clan and then arranged into a marriage to preserve the bloodline of the noble sorcerers. The elders had chosen a wife for Tusiru. That day was the first time he ever met his fiancée. It's just a political marriage, nothing more than a formality. That's what Tusiru had thought, until the day he met Juji. She was a strange woman. She expressed her emotions openly. Juji was as stubborn as a child and always wanted Tusiru Mizuha to hold her hand, but it wasn't long before he found these things to be comforting. For someone like Tusiru, who had always focused on the matters and laws of noble sorcerers, it felt like none of that mattered. Juji was the first person Tusiru had ever truly loved, and as time went on, he gained more precious people in his life, his two daughters, Ruka and Jika. But Tusiru Mizuha was a noble sorcerer. He had to prepare for the inevitable wars to come. So at that time, he worried for his wife and daughters, wondering if he should drag them into this conflict, forcing them to bear the burden of saving lives. His beloved family could die. Just the thought of it terrified Tusiru. And then, that fear transformed into something else. Kasuri Juji fell gravely ill. Before she passed, she made Tusiru promise to take good care of their two daughters and to always love them. At that time, Tusiru agreed to her words. With that final promise, Juji passed away peacefully, as if her heart was at ease. But Tusiru couldn't keep his promise to Juji. Without her, he didn't know how to love his daughters. He was the head of the noble sorcerers, raised to believe that the law was absolute. Inside Tusiru Mizuha, the law and the love for his two daughters were in constant conflict. And amidst this turmoil, his daughters joined the SMT, the enemies of the noble sorcerers. The noble sorcerer blood within him and the fatherly love in his heart. He truly didn't know which side to choose. And in the end, it all led to this. Tusiru didn't betray the noble sorcerers, didn't betray Japan to fight his daughters, but in the end, he took a bullet for them. Thinking about his past, about everything he had done, a look of loss rarely seen appeared on Tusiru's stoic face. He cried out in anguish, "I couldn't love you both properly. I'm so sorry." Seeing this, the two sisters began to sob uncontrollably. Tusiru Mizuha fell into a coma from the massive blood loss. The two sisters panicked, desperately trying to shake him awake. Seeing this, Karin rushed over to heal Tusiru Mizuha, trying to reassure the sisters. "He'll be okay. He's just unconscious." In an instant, holy light enveloped Tusuru Mizuha, beginning to heal the wound on his chest. Realizing he was out of danger, Ruka and her sister turned to face Akudo and roared, "You dared to hurt our father. We will never forgive you." Akudo and Tadano-jun didn't back down an inch, speaking coldly, "You're just a pair of weaklings with no mana left. It's time to end this." Ruka and her sister's eyes were now filled with hatred, their voices dripping with killing intent. "This is where the noble sorcerer's lineage ends. We will avenge our father, right here and now." Elsewhere, in Minato's battle, he was now surrounded by Hinata and Riku. Hinata furiously rushed toward Minato, kicking him with all her might. Although he blocked it with his hands, Minato still slid across the ground, right into the Demon Lord's encirclement. Almost simultaneously, all of them cast attack spells on Minato, but they didn't stop there, continuously raining down punches until the ground beneath them was utterly destroyed. Standing on the sidelines, Hinata couldn't help but frown in doubt. Is he dead? Riku cried out in disbelief. No way, he's completely unharmed. Just as he said, Minato had caught the Demon Lord's fist. He smirked and said, "That was a decent hit." The more Hinata watched, the more horrified she became. How? How does he not have a single scratch on him? Riku also muttered in confusion. This is impossible for a normal person. Minato paid no mind to their reactions, frowning as he muttered to himself, "There are too many of them. I should probably thin their numbers a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, then slammed a punch down, smashing one of the Demon Lords to pieces. Another Demon Lord tried to grab Minato, but it was no use. Minato let out a cold laugh as magic began to form in his hands. A brilliant holy light quickly struck down, turning all the Demon Lords to ash. This scene horrified Hinata, and she screamed in disbelief, "You've got to be kidding me. There were even Demon Lords in there. There's no way you could beat them that easily." Hinata believed their magic power had surpassed 1 million thanks to the Calamity magic, putting them on the same level as Kusanagi Minato himself. So, what in the world was this power Minato was using? Hearing this, Minato just snorted in contempt. That information must be wrong. There's no way Kusanagi Minato is that weak. Unconvinced, Hinata pointed to the people behind him and shouted, "Is that so? But what about your comrades?" Ruka and Mizuha were panting from exhaustion. They kept complaining, "I can't move. Is this really our limit?" Sugo's group was in the same state. Their bodies refused to obey them anymore, and their magic power was completely depleted. Seeing this, Kuroi Akudo laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, this is what happens to arrogant weaklings. You're all finished," Tadano-jun shouted aggressively. "Just die already. You're all in the way." But at that moment, Minato suddenly appeared behind Tadano-jun and Akudo. He asked coldly, "What do you think you're doing to my comrades?" Hinata was shocked, turning her head to look. Since when was he? Ignoring their reactions, Minato snorted coldly again. "You're an eyesore." He then lifted his leg and kicked the two of them, sending them flying tens of meters away. Seeing him, Sugo's group was overjoyed. Ruka spoke up guiltily. "I'm sorry for being a burden to you." Minato remained non-committal. He said nonchalantly, "You all fought hard until now. You did well. Just leave the rest to me. Everyone, step back so you don't get caught in the crossfire." With that, he flew off once more. Du stared after him blankly and said with a worried tone, "Will Minato be okay?" Mizuha Ruka frowned slightly, pursing her lips as she said, "I can't even imagine him losing." Sugo's group also watched Minato with anticipation. The future of Japan rests in his hands. He absolutely has to win. Shizuku frowned, her only wish being for Minato to return safely. Meanwhile, Minato had arrived in front of the group of noble mages. He spoke coldly, "So all the noble mages have gathered here." All four of them glared at him, their eyes filled with emotion. Akudo roared in fury, "I'll tear you to pieces. I'll rip you limb from limb." Tadano-jun also spoke, filled with hatred. "How dare you trample on us noble mages?" In contrast, Hinata was only slightly annoyed as she spoke with confidence. "Even you can't fight 4 noble mages at once." Riku drew his sword and said coldly, "I will end you here." Minato completely ignored their threats. He waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "Enough with the pointless chatter. Come at me." The 4 noble mages immediately rushed forward to attack. Minato easily dodged their assaults, but before long, a tornado rushed towards him. He quickly used magic to dispel it. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw Hinata and Riku charging at him simultaneously. Not daring to be careless, Minato calmly handled their attacks. Watching from the side, Akudo was extremely displeased, quickly pulling out a gun and firing while cursing Minato nonstop in his mind. However, Minato had already created a defensive shield around himself, rendering the attack completely useless. Just then, Minato suddenly crouched down. A series of magic circles appeared on the ground. In an instant, stone pillars erupted from beneath the earth. They shot up quickly, carrying flames from below. All 4 noble mages were sent flying. Hinata screamed in disbelief, a grade 12 combination of earth and fire magic. The ground is gone. Her body slammed hard onto the ground. Hinata shakily sat up, lamenting to herself that in just an instant, all the noble mages had been defeated. Minato slowly approached them and spoke indifferently. I'm a bit surprised myself. Perhaps I lost control a little. Akuto glared at Minato, refusing to accept defeat, while Tadano-jun clutched his head and screamed, "Monster! A monster!" Hinata finally admitted defeat, sighing in resignation. We can't win. It's impossible. Against a terrifying monster like Minato, how could they possibly win? Hinata resignedly lowered her head, not daring to face him. Minato didn't care. He raised his head to look at Hifumi in the sky. The noble mages were defeated. Now it was his turn. But at that exact moment, Hifumi suddenly let out a triumphant laugh. It's too late. His entire body was suddenly enveloped by a blood-red aura of magic. A deep, muffled sound echoed from within. Summoning a demon lord requires an enormous amount of magic power. If I were to absorb all that magic power into myself, what do you think would happen? Not long after, from within that blood-red cocoon, a set of claws emerged, followed by Hifumi's entire body. But the sight before them horrified everyone below. The 2 sisters cried out, "No way! What is that?" Minato's expression instantly darkened. Hifumi now had a pair of monstrous arms, and a pair of wings had sprouted from his back. Kasaragi Ryuji also muttered in a panic. He looks like a monster. What in the world is happening? Shizuku was just as worried, muttering in disbelief. It can't be. Hifumi calmly landed on the ground from the sky. He said with a cold laugh, I must admit, I'm surprised. I never expected to become a monster myself. But this feeling is absolutely incredible. Hifumi didn't hate it. Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, Is this what you wanted? Were you so eager to become stronger that you had to turn yourself into a monster? Hifumi answered nonchalantly, I no longer care about being human. My magic power has easily surpassed 10 million. I have surpassed even Kusanagi Minato. Just then, a trembling figure walked this way. It was Hinata. She was weakened, but still dragged herself forward step by step, muttering under her breath, Father, I tried my best just like you told me to, even when I was sent away as an adopted child. Hinata tearfully recounted her struggles as she approached Hifumi, finally grabbing his leg and crying her eyes out. I even fought against Kusanagi. I was so scared, but I tried my absolute best, so please, Father, praise me. Please, just acknowledge me. But Hifumi just yelled, Shut your mouth, before shoving her away with his hand. Luckily, Minato rushed in to catch Hinata. Although she had fallen unconscious, Hinata kept muttering questions. Father, why? Just, why? Minato looked at the person in his arms with resignation. He finally understood the reason why. Minato quickly carried Hinata and landed safely on the ground. He handed her to Dua, telling her to take care of Hinata. She didn't want to who would want to take care of their enemy, but she eventually nodded in agreement. I understand. Minato's actions made Hifumi displeased. He scoffed contemptuously, protecting the weak. What a hypocrite. Why don't you just abandon that useless trash? Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked in a low voice. She's your daughter, isn't she? Do you have any conscience left at all? Hifumi answered without a single shred of hesitation. No. A look of disappointment flashed in Minato's eyes as he roared, You've fallen so far. Hifumi suddenly burst out laughing. He said excitedly, No, I have ascended. I have surpassed even Kusanagi Minato. I have become an entity on par with the gods. Minato looked at him, confused, and asked doubtfully, Why are you so obsessed with surpassing him? He's already dead. Hifumi snorted and said coldly, That's right, he is dead. He died protecting those worthless weaklings. Even though he stood above me, even though he said he would wait for evil to be purged, he died. He said he couldn't forgive Minato for winning and then just leaving, which is why he had to surpass him. The more Hifumi spoke, the more triumphant he became. I am the supreme being. All other magic is useless against me. So arrogant. Hearing this, Minato just sneered and unleashed all the magical power within his body. Hifumi paid it no mind, laughing maniacally. Arrogance is the privilege of the strong. Immediately after, he cast his magic. A swarm of dark phantoms charged toward Minato. Seeing this, the people behind them panicked instantly. Level 14? Impossible. He didn't even need to chant. Minato, on the other hand, wasn't fazed at all. He calmly created a level 14 spell, and a wall of ice appeared. Those dark phantoms plunged right into the ice wall. In a flash, cracks appeared on the ice wall before it exploded completely, shattering into tiny shards that flew toward Hifumi. But he just stood there defiantly, not even trying to dodge. As the shards flew toward him, they were blocked by dark energy, swirling around him. Only then did Hifumi speak with contempt, an interesting but monotonous spell. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smirk. Then I'll try to be more versatile next time. Sugo and the others watched the fight from behind, their eyes filled with disbelief. They kept murmuring, "What kind of battle is this? There's no way a human can win against something like that." But the Ruka sisters had immense faith. They believed that if it was Minato, he could win. But just then, Shizuku suddenly cried out, "No way! That's impossible!" Hearing this, Dua asked in shock, "What's wrong?" Shizuku trembled as she pointed forward, muttering, "Kusanagi is in the middle of the fight. Minato is being forced onto the defensive. He had to constantly create shields to defend himself, and Hifumi's attacks relentlessly hammered down on Minato. Not daring to be careless, he created a level 14 shield to block. But Hifumi's assault didn't let up. Minato's shield kept wavering. Before long, it was destroyed, and Minato had to defend himself directly. When Dua saw this, she was horrified. Ruka also couldn't believe what was happening right before her eyes. Minato was actually being pushed back, and worse, he was getting injured. Fortunately, Minato had healing magic. The wounds on his body quickly vanished. Hifumi looked down from the sky and said with disdain, "So weak. Have you already exhausted your magic in this one battle?" Before Minato could even reply, the Dua sisters hurriedly shouted, "Is Minato going to lose? That can't be." The three from Sugo's group were the same, each one speaking with absolute confidence. There's no way Minato would lose to anyone. Kusanagi will definitely win. The only one who was worried now was Shizuku. She muttered in a panic, "How could I not have realized it sooner? We've been too cruel." Everyone looked at her, confused. Shizuku bit her lip and murmured, "He always acts so confident, always says everything will be okay. He always says, 'Just leave it to me.'" He kept saying that to reassure us. To reassure everyone. But Minato is only human, too. He's just a human, like the rest of us. Her words left the whole group stunned. A flash of sorrow crossed Kasaragi Ryuji's face. They had relied too much on Minato. They thought they were trusting him, but in reality, they were just piling everything onto him. Minato's back was always so far ahead, too far for anyone to reach. And no one ever noticed. No one realized how much Minato was hurting. No one realized how he had been protecting them. Realizing this, the entire group began to feel ashamed. Kasaragi Ryuji cursed himself fiercely. "I'm the worst." Sugo and the others quickly chimed in. "And all of Japan, too." Shizuku then said urgently, "If we didn't believe that, everyone would feel anxious. That's why he always smiled like that. He always projected that confidence, and we never once noticed." With that, she burst into tears right on the spot. Ruka's eyes also welled up with tears as she looked towards Minato and called out his name. Minato heard the sound, and when he turned his head, he saw the whole group looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Minato smiled faintly and said confidently, "I'm not going to lose." But as soon as he finished speaking, Hifumi lunged forward, sneering, "You're going to die right here." His eyes instinctively narrowed, and Minato couldn't help but be startled. Just before Hifumi's strike landed, Minato dodged it, but he immediately struck again, constantly muttering, "Too slow." Not daring to let his guard down, Minato hastily dodged again. Just like that, the two were locked in a stalemate again. Hifumi was always on the frenzied attack, his presence overwhelmingly fierce, while Minato only defended, counterattacking when he found an opening. Like right now, he summoned a level 13 spell, Infinite Magic Bullets, which fired relentlessly. The number was overwhelming. Hifumi simply couldn't dodge them all and had to take the full brunt of the attack. This enraged him, and he roared furiously, "You dare mock me?" As soon as he spoke, a shield of dark energy appeared and blocked the attack. Minato couldn't help but frown. "Automatic magic? Huh, you're certainly persistent." With a slight huff, Hifumi spoke coldly, "That should be my question for you. But it's over now. Your magic is about to run out." Minato narrowed his eyes at the man, saying nothing. Seeing this, Hifumi scoffed aloud. "The match ends here." As if on cue, Minato also spoke, his voice cold, "I think it's about time." Hifumi frantically began summoning his magic. He shouted relentlessly, "You will die here by the ultimate magic I have created." Minato frowned slightly and muttered, "It seems I have no choice but to go all out." At that moment, a 15th level spell was cast, and dark energy formed into arrows, rushing madly towards Minato. Minato didn't back down, casting a 15th level Holy Nullification combination. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the Holy Light enveloped the area. The Holy Light shot towards the dark arrows. It moved as if gliding on the wind. The arrows were completely unable to stop it. Seeing the Holy Light closing in on him, Hifumi couldn't help but panic, but it was too late. He was sent flying. Minato sat on the ground, panting, his body slightly weakened. Seeing this, a bewildered Ruka mumbled, Did we defeat him?" However, Hifumi stood up from within the rubble. He laughed triumphantly. Not yet. I can still move. Even after using magic of such immense power, I still have strength left. Behold, this boundless magical power. At that moment, Minato also stood up and spoke coldly. That's enough. Hifumi glared at Minato and scoffed. Are you begging for your life now? So you're just another mediocre mage after all. With that, he cast his spell, throwing his head back and laughing. The magical power of a cataclysm is terrifying. I will surpass Kusanagi Minato and become a god. Minato was truly at a loss with him. He quickly spoke up. Why can't you see that you've already reached your limit? Hifumi was stunned. Only then did he realize something. His body was starting to crack. Hifumi cried out in alarm. What's happening? Moreover, his body was continuously bursting into flames. Minato spoke slowly. If you forcibly try to increase your magical power, your vessel will shatter. That's only natural. Hifumi looked at him in disbelief. You knew from the very beginning. Yes. Minato admitted with a casual nod. Hifumi couldn't accept it. He muttered, refusing to believe it. I was so close to surpassing Kusanagi Minato. So why did I fail? The only one I should lose to is Kusanagi Minato. Only him. Hearing these words, Minato couldn't help but sigh. Because I died, I caused you so much pain. I told you to wait. These words confused Hifumi. He stammered, trembling. What are you talking about? Minato bowed his head slightly, his voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry. Hifumi suddenly saw the face of an old friend in Minato's eyes. He cried out in disbelief. You can't be. It's impossible. About 50 years ago, at the funeral of Kusanagi Minato, a terribly lonely figure stood. Hifumi couldn't believe his eyes, his voice trembling as he mumbled, Why did you die? Why do you look so peaceful? Minato had fallen after the Great Cataclysm. Seeing his pain, Shizuku approached to comfort him. Kusanagi Minato fought tirelessly for everyone. Let him rest now. Hifumi wouldn't listen. He aggressively shoved her hand away, shouting angrily, Shut up, don't bother me. Then he ran to Minato's coffin and began to wail. Kusanagi Minato is still alive. It's just that the healers are incompetent. He can still come back. Shizuku, fearing Hifumi would do something reckless in his grief, quickly tried to reason with him. What are you doing? You're not allowed to use holy magic, and even if you did, Kusanagi Minato is. But before she could finish, holy magic appeared in Hifumi's hands. Shizuku grew even more frightened. You can't use that. But Hifumi wouldn't listen, continuing to use the holy magic on Minato's body as he cried out desperately, Come back to life, Kusanagi Minato. However, after a short while, Hifumi's movements froze. Someone had rushed over and grabbed his hands. Hifumi struggled, refusing to give up. I won't forgive you. You incompetent trash killed Kusanagi Minato. He began to curse them wildly. Hifumi screamed like a madman. You're all useless. Kusanagi Minato died because of you weak, incompetent fools. Only exceptional mages are needed. I will change this rotten world. I will surpass Kusanagi Minato. Seeing this, Shizuku couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The death of Kusanagi Minato had left too great a scar on Hifumi, and from that day on, he trained relentlessly, spending every day honing his skills. Hifumi took full advantage of his position, creating a magical aristocracy, then extending his influence into politics and finance, controlling the information fed to the ignorant masses, and monopolizing knowledge and technology. Hifumi trained nonstop but was still far from reaching Kusanagi Minato's level. So, because of his foolish pride, he even falsified information about Kusanagi Minato. He turned his shame into anger and continued to train alone, all for the promise he made that day, for his vow to surpass Minato. And so, he lived for Minato. No matter how many times he fell, Hifumi would get back up. He wanted to surpass Minato, to become stronger than him so he could stand by his side and walk with him. Hifumi lived in this delusion until one day, a pair of familiar hands reached out to him. It was the figure of the old friend he dreamed of every night, Kusanagi Minato. He reached out to Hifumi, wanting to help him up. In truth, Hifumi had never hated Minato. He simply admired him. That was why he wanted him to be alive. And now, Hifumi's wish had come true. A new, real Kusanagi Minato was standing right in front of him. Hifumi tremblingly raised his hand, wanting to grasp his old friend's arm. But at that exact moment, a stream of dark blood suddenly gushed out. Hifumi's eyes widened, his face contorted in pain. Minato was caught completely off guard by the scene. Someone had pierced through Hifumi's chest. That hand grabbed the spirit stone on his chest and ripped it out. Hifumi's body fell limply to the ground. Mizuha Dua trembled as she watched, crying out in disbelief. Who are you? Why was she so horrified? Well, the reason was that the attacker was Chloe. Mizuha Dua would have never imagined this, not even in her wildest dreams. At the same time, Hinata had also woken up, but the sight before her was heartbreaking. Hinata ran forward, screaming hysterically. Stop it! Minato couldn't accept this either and, unable to hold back, lunged forward. He slammed a fist into Chloe's face, but she had already created a shield by her cheek to block it. She gave a mocking smile and said, hitting a woman is the lowest of the low, you know. Minato. Hinata rushed to Hifumi's side, her eyes filled with worry. Minato narrowed his eyes and questioned Chloe. What are you trying to do? This is what I wish to accomplish, Chloe replied calmly, then cast a 14th level spell. A death shadow began to attack. The main targets were Hifumi and his daughter, but Minato wasn't about to give her that chance. He had already cast a defensive spell. A layer of bone ice formed in front of Minato. The shadowy figures slammed into it violently, and then they exploded, sending all three of them flying backward. Minato was fine, but Hinata and Hifumi weren't doing so well. He quickly used magic to catch them, pushing them toward Ruka's group behind him. At that moment, Chloe let out a triumphant laugh. The time had finally come. As soon as she finished speaking, she swallowed the spirit stone. In the blink of an eye, a colossal amount of mana erupted. It enveloped Chloe's body, then began to spread rapidly through the air. Minato quickly turned away to avoid being affected. Before long, a figure appeared within the torrent of mana, a spirit stone embedded in its forehead. In that instant, Ruka's entire group began to tremble uncontrollably, as if their bodies were being crushed by some invisible force. Chloe's wicked voice rang out again. It's been so long. For 50 years, I have waited and waited. And finally, the moment she had longed for had arrived. Sugo's expression was now extremely grim. They couldn't believe their eyes, because Chloe's entire body had completely transformed. It had become gigantic. Purple spirit stones, overflowing with mana, now dotted her body. Both Hinata and Shizuku couldn't believe their eyes either. They muttered in horror. This is impossible. Chloe's current form was that of a demon god. Minato, of course, recognized this form. While everyone was still in a state of confusion, Chloe suddenly unleashed her mana. Its power was so immense that Ruka's group couldn't withstand it. Before long, they had all collapsed to the ground. Even those far away felt that same terrifying pressure, though not to the same extent as Mizuha Ruka's group. And within the city, people in their homes were suddenly overcome with despair. The sounds of crying and wailing echoed endlessly. The demon god threw its head back and laughed loudly. All of Japan is being swallowed by despair. Can you hear it? The screams of humanity. With that, she looked towards Minato and called out, Kusanagi Minato. Minato. Hearing that name, Minato was momentarily stunned. The demon god let out a smirk and continued. The moment I touched your hand, I knew for certain that you were Kusanagi Minato. That's why she had infiltrated the SMT, gathering all sorts of information, winning everyone's trust and making them feel foolishly secure. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but frown, questioning her fiercely. Miu's unusual behavior and that catastrophic magic. You were the one pulling his strings, weren't you? Shrugging indifferently, the demon god pouted and said, Pulling the strings? How crude. I simply brainwashed him. For over 50 years, the demon god had been slowly brainwashing Hifumi. She was like a demon. No, that's not right. She is a demon. The secret calamities, the demons growing stronger, and the birth of a massive source of mana. By triggering the Great Calamity, the demon god funneled all that chaotic mana into a single mortal vessel. By taking it, the demon god would be revived. The only thing left was to kill Minato. The moment she finished speaking, she cast a level 15 spell. A barrage of dark arrows materialized and flew towards Minato. Not daring to be careless, Minato tried to cast a defensive spell, but his arm trembled uncontrollably. The spell wouldn't activate. The demon god laughed even more smugly. Your mana is almost depleted. Even a great sage can't do anything when their mana runs out. Unable to cast magic, Minato could only try to dodge on his own. But there were too many dark arrows, and they chased after him relentlessly. Before long, Minato couldn't hold out any longer and was struck by an arrow. He was sent flying, his body slamming hard into the ground. Minato couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, but the dark arrows didn't stop. They continued their aggressive assault, piercing Minato's body without a shred of hesitation. He lay powerlessly on the ground, covered in wounds. Seeing this, the demon god laughed smugly and said, Just like 50 years ago, you fight for others and sacrifice your life for others. You should have just left them to their fate. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Minato's arm move slightly. The demon god was taken aback, her brow furrowing. And sure enough, before long, Minato pushed himself up from the ground. The demon god clicked her tongue in feigned admiration. Covered in wounds, mana so depleted that even your automatic spells won't activate. Huh. But Minato didn't care. He yelled furiously. Answer me. For the past 50 years, what have you been doing and why are the demons killing people? How did they get here? And what exactly is the calamity? Humping softly, The demon god laughed with contempt. In a situation like this, you still have the nerve to ask questions. Fine. I'm in a good mood, so I'll tell you in your final moments. The secret of the calamity is... She paused dramatically. Then a wicked smile spread across her face before she laughed and said, "You all must have suspected it. The calamity is a phenomenon of transferring magical beasts and mana. Mana is transferred from the demon world to Earth. That mana is consumed, and magical beasts appear. The more beasts that appear, the more the mana increases. The more the mana increases, the more powerful the beasts that can be summoned. And eventually, the demon god is destined to descend upon the Earth. But Earth had no mana, so initially, only low-level beasts could be summoned. However, once the mana reaches a saturation point, humans will also transform into magical beasts. From the very first calamity, Earth should have been instantly flooded with them. But for some reason, humans didn't transform into magical beasts, and mages appeared. And then, the worst possible thing happened. Mages absorb mana, and because they don't turn into beasts, there isn't enough mana for the demon god's descent. Mages are nothing but an obstacle to the magical beasts. That's why the beasts kill mages, and they also began to eliminate humans who didn't transform. Hearing this, Minato's face instantly darkened, but the demon god paid him no mind and continued speaking. Originally, the first calamity should have been enough, but to increase the mana, it had to be carried out in stages. The powerful beasts you call bosses are actually mana reservoirs. They are monsters that contain enormous amounts of magical energy. Whether they live or die, their role remains the same. This is the true meaning of the calamity. The calamity was initiated so that the demon god could take over the Earth. At this point, the demon god suddenly muttered with dissatisfaction, but an unexpected variable appeared. To my rage, I was defeated by Kusanagi Minato. The demon god had suffered a devastating attack and had even prepared herself for death. But just before she dispersed into mana, the demon god managed to preserve her consciousness. Her mana became weaker than even a magical beast's, and she could no longer use magic. In other words, the demon god had just barely managed to hold on to her consciousness. She became a remnant of magical energy and wandered all over Japan. Never before had she suffered such a great humiliation. While wandering in the darkness, the demon god sensed a resonance of magical power, and that's how she met Hifumi, a man who carried a deep darkness within him, yet possessed a pure and resolute soul. It was these cracks in his soul that made it easy for the demon god to invade. Over time, the demon god slowly recovered her magical power, all while continuing to whisper into Hifumi's consciousness. His resentment towards the 8 sorcerers, his self-righteous attitude, his habit of blaming others, and the decay of his moral values. All of it paved the way for a subtle brainwashing to take hold. Eventually, Hifumi took over Japan's underworld, but his weak heart still resisted in desperation. Pathetically, he cried out, begging for salvation. Hifumi called Minato's name again and again. Minato listened in silence. By now, the cold aura around his body was growing stronger. The demon god gave a cold laugh and said with a sneer, "After a long, long time, my magical power gradually recovered, but I couldn't reclaim my original body. To stabilize my power source, I needed a vessel and an immense amount of magical energy. It was then that I met Chloe. Just like with Hifumi, I felt a powerful resonance of magic. I took over Chloe's dying body and became the adopted child of the Chloe family. The demon god recovered a portion of her strength, but over those 50 years, the number of magical beasts dwindled. She tried to trigger the Great Catastrophe, but her power was too weak, so only a few scattered magical beasts were summoned. So, the demon god came up with a new plan. She began to gather the magical beasts and force the Great Catastrophe to occur. Once the Great Catastrophe occurred, minor catastrophes would follow naturally. Major disasters were created by controlling the magical beasts. By causing the Great Catastrophe, the Earth was flooded with magical energy, but even that wasn't enough for the demon god to fully restore her form. She needed a more concentrated and pure source of magic. The human body itself is a vessel that contains magical energy. So if the demon god directly injected her magic into a human body, and if she accumulated enough intense magic to the point of explosion, she could condense it. That's why Hifumi was pushed to his breaking point, and by doing that, she obtained an enormous source of magical power. At this point, the demon god let out a sinister laugh. And by the way, let me tell you something. The reason you're cornered today, it was all part of my plan. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her head back and roared with laughter. 50 years ago, Minato refused to abandon others to fight on the front lines, fighting until he exhausted all his magic and collapsed. He even managed to defeat the demon god, but in doing so, he revealed his own weakness. That weakness was that no matter how strong he was, Minato's magic was still finite. Right now, he doesn't even have 10,000 points of magical power. As if finally getting her revenge, the demon god laughed maniacally. How pathetic, isn't it, Kusanagi Minato? When I discovered you had been reincarnated, I was horrified for a moment, but in the end, you made the very same mistake as all those years ago. In terms of his magical power level, Minato had practically become a magical life form, just like a magical beast. Even after death, he maintained his consciousness as a being of pure magic and eventually found Kusanagi Minato again. In other words, Minato had been reborn using the same method as the demon god. But at this point, the demon god didn't seem to care much, snorted and coldly, but none of that matters anymore. I will erase every last trace of your magical power, and I will destroy your very soul. Minato, who had been silent until now, finally spoke in a low voice. You mean all the catastrophes of the past? The first catastrophe was the turning point in Minato's life, the day he first saw the sky filled with magical beasts, the time he saw sorcerers and civilians fall, wave after wave. Even many children lost their lives in that disaster. And in the disasters that followed, Minato lost many of his comrades. The corruption of the magical nobility, the secret conspiracies behind the scenes, and even the attacks from magical beasts dragged countless innocent lives to their doom. He wanted the demon god to admit, with her own mouth, that she was the cause of it all. The demon god just sneered, scoffing. So what? As soon as those words left her lips, Minato suddenly threw his head back and let out a huge scream. A layer of magical energy instantly enveloped his body, and in a flash, it completely erupted. Seeing this, the demon god cried out in disbelief. What kind of magic is this? Why is your magical power gushing out like that? Your magic should have been completely depleted. Minato didn't answer. He bit his lip hard, and then immediately began to cast a spell with a wave of his hands. First was the 15th tier Chantless Holy Magic. A stream of holy light quickly enveloped Minato. Then, that holy light began to devour magical energy. The demon god watched in horror. Dual Chantless casting, complete recovery, combined with the ability to devour magical power. What the hell kind of magic is this? But an even greater shock was yet to come. She watched as Minato's magical power grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to 30 million, then 50 million, and it was still rising without end. The demon god couldn't believe her eyes, murmuring through pressed lips, impossible. In just a single moment, Minato's magical power reached a level just 1 unit short of 100 million. He spoke coldly. You have truly angered me now, demon god. The demon god found it increasingly hard to believe. Impossible. The only magic that absorbs all energy is destruction magic. And that was a chantless spell. Not to mention its recovery speed surpasses even destruction magic. It's not just simply absorbing magical power. In other words, its ability to recover both physical stamina and magical energy is perfected to near absolute limits. The entire area was now enveloped in infinite magical power. At that same moment, outside, the two sisters, Ruka and Du, regained consciousness. Seeing this, Ruka cried out in a panic. What's going on? Du quickly added, I can feel the pressure from the demon god's energy. And also, but before she could finish, they saw the steady figure standing within that torrent of magical power. Ruka cried out in astonishment, It's Minato. What is happening? During the battle, the demon god shouted in defiance, You bastard! How can you use magic like that? Minato didn't answer right away, instead walking towards her step by step. Only then did he speak coldly. If what happened 50 years ago were to repeat itself, then I certainly won't let it happen again. 50 years ago, the number of mages was small, and they weren't prepared for the Great Catastrophe. So today, Minato has increased the number of mages, trained them, and taught them how to deal with monster disasters. As for Minato, to overcome his own weakness of running out of magic, he researched absorption magic and conducted a series of experiments. But if he used it on monsters, there was a high risk of being detected by the demon god. So, he limited his targets to humans. Using it as instinctive magic was still very difficult, but the source of his rage would make it effective. The demon god bit her lip fiercely, shouting in frustration, Don't be ridiculous, Kusanagi Minato. You're rambling on as if you've prepared for everything. Are you trying to prove that you knew I was here? Minato smirked and said, When I was reincarnated, I wasn't sure yet, but I still considered the possibility, so I made plans for everything. As time passed, the truth became clearer and clearer. The moment the demon god noticed him, he had noticed her as well. Hearing this, the demon god roared in fury. Letting me run free was your idea? Smiling faintly, Minato said mockingly, You're a terrible actor. The demon god had now gone berserk. She charged aggressively toward Minato. Of course, Minato didn't back down one bit and quickly rushed forward as well. With a loud bang, the two powerful streams of magical energy collided. Minato continuously created magic circles to attack the demon god. Because the speed of those magical beams was too fast, she simply couldn't dodge them. Minato didn't stop either and continued to charge forward. Very quickly, he was in front of the demon god, and then he landed a solid kick on her. But right at that moment, a beam of dark light shot out. It shot madly toward Minato. Unfortunately, it hit an invisible wall and then vanished into thin air. It didn't even touch a single hair on Minato. Seeing this, the demon god was immediately horrified. She trembled and muttered, "What did you do? What did you just do?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied with a pout, "Nothing much. I just stood here." Hearing this, the demon god screamed even more frantically. "Then tell me, it's a barrier, isn't it? I don't accept this. I am the demon god of all demons. How dare a mere human outsmart me?" She was like a madwoman, constantly shaking her head in denial. Then, the demon god threw her head back and screamed at the sky. She roared aggressively, "I will not accept this." At that moment, a swarm of demon lords appeared and surrounded Minato. But he wasn't scared at all, calmly standing there. No matter what they tried to do, all he had to do was stay inside the shield. Just then, the demon lords cast their magic. In a flash, a barrage of magic beams shot toward Minato's position, but they couldn't do anything to him at all. Meanwhile, Minato had cast infinite magic bullets. One by one, the demon lords fell. In the blink of an eye, there wasn't a single demon lord left around Minato. The demon gods screamed, refusing to accept defeat, disintegrate. Immediately after, dark arrows shot out frantically. Minato hurriedly dodged them. The demon god created large magic circles. In an instant, a series of magic circles appeared above her head. A frenzied magical energy erupted from them, then transformed into a five-colored orb that hurtled down from the sky. Only then did Minato begin to fight back. He cast a level 15 ultimate magic called World-Ending Explosion. Instantly, a giant statue appeared. It reached out, grabbed the five-colored orb, and directly crushed it into dust. Minato landed safely on the ground, completely unharmed. The demon god was terrified, unable to believe her eyes. "You blocked the Nine Arts divine magic that easily. Is Minato even human?" The more she thought, the more she couldn't accept it. The demon god screamed frantically, "Someone like you, like Ikami, surpassing me, a demon god? That's absurd. If you can surpass me, then I will definitely go even further than you." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to absorb the remaining magical energy from the disaster. In a flash, magical energy flowed wildly into the demon god's body. Before long, her body was overflowing with magical energy. Without any hesitation, the demon god began to cast her magic. She laughed triumphantly. "The highest magic Kusanagi Minato can use is level 15. I have reached level 16. Immediately after, a level 16 dark magic spell was cast. A terrifying dark aura began to envelop the skies of Japan. Minato, still standing there calmly, said with a cold laugh, "Let's try for 17, shall we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Minato began to cast his magic. A divine spear glowing with golden light appeared. The divine spear shot straight into the dark aura. With a thunderous bang, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, completely dissipating the dark aura. And the divine spear continued its path straight toward the demon god. It pierced through the upper part of her body, causing the demon god to scream in anger, "You!" But there was nothing she could do. The divine spear plunged forward relentlessly. Before long, the demon god's body fell like a broken kite. Yet, she stubbornly cast another spell, then rushed in front of Minato, preparing to attack. Unfortunately, Minato was one step ahead, unleashing a barrage of punches on the demon god. She was sent crashing down to the ground. Minato glanced at the demon god and scoffed. "Your disaster magic is incomplete. It has too many openings, and your magic absorption speed is too slow. Is that why you only use it on fools?" The demon god trembled as she looked at him, muttering in disbelief. "Why? How could you see through so much? What the hell are you?" Smiling faintly, Minato said casually, "I am the great sage. I am the one who knows everything." The more the demon god listened, the more she couldn't accept it. She screamed frantically, "What great sage?" Then she lunged to attack Minato again, but he wasn't flustered at all. He spoke coldly, "I'm so tired of these monsters. Disappear." The moment he finished speaking, a beam of magical energy shot toward the demon god, piercing straight through her. Until the moment she faded away, the demon god still didn't understand why she had lost to a mere mortal. How could a human not only adapt to magic but also maintain their human form? Why wasn't this world corrupted? The demon god had tens of thousands of whys, but no one was there to answer. But she quickly realized it was because Minato was here. He possessed a capacity to contain magic that far surpassed even the demon gods. Because he was here, humanity was not corrupted by magic. Had Minato taken all the magic from Earth into his own small human body, this world was different from the demons, a small world with an anomaly, and that anomaly was Minato. After the demon god was destroyed, the skies over Japan returned to a bright, clear blue. Everyone cheered, the disaster was over. A member of the FMT nodded and replied with a smile, It seems so. Damn, these magic nobles. All across Japan, people poured into the streets to celebrate. Not only that, but other places around the world had also overcome the disaster. The Muscle King Aeon wasn't so bad after all. He managed to hold on until the disaster ended. It was only after it was over that Sugo's group finally woke up. The magic nobles also slowly opened their eyes. Minato had now returned from the sky. Seeing him, everyone immediately ran over excitedly. Kasaragi Ryuji smiled happily and said, "You defeated the demon god." "Really?" Sugo exclaimed excitedly. "If that's the case, this world will return to peace." The Ruka sisters also looked at Minato gratefully, smiling as they spoke. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we never would have been able to defeat the demon lord." Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "It wasn't just my strength. It was thanks to the strength of everyone in the world. Thank you, everyone." That's right. This victory wasn't Minato's alone, but a testament to everyone's efforts. Just then, a sob suddenly rang out, startling Minato. He looked over and saw Hinata crying her heart out next to Hifumi. "Dad, I don't want you to go." Seeing Minato approaching, Hinata grabbed onto him like a lifeline and pleaded desperately. "Please, I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll do anything, so please save my father." With that, she bowed her head low, looking utterly pathetic. Riku also began to plead, "I want to ask the same of you. I know it's selfish, but please, I'm begging you." Then he also kowtowed to Minato. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the two for a long moment before speaking. "Don't forget what you said, understand? Restore him, supply him with magic power, and then deal with the parts that have turned into a monster." Minato would take the disaster's magic power. With his current methods, he should be able to do it all. With that thought, Minato leaned down and placed his hand on Hifumi's body. In an instant, a halo of light enveloped his body. Seeing the wound heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, Dua and the others behind him cried out in alarm. Everything was back to normal. It was a miracle. Hinata finally felt a sense of relief, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. "Thank you." Riku also said gratefully, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart." Minato just smiled without saying a word. And so, the days of fighting came to an end. Thanks to the information from Hinata, Riku, and Tusuru, the noble mages and their accomplices were arrested one by one. Many had been forced to cooperate under duress, and although they couldn't prove their innocence, there was a high chance they would receive reduced sentences. Hifumi regained consciousness but had lost his memory. Hinata was Hifumi's biological daughter, and as his child, she gave up her right to be raised by the family. She grew up in solitude. She lived without ever knowing a father's love. However, her obsession with her father never faded, and it became twisted. Minato took the opportunity to visit Riku, and Riku told him everything. "I couldn't just watch Hinata be abandoned like that, so I pretended to be her brother, thinking I was looking out for her." He said he had also been lonely and had never known the warmth of another person. Perhaps it was a one-sided empathy, and he too became obsessed. By the time Riku realized it, there was no turning back. At this point, Riku lowered his head, trembling as he mumbled, "I'm a murderer. I dragged so many innocent people into this disaster. I'm a terrible person." Minato stood up from his chair and said coldly, "Your sins won't disappear, but there are some burdens you don't have to carry. Take a look at today's newspaper." With that, he turned and left the cell. Riku later returned to his room with a newspaper. When he saw the news inside, tears streamed down his face, because the news reported that the number of casualties from this disaster was around 0, which lessened Riku's guilt just a little. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a changed Tusuru woke up. He looked apologetically at the two sisters, Dua and Ruka, and said in a low voice, "Because of my weakness, I've caused you both so much worry. I'm sorry." Dua didn't mind at all, smiling cheerfully as she said, "From now on, it's just the three of us. Let's live together as a family." Ruka nodded in agreement. "That's right, because we're a family." Tusuru was stunned. He suddenly heard Ruki's voice echoing in the wind. She smiled at him and gently pleaded, "Don't make our daughters cry anymore, okay?" In an instant, tears fell down Tusuru's face. He lowered his head and mumbled, "Yes, you're right." 1 month later, everything was settled. Everyone got their happy ending, everyone except Minato, who was incredibly annoyed. After returning to school, he once again had to deal with being swarmed by female students. Not just in the classroom, but in the hallways too. Everywhere he went, he was surrounded. Finally, Minato couldn't take it anymore and escaped by jumping out a window. But he wasn't the only one running away, so were the two sisters, Dua and Ruka. The three of them looked at each other helplessly. A moment later, they finally found a deserted spot. Minato sighed in frustration. "Seriously, give me a break." Dua looked up at the sky and laughed. "I guess this means peace has returned." Ruka nodded in agreement. "It seems like all the monsters have completely disappeared." Hearing the word peace, Minato fell into deep thought. It was true that they had defeated the demon god and no new monsters had appeared, but had peace truly returned? He honestly didn't know. At the same time, the two sisters were secretly watching Minato. They had clearly heard the demon god call Minato Kusanagi Minato, and in that form, he looked exactly like the great sage they had seen in a photograph. This meant the Minato standing beside them was the great sage Kusanagi Minato, who had died 50 years ago. While they were lost in thought, Minato spoke up. Well, I think I'll head to the training grounds. I can't rest easy until Sugo learns to be more considerate of me. Ruka and her sister quickly snapped out of their thoughts and hurried after him. Elsewhere, in some dark corner, a set of claws was breaking out of a cocoon, foretelling an ominous sign. Several months after the Great Catastrophe, other disasters had stopped occurring, and monsters had vanished from the world. The whole world celebrated in peace, and daily life gradually returned to normal. People went about their business, no longer having to live in fear. Then one day, Sugo made a shocking announcement to everyone. Dua cried out in disbelief. The Magic Special Task Force is disbanding? Sugo replied calmly. The main duty of the task force was to deal with monsters and disasters, since those threats are gone. Disbanding is the logical course of action. Dua pursed her lips and mumbled. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's just. Trailing off, she didn't know what else to say. The members below also began to whisper amongst themselves. We worked so hard to get here, and now we're really just disbanding? Seeing this, Minato spoke up to reassure them. There's no reason to be sad. Instead, we should be happy that peace has returned. He said that even if the team disbands, what they've built won't disappear. All of you have grown so much and achieved a great deal. You've overcome so many challenges. You can thrive anywhere, as long as you believe in yourselves. As soon as he said this, the crowd below responded with a unified cheer. And so, as a farewell, they began to spend their last moments talking with one another. Afterwards, the members of the team officially said their goodbyes and departed. Minato's group also happily bid them farewell. Dua couldn't help but say, so, the Magic Special Task Force has really come to an end. Ruka nodded slightly and mumbled, that means we'll go back to being students. But Kasureji Ryuji immediately retorted, no way, that can't happen. Thinking about being surrounded both inside and outside the classroom, Kasureji Ryuji knew he'd never make it through a lesson in that cramped room, especially now that they were so famous. At the mention of school, Minato's spirits immediately sank. He shook his head and mumbled, I don't want to go back to school either. Seeing this, Kasureji Ryuji couldn't help but click his tongue with a sigh. Looks like it affects him more than we thought. Just then, Sugo suddenly suggested, how about you guys become celebrities or something? You're already being followed around, right? He hadn't even finished his sentence before he was met with a death glare from Minato. Gritting his teeth, Minato asked, are you serious? Sugo broke out in a cold sweat and shook his head in denial. No, I'm sorry. I heard that you all can complete your courses through distance learning and might even get recommendations for university. Companies all over the world will want you. You saved the world, now you should think about your own futures. Hearing this, Minato's group was completely stunned. On the way home, Kasureji Ryuji kept mumbling about it. My future. Huh? Minato glanced over at him and asked, have you thought about what you'll do after graduation? Kasureji Ryuji replied calmly, I really can't afford college. I want my mom to live comfortably, so I'll probably just get a job. Minato couldn't help but frown. Sounds tough, he said with an indifferent shrug. Kasureji Ryuji said casually, I've been getting paid by the Magic Task Force recently. That made my life a lot easier. My mom switched from the night shift to the day shift. Hearing this, Minato spoke up with a playful laugh. My little brother must be happy too. Huh? He smiled unconsciously. Kasureji Ryuji said cheerfully, yeah, every day is a lot of fun. You should come visit again. Then he looked over at Ruka and suggested, you too, Ruka. The kids said they really miss you. Ruka was a little startled, but she quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'll visit soon. Minato glanced at the Dua sisters and asked, have you two decided what you're going to do? Dua replied happily, I'm thinking of studying abroad at a magic university. Ruka nodded in agreement, me too. I want to learn more about magic. Seeing them so in sync, Minato smiled with satisfaction. Even though their father had been arrested, it must be very difficult for them. It was good that they had such a strong bond between them, and so they happily headed home. But during that time, Ruka had something on her mind. In the end, she never got the chance to ask Minato if he was really Kusanagi Minato. She had thought reincarnation was impossible, but the facts proved it could happen. Dua was thinking the same thing. That amount of knowledge and skill, his demeanor, and his power. If Minato was Kusanagi Minato, everything would make sense. On the way, Kasureji Ryuji suddenly remembered something and asked doubtfully, oh, right, how is Miss Takagami? Minato replied slowly, I visited her the other day. She seems to be doing pretty well. Because Shizuku committed her crimes under duress, it seems she'll only get a suspended sentence. Hearing this, Ryuji let out a sigh of relief. But soon, he was mumbling sorrowfully, Riku is going to get a pretty heavy sentence, though. Minato frowned slightly. He didn't think so. He spoke slowly. The Noble Mages Association committed a very serious error. Their excessive elitism led to their downfall. Kasaragi Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew that, but he still wasn't happy about it. The Dua sisters bowed their heads without a word. They knew all too well. Seeing their expressions, Minato sighed softly to console them. However, the demon god was truly behind this, so that will surely be taken into consideration. At this, smiles finally returned to the faces of Kasaragi, Ryuji, and the others. They were much more at ease, but Minato wasn't. His mind was filled with thousands upon thousands of unresolved issues. For example, what was the demon god, and what was the other world she mentioned before disappearing? Why did Hifumi turn into that demonic form? And the reason Minato was reincarnated. Perhaps he was reincarnated using a similar method as the demon god. If that were the case, then he was an entity similar to the demon god. And finally, was Minato truly human? A little later, at Ryuji's house, Ruka was struggling to look after the kids. The two little ones kept clinging to her and spinning in circles. Seeing this, Dua couldn't help but remark, Hey, I've never seen my sister act like this. Hearing that, Minato pouted and replied, I told you so. But you're not much better, letting a kid pinch your cheeks to play with you. Seeing this, Kasaragi Ryuji apologized. Sorry, I think she's just so excited you guys came over. She's more energetic than usual. Just then, Minato's phone on the table rang. He quickly picked it up and answered. But because his cheek was being pinched, his voice sounded a bit strange, confusing Sugo on the other end of the line. Commander Kusanagi, your voice sounds weird. Seeing this, Mizuha Dua lifted the child off of Minato. Only then did Minato ask nonchalantly, What did you call me for? Sugo quickly replied, I'm calling to tell you that your paperwork for the International Mage Qualification exam has arrived. Hearing this, Minato immediately put the call on speaker for Ruka and the others to hear. Sugo continued speaking on the other end. Unlike the test in Japan, this license allows you to practice all over the world, so it's very difficult. But he said it seemed their achievements during the catastrophe had been recognized. Many new mages emerged during the disaster, and their abilities weren't being properly appreciated, so they decided to let mages retake the test. Hearing this, Dua asked in confusion, Wait, does that mean we're also considered temporary mages? Ruka spoke calmly. Well, minors aren't allowed to be licensed anyway. Minato glanced at everyone and said with a smile, This is a perfect opportunity. Let's do it. Immediately, Dua's spirit soared as she declared, For us, it'll be a piece of cake. Ruka also nodded in agreement. Compared to the Great Catastrophe, this is nothing. Ryuji also chimed in excitedly, Let's do it. Hearing this from the other end, Sugo smiled and then continued, I'll send you the details. Do your best. Commander Kusanagi, you could even get into the Sage class. Minato couldn't help but frown, glancing at the others as if asking what the Sage class was. Dua quickly explained, It's the highest rank for a mage. There are only 6 people in the world who have it. Ruka winked and said with a smile, To put it simply, that's what they're like. A few days ago, at the International Magic Association in America, Aaron walked in from outside. Looking at the people seated at the long table, he greeted them respectfully. Thank you all for gathering here today, esteemed members of the Council of 6 Great Sages. As soon as those words were spoken, one of the 6 Great Sages, Andre Grandin, roared aggressively. You dare summon me from so far away? Are you looking down on me? Another great sage named Victor Blair, seeing his strong reaction, couldn't help but mock him. I really can't stand to see someone let their emotions get the better of them. Please, try to keep some semblance of dignity. Vivama, a female magic sage, couldn't help but chime in. Those with less intelligence are often ruled by their emotions, and it seems that doesn't change, even at the rank of a sage. This sent Andre into a blind rage. He unleashed his magical power, gritting his teeth and yelling, You dare look down on me. But before he could make a move, a hand grabbed his arm. This was Ma Ferron, a mystic sage. He spoke coolly. Stop it. Andre didn't back down one bit, glaring at Ferron. You bastard. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? That's enough. Amidst the commotion, a commanding voice rang out. This was Liana Forder, the chosen one among the 6 great sages. He spoke coldly. Sages should not be bickering amongst themselves like this. Andre, can you not maintain your composure here? With Leona's words, Andre snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and pouted, I know. Let's drop this. The red-haired sage, Krista, then asked doubtfully, We initially held our meeting remotely, but is this really all right? Aaron slowly explained. The six sages are not required to meet in person, but this time, I believe a face-to-face dialogue is necessary. Leona frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "Is this related to the International Sorcerer Tournament?" Aaron nodded. Aaron replied calmly, "Yes, the Great Calamity has gradually subsided, but now there's a growing movement to thoroughly review all the inaccurate information related to magic." Vi, seeming to understand something, frowned and asked, "So the sorcerer exam being held is part of that, right?" Aaron nodded slightly and spoke calmly. "There is one more reason, and that is Mr. Kusanagi." Hearing this name, Leona's expression darkened. He pressed his lips together and asked, "You're the one who stopped the Great Calamity in Japan? In other words, you want us to evaluate him?" Aaron, still not sensing the problem, replied calmly, "It's highly likely he possesses the potential to rival a great sage." But the moment he finished, he felt a terrifying surge of magical power in the air. The other great sages were unfazed. They were all too used to this. But Aaron was different. He was forced back step by step. After a moment, Leona spoke slowly. "Potential to reach the rank of a great sage? Do you think just defeating some demon god is enough to become one?" Aaron scowled, pursing his lips and replying, "Perhaps. It's only a hypothesis." Leona couldn't help but scoff, retorting, "I never expected you to say something so naive." At this, he waved his hand and proposed, "Come now. If that's the case, then prove it to me. Show me just how strong this Kusanagi is." The six great sages were now paying close attention to Minato, who had just arrived in the United States. Ryuji looked at the streets around him, unable to hold back his awe. So this is the United States. Huh. The streets were bustling with people, and naturally, the main language was English. Kasureji Ryuji couldn't understand a thing. He glanced at everyone and exclaimed, "That's English. They're speaking English." Yu sighed helplessly. "Well, we are in the United States. It's perfectly normal." Seeing their relaxed attitude, Kasureji Ryuji couldn't help but complain. "Come on, get excited. We're in a foreign country." Ruka pouted and replied, "Even if you say that, this isn't my first time here." Hearing this, Kasureji Ryuji felt defeated. These guys really didn't get it. On the way here, they were all speaking English, but surely someone else felt like him. Just then, a few girls approached Minato to chat. However, Minato turned them down in perfect English. Kasureji Ryuji saw this and asked in amazement, "You can speak English, too?" Minato replied casually, "I get by." Kasureji Ryuji couldn't help but feel amazed. What is with this guy? He's great at school, great at sports, and his magic is monstrously powerful. Is he even going to let other people live? Just then, Yu spoke up. "I'm heading back to the hotel to rest." Ruka nodded in agreement. The long trip was exhausting. "Let's just take it easy today." A few days later, at the headquarters of the International Sorcerers Association, Minato's group went inside to register. Being technologically challenged, Minato froze like a statue when he saw the facial scanner. Yu had to guide him through it. Soon after, a card with Minato's picture was printed out. The four of them then took an elevator upstairs. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and they quickly stepped out. Many sorcerers were already waiting there. As soon as Minato's group entered, countless eyes turned to look at them. Whispers and murmurs began to spread among the other sorcerers. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on them. This made Kasureji Ryuji a little uncomfortable. He muttered in confusion, "What's with all the staring?" Ruka said with resignation, "It's probably because of the Great Calamity." At the same time, all four of Minato's group were being secretly observed by the six great sages. Leona couldn't help but comment, Not bad. Their mana levels are quite good." Krista suddenly murmured, "A sorcerer's true power has a massive impact on a nation's strength, because they possess an ability that far surpasses any conventional weapon." Leona spoke casually. "These young sorcerers will become the core force protecting their country's future. In other words, the results of this exam will not only evaluate them as individuals, but will also be tied to the status of each nation." Vi couldn't help but interject, "It's not out of the question that war could break out, is it?" Leona smiled faintly and said calmly, "However, generally speaking, countries other than Japan already have strict regulations concerning magic." Vi frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "And yet, they're holding such a large-scale exam this time. Logically, they should be controlling information about magic even more tightly." Leona shook his head slightly, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Because magic shares some similarities with military technology. It's just that Japan took the initiative to publicize the information first, so the trend has started to change." Vi looked at Minato's information on the computer and, after a long moment, remarked, "Kusanagi's theory of sorcerer education is based on knowledge that was already known in developing nations. However, it was never widely published." This was also what Leona was focusing on. He began to speak slowly. How he came to know of it is still a mystery, but he is the one who brought Japanese sorcerers onto the world stage. and he came to one conclusion. Minato was anything but simple. Meanwhile, in the waiting hall of the International Magic Association, Minato's group of 4 was waiting quietly. Suddenly, 3 young punks came up to them, acting aggressively. "Are you that Kusanagi guy?" one of them demanded. Hearing his name, Minato turned to look. The leader shouted resentfully, "Defeated the demon god? What kind of joke is that? What kind of tricks did you pull? Did you have someone powerful pulling strings for you? Or did you dig up some dirt on a politician?" Seeing the guy's attitude, Minato was suddenly reminded of Jun. He frowned and asked, "You're not related to Sino or something, are you?" Hearing this, the guy yelled back angrily, "Don't change the subject." Seeing this scene, Ruka's group wasn't worried at all. In fact, they felt a sense of nostalgia, watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. The 3 young punks didn't dare to do anything and turned to leave, but not before shouting a warning, "Damn it, this will all be exposed sooner or later anyway. Everyone's got their eyes on you." Hearing the commotion, everyone's eyes did indeed turn towards them. Minato sighed in resignation. "Oh man, what a pain. But I guess this could be interesting." Just then, someone else entered, a young girl with pink hair, her face a mix of innocence and seriousness. A moment later, Eren came in and announced loudly, "Everyone, please be seated." Seeing him, Ruka's group was instantly flustered. It turned out the US military was in charge of the exam. While they were still confused, Eren stepped onto the stage and declared, "From this point on, I will explain the exam. I will only say this once, so listen carefully." He explained that the exam would consist of the following tests: a written exam, a mana measurement, and a practical skills test. Failure to meet the standard in any section will result in disqualification. In addition to the tests, other factors will also be considered in the evaluation. Therefore, you are to conduct yourselves as befitting of mages. Do not do anything disgraceful. After passing the exam, your rank will be... Hearing this, the delinquent who had questioned Minato earlier asked suspiciously what the conditions were to achieve the rank of Great Sage. Eren slowly replied, "Achieving a perfect score is a crucial prerequisite, but there are other criteria as well. Ability, achievements, character, and public recognition. You must excel in every aspect." As he said this, Eren meaningfully glanced at a figure down below. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Perhaps the 7th Great Sage will emerge from among you here today." Upon hearing this, everyone was fired up with enthusiasm. Eren nodded in satisfaction. This year's batch of candidates was truly outstanding, but no matter how you looked at it, Minato was on a completely different level. With that thought, he announced loudly, "Then let the exam officially begin." The first test was the written exam. Minato took the test paper, and his expression immediately changed. The test was filled with questions about Minato's own father. Minato sighed in resignation, thinking to himself, "I thought this was a magic exam. I never expected a trap like this." From the stage, Eren watched Minato sighing repeatedly and couldn't help but reflect, this truly is the most difficult exam. Even Minato won't pass this easily, but please don't disappoint him. However, when he saw the results, Eren wasn't just not disappointed, he was stunned. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you kidding me?" Minato's name was sitting comfortably in first place, and with a perfect score, no less. Eren couldn't help but marvel. "Just as I thought, he's no ordinary person. Even I would have trouble scoring 80%. If it's Minato, he might actually be able to reach the rank of Great Sage." At the same time, Ruka and the others ran over to congratulate Minato. He didn't seem to care much, calmly asking, "How did you all do on the test?" Ruka immediately replied, "She and I probably ranked around 20th. Kasaragi Ryuji also excitedly bragged, "I got 40th. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "You're good at written tests, too." This remark made Kasaragi Ryuji glare at him, annoyed. Next up was the mana measurement test. The instructor pointed to the measurement devices and announced, "There is no magic that these latest measurement devices cannot read." "All right, let's begin." Minato watched as everyone went up one by one and couldn't help but sigh. His turn was last again. What's with this? Just then, Ruka suddenly cried out in shock, "Wait, is this for real?" The number displayed on the machine was 980,000. Not just her, even the onlookers cried out in shock. What's with her mana level? It's almost 1,000,000, and this person over here got 900,000. Ryuji wasn't far behind either, with a whopping 890,000. Ruka glanced at Ryuji, sighing to herself, "I fell way behind on the written test. And in terms of mana, it seems like they're starting to catch up to me, too." But Minato was happy. All 3 of them were making clear progress. Just then, another gasp rang out, startling Minato and making him look over. Above the measurement device, an immense surge of mana was radiating through the air. Soon, the device displayed the number, 1,000,000 mana. Someone recognized the young girl and a murmur went through the crowd. "Isn't she from the Tadano Jun nation?" It turned out the pink-haired girl was Yusujin, a prodigy in both magic and martial arts. Minato quietly observed her. A spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. Looks like there are some interesting people here. It seems they haven't even shown their true power yet. While he was lost in thought, the instructor urged him loudly, Kusanagi Minato, begin your mana measurement. Hearing his name, Minato walked up to the device, frowning in contemplation. Oh great, it's this machine again, he thought. What am I supposed to do now? As Minato walked up, the people below began to whisper amongst themselves. On the other side of his screen, Leona smirked and said, let's see what happens this time. Aaron, standing behind her, was also full of anticipation. He wanted to know the exact number of Minato's mana. And it wasn't just him. Ruka and the others felt the same way. Ruka couldn't help but mumble to herself, I wonder how much mana Minato has. Ruka mumbled his guess was 9,990,000. He had previously joked that he had 99 million, but at this point, they were starting to think it wasn't a joke at all and might actually be true. Above the measuring device, Minato unleashed his magic power. He had decided there was no need to hide his true strength anymore. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, an immense pressure appeared, sending the crowd behind them into a panic. The magic power flooded out wildly, and the numbers on the machine just kept climbing, showing no signs of stopping. Even Aaron couldn't move at this point. The entire headquarters of the International Mage Association was now enveloped in magic power. And then, with a loud bang, the measuring device exploded. Minato sighed in resignation. He knew it. It must have been broken. Through the monitor, Leona had seen the whole thing. He couldn't help but marvel. How unexpected. But Krista just scoffed contemptuously. It's nothing special. Our mana can't be measured by that machine either. Leona didn't agree, retorting, in other words, there's a chance he's as strong as we are. Krista scoffed coldly. No way. Just then, VL also commented with admiration. That kid is interesting. After the mana assessment, the practical combat test began in the form of one-on-one duels. Minato was now wearing a special uniform. It was really comfortable, and he was glad he got one too. His opponent saw Minato's sudden smile and spoke with displeasure. Smiling before a fight? Are you looking down on me? Minato was slightly taken aback and said apologetically, sorry, I'm serious now. Seeing that everyone was ready, the announcer shouted, all right, let the first match begin. The moment he finished, Minato dashed forward, and in less than 3 seconds, the other guy was knocked to the ground. The announcer immediately shouted, a victory for Kusanagi. The crowd below was instantly stunned. What just happened? I couldn't even see it. Aaron, who was observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile at the scene. So many people doubted Minato, but with this test, the whole world would know his true strength. Meanwhile, Minato paid no attention to everyone's reactions. He went over to help the other guy up. Leona, watching from behind the screen, also praised him. Incredible. Vidya couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't even see a thing. What did he do? Leona slowly explained. He closed in on his opponent in less than a second after the start. Then Minato used magic. Hearing this, Vidya cried out in shock again. That's insane. Leona nodded slightly and said, and what's more, he wasn't even going all out. This remark made Krista scowl, her brows furrowing in displeasure. In contrast, the other three didn't seem to care much, but who knew what they were calculating internally. It wasn't just Minato. Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji were all progressing and winning their matches. After her victory, Kasaragi Ryuji was ecstatic. She exclaimed excitedly, I'm getting stronger. Kasaragi Ryuji also remarked, who would have thought we'd be using this against humans? Ruka nodded in agreement. Minato's anti-monster training was really paying off. Minato watched the three of them intently and praised them. You guys did great. In a moment of excitement, Du winked and said with a smile, hey, I can beat you now. You'll have to use your full strength to fight me. Smiling unconsciously, Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, want to try right now? Du was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hands and refused. No. Just then, the announcer ran over to inform them, Kusanagi Minato, your next match is about to begin. Minato, slightly startled, quickly replied, I know. And just like that, Du was saved. She breathed a sigh of relief. She almost dug her own grave there. She had to be more careful. A short while later, the one-on-one combat tests concluded. Once again, Minato came out on top. Kasaragi Ryuji saw it and said admiringly, you got a perfect score. Ruka also remarked, Minato, at this rate, you might really become a mythic. Du searched for their names and after a long moment, she mumbled, we're ranked somewhere around 20th. Kasaragi Ryuji looked at the name ranked below Minato and couldn't help but exclaim. Second place is Suyin. Just as she finished speaking, a clear, melodic voice rang out from behind them. Were you calling me? The group turned in shock to see Suyin standing behind them. Who knows for how long? Minato was a bit bewildered. When did this girl even get here? While he was thinking, Suyin spoke up, Kusanagi Minato, I'm really looking forward to the next test. Minato frowned slightly, murmuring in confusion. The next test. Du jumped in to explain it to him. It's a battle royale-style survival test held in a forest. Each participant is given a certain number of points. It's based on their performance, and you can take your opponent's points. If you lose, you fail. The test lasts for 1 week. At the end, the points you've earned will be added to your total score. After hearing this, Minato asked quizzically, what's the maximum score? Du replied nonchalantly, 2,000 points, at least 2,000 points. Those with low scores from the previous round have a chance to score high in this one. You can also just run away once you have enough points. Hearing this, Minato frowned and fell silent. Du then exclaimed excitedly, and you can form teams, too. You can do anything, except for killing. If you kill or seriously injure an opponent, you fail. As she said this, she looked around but couldn't see Suyin. She asked in confusion, where did that girl go? Kasaragi Ryuji sighed helplessly. She took off a while ago. Just then, Eren also showed up and announced, by the way, I'll be participating too. He told them they'd receive a reward for defeating an examiner, so they should get ready. Eren looked at Minato with a fiery gaze and challenged him. Let's have a serious fight, Kusanagi. Yes, Minato nodded and replied without any hesitation. Eren smiled with great satisfaction and said, rest up before we begin. See you later. And with that, he left. Ruka and the other two huddled together to talk. Kasaragi Ryuji frowned and said, the examiner is participating too. After thinking for a moment, Ruka spoke up. We should form a team. But Minato cut in coolly. I'm going solo. Good luck, everyone. With that, he turned and walked away. The three girls watched Minato's retreating back and fell silent. After a moment, Ruka was the first to speak. We can't keep relying on him forever. Du also nodded in agreement. You're right. Kasaragi Ryuji exclaimed excitedly. We're not just going to sit back and do nothing. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Krista couldn't take it anymore and stood up from her chair, complaining. Are we really supposed to watch this for a whole week? Leona squinted at her and asked, are you disappointed? Krista shook her head and replied, no. Leona smiled faintly. He, for one, was very much looking forward to it. He wanted to see what Minato would ultimately be able to show in that survival battle. After the break, the final survival test in the forest began. The announcer declared loudly that the test would be broadcast globally, so they should be careful with their actions. The 3-second countdown began. At this point, everyone was fired up, each with their own thoughts and goals. Du and her friends wanted to make it into the top 20. Minato, on the other hand, was very calm. What was his goal? Suyin was also eagerly anticipating this match. Then there were those 3 punks who were constantly staring daggers at Minato. And finally, there was Eren, the examiner for this competition. He was eagerly awaiting the final battle with Minato. The 3-second countdown quickly ended, and the competition officially began. Everyone scattered and ran. The 3 girls were no exception. They wanted to avoid conflict at all costs. Splitting up early wasn't a good option. Only Minato stood still, doing nothing. Seeing this, the 3 punks scoffed and muttered under their breaths, what's that idiot doing? He looks like he's begging for someone to come and fight him. Minato looked at everyone leaving, a bit confused about what to do. He stood there, perfectly still, not moving an inch. And just as expected, someone took the bait. The 3 punks led a group of people over to him. The green-haired guy smirked and said, I see you. Pretty cocky, aren't you, you bastard? No one's coming to save you. After saying that, he even stuck his tongue out to provoke Minato. But Minato just asked indifferently, and who are you? This attitude infuriated the green-haired guy, who started screaming wildly, don't even try to fight back. You can't escape. You're finished. Immediately, a group of people began casting their magic, preparing to attack. Their actions were, of course, fully captured by the cameras and broadcast live for everyone to see. Someone complained indignantly. Are they from the council? This is outrageous. However, the people of Japan all believed in Minato. A girl raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, don't worry, Kusanagi will definitely win. And just like that, everyone started chanting his name like a supportive cheer. Not only that, but a flood of comments cursing out those brats appeared on the screen. Of course, they had no idea this was happening and, still confident in their abilities, arrogantly shouted, come on, what? Are you scared? The moment he finished speaking, blasts of magic flew wildly towards Minato. Believing he had landed a hit, the green-haired guy sneered contemptuously. So weak. Didn't even dare to fight back. But a second later, Minato's voice rang out from behind the cloud of dust. How pitiful. Those brats immediately cried out in terror. He's still completely unharmed after that attack. After a moment of panic, the green-haired guy shouted another order. Use all your power and attack him. Unfortunately, their pathetic abilities were useless. Their attacks hit Minato's shield and were reflected right back at them. This display terrified the group of brats again, who mumbled in disbelief. He blocked all of our attacks with just a single barrier. My god, how is he so monstrous? While they were still in shock, Minato fired his magic bullets. And just like that, the entire squad was wiped out. They were left sprawled out on their backs in a large crater. Only then did they realize the truth. The rumors about Minato taking on Chrono weren't just rumors after all. At the same time, another group that hadn't joined the fight was quietly checking the news on their phones. They figured that if they could beat Minato, they'd become instantly famous and get a ton of points. And so, Minato was targeted yet again. Seeing him still standing there, they quickly rushed in for a sneak attack. Unfortunately for them, Minato wasn't someone you could ambush. With just 3 blasts of magic, they were all knocked to the ground. Minato pouted and said, "This is the 5th ambush already." Elsewhere, the two siblings were also fighting off other contestants. The tsunami magic they created quickly washed the others away. Du finally let out a sigh of relief. We did it. Ruka couldn't help but comment, "I can't believe we had to use high-level magic." Just then, they heard whispering from other players. "You really shouldn't mess with that Kusanagi crew. Nobody dares to touch him. It's just because you're so pathetic." Du quickly ran over to the group and asked doubtfully, "You guys fought him?" One of them immediately answered, "It's not just us. A lot of other people have already been eliminated." Another person trembled and mumbled, "That guy is terrifyingly strong. He's a monster." Hearing this, Kasaragi Ryuji wasn't too surprised and said nonchalantly, "Minato really is the strongest." Du also sighed and said, "We can't win against him." But at that moment, Ruka suddenly hesitated and mumbled, "Minato is really strong, but we could just try to avoid a conflict with him." The 3 of them agreed with this idea. It really was their only option. But would that truly be okay? Elsewhere, Su Yin, the martial arts prodigy from Tadano, China, was in a corner of the forest, calmly going through her usual training routine. Su Yin's talent had been apparent since she was a child. At 13 years old, she was already the strongest in all of Tadano, China. No one could defeat Su Yin in any field, and she was certain that one day she would surpass her master and her senior disciple. Su Yin sometimes felt very bored. There was almost no one stronger than her. All the opponents she had ever faced were mediocre. Su Yin wanted to fight someone stronger, which was why she joined this competition. Su Yin was overwhelmingly powerful. A single punch could take down an ancient tree. This immense strength made everyone wary of her. That was why people kept their distance. But Su Yin didn't give up. She promised herself she would reach even greater heights, a peak that no one else could touch. To do that, she had to face stronger opponents. And the one she chose was none other than Minato. Su Yin found Minato, pointed right at his face, and said, "Kusanagi Minato, you're next." Minato wasn't scared in the slightest, calmly smiling as he said, "You're the next one? Quite a few people have their eyes on me." Su Yin frowned slightly, glanced behind her, and saw a group of people approaching. She immediately stepped aside, pouting as she said, "Su Yin always works alone. I don't do teams." The man from the approaching group nodded in agreement. "Same here. We all want a one-on-one fight." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but click his tongue with amusement. A bunch of battle junkies. Huh? This is my specialty. At that same moment, Eren had also arrived at the scene. He silently observed Minato. The elite representatives from around the globe all had magic levels over 1 million. Even Minato would struggle to fight all of them at once. But in a series of one-on-one fights, still, Eren liked Minato's spirit. He approved. This was no longer the child's play it had been before. Now was the time to see his full power. Down below, the man unleashed his magic power, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. "I'll go first." Seeing his magic power, Minato couldn't help but praise him. "Your magic power is quite refined." With a small chuckle, the man said nonchalantly, "I'm a former mercenary. I've been on many battlefields, and of course, I've killed people." But he told Minato not to worry. He wouldn't kill him. Minato clicked his tongue, trying to be convincing while reeking of bloodlust, so untrustworthy. The moment he finished speaking, the man lunged forward. Minato didn't back down an inch, calmly reacting to the attack. In an instant, the knife in the man's hand was right in front of Minato's face. He quickly dodged, but it still managed to slice off a few strands of his hair. The man remarked with admiration, "Such exquisite movement. In that case, how about you try this?" With that thought, he summoned his dark element magic. A vine shot out towards Minato, but he dodged it. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the man and, without hesitation, slammed down a fist. A wave of pain immediately hit the man, making him scream as his powerless body was sent flying dozens of meters away. The man couldn't help but tremble. Just one hit, and it caused this much damage. What terrifying power. Minato scanned the crowd, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Who's next?" Immediately, a muscular guy stepped forward and boldly declared, I'm going to take you down and make a name for myself." But the scene that followed left the former mercenary completely and utterly stunned. His voice trembled as he cried out, "Unbelievable," because all the people who had just charged in were taken down by Minato in the blink of an eye. It was too brutal to watch. The former mercenary bit his lip fiercely. Even with a first-class mage here, they couldn't even leave a single scratch on their opponent. And him, a man who had never known fear on the battlefield, was trembling like this. Eren watched the battle that just unfolded and couldn't help but sigh. He never imagined the power gap would be so terrifyingly huge. He really wanted to fight Minato himself. But Eren quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head with a sigh. "If I get taken out too early, I won't be able to complete my mission. What a shame, but I have to retreat to another area." Nearby, Su Yin watched Minato's instant massacre, and her eyes couldn't help but narrow. What was that? What is happening? That movement. She never thought Minato could do that, too. Meanwhile, Minato watched the group tuck tail and run, letting out a helpless sigh. "I was just getting a little serious." Thinking this, he glanced over at Su Yin and spoke. "You're the only one left. Are you going to fight?" Su Yin immediately walked up to Minato. She had always been called a genius, but Minato was far beyond that. This feeling was just like when Su Yin had faced her grand senior brother, maybe even stronger. At that thought, she clenched her fists, then shouted defiantly, "Bring it on." Su Yin feared nothing, neither heaven nor earth. Driven by her thirst for battle, she charged forward. Minato frowned slightly, calmly observing Su Yin's movements. She dashed forward like a gust of wind, appearing before Minato in an instant. Minato clicked his tongue softly and threw a punch, but Su Yin caught it. At the same time, she began casting a spell. But before she could attack, Minato dodged away. But in a flash, another spell appeared in Su Yin's hand, aimed right at Minato's chest. A ferocious wave of water surged out. Su Yin frowned, thinking to herself, that must have been a direct hit. Unfortunately, Minato was now behind her. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "What an interesting way to fight." Hearing his voice, Su Yin quickly dodged away, putting distance between them. Minato didn't seem to care, casually commenting on the combination of Chinese martial arts and magic while maintaining an active state, even needing to time the activation during combat. "It's perfect. It's different from ordinary mana, and it's not like the magic-infused martial arts he usually uses." There was something strange about Su Yin. Su Yin snorted coldly and said, "This isn't mana. It's fighting spirit." Minato asked, a little confused, "What kind of power is that?" Su Yin pouted slightly and replied, "I'm not telling you." Right after, she began to cast a spell. A level 12 fusion spell materialized. With a loud boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and flames. After unleashing this attack, Su Yin was panting heavily, but unfortunately, Minato was completely unharmed. A single barrier had blocked it. He even smiled teasingly and said, "That's an impressive spell." Seeing this, Su Yin grew frustrated and charged forward aggressively. She decided to fight Minato hand-to-hand using martial arts, but to her surprise, Minato knew them too, easily parrying her moves. Su Yin's eyes widened in horror. How can you be so skilled in both magic and martial arts? He was good at everything. None of her techniques worked. Minato narrowed his eyes at Su Yin, who had collapsed to the ground and muttered in confusion, "Is it over?" Su Yin sat there trembling, her expression grim. She thought she was strong, but in front of a monster like Minato, she was nothing but a child. After a long silence, Su Yin mumbled in a low voice, "This is Su Yin's defeat. It's time to end this." Hearing this, Minato was bewildered. "You really are a strange one." But Su Yin looked up at him and gave him an innocent smile. That was really fun. Minato was even more stunned. Why is she smiling? Shouldn't she be so scared she's crying? He couldn't understand it and decided to turn and leave. Su Yin watched his retreating back, lost in thought. This person is overwhelmingly stronger than me. Compared to the 4 Grand Masters, he's not inferior in the slightest. I need to find someone like that. I want to know more. What does Minato know that I don't? And so, Su Yin started running after Minato. She kept peeking out from behind him like a little tail, sticking to him relentlessly. Su Yin believed Minato would become even stronger, so she decided to follow him. Of course, Minato noticed she was tailing him. He felt a bit helpless but didn't do anything about it. That evening, Minato stopped to rest by a stream. He caught a fish and started a fire to grill it. Hiding behind a bush, Su Yin's stomach started rumbling loudly. She had been so focused on following Minato that she had forgotten to eat. While grilling the fish, Minato heard a sound from behind him. Feeling truly helpless, he sighed and said, "You can come out now." Hearing this, Su Yin froze, shocked that she had been discovered. She peeked her head out from behind a tree, looking at Minato in confusion. After hesitating for a long time, she tiptoed over to his side. Seeing this, Minato offered her a cooked fish and asked skeptically, "Want some?" Su Yin's eyes immediately lit up, her face showing a look of craving, and she quickly snatched the fish and devoured it. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but smile. In just a moment, Su Yin had eaten until her stomach was full. Minato finished eating as well. She quietly observed him. When he fought, Minato's aura was completely different. Normally, he was very calm and gentle. However, Su Yin was afraid of him. Lost in her thoughts, Su Yin drowsily drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Minato felt a bit helpless. Her guard is way too low. The next morning, Su Yin woke up from a daze and found a jacket draped over her. Seeing her eyes open, Minato immediately spoke. "You're awake?" Su Yin sat up with a jolt. She couldn't believe she had fallen asleep in front of an enemy, but Minato didn't seem to mind at all. He offered Su Yin an apple and said with a smile, "You slept really well. Want this?" Su Yin nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you." She took the apple and moved to the side, not understanding why Minato was acting so normally, as if nothing had happened. Su Yin had clearly let her guard down, so why didn't he make a move? She couldn't understand it. Soon after, Minato continued his journey, and of course, as she had decided, Su Ying followed behind. But this time, she wasn't hiding anymore. She was tailing him openly. Although they were on the same path, they kept to themselves, and Minato had no intention of attacking Su Ying. This made her suspicious, and finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, "Aren't you suspicious of me?" Minato replied nonchalantly, "Whether you follow or not is your choice. If you think it's a hassle, you can just run away." Hearing this, Su Ying was stunned. A moment later, she snapped back to her senses and said aggressively, "You arrogant man, I have a question." Minato didn't even turn his head, asking flatly, "What is it?" Su Ying pursed her lips and questioned him, "How are you so strong? How did you learn magic?" Besides that, she also wanted to know why Minato was alone and where his companions were. Minato waited for Su Ying to finish her barrage of questions before slowly answering. The secret to becoming strong is talent and hard work. Su Ying frowned upon hearing this, and after a long moment, she shook her head and muttered, "Hard work? Huh, that's not for me." A faint smile appeared on Minato's face as he continued speaking. Magic is the simulation and manipulation of phenomena. After that, it all depends on your unwavering will. Su Ying listened intently but only understood half of it. Confused, she asked again, "So, you mean mental will, right? Is there a trick to it?" But Minato didn't answer, only saying one mysterious sentence, "I'm waiting for someone." Mizuha Juan heard this and asked in confusion, "Who?" With a soft chuckle, Minato answered casually, "My enemy." Elsewhere, Ruka's group had just taken down another squad. They probably had enough points now. Kasaragi Ryuji let out a sigh of relief. "As long as we avoid fighting him, we'll pass this round." Du nodded slightly in response. "If we fight him, we'll definitely lose, and our chance to pass the exam will be gone too." This statement plunged the three of them into silence. But after a moment, Kasaragi Ryuji suddenly asked hesitantly, "But if we pass just because we were afraid of him, can we really hold our heads high and move on?" None of them had ever beaten Minato, not even once. He wasn't wrong. Ruka let out a helpless sigh. Minato had always been alone because he was too strong to have any rivals. Mizuha Dua felt the same way. Minato was always fighting, while they were just running along behind him. Just then, a noise suddenly came from the bushes, startling Du. The former mercenary emerged from the brush, shaking his head and saying, "Looks like he doesn't have a single friend. How lonely." Du narrowed his eyes at the man and asked cautiously, "Where's everyone else?" The man slowly replied, "We fought him but had to retreat." "You guys too?" Ruka spoke up in alarm as he saw more people approaching. The condition for elimination is being unable to continue fighting. Du frowned slightly, lost in thought. In other words, they haven't lost yet, so why didn't he finish them off? Kasaragi Ryuji thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe it was too much trouble, or maybe he was going easy on them. Going easy? No way. Du shook his head in denial. He might have some kind of plan we don't know about. His words shocked Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji. Right at that moment, Aaron suddenly spoke up. "Are you all planning to team up to take him down together?" Du nodded slightly and replied, "There are about 100 contestants left. If we all coordinate, we might actually be able to defeat him." Hearing this proposal, Aaron frowned in silence. "An interesting strategy, but don't forget, I'm the examiner here." Du narrowed his eyes at him, then raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Don't you want to beat him? He's incredibly strong, probably the strongest person here." Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji also agreed with this idea. However, the ex-mercenary wasn't convinced and was about to argue back. "That's a bit of an exaggeration." But before he could finish, Aaron cut him off. "In my eyes, he has power on par with the 6 great sages." This statement stunned the crowd, who then broke into whispers. "That guy is on a whole other level. If you told me he was sage class, I'd believe it." While everyone was in shock, Du suddenly roared defiantly, "So what? I still don't want to give up. He's just one person. But we have numbers. Ruka also nodded in agreement. We can do this. We'll show that arrogant guy what we're made of. Aaron narrowed his eyes at them and asked in a low voice, but do you have a plan to win? Du smiled confidently and said, even a 1% chance is worth a try. On the third day of the practical exam, Minato was still as laid back as ever, eating then sleeping and eating again, not acting like he was in a competition at all. In contrast, Suin, who was following him, looked more like a contestant, starting her training before the sun was even up. After practicing with her mana, she went through a few traditional martial arts forms. Her movements were very skilled, but at the moment, Suin had a lot on her mind. She had been too confident and couldn't even come close to Minato's level. He was terrifyingly strong, almost like he wasn't human. Even Suin could feel his isolation. Minato had long been a lonely person, and she could sense it. While Suin was lost in thought, Minato woke up and teased her with a smile. Training even during the exam? Huh. Suin glanced at him. She replied nonchalantly, it's part of my routine. Minato scanned her from head to toe, then spoke after a long pause. So, martial arts uses a different energy than magic? Interesting. Hearing this, Suin corrected him, annoyed. This is battle will. She explained that it allowed her to unleash several times her normal physical strength. When I use ki, that power increases even more. Minato listened and mumbled in confusion. Battle will and ki, Suin slowly explained. First, focus on refining your internal energy. Guide the flow of combat ki throughout your body, and relax, letting it envelop you. As she spoke, she demonstrated, then harnessed all the power in her body, and finally released it outward. Minato, watching from the side, couldn't help but applaud in praise. That's amazing. Despite the compliment, Suin didn't look happy at all, sighing, it's nothing special. I still can't beat you. Minato smiled at her and then pouted mockingly. Your magic is still pretty clumsy, you know. Suin was offended by this and huffed coldly. I'm self-taught and have never set foot in a magic academy, so it's understandable that my magic isn't perfect. Minato gave a curt nod and began to explain slowly. Battle will and magic seem similar, but they are fundamentally different in nature. It's best not to use the same mindset to control both. He told her she was inherently bad at sensing and controlling mana, which was why her spells were so unstable. Hearing this, Suin asked uncertainly, so, what should I do? Minato calmly began to speak. I'm going to transfer a high-density stream of mana into you. Focus on feeling it with your entire body. He never thought he'd see the day he'd be transferring mana to such a low-level mage. But Su Yin had gotten this far on raw talent alone. What an interesting person. With that thought, Minato placed his hand on Su Yin's back, began channeling mana into her body. It didn't take long before she cried out, I can feel it. I've never felt mana burn this intensely before. Minato spoke slowly. This is what real mana feels like. Etch the difference between it and battle chi into your very being. Su Yin excitedly watched the mana flowing through her body, laughing happily. This is real mana. I get it now. It feels like I can actually touch it. Minato calmly explained. Because you can use both combat aura and mana, you probably never clearly distinguished between the two energy sources before. Su Yin looked like she just had an epiphany, her eyes instantly filling with a brilliant light. She laughed happily and said, Kusanagi Minato, you really are a monster. A problem I've been struggling with for so long was just solved in the blink of an eye. Thank you. Minato was non-committal, just shaking his head with a smile and saying, it's nothing. While the two were talking, several pairs of eyes were secretly watching them. A moment later, they leaped out from the bushes to ambush the pair, but with their pathetic skills. They were sent flying by Su Yin's kick before they could even lay a finger on them. Minato also landed a punch on one of them. He couldn't help but click his tongue and remark, an ambush this early? Just then, the remaining enemies attacked with magic, only for their spells to dissipate the moment they hit Minato's shield. He casually fired a single magic bullet, causing a massive explosion in front of him. Before they could even catch their breath, another guy charged forward with a knife. The two had already detected him, so they spun around in unison to counterattack. Magic spells from the perimeter continued to fly wildly toward them. Unfortunately for the attackers, the spells were too slow, and Minato and Su Yin easily dodged them. Immediately after, they both launched a magical counterattack in unison. With a loud boom, the ground was bombarded by inorganic cannons and raging waves. The entire group was taken down just like that. The attackers hiding in the distance quickly grabbed their fallen comrades and fled. Seeing this, Su Yin couldn't help but feel bewildered. They're already running away. Minato sighed in resignation. They're pretty quick on their feet. Su Yin, on the other hand, grumbled in frustration, running away so fast. What a bunch of cowards. A faint smile on his face, Minato said mysteriously, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Su Yin asked, slightly confused. What do you mean by that? Minato slowly explained. They aren't like the previous attackers. It's likely there's someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes. And who was pulling the strings? Of course, it was Du's group. A few minutes earlier, they had gathered in an open area. Ruka spoke forcefully. No one can defeat Minato on their own. He can use level 17 magic with a nearly infinite supply of mana. These words left everyone there stunned into silence. Seeing their bewilderment, Du spoke up again. But even Minato has a weakness. He's still human. Even if divine magic can heal his wounds and drive away fatigue, it can't restore an exhausted mind or replace the need for sleep and food. That's why they've been constantly ambushing him whenever he tries to rest. Su Yin had just chased off another group. She irritably took off Minato's jacket, which she had been wearing, and grumbled in frustration. Such dirty tricks. They should fight fair and square, head on. Taking advantage of openings like that is just pathetic. Minato couldn't help but smile and say, I'm different. As long as I win, I don't care how it's done. In fact, that style suits me just fine. Su Yin was stunned when she heard that. She was supposed to be the one who craved battle, yet here she was, just following Minato around. The enemy was risking everything to find a way to defeat him, but what about her? At this thought, Su Yin couldn't help but clench her fists. Traveling with Minato was genuinely fun, but it wasn't her true purpose. Su Yin's expression suddenly turned resolute. Just as Minato was preparing to leave, he suddenly turned his head back, but Su Yin had vanished. He was now alone in the empty clearing. Minato couldn't help but smile. So she's gone. And with that, the game could truly begin. The battle of 1 versus 100 was about to begin. In the days that followed, Minato was constantly ambushed as he traveled. But with his high-level magic, he dealt with them easily. If one person came, he defeated one. If 2 came, he defeated them both. If 10 came, he wiped them out completely. After they were taken down, another group would always arrive to carry the injured away. At first, Minato always let them retreat, but eventually, he felt there was no longer a need to hold back. So, he decided to give chase. As he passed through a clearing, Minato ran into another group. They used dark magic to envelop him in a thick fog. But Minato quickly dispelled it. However, by the time his vision returned, the attackers were nowhere to be seen. He frowned and muttered. They escaped. Minato couldn't sense their magical energy anymore either. From the ambush to the retreat, completely flawless. Not bad at all. On the final day of the practical exam, Du gathered everyone and announced, Today, we launch an all-out assault. After being ambushed for so many days straight, Minato must be completely exhausted. Eren listened without a word. Ruka and Kasaragi Ryuji also remained silent. Ruka then scanned the crowd and gave her orders. This time, the assault team will engage directly, while the ambush team provides support from the rear. We will win, no matter the cost. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire group roared in unison. And this battle was being watched by people all over the world. The citizens of Japan were all confident that Minato would be victorious. Meanwhile, at Leona's private residence, he too was watching the live broadcast. He smirked and said, Well then, let's see how this all ends. It wasn't just him. The other great sages were also silently observing this battle. No one knew their reasons for watching, nor did anyone know if they were merely spectating or if they had some other motive in mind. Back in the survival game, Minato had finally found Ruka's group. He smirked and said, Looks like the game of hide and seek is over, huh? The group glared back at him, every one of them filled with fighting spirit. However, someone spoke up uncertainly. Is he really exhausted? He still looks pretty sharp to me. Just then, someone from Ruka's group shouted, I've always lost to you, but this time, I'm going to win. A faint smile on his face. Minato replied coolly, Is that so? But at that very moment, the ground beneath Minato's feet suddenly split apart. In the blink of an eye, a massive pit formed. Minato didn't have time to react and fell straight in. From above, a team of mages was preparing a surprise magic attack. Minato couldn't help but frown. So Du and her team were just the bait. Not a bad plan. While he was thinking, the crack high above him gradually sealed shut, and in an instant, the ground returned to normal. The mages on the surface looked down in confusion, one of them muttering doubtfully, Did I actually hit him? But a second later, the ground erupted. Minato shot up from below, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smirk, Not bad, but you're still too green. Seeing this, Du's team immediately attacked. It's not over yet. A barrage of multi-elemental magic spells flew wildly towards Minato, only to be stopped by a single barrier. Seizing the opportunity, an attacker ambushed him from behind. But it was as if Minato had eyes in the back of his head. He instantly created another shield to block the attack. He spoke coolly, It's useless. Seemingly, at that exact moment, a massive fireball appeared in the sky. With a deafening roar, it slammed down on Minato and exploded on impact. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The mages asked again in disbelief, Did I get him that time? But when the dust finally settled, Minato was still standing there proudly. completely unscathed. He smirked and said, "That last attack wasn't half bad. I can't believe it actually managed to injure me." When he said injure, however, it was nothing more than a small scratch on his bicep. Kusanagi Ryuji cried out in disbelief. He took a direct hit from an attack that powerful, and it only left a scratch. Is he even human? At that moment, Do shouted another command. Everyone continued their attack, with Minato facing 100 contestants all by himself. Because of this, everyone was confident that the other contestants would win this round. No matter how strong he was still just one person. But how could Do's group be so sure? The former mercenary was the first one to realize this. This was just foolish. How could they possibly win? Minato clearly wasn't even human. But the two sisters, Do and her sibling, were still full of fighting spirit, shouting in unison, "I will not give up. Never." As soon as they finished speaking, the two combined their powers to create a level 12 ice magic spell. A layer of frost and ice instantly enveloped Minato. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered. A new type of level 12 magic? Amazing. However, not long after, the layer of ice slowly began to crack. Minato had shattered it into pieces. He smirked and said, "Not bad, but still not enough." Seeing this, Kusanagi Ryuji hastily charged forward to attack. An infinite gravity pressed down from above, but it was blocked by Minato's shield. Kusanagi Ryuji stared in a daze as it was shattered, frozen on the spot. Ruka and Do could use magic up to level 12, but for him, level 10 was his limit. By now, everyone was growing tired, and some were starting to give up. Even when they attacked simultaneously, he blocked everything. Was it impossible to win? Hearing this, Do shouted again, "Even if he's using automatic magic and regular magic at the same time, he can't maintain it for long." If they kept attacking like this, she was sure they could inflict some damage. Meanwhile, Eren had taken off his outer jacket. He laughed excitedly. "Then it's my turn. In a close-quarters fight, even Mr. Kusanagi can't block everything. Right? Now, witness my muscle magic." The moment he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack Minato, but was quickly blocked. Minato chuckled and muttered, "I told you, it's called close-quarters magic." And so, the two exchanged a few more blows, their speed unbelievably fast. Whether it was fists or magic, Minato effortlessly parried every attack. But Eren didn't give up, continuing his frantic assault. Minato wasn't panicked in the slightest, calmly dealing with the attacks. Seizing this opportunity, the two sisters attacked in unison again. Thousands of ice shards shot toward Minato at breakneck speed. They believed that in his current state, he wouldn't have time to cast a spell. Surely a magic barrier couldn't block a level 11 spell, right? Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. The two sisters cried out joyfully, "It's a hit," but when the dust settled, a figure stepped out from within. Minato casually smiled and said, "Nice teamwork. To be honest, that really gave me a scare." Seeing this, the group of mages couldn't help but be shocked. Impossible. He's barely even injured. The two sisters also cried out in disbelief. How could he block an attack like that? He didn't have time to use high-level magic, did he? Minato clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I didn't use high-level magic." Chika stared at Minato in disbelief. "Don't tell me you use low-level magic." Ruka also retorted, unconvinced. "Are you saying you blocked a level 12 spell with low-level magic? How is that possible?" Minato slowly explained, "I narrowed the effective range to the point of impact and created a minimal shield at an angle." He had taught them this before. At this point, Minato raised an eyebrow and spoke, "I taught you all that from the very beginning, didn't I? Use magic efficiently with the appropriate amount of mana." Hearing this, Kusanagi Ryuji replied, unconvinced, "That's not something you can just do instantly in a situation like this." Ruka also added resentfully, "There has to be a limit to creativity." Minato skigged twice, then smirked and said, "From now on, I'll get a little serious." Instantly, he unleashed his magical power, but not too much of it. Minato raised an eyebrow and grinned, "I think this is about 10%. Hearing this, the faint of heart tucked tail and ran, but Minato gave them no such chance, immediately attacking and dropping them where they stood. Minato spoke in a low voice, "I don't make a habit of attacking those who are fleeing, but I have no reason to forgive those who abandon their comrades." While he was talking, Eren charged in to attack, but Minato just stood there calmly, and the man couldn't do a thing to him. He scoffed mockingly, "Your training is severely lacking." Instantly, Minato threw a punch, sending Eren flying far away, his body slamming hard into the ground. Just as he thought, he couldn't defeat Minato. Perhaps he needed to research more about building muscle. With that thought, Eren fell unconscious. Seeing this, Do immediately panicked. Eren was the only one who could fight in close combat. What were they going to do now that he was gone? Meanwhile, Minato had unleashed his mana bullets. They treated the people below like shooting targets, attacking them furiously. In just a moment, almost everyone had been defeated. Although 3 people were still able to resist, their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Minato narrowed his eyes at them and scoffed contemptuously. Is that all you've got? Du bit her lip fiercely. It was reckless to think they could ever beat him. Minato's mana reserves, level, and combat skills were all far superior. Yet, at that moment, Ruka suddenly spoke up. It's not over yet. This made Du look at her in a panic, but Ruka didn't care, shouting defiantly, I can't give up. This is everything I have. Seeing this, Kusanagi Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. What's the point of being so stubborn? Even Minato couldn't help but speak up. I admire your fighting spirit, but you're no longer in any condition to fight, are you? And it seems you don't have any teammates left, either. But just as he finished his sentence, a small figure appeared on the cliff face in front of them. But her shout was filled with authority. I'm here. The newcomer was none other than Su Yin. You've been missing for days. Seeing the little girl, Du's group was instantly bewildered. Su Yin ignored their reactions, jumping down to the ground to stand opposite Minato. Minato narrowed his eyes at the girl, then after a long moment, spoke with admiration. Your ability to sense and control mana has improved. You've been training, haven't you? Hemping softly, Su Yin said coldly, I'm not going to tell you. Minato couldn't help but smile as the mana inside him began to rise. A moment later, they both charged towards each other. The two were incredibly fast, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. Su Yin combined close-quarters combat with her fire-based magic. An illusory fire dragon appeared, lunging towards Minato. But he wasn't flustered, calmly letting it pass right through him. Minato smirked. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast his own spell. Seeing this, Su Yin was stunned, because before her now appeared an illusory water dragon. It roared as it charged toward the fire dragon, and in a flash, both of them dissipated into thin air. Minato landed from the sky, looking incredibly proud. He couldn't help but cry out in excitement. The combination of martial arts, breathing techniques, and magic. That's a pretty interesting idea. Su Yin glared at Minato, questioning him in disbelief. A technique that I finally managed to use. How can you use it so easily? Smiling faintly, Minato replied nonchalantly, because I only had to see it once. His words only made Su Yin even more excited. She smirked and said, just as I thought, you're no ordinary person. But that's what makes this interesting. Let's keep going. With those words, Su Yin lunged forward recklessly. Minato didn't yield an inch, meeting her head-on in hand-to-hand combat without losing any ground. It was only then that Su Yin could confirm that he was truly as strong as her master. At this rate, she was going to lose. At the same time, Minato was also quietly reflecting. Su Yin was growing stronger with every fight. Her potential was truly immense. But just then, a wave of water suddenly shot towards him, startling Minato and forcing him to dodge. Ruka's group had actually joined forces to attack again. Du shouted aggressively, we're lending a hand. Su Yin frowned slightly at them, hesitating for a long moment before nodding. Do as you wish. And right after that, it was a 1 versus 4 showdown for Minato. The 3 from Ruka's team didn't have the strength to fight directly anymore, so they just supported Su Yin from below. Su Yin was a bit surprised. This was the first time they had fought together, but it was much easier than she had imagined. Maybe this isn't so bad, Su Yin thought, feeling pretty good about it. Minato watched Su Yin's movements as she coordinated with the others. He couldn't help but sigh. She was a bit clumsy, but that wasn't a reason for him to go easy on her. The people watching the battle from behind their screens couldn't help but be shocked. Minato's performance was just too insane, and the result surprised many. When the time was up, everyone had been defeated. The only one still standing proudly was Minato. He scanned the crowd, smirking as he said, well, I guess that's that. Lying on the ground, Su Yin couldn't help but marvel. He's so strong. Ruka also sighed helplessly. We couldn't do a thing. Kusanagi Ryuji bit his lip fiercely, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Mizuha Dua, on the other hand, had fallen into despair. No matter how they planned or how many people they had, they still couldn't win. Minato was on a completely different level than everyone else. Just then, Minato walked over to heal Su Yin. He smiled as he worked. That was a pretty fun fight. Hearing this, Su Yin snorted in dissatisfaction. Fun, huh? It's easy for you to say that because you were holding back, weren't you? Minato didn't answer. He turned to heal Ruka's group as well. He praised them without reservation. Your strategy was excellent. Thanks to you all, I had a pretty good time. The 3 of them had regained their strength, but Ruka was still in despair. The reality was they couldn't even get close to Minato's level. Someone that strong is often lonely, but they weren't strong enough to share that loneliness with him. While they were still dazed, Minato spoke up again. You all pushed me this far, so you should at least cheer up a bit. Hearing this, the 2 Mizuha Due sisters glanced at each other, then broke into a smile. At the same time, Kasureji Ryuji was quietly observing the three of them. Minato was the strongest and most amazing friend he had. Ruka and Mizuha Dua were also getting stronger and stronger. But what about Kasureji Ryuji? Had he already reached his limit? And after that epic battle, Minato's face was plastered all over the newspapers and media outlets. He had become famous once again. Some even said that Minato was the strongest legend and could probably fight on par with all 6 sages. Leona was also very pleased with Minato's battle. He clapped in praise. Even when surrounded, he maintained the upper hand and defeated top-tier mages as if it were nothing. He's the closest thing to perfection I've ever seen. Leona didn't know if any of the 6 sages acknowledged Minato, but it would take at least 4 of them to approve. Meanwhile, Andre's expression was extremely grim after watching the fight. Vi, on the contrary, was very pleased. Victor had quietly disappeared from the cafe, his thoughts unknown. After watching the fight, Pharaon silently took off his headphones. It was unclear whether he was satisfied or not. Krista initially hadn't been happy about having to watch Minato's fight, but she still watched the entire match. A few days later, Eren stood on the grand stage of the High-Rank Mage Association and announced, "All right, it's time to announce the results. We will now reveal the scores and rankings of everyone who passed the exam." Hearing this, the crowd below immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed on the stage. Moments later, Eren projected the results onto the board. Mizuha Dua, with 1,601 points, placed 19th. Ruka, with 1,591 points, ranked 20th. Ryuji ranked 21st with 1,589 points, just 2 points behind Ruka. The Ruka sisters immediately cheered. "We passed. We did it." Just then, Kasureji Ryuji suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look!" Just as expected, Minato is first with 2,000 points and has become a great sage. Sui Tadano Jun was second with 1,789 points, earning the rank of Supreme. Seeing Minato's result, the Mizuha Dua sisters were completely stunned. A sage? Is Minato going to join the 6 sages? Eren's voice boomed once more. By the unanimous consent of the 6 sages and the Mage Association, Kusanagi Minato is officially promoted to the rank of Great Sage. And from this day forward, the 6 sages will be known as the 7 sages, with Minato as one of them. Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd was completely convinced. His abilities were undeniable. The Ruka sisters immediately ran up to congratulate him. Su Yin and Kasureji Ryuji were no exception. Everyone was happy for Minato. In an instant, the room filled with applause. Mizuha Dua squinted at the man on the high stage. He was pulling further and further ahead of them. Ruka couldn't help but sigh. Wanting to stand by Minato's side was probably just her being arrogant. After that day, the news of him becoming one of the 7 sages was announced globally. Minato became a hot topic, and reporters were going crazy trying to schedule an interview with him. Minato's fan base grew larger and larger. That evening, in a grand banquet hall, a welcome party was held for everyone after the examination. Some were happy, and some were sad. They couldn't stop talking about that day's battle. Eren and Ruka's group were in high spirits. Just then, Su Yin noticed something. Minato had quietly stepped out onto the balcony by himself. She quickly hurried after him. The two of them stood on the balcony, looking down at the bustling city below, neither saying a word. After a moment, Su Yin broke the silence. "Congratulations, the 7th Great Sage." Minato just gave a casual hum in response. A bewildered Su Yin looked at him and asked, You don't seem very happy about it." Minato cracked a small smile and sighed. "A sage, huh?" Su Yin glanced back into the banquet hall and said slowly, "Your friends. They're looking at you differently now." Minato gave a slight nod. Everyone's gotten stronger. Su Yin watched him intently and asked, somewhat uncertainly, "Is that your goal? To help everyone in the world progress and live in harmony?" "Who knows?" Minato shrugged apathetically, his voice devoid of emotion. "Dua, Su Yin, everyone. The world they see, the world they live in. What is it, really?" Seeing the lost look in his eyes, Su Yin asked, her own expression bewildered. "Don't you feel lonely?" At her words, Minato's gaze shifted to her. After a long moment, he answered calmly, "I forgot what that feels like a long, long time ago. Besides, you have people trying to catch up to you now." With that, Minato glanced at Su Yin and said with a smile, "And that includes you." In an instant, Su Yin's cheeks flushed bright red. Minato, however, didn't seem to notice. He simply reached out, patted her on the head, and said with a smile, "Thank you." With that, he turned and headed back into the banquet hall, leaving Su Yin alone with her tangled thoughts. What in the world is happening? What is this feeling?